A mercenary, Malmont Carl, crossed his arms, his expression unreadable. He spoke, his voice a low rumble, stating his name and occupation before inquiring. Do you know where? An older man, his face etched with worry, identified himself as a carpenter from Idola, his voice tinged with confusion. A figure cloaked in red, bandages peeking out from beneath the fabric, offered a hesitant explanation, then apologized. Sorry, but I don't remember. A stout man with a worried expression wrung his hands, admitting he ran a street stall in Halcia, but adding, I don't know why I'm here either. Jenna, her red braids swaying slightly, introduced herself, stating she lived in a remote forest, but confessed, I have zero idea as to what's. A man with dark hair and sharp eyes stated simply, I was a farmer. The farmer continued, his tone laced with uncertainty. I don't know anything either. The group began to murmur, the words echoing in the strange space. This means that all 11 of us don't know where we are or how we got here, one voice wondered. Where are we? Is this a dream? The strange architecture of their surroundings came into sharper focus, the details hinting at a harvest season, though the context remained unclear. The mercenary, Malmont Carl, stood among the others as they speculated about their predicament. Did we get dragged here by a mage to be used as experimental subjects? One asked, prompting another to retort, don't say nonsense like that. What's certain is that everyone is from Tonia. A small, winged figure, her eyes glowing with intensity, interrupted the conversation. What nonsense are you all talking about? She stands amidst a swirl of energy, a declaration echoing around her. The master has opened a time and space crack. The call to arms hangs heavy in the air. Bewilderment etches itself onto their faces as the two men gaze at the glowing figure hovering between them, unsure of what this new development means. One of the men stammers, questioning the identity of the winged figure now looming in the background. Isel declares herself the fairy who manages this place, her tone a warning to stay in line or face the consequences. One of the men retorts that it's none of her business. A figure clad in armor scoffs, deeming their words shameless after being kidnapped. The woman with dark hair exhales, her expression grave as she warns someone to cease their foolishness unless they desire death. A man with a blade stands poised, the air crackling with anticipation as he prepares to strike. With a sigh, the man declares his intention to teach a lesson on manners, his grip tightening on the sword. Terror contorts his features, a mask of shock and agony as blood splatters around him. The announcement rings out. Malmont has returned to the goddess embrace, his fighting spirit to be remembered for eternity. Steel finds its mark, a sword piercing flesh as blood blooms in a macabre display. The cause of death is declared as suicide due to stress, a grim pronouncement as one man angrily questions why the victim didn't listen, while others look on in horror. Crimson eyes glare with murderous intent. A voice, dripping with venom, promises instant death to anyone who dares to lay a finger on them. A smirk plays on their lips, a glint of self-assuredness in their eyes. It's self-defense, they insist, as if daring anyone to challenge the notion. A collective gasp fills the air, a chorus of horrified questions echoing through the chamber. What did they do? How could this have happened? The scene is one of utter disbelief and shock. A voice cuts through the chaos, demanding to know what they want. The answer is simple: obedience, skillful combat, and unwavering victory. Nothing less will suffice. A party has been formed, the announcement declares. The call goes out to drag and drop the heroes into the fray. New members join the party, one by one. Isel declares that the master has finally started. Isel's expression hardens, her voice ringing with authority. Everyone she commands get ready. A crack of space and time tears open, a swirling vortex of energy promising untold possibilities and unknown dangers. Raw energy crackles and surges, a visual representation of the power unleashed by the opening of the dimensional rift. Meanwhile, the group stares in stunned silence, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and anticipation. The names of Lila, Ranto, Marlin, Kelkerd, and Jackson hang in the air, a testament to the party now formed. She stands before a shimmering gate, its energy crackling around her. The system interface warns of the dangers within. Enter at your own peril, lest you end up like the last unfortunate soul. The gate pulses with an ominous light, its depths obscured by swirling energy. A miniature version of the girl from the gate appears, her voice echoing. Wait a minute. The man in the white shirt gestures, reminding everyone that they also want to climb the tower. He suggests letting the master choose the weapons. Jenna wonders aloud what he's going on about, questioning if they're planning to send out a suicide squad. The system displays Malmont Carl's stats. Level 1, novice class with basic swordsmanship skills. The miniature girl acknowledges the truth of the situation. The system interface declares that the heroes don't have equipment and suggests summoning equipment for a smooth battle ahead. The system provides tips, explaining that heroes without weapons carry an old iron sword, F, into battle. It advises placing weapons into the weapon storage to equip them. The system announces the start of 10 consecutive equipment summons, costing 50,000 gold. A voice calls out, Hey, you're Han, right? Malmont Carl asks Han if he knows something about this place, but Han admits he doesn't know much because he hasn't been here for long. Jenna, looking concerned, thinks to herself about Han, and what she does know is you'll die if you don't do this properly. Han suggests that it would be best for everyone to take weapons from over there. He listened, the words hanging in the air. It would start soon. Battle? The thought echoed in his mind. He had never fought before, not even when he was young. A gruff voice cut through the tension. Choose your weapons first, and think after that. A hand gripped the handle of a spiked mace. I'll choose this. This is mine. The group stood ready, a motley collection of warriors armed with swords, spears, and maces. The air crackled with anticipation and dread. Before them shimmered a portal of pure, cerulean energy. Isel wondered, what? There aren't any corpses? Is that magic? A voice, laced with impatience, barked, Shut up. All 5 of you are to head into the gate now. Blue energy surged around one of the figures. He stammered, what is this? A scream pierced the air. Jenna recoiled, fear etched on her face. Han observed, a calculating glint in his eyes. Is this person thinking of using a shield? Should I take it from him? Jenna turned to Han, her expression troubled. You know what's going to happen, right? Why do we need weapons? Where are we? And what's with the fairy? A disembodied voice echoed. You have so many questions. Just go into the arena and kill all the enemies. The rest will take care of itself. A system message appeared. Marlin has returned to the goddess embrace. His fighting spirit will be remembered for eternity. Han cursed under his breath. Shit. Jenna's eyes widened. What? What is it? More system messages flashed before them. Kelkert has returned to the goddess embrace. Ranto has returned to the goddess embrace. Jackson has returned to the goddess embrace. Han muttered. I guess that's why they're 1 star. He silenced Jenna with a sharp tone. Be quiet. What is it? What happened? Lyle has returned to the goddess embrace, his fighting spirit to be remembered for eternity. The system announces that Party 1 has been annihilated, resulting in a loss. The system prompts the formation of a party, requesting heroes to be dragged and dropped. Han, Jenna, Dajil, Grit, and Kale have been gathered into Party 1. Jenna and a man stand side by side, the fairy flitting above. The man states that whoever is left should come out, adding that it's their turn next. The fairy, Isel, speaks to an elderly man who claims his arthritis is acting up and asks to be left out. Jenna wonders why those who went in aren't coming back out. Han stares ahead, a grim determination etched on his face. Isel urges everyone to come along, emphasizing the need to help each other survive. The elderly man is told to shut up, be quiet, and get ready. Malma Carl, looking distressed, questions what they are supposed to prepare for. Another man admits he's never held a spear before. A character grips a sword and shield, ready for battle. A voice booms, encouraging everyone to do their best. A man expresses his stomach hurting and begs to be let go. Footsteps echo on the stone floor. Jenna looks ahead, a mix of fear and determination in her eyes. A character wonders what this place is. The group found themselves in a vast, blue-lit chamber. Malmont Carl, Isel, and Jenna stood alongside Han, gazing up at the towering structure before them. Was it truly a temple? Etched into the wall, a command, gather the various. The screen flickered to life, displaying the stark reality of their situation. Main dungeon, 1 first floor. Stages conquered, 0. Han steeled himself, his expression hardening as the announcement blared. The gate is opening. Get ready. A voice, urgent and sharp, cut through the tension. Don't freeze up. Here we go. With a surge of adrenaline, the group charged forward, silhouettes blurring against the light. The world dissolved into a blinding flash, a chaotic swirl of light and energy. Elsewhere, they emerged into a fiery landscape, the air thick with the smell of sulfur. Jenna knocked an arrow, her eyes scanning the horizon for threats. An older man, his face etched with shock, stared wide-eyed at the scene unfolding before him. Han's grip tightened on his sword. Where are we? He wondered, his voice barely a whisper above the crackling flames. Another screen materialized, its message grim. Floor 1. Mission type, subjugation. Objective, annihilate your enemies. Goblins lurked in the shadows. A guttural snarl echoed through the air. It's the battlefield. He urged them to pull themselves together, his expression a mask of determination despite their predicament. Jenna, Carl, and Isel stood behind him, the ominous barrier shimmering before them, a silent testament to their confinement. The archer muttered a curse under her breath. Jenna's face contorted in frustration. A status box appeared, indicating her stats were reduced by 30% due to fear. Old man, don't you have arthritis? She snapped. Another status box appeared, this time for Dajil, also showing a 30% reduction in stats due to fear. The old man's face was a picture of distress. More status boxes appeared, showing Grit and Kale were also affected by the fear debuff. The group struggled against the unseen force. Jenna's eyes widened as she stared at the barrier. A wall. Why can't we get out? She exclaimed, desperation creeping in her voice. The old man doubled over in pain, cried out, ouch. My back hurts. Let me out. I need to shit. Han watched the others with a look of disdain. How pathetic, he thought. Jenna called out to him, her voice strained. Han. She looked at him, a plan forming in her eyes. Can we get out if we kill those goblins? Jenna asked. Do you know how to use a bow? Han replied. My father was a hunter. Jenna declared. I'll go out and fight them while you shoot arrows at them. You can do that, right? Han confirmed yes. He dismissed the others. Those people. Ignore them. They won't be of help. A monstrous maw, lined with rows of jagged teeth and glistening tusks, unleashes a deafening roar. The guttural cry heralds the arrival of the goblins, swarming towards the protagonist with savage intent. Han Seojin's brow furrows, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. He thinks to himself, he's never wielded a sword before. His gaze shifts to the shield in his other hand, and the same unsettling realization dawns. He's never used a shield either. Another goblin lunges forward, its screech echoing through the chamber as it closes in on Han Seojin. Sweat beads on his brow as Han Seojin steels himself, acknowledging his true identity. His real name is Han Seojin. The goblins press their attack, a chaotic wave of claws and teeth crashing against the man. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, he raises the shield, deflecting a blow that would have surely cleaved him in two. The shield, though unfamiliar, feels solid in his grip, a bulwark against the onslaught. Jenna looks up, her expression a mixture of concern and determination. Below, Jenna, Isel, and Carl watch the unfolding battle, their faces etched with worry. A massive, circular structure looms in the distance, surrounded by drifting debris. The air shimmers with faint, ethereal light. The scene shifts to a colossal statue. Two figures, carved in stone, stand face to face, their foreheads pressed together in silent communion. The stone is cold and damp. The screen displays information about the mobile game, a creation of Mobius. The goal, ascend to the 104th floor of the tower, fortifying your hero along the way. The game requires strategy and tactics to clear the tower. Until yesterday, Han had been living an ordinary life. The game boasts 1 million downloads, supported by masters all over the world, prompting a special event. Logging in between January 27th 4th and February 5th 4th grants 100 gems daily, with a chance to earn up to 1,000 gems. Masters logging in will receive a high-rank hero summon card, granting 3-star or higher heroes. And finally, the Transcendental Advent Dungeon will be opened. Han, lounging on the couch, wonders aloud about the Transcendental Advent. He thinks to himself that this shitty inflated game finally got a proper event. Heroes range from 1 star to 7 stars. Han laments that he's a guy who has horrible luck. Even with thousands of paid gacha pulls, Han has never gotten a hero over 5 stars, even though everyone else has them. He notes that the dungeon has a low drop rate of the Book of Reserval, which can make 7 stars. There's no reason not to join, he thinks. The game, Pick Me Up, has hardcore rules to it. Even the heroes that you put your all into, if they die once, they cannot be revived. So, regardless of whether it's a 1-star or 6-star, if they die a single. Time's over. Han decides he should send a recon team that he doesn't care about first into the dungeon to scout things out. The Advent Dungeon has opened. Warning. All members of the 3B party felt fear as the game screen displayed the debuffs. Diora's stats, along with Nicholas, Kent, Akela, and Melky's, have been reduced by 30%. A question lingered. Why were these guys so scared? Diora suggested retreating, but Han remained focused. He muttered that regardless of the debuffs, he just had to look at the patterns or shape of the boss. Diora was in a panic, her avatar flashing on the screen. The screen revealed the boss's level. 999? What kind of boss was that? Han got nothing out of it. The words, "You lose," blazed across the screen. Han stared at the screen, declaring an obvious system error. The game listed the fallen. Diora had returned to the goddess' arms, her grit to be remembered forever. Nicholas, Kent, and others had suffered the same fate. A finger pointed accusingly at the screen, highlighting the level 999 boss. They had died before he even saw the patterns of the... What kind of boss was that? He got nothing out of it. The menacing face of the boss loomed, its teeth bared in a predatory grin. Han's face was illuminated by the screen, his expression a mix of frustration and confusion. Huh, a pattern? The game should be over. What? He couldn't see anything. The system whirs to life, creating the account. A prompt appears, requesting a name. The system specifies that it must be between 2 to 6 characters, and spaces or special characters are not allowed. A bubble of thoughts surfaces. What is this? The system asks if the name, ANYENG, will be used. Another thought. ANYTNG? Is it short for anything? The system, acting on its own, welcomes ANYTNG to the world of Pick Me Up. The system asks if the tutorial will be started. It notes that on completion, a predetermined reward will be received. The protagonist's eye flares with determination. In a small town of the Heim province, there was a boy named Han Islet. The boy Han Islet looks around confused. This is Tonia, the ground where humans live alongside other species. An unknown enemy invades this peaceful land. You, Master, if you wish to save the world, climb the tower. Many heroes will join you. Han Islet stares ahead, his expression unreadable. A tutorial quest appears. Take down the goblins that invaded the town. G-goblins? A floating message box appears before Han, prompting him to wonder what this message could be. The protagonist's eyes widen in disbelief. It's not realistic at all, he thinks. But he didn't need a long time to accept reality. Combat will automatically proceed, the system message declares, promising a high-class battle made by the hero's AI. A goblin lunges, claws extended. Han retaliates, slashing at the goblin with a sword. The force of the blow reverberates through him. Kyek! The goblin explodes in a burst of energy. Han grits his teeth, feeling the impact. His brain couldn't follow the feeling of killing another organism. Han levels up. Rewards have been given. Check your mailbox. He wonders what happened, and if he is inside of a game. He recognizes the scene, a sense of familiarity washing over him. The world around him shimmers with an ethereal light, the architecture ornate and unfamiliar. A disembodied voice echoes, asking if he will summon a comrade before the next stage. Han's brow furrows in confusion. Just what is happening? The light intensifies, blindingly bright. A figure materializes amidst the radiant glow, heralded as super rare. The system announces that Master Anything has received the hero Shay. Han wonders if this is a summon. The newly summoned figure appears, wondering if Han summoned her, and asking who he is. The system displays the stats for Shay Lathistry, a knight. She introduces herself as such. Han corrects her, stating his name is Han Seojin. He thinks that Han Seojin is a weird name. The system indicates that Han and Shay have formed a party, and that their master has sent them to the dungeon again. Shay criticizes Han's form, calling him a newbie. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. A voice called out, the small winged figure of Isel awaiting. Hans bro furuba. Isel, he questioned. The winged girl responded, yes, I'm Isel. The man named Han's thoughts raced. Asterisk, I know, because I was a pick-me-up user. Me? I'm Han Seojin. Asterisk, he looked at Isel, disbelief etched on his face. Han Seojin? No way. Isel tilted her head, her expression sharp. Nut Islai Han? She asked, then continued. You don't look like the Tonia Haim Isla Han? Han's eyes narrowed. I'm Han Seojin from Seoul, Gangseogu. Send me back while I'm still being nice. Isel's gaze intensified. Are you from Earth? Han's expression hardened. Of course I am. Or should I be from Mars? A sharp intake of breath escaped Isel's lips. Act. The world around Han Islet seems to warp and distort. He stares, bewildered, at the unfolding chaos. From somewhere nearby, panicked voices echo, desperate to avoid whatever fate awaits them. Despite the turmoil, Han is pulled forward, seemingly against his will. The sound is almost deafening, a high-pitched whine that grates on the ears as Shay Lathistry observes the scene from a distance. A surge of blue energy erupts from Han's hands, the power coursing through him, uncontrollable. The process has begun, and Han realizes he's losing control, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and resignation. A system message clarifies the situation. This synthesis will enhance a hero by combining them, but one will become a sacrifice to empower the other. The synthesis commences, a beam of light engulfing Shay as she is consumed to power up the one-star Han. The system reveals the disparity. Shay Lathistry, a 4-star knight, is being sacrificed to enhance the 1-star Islet Han. Han, resigned to his fate, closes his eyes, accepting what he believes is his end. The system poses a rhetorical question. Who would sacrifice a 4-star character to enhance a 1-star? The synthesis completes, leaving Han utterly bewildered by the outcome. The words hang in the air, heavy with finality. So this is it. A system message confirms the worst. Shay has become light and is disappearing. Shay's form flickers, her ethereal glow intensifying as she begins to fade from existence. Her voice, tinged with sorrow, echoes, "Why are you disappearing?" Shay insists that it makes no sense, stating that she's a 4-star and Han is a 1-star. A sad smile graces Shay's lips as she says, I wasn't chosen. That's all. I'll leave it to you. Meanwhile, Han stands alone in a brightly lit room, the echoes of Shay's name barely audible in the sterile air. His eyes widen, a cold sweat beading on his brow as the reality of the situation begins to sink in. Confusion clouds his thoughts. He doesn't know what is happening. Elsewhere, a man's scream pierces the air, a sound of pure terror. A monstrous roar answers, shaking the very ground. A system message declares that Greet has returned to the goddess' arms, his grit to be remembered forever. Jenna, bow drawn, shouts a warning. Don't let your guard down. If you do, you'll die. Hey, old man, fight. The monsters are coming. The monsters surge forward, a tide of teeth and claws. Han finds himself thrust into the thick of the battle, the stench of blood and decay filling his nostrils as he faces the monstrous onslaught. He stares at the message. The words synthesizing heroes is a drag and drop function echoing in his mind. The system prompts him to touch and drag the hero he wants to sacrifice. The implication hangs heavy in the air. Had he made a mistake, or was this some twisted game? Han's face contorts in anger. I was lucky and Shay died because the master was stupid, he snarls, his voice laced with fury. That's why this is a shit game. And the other two? Elsewhere, Jenna stands amidst the chaos, bow drawn. I got one of them, she shouts, but her expression betrays her concern. But the others? Han grits his teeth, drawing his weapon. Let's think about that later. So come her, he begins, steeling himself for the onslaught. With a roar, he swings his weapon, the air whistling as he cleaves through the first attacker. He grits his teeth, his mind racing. Asterisk, I don't know how I was summoned inside. Pick me up. But I knew one thing. Asterisk. A guttural roar echoes as the monster recoils from the blow. You damned bastard, it bellows, its face contorted in rage. The monster's face looms, a grotesque visage of teeth and fury. Right before coming over to this world, Han remembers a level 999 bug monster looking at him and laughing. It must have been that. The memory flashes. That thing dragged me here. A monstrous figure looms, wreathed in shadow and menace. The air crackles with an unseen energy, a palpable sense of wrongness permeating the scene. Its eyes burn with malevolent intent, promising pain and destruction. The darkness seems to coalesce, forming jagged edges and hinting at a terrifying visage. A low growl vibrates through the air, a promise of violence about to be unleashed. The battlefield is littered with the fallen, a testament to the ferocity of the recent conflict. Han kneels amidst the carnage, his body bearing the marks of a brutal struggle. Jenna approaches, her expression etched with concern. Jenna's voice trembles with worry. Oppa your arm. Han, despite his injuries, offers a reassuring smile. I'll be fine once we go back. The world shifts, becoming an abstract representation of power and potential. A single, all-seeing eye gazes down, observing the unfolding events. The sun bleeds across the horizon, casting long shadows across the ravaged landscape. Han stands, silhouetted against the dying light, his resolve unwavering despite the pain. A close-up reveals Han's face, streaked with dirt and blood, yet illuminated by a chilling smile. Are you having fun? He asks, his voice laced with a dangerous edge. The scene shifts again, focusing on the title, the 5 fourth-place ranker, Loki. The words Master of Masters loom beneath, hinting at a figure of immense power and influence. The dust settles, revealing Han, his face streaked with grime and sweat, a single red eye burning with determination. He mutters, a promise to endure. The screen flashes, stage clear. Jenna has leveled up, her efforts bearing fruit. The spoils of war are tallied. 2,000 G, steel, copper, and leather. But the true reward is the title, MVP, Han. A commemorative card appears, immortalizing Han Islet's contribution to the victory. He resolved to accept his fate. This is the world of pick-me-up. A world where only the strong survive. And he was summoned as a 1-star hero from birth. A hero destined to die, either in battle or by being compounded. It's meaningless to be a 1-star hero in pick-me-up. 1-stars are disposable, and the lowest quality ones too. His basic stats are pathetic, and his growth rate is low too. At this rate, he won't be able to escape the danger of being compounded. Islet Han, level 5. Class, Novice. Strength, Intelligence, Stamina, Dexterity, all 15/15ths. Unique skills, none. He had to become stronger. He had to survive, take revenge, and return. Those things are impossible if he doesn't get stronger. He pushed himself up from the ground, each repetition a struggle. Islet Han didn't know how things would progress from now on. He'd die if he didn't adjust. A swift kick followed, the memory of military training flashing in his mind. It reminded him of when he was in the military, damn it. Islet Han touched his head, sweat dripping down his brow. It wasn't just physical strength that he needed to improve. He paused, flexing his muscles, the tension evident in his face. He also needed to become mentally stronger. He couldn't survive this place with an unstable mentality. His fist clenched, remembering his past. Islet Han had done fine growing up without parents or anyone protecting him. He needed the tension from back then. He continued his push-ups, the sound of his exertion echoing in the training area. Jenna approached, her expression unreadable. She asked, "What are you doing?" Islet Han continued his exercise, sweat glistening on his back. He responded, "I'm training to kill monsters." "What?" Jenna's tone was harsh. "Why is your tone so harsh?" "I was looking for you." Jenna's gaze softened, a hint of concern in her eyes. She held a bow, an arrow, her grip firm. Jenna thought about it all night. What to do from now on? Jenna drew back the arrow, her focus intense. "My father was a hunter, so archery was my hobby. I won't be a burden to you." Her expression hardened, determination etched on her face. Jenna didn't think anything would change. A straw dummy stands, riddled with holes, a testament to recent training. The air crackles with the lingering energy of combat. She stands beside Eilert Han, the events of yesterday still fresh in their minds. He wonders if it was her first real fight. Jenna admits she prefers staying home, a stark contrast to the battlefield. Eilert Han's gaze narrows, his expression unreadable as he considers her words. Jenna's stats appear before them, a novice, but with unique skills in low-rank archery. Eilert Han notes she gained 4 points in stats from yesterday's battle. He muses that she may be lower than him in stats, but Jenna possesses her own unique skills. Even if she wasn't that good, she still managed to kill a goblin during her first time fighting. Eilert Han observes that she moves on from others' deaths quickly and knows what the goal is. He thinks she's a diamond in the rough. He decides he'll help her. A hand extends, palm open, an unspoken offer of partnership. Jenna recalls her father's words. Connections are important in life. She wonders if he was a great dad. Eilert Han's expression softens, a hint of warmth in his eyes. Their hands meet, a silent agreement sealed. Jenna looks forward to being his teammate. Suddenly, Eilert Han calls out, his voice echoing. Isel, are you here? The winged girl is being questioned, but she seems unwilling to cooperate. She is being asked what is going on. Isel refuses to answer, declaring that she won't say anything no matter how many times they ask. She tells them to make their way up the tower if they're curious. Isel states that the answer is in the tower. She wonders if she's the only one who can see the stats window above their heads. The fairy's expression hardens, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. The stats window above Isel indicates her level is 257. It says 257 right there. Isel wonders if they can see the stats window because something got mixed up. She thinks to herself that he sure did some real irritating thing. Han's reaction has made him certain. He is the only one who can see the game's messages and Master's forged messages. Jenna asks Isel what happens if Master quits. Isel responds that they should just pray that he doesn't. Han reflects that compounding him and Shay wasn't a regular mistake. He compounded a 4-star with a 1-star. Han thinks that there's a 1% chance of getting a 4-star with a paid summoning. He wasted that luck on this mistake. He thinks that picking him up is interlocked with the phone, so it can't even be restarted. A week after the first time, Han wonders if the time here is different from Earth's. Isel shouts that she told him not to ask her any questions and that she's not going to answer them. She remains silent, but Han considered the implications of the time difference between worlds. It was a strange tip, but he appreciated the information. The fairy, seemingly enraged, insisted that she was untouchable. Her interference was limited to self-defense or disobedience of the Master's orders. Han knew he had to adapt or be eliminated. That was simply how this world worked. Jenna wondered what he was talking about. Jenna reminded him that someone called Master could give them orders through Isel. They had to complete the missions he gave. Han knew he had to figure things out and get stronger. Jenna wondered if it would just be the two of them. Han explained that the Master could summon other people and that others would continue to be summoned. Han internalized that his life now hinged on the choices he made. The pair stood together, the weight of their situation settling upon them. Later, after completing a day of training, the aerial view of the training area showed the extent of their efforts. A new rule of this world had been discovered. Daily necessities and food are refilled the next day. If one imagines something they would like to have, it appears in a drawer or in the closet. Of course, guns and similar things don't work. The results of training are also different. He could now understand something that he didn't know while playing Pick Me Up. There are occasionally heroes that have different combat power than others despite being the same rank. Training doesn't increase stats or level, but it refines skill learning and skills in general. Han didn't know that at first. Now that he thinks about it, he doesn't think they were AI. The observant Master will soon categorize the main heroes into 3 groups. First will be by mentality. Master does not care for heroes who are prone to panicking. Second will be by skills. High-ranking heroes are summoned with their skills already learned. But low-ranking heroes' talents are hidden, so Master has to look for them actively. Third will be by physical capability. It's what he's trying to improve right now. Welcome to Pick Me Up. Master logged in. He reflects on his training, acknowledging he acquired 2 skills. Jenna is told to get ready, as the Master is here. The Master begins the summoning. The system indicates that a party can have 5 people, and he anticipates summoning 3 more. The system announces that Master Enning has obtained heroes Eren and Toby. The system announces that Master Enning has obtained hero Yelsens. The newly summoned heroes appear disoriented, questioning their location. Jenna urges the protagonist to get ready to fight, assuring him they will explain everything once they are safe. A voice demands to know who they are and why they should get ready to fight. A figure stands within a swirling vortex, ready to strike. The environment around them seems to be shifting and changing rapidly. The system indicates that Eren, Toby, and Yelsens have joined the party. Jenna is urged to get her weapon before it is too late. She confirms that she will. The system explains how to equip a weapon. Han laments that he doesn't have any weapons to give them because the guys from last time all died and tells everyone to get out. The newly summoned heroes are confused and demand to be taken back. One of them tells another to stop acting like that toward her. The man with the sword and shield watches as the bald man, face contorted with rage, demands to know if they've been brought here on purpose. Panic sets in as the others voice their desperation to return home. One man pleading for his wife, another claiming to be a poor farmer caught in the crossfire. Jenna, her brow furrowed with concern, wonders aloud if these people will die. The summoned individuals collapse, defeated and exhausted, their hopes dashed against the harsh reality of their situation. A voice, cold and detached, echoes through the chamber, promising something ominous. Elsewhere, a blinding light engulfs the group as they are transported to a new, unknown location. A disembodied voice, laced with amusement, wishes them have fun. The air crackles with energy as the system announces their new objective. Floor 2, duty type, conquest. Goal, kill all the enemies. The summoned individuals, now standing in a structured arena, steel themselves for the battle ahead. He stared, wide-eyed, as the world around them shifted, the familiar cityscape dissolving into a verdant, monster-infested plain. A man cried out, his voice laced with panic. "WH, where are we?" "Jenna," shield raised, called out. "Jenna, are you ready?" She responded with a strained, "Why ya?" Prairie wolves and goblins, their levels displayed ominously, emerged from the tall grass, their eyes glowing with predatory hunger. The prairie wolf snarled, its fangs bared, a guttural growl rumbling in its chest as it prepared to pounce. A status window appeared, declaring that Aaron, Toby, and Yelsons were in a state of fear, their stats decreased by 30%. Aaron stammered, "WH, what is this?" Han's eyes narrowed, his gaze hardening with resolve. Jenna, initially paralyzed by fear, saw a notification that her stats were decreased by 30%. She muttered, "Phew, are you scared too?" Jenna screamed, "You are." Han, unflinching, told her, "Don't scare me like that. You take the 2 goblins. I'll take." Jenna was no longer in a state of fear. Han thought to himself, "I guess she was only a little scared. That's good." On the other hand, the newbies are no help at all. The monsters charged, closing the distance with terrifying speed. "They're coming." Han gripped his weapon, his knuckles white with anticipation. The prairie wolf lunged, its jaws agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth and a glistening tongue. With a roar, Han prepared to meet the onslaught. He strikes the monster, the force of the blow echoing through the air. The monster stumbles, its massive feet kicking up dust and debris as it tries to regain its balance. Han glances down at his weapon, blood dripping from its edge. It must be because the weapon's shit. The crude blade, wrapped haphazardly with cloth, glistens with fresh blood. The protagonist's eyes glow with an eerie light as he looks up, ready to continue the fight. The world blurs as the battle intensifies. The monster still stands, and Han wonders if his weapon is truly effective. He grits his teeth, preparing for another strike. He steels himself, muttering, "Just one first." With a surge of blue energy, Han slashes at the beast. The sound of the blade cutting through flesh echoes through the forest. Blood coats the blade, a testament to the strike's impact. The monster recoils, a guttural snarl escaping its maw. With savage fury, the beast lunges, its jaws clamping down on Han's shield. A pained grunt escapes Han's lips as the monster's teeth grind against the metal. Cook! The force of the bite sends Han staggering backward, struggling to maintain his footing. Despite the pain, Han's eyes burn with renewed determination, a blue glow emanating from within. He stood amidst the carnage, the metallic tang of blood heavy in the air, his sword dripping crimson. The battle was won, but the cost was evident in every ragged breath. The final strike echoed in the silence, a brutal testament to the ferocity of the fight. Sweat beaded on his brow, his eyes narrowed with a hard-won determination. The adrenaline still coursed through him, a stark reminder of the life-or-death struggle. The monster lay defeated at his feet, a testament to his strength and resolve. The air hung thick with the stench of death and ozone. Arrows protruded from the beast's corpse, a silent testament to Jenna's support during the grueling battle. Jenna, still catching her breath, remarked that the monster resembled a hedgehog. She then asked how many arrows she had fired. A shared glance passed between them, a silent acknowledgement of their combined effort. "Yes," Jenna affirmed, her voice filled with relief. A digital notification appeared. Stage clear. Han and Jenna leveled up, with Han recognized as the MVP. A reward screen materialized, displaying the spoils of their victory. 5,000 coins, 1 iron or C, and 3 leather C. Another notification congratulated them on completing the 2-second floor, the digital text shimmering with ethereal light. Side by side, Han and Jenna stood ready for the next challenge, their faces etched with a mixture of exhaustion and anticipation. The system announced their imminent transfer to the 3rd floor, but before they could react, something unexpected began to happen. Jenna calls out, questioning what's happening. The group is preparing to go to the 3rd floor, but they're in a weakened state. Han wonders what will happen next as they complete the 3rd floor. He sighs, exhausted from the previous battle. Isel asks Han why he is tired, pointing out that she and Jenna were the ones putting in the work. Han thinks to himself that it's a floor day. Han notes that his stats have gone up, and his efficiency at leveling up has gotten better, meaning his physique is improving. Han reflects that a master doesn't push ahead quickly, and if they put in everything like they did on the first floor, everyone would have been in danger. A man yells about fighting, questioning where this place is and what those monsters are. Han thinks that 1-stars are commoners who have lived their lives without being involved in the front line, and in order to survive, they need to fight. A voice, laced with frustration, questioned the very notion of fighting monsters without any prior experience. Malmont Carl, arms crossed, mused on the grim reality of the lower-ranked heroes, now understanding why they were considered disposable. The memory, or perhaps a lesson, spoke of high-ranking heroes who didn't hesitate, diving headfirst into battle with a clear goal in mind. Han eyelid, his gaze distant, muttered that Shay would have known, certain of it based on her behavior. The thought hung heavy in the air. Jinna, hands on her hips, confronted Han, her voice tinged with disappointment. Would it have hurt you to help them? Jinna pressed the issue, questioning why he wouldn't help those useless bastards. Han countered that it was better to have colleagues than none at all. From a distance, Malmont Carl and others watched, their expressions unreadable. We'll see what happens, one of them muttered. A disembodied voice declared that one doesn't die while fighting, but at that rate, they'll just disappear. Han, Jinna, and another figure walked away, the air thick with unspoken tension. Han had something to ask Jinna. Han's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed with a mixture of annoyance and determination. The thought echoed in his mind, don't. It's annoying. Han confronted the new character, grabbing his shirt. The man's face contorted in anger. What? The fallen man groans, barely able to choke out a denial. Jinna asks, her tone laced with sarcasm, if Han is finally satisfied with the results of his actions. Even though they call it weapons training, all Han does is swing a wooden sword, while Jinna shoots arrows. The system notifies him that his basic swordsmanship and basic shield techniques have leveled up to LV2. The narration explains that the other 3 didn't even come to the training hall. They said they were going to look for the exit and escape, but of course, there was no exit. The training continues. Arrows fly, aimed with deadly precision. The shield deflects the incoming projectiles. Arrows strike the shield with resounding force. Han grits his teeth, a look of frustration etched on his face as he blocks another volley. Jinna asks if he's okay, but Han, clearly annoyed, says he told her so. He reassures someone that they have nothing to worry about, despite the blood staining his arm. The hero's arm glows with a soft, blue light as he obtains the pain-tolerant skill. He thinks to himself that he'll quickly be fine in this place, not like the physical world they were living in before. Han grips his sword and shield, resolving that he won't stop, even if it hurts. The training dummy stands battered, impaled with several rods. A voice pleads for a break. Meanwhile, a map of the area appears, welcoming them to pick me up. Icel's voice rings out, instructing anyone who sees the master to tell them to come to the square. The winged child grins, asking if they want to get into trouble. Jinna stretches, remarking that Han seems to be adapting better than she is. Malmont Carl replies that he is quite driven, compared to having to eat only potatoes. New character 2 argues with Icel, exclaiming that they don't want to fight again and just want to eat potatoes. Icel's anger flares. A monstrous voice booms, declaring that it will write an apology letter for wronging someone so badly. The declaration is followed by a burst of energy, the monster's victims crying out in fear. Dust and debris rain down on the stone floor, the sound of impact echoing through the chamber. 3 figures, their faces etched with worry, are urged to hurry back. Floor 3's mission objective is clear: subjugation through the annihilation of all enemies. A monstrous face, teeth bared and tongue lolling, fills the view, a promise of violence in its red eyes. Seojin Han notes that his weapons and combat techniques have improved as Jinna stands ready with her shield. He tells her that there's nothing to it, and to just do it like they did in training. With a cry, Han leaps into action, his sword ablur as he strikes down a monstrous foe. The system announces that the 3rd floor was nothing, and that Jinna has leveled up, earning the MVP title. Jinna observes that the rewards seem quite doable, while Han remarks that the fight was pretty boring. Malmont Carl observes that it seems like they still don't want to fight. Jinna, her expression firm, declares that it doesn't matter, as she doesn't want to share experience points with those bastards, adding that if they don't participate in the fight, they won't get experience points. The game interface prompts a choice. Attempt floor 1 again? A voice echoes, a directive from the master to make them run circles. Jinna observes, a hint of weariness in her tone, that it seems the challenges are far from over. The screen displays the mission objective for floor 1, subjugation. Annihilate all the enemies. It seems the master isn't heartless. A glimpse of the monstrous foes reveals a familiar sight. They're the same creatures they faced on the 1st floor. The monsters snarl, their red eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. The interface flashes stage clear. Jinna is recognized as the MVP, a small hee-hee escaping her lips. The reward screen appears, promising 1,000 G for their efforts. The game interface reappears, the choice to attempt floor 1 again looming. Han reflects that the master won't give them a break if things end easily. Another stage clear, screen, this time with Han as the MVP, earning another 1000 G. Floor 3's mission is revealed, subjugation. Annihilate all the enemies. Goblin LV4X2. Jenna, visibly tired, voices her concern. She hopes the master won't send them back there again. Han's response is non-committal, as simple, who knows. He is getting increasingly frustrated, wondering how much longer they have to watch over those bastards. A voice, seemingly closer, offers a simple reassurance, don't worry. The red-haired figure declares that this is it for today. But another voice questions this, suggesting that the master has different plans. The man with black hair remarks that it doesn't seem like the master has enough free time to be cultivating insects. Elsewhere, a grand, imposing structure stands bathed in an ethereal light. A system notification appears. Master, synthesis has started. A man with a beard, his face etched with concern, asks, "What's that?" The system displays a chilling message. Drag and drop the heroes you want to sacrifice to be synthesized. Heroes who are sacrificed will die. Han scoffs, dismissing those who don't recognize the opportunities presented to them. Meanwhile, a glimpse into the crack of space and time reveals a distorted and ominous landscape. A strategic overview of the facility highlights key areas: the synthesis chamber, armory, workshop, training hall, summoning hall, and flying dock. Seojin Han listens as Isel questions his affinity for Loki, the fairy's tone laced with curiosity. She wonders aloud what it is about the trickster that draws him in. Isel offers a soft, almost apologetic expression. Han's eyes glow with an inner light as he declares his connection to Loki. Isel's expression shifts to one of disbelief, her words questioning the nature of Han's statement. She then rattles off an account number. Han explains that Loki's actions, such as hacking the pick-me-up account number, are only known by the account holder and the server managers. He urges her to check it. Isel, her eyes wide, challenges Han to reveal his Google account if she doesn't believe him. She stammers, questioning if it's really him. The fairy's disbelief hangs heavy in the air as she stares at Han, her words echoing her shock. Isel steels herself, urging someone to proceed. Her voice brimming with excitement, Isel demanded Han's autograph, calling him an idiot in her enthusiasm. She declared that she would become a top member of the Ragnar Loki Club. Leaning against the wall, Han asked what the Ragnar Loki Club was. Isel explained that one could climb to the top by acquiring Loki's autograph, adding that it was also known as Master Master, Loki's fan cafe. Isel's expression shifted to one of dawning horror. Had she been saying all those cocky things to the real Loki all along? She cursed under her breath. Isel, now visibly distressed, repeatedly pleaded for Han to wait. She wondered aloud what would happen to Niflheimr without him. Han responded with a dismissive, "So what?" He declared himself a master and stated that he was here now, seemingly unfazed by Isel's panic. Isel pressed on, asking what about the 20,000 troops. Han, still leaning against the wall, nonchalantly suggested that if she was that unhappy, she should send them off. Her eyes brimming with tears, Isel admitted that she couldn't. Han acknowledged that she was still only a middle-level admin who gets pushed around. Han continued, stating that the owner of this, Init, is a human from Earth. He listened intently as Isel explained that the heroes being summoned weren't AIs. Their origin worlds might differ, but they were all, in essence, human. The image of the chibi heroes flashed in his mind, a reminder that these beings, though products of entertainment, faced real dangers. Hans bro furuba. He wondered aloud, if he reached the 104th stage, could he return Earth? Another question surfaced, a deeper, more personal one. Who brought him here? But Isel could not answer. A soft, almost inaudible, sorry escaped the fairy-like girl. Han steeled his resolve. Like he said, he figured out by climbing the tower. He pressed on, curious how far into the master's authority Isel could venture. His gaze drifted, taking in the lounge. Were the other masters' lounges the same as this? The image of countless worlds, each contained within its own bubble, filled his vision. So, a million worlds like this existed, each a separate reality. The concept of Mobius summoned in quantum AI swirled in his mind. The revelation that the heroes once thought to be AIs were, in fact, real humans settling heavily. The word roguelike hung in the air, a stark reminder that a system thought to have infinite content had only a million separate worlds. To think the things in-game were the reality of another world. A hand holds a transparent screen, displaying information about heroes. The careless decisions for heroes could have been a death sentence for others. Isel, in her chibi form, offers her assistance. If he wants to climb the tower, she will help him climb it. Elsewhere, two straw figures stand in front of a building, their purpose unknown. Jenna is a genius. She has grown at an unthinkable speed that can't be considered one star. She has never held a dagger before, but she figured out the principles quickly. On the other hand, Eren is sluggish. He could end up dying if this keeps up. Jenna states that she went easy on Eren, but he wasn't much. Han asks what's wrong, as Aaron sits in the background. Jenna tells him not to get cocky and follow her. A speech bubble exclaims, "You're not teaching your number one servant?" Another bubble, accompanied by a sound effect, declares, "How dare you follow Han around?" Jenna shouts that she's the number one servant and tells Isel to back off. Isel retorts, asking if she's the number one servant, right, Appa? Isel, looking menacing, asks if Han shouldn't be working. Jenna insists that Loki, Han's number one servant, is her, so Isel should watch out. Isel wonders if she should have not said anything. Someone asks who that is, and the response is, "Don't worry, she's an idiot." He listened as Isel confirmed her ability to open the storage. She affirmed that she had the power to do so. The heavy door creaked open, revealing the dimly lit interior of the storage building. Isel was then asked to open the forge. She agreed. Han considered his options. He couldn't keep using a worn-down steel blade forever. Isel inquired about his plans. The forge blazed with intense heat. A voice echoed, questioning if it was possible to enter areas only masters could. Han wondered if he could craft something in a place like this. A system message appeared, warning of penalties due to the lacking facility, expert, and blueprint. He considered crafting manually. The system prompted him to select the puzzle difficulty, noting that the higher it was, the better the reward. Isel questioned if the extreme held difficulty wasn't a triple penalty. Han simply told her to watch. A mini-game for masters appeared, with a message stating that most masters don't do it, but the rewards are spicy. A cascade of glowing cubes filled the air, their light reflecting off the polished floor of the forge. The air crackled with latent energy, a silent hum vibrating through the room. A stark message materialized amidst the floating shapes. 3 minutes are given. The pressure mounted, the ticking clock an invisible weight on their shoulders. The shapes twisted and morphed, an impossible puzzle of light and shadow. A voice echoed, laced with frustration. "I can't even tell the shape." But Han, his gaze fixed on the swirling chaos, remained calm. A confident smirk played on his lips as he muttered, "No problem." Isel, her eyes wide with anticipation, clasped her hands together. This is a god's hand. "The legendary thousand hand," she exclaimed, barely containing her excitement. The system chimed, a triumphant fanfare cutting through the tension. A message blazed across the screen. "Huge success. Han has crafted well-forged longsword C." Before him floated the newly crafted longsword, its blade gleaming with a soft, ethereal light. The well-forged longsword ranks C-, sturdy, light, and sharp, the materials loose but fixed with skill. A flurry of blue energy coalesces in Han's hands, the raw power of creation crackling around him. The newly forged, balanced shortbow gleams with an ethereal light, its form a testament to the skill of its creator. Han sighs, looking down at Isel. "They're all C ranks. I guess it's because the materials were bad." The fairy looks up at him, her expression unreadable. "Aren't you going to make more?" Han shakes his head. "Any more than this is too conspicuous." Elsewhere, sunlight filters through the dense canopy, illuminating a forest floor teeming with life. A figure with fiery red hair stands poised, a weapon held ready. Energy surges, gathering at the weapon's tip. The energy intensifies, a blinding light erupting from the point of contact. The weapon strikes, cleaving through the air with devastating force. The impact explodes in a shower of sparks and splintered wood, the force of the blow undeniable. The system displays the floor's objective: conquer and eliminate all enemies. Han observes the message, a sense of foreboding settling in. A winged harpy descends, its eyes glinting with malice. It seems their master is particularly cruel, sending them against such a small group. The harpies encircle Aaron and Jenna, their talons sharp and ready. Aaron, visibly shaken, hears Jenna's urgent plea: "Protect her." One of the harpies lunges, closing the distance with terrifying speed. A wave of pure terror washes over Aaron, his scream echoing through the forest. The harpy's attack connects, the force of the blow reverberating through the air. Han watches the scene unfold, his expression a mask of concern. He notices that Aaron's fear is causing his stats to decrease. Another harpy strikes, its claws aimed directly at Aaron. Jenna, with a surge of determination, grabs Aaron, pulling him out of harm's way. She urges him to get it together. Aaron's face is a mixture of fear and pain, the sting of the harpy's attack still fresh. Jenna's words ring in his ears: "They'll die if they fail again." Despite his terror, Aaron steels himself, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. He's too excited, he thinks to himself. Together, Jenna and Aaron stand their ground, ready to face the harpies. Aaron vows to try not to make a fool of himself. He swings his weapon, felling another monster. Jenna stands behind him, bow drawn, ready to loose another arrow. The battle leaves Han covered in the viscera of his foes, a grim testament to his skill. A screen flashes, announcing the stage clear. Aaron leveled up, but Han remains the MVP, earning them both rewards. Despite the victory, Aaron winces, a sharp pain lancing through him. He cries out, the exertion and the lingering fear taking their toll. Aaron wonders aloud what will happen to him now, his voice laced with anxiety. Anstans ni arbi, silent. Jenna, ever pragmatic, notes that Aaron has been added to her favorites list. Looks like you're still alive, she observes. Aaron's eyes widen in surprise at the notification. He shouts his triumph, the adrenaline still coursing through his veins. The gore splattered across Han's clothes serves as a stark reminder of the brutal fight. Jenna muses about subordinates, declaring that subordinate number 1 was a success, and now it's subordinate number 2. She asks, subordinate? Nah. Han walks away, the words subordinates echoing in his mind. He mused that his number 1 subordinate would technically be Niflheimer's series. The game mechanics allowed for 5 members per party. Each member was a 6-star character at level 99, personally creating 5 divine skills and other ultimate skills. Character cards displayed the images of Nehaku Gastfell, Mutant Nidelk, Ladisian, Uranith Sid, and Ceres Argent. He might run into them somewhere in the tower. It was an AFK game, so the Vice Master, Ceres, would take care of Niflheimer. There was Uranith too. They were both so wise and smart. It made him wonder if they were really AI. Although they weren't AIs, now that Han thought about it. The scene shifted to a grand hall, lit by braziers. Ceres wondered if Uranith was really going to go. Uranith, clad in white armor, was reminded that every minute counts. The other figure, cloaked in white, bid Uranith farewell, leaving the investigation to her. The figure would leave the rest to Uranith, including the Master's whereabouts. Uranith prepared to depart, her armor gleaming in the light. The lodging is leveled up, its structure now gleaming with enhanced features. The text above confirms the good news. The limits on heroes have increased. The restaurant within the lodging has also completed its construction. Soon, the heroes will enjoy good quality food, a welcome change from their usual fare. The training center has leveled up as well. The efficiency of the heroes' training is expected to increase dramatically. The weapons storage, a 3-piece accessory building including a smithy, woodworking shop, and metal processing shop, is being combined into a single, comprehensive equipment workshop. Great! The square has evolved to level 2, its purpose becoming more clear. From above, the square pulses with energy, a central hub for the heroes' activities. Jenna's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple as she considers the implications of these upgrades. She wonders aloud if this master person is a great mage. The upgrades are impressive, but how can this be possible? The master put his money into it. It makes sense, considering things are getting fun. Heroes experience various reactions and lively battles. It probably feels like he's playing with real people instead of a bunch of zeros and ones. The waiting rooms get better the higher we go in the tower, a sign of the master's continued investment. Anything's online time is set. He's probably an office worker. It looks like he's doing his research too and can spend money on the game. It's better than a broke student, right? He's rich enough to buy a new package for 65,000 won. The man smirks, a glint in his eye as he considers the game's economy. He notes the scarcity of free gems and the value of a paying player. With a determined gaze, Seojin Han prepares to initiate 10 summons, eager to see what heroes will answer his call. Elsewhere, a wave of disorientation washes over the newly summoned figures. Murmurs of confusion ripple through the group as they try to understand their surroundings. One of the summoned, a burly man with a concerned expression, wonders aloud what is happening, recalling being home just moments before. The confusion deepens as another summoned character questions if this is all a dream. Someone knows what's happening. Another man, looking around with wide eyes, demands to know who these people are. A figure silences the growing unrest, declaring that explanations are not a priority. Survival is the only thing that matters. A voice rings out, demanding attention. Who? A winged figure with a commanding presence, asks if anyone is a carpenter, directing them to go elsewhere. A voice calls out, wondering if anyone is a blacksmith, a tanner, or a cook. The man below looks up, confused, wanting an explanation as a fairy-like creature hovers above. The woman looks up, startled, wondering what that small thing is. A voice shouts for silence. The man states that they're giving out roles since there are new facilities. The man from before wonders what is happening. It is speculated that if the guys who died earlier were summoned, they might have had other careers. The system in the waiting room is changing. A strange structure stands tall. The winged girl shouts, asking if there are any carpenters amongst them. Seojin Han and Jenna discuss the roles, noting that there are many facilities now. Jenna asks what they're doing. Isel states that if the previous guys who died are summoned now, she is sure they could do non-combat jobs. The system of the lounge will change now. Someone says that if you don't have any stars, you have to use your body. As for useless people, it would be a waste to feed them with. Master will start to separate the useful ones. He will thin out the fresh 1 stars by sending them into the dungeon. Hurry up and get in there. If you can't adapt to the situation, you'll die from natural selection. It's probably stage 1. A dungeon entrance. Jenna wonders aloud if they should have explained things better. Han replies that there's no need to explain to people who die on the lowest stage. Descartes and Chloe are fighting monsters. Descartes shouts out the names of his comrades. Chloe says she can't fight monsters. Carl declares that he will fight with them. Isel tells someone to back off, stating that it's not their fight. Jenna wonders if that's how Han has always been. Isel asks to let Eren join the party. The group continues through the dungeon. Jenna says she wants to go back and eat, complaining that the master only made her eat potatoes. She's not sure if Isel has tact or not. It's bright, and something is looking at them. Jenna looks up, lost in thought. She muses on the perspective of a god looking down upon the world. Han reassures her, stating that the god isn't free to listen to every single person's voice. A screen displays that both Jenna and Han show distaste at the cooking. Their voices are not heard directly, but sent to the master with a filter. The screen flashes, declaring stage clear. Eren, spear in hand, is asked how many goblins he killed. He replies simply, 1. Another voice praises him, saying he understood the intent. Han turns back, calling out back. Jenna, walking away, asks if they are finally escaping potatoes. Elsewhere, a dining room comes into view. The building definitely got better, someone thinks, wondering if they can now eat expensive food since there's a dining room. Several people celebrate, one exclaiming that it's like they got the highest grade of lamb steak. Another says he's okay with turkey, as long as the master doesn't consider them useless. A voice asks if the person remembers what they just said. A bowl of potatoes sits, waiting. The air crackled with tension as Dolph, his face flushed, gestured wildly at the bowl of potatoes. There are condiments, he bellowed. But teach these are the only ingredients. Jenna watched with a mixture of amusement and concern, while Han observed the scene with a detached air. A thought bubble appeared above Dolph's head. Asterisk this bastard. He said he was a cook. Asterisk a stat box next to him showed his level as 1, class as novice, and possess skill as none. Han sat back in his chair, arms crossed, a sardonic expression on his face. He thought to himself, he doesn't even have a cooking skill. A disembodied voice echoed through the dining room. Does anyone else have a cooking skill? Dolph turned to a young woman standing nearby. Are you Chloe? Chloe, her eyes wide with surprise, stammered. And me? Dolph declared, you'll do the cooking from now on. A system prompt appeared. Will you make Chloe the cook? Dolph's spot will be taken. Chloe, looking distressed, exclaimed, wait, I will make something better. Dolph loomed over her, a stern expression on his face. Han watched the exchange with a hint of amusement. A close-up of the bowl of potatoes revealed a hidden menace. A voice declared, I compliment your situation reading, but if you wanted to lie, you shouldn't have lied about something you'll get caught on. This is the last time I'll overlook this. Dolph glared at Han, his face contorted with anger. The air crackled with unspoken tension. A table laden with various potato dishes shimmered with an ethereal glow. The humble potato had been transformed into a culinary masterpiece. Jenna, her eyes wide with delight, tasted a spoonful of the potato dish. Yummy, she exclaimed. So potatoes can have so many different tastes. Chloe watched with a nervous smile, eager to please. The 5th stage looms, a challenge of a completely different level. The selection of the party members has yet to be determined. Every 5 stages, the difficulty spikes, resembling the concept of a boss stage. Even Han Isrit isn't entirely confident in his survival. After the thinning, even with training, the question remains, how many will perish? And to what extent will the difficulty spike? The cards of Jenna Sarai, Han Isrit, and Eren Delcut are displayed. Enoch and Chloe are listed as support. The mission parameters become clear. Floor 4 is a zone of subjugation, and the goal is the annihilation of all enemies. A winged figure, masked and menacing, descends with claws outstretched, ready to tear into the fray. From the shadows, a monstrous maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth lunges forward, a nightmarish predator unleashed. The shielded warriors brace themselves. We'll be in your care, one calls out, while another offers a steadying reminder. Don't be nervous. A fallen comrade lies prone, but hope remains. You'll have a spear and arrows backing you up, comes the assurance, followed by a defiant battle cry, HIYH. The warriors, faces contorted in determination, raise their shields, ready to meet the onslaught head-on. A desperate struggle unfolds as a clawed beast tears into a defender, the sickening sound of rending flesh echoing through the chamber. UGH. From the rear, a hooded figure observes the unfolding chaos. That's the formation, he declares, a plan taking shape amidst the carnage. A rallying cry rings out, urging unity. Instead of individual power, combine all your strength. The result is a brutal, bloody conclusion. Keek. He declared that he could clear this stage all by himself, though the swordsman knew that if he got involved, the others wouldn't get any formation practice. The system announced the stage clear, Jeet and Hansen had leveled up, and Jenna was MVP. The rewards included 2,000 gold, 2 iron or C, and 1 leather C. The type of mission would be given on the 5th floor. Among the missions given, there was one that they wouldn't be able to do alone, and 2 figures bumped fists in acknowledgement. Aaron asked how it was, and another replied that it was a piece of cake as the group celebrated. Jenna commented that they did good, and Han agreed. The time that the master was logged off had increased a lot. In the second tentpole, they gained a blacksmith as well as a tanner and have begun to produce equipment. The blacksmith and tanner are collaborating with the carpenter to make the equipment. These were given to the new heroes and increased their survivability exponentially. For the main party, higher quality equipment was given. The team stood together, ready for the next challenge. And 3 people who weren't active were synthesized. There were people who never came to the training hall and said that they would run away while looking for the exit. Among them was Dolph, who had lied about his title. After a few days passed, he wondered if it was time for the 4th floor again, eager to progress to the next level. Seojin and Han confirmed with Isel that they would be heading to the 5th floor. Jenna, overhearing, expressed her excitement. Aaron cautioned that the 5th floor would be a little different, advising Han not to get too relaxed. Aaron's words were met with agreement. The team would keep that in mind as they ventured forward. Seojin and Han instructed the team to head to the city center first to determine the situation and fall into line. Han noted that the city was empty, devoid of both monsters and civilians. A chilling realization dawned. This wasn't a subjugation mission. Aaron's voice cracked with urgency, his finger jabbing towards some unseen horror. Youngnim, here, hurry. A skull lay discarded on the ground, a silent testament to the city's fate. Propped against a crumbling wall, a skeleton sat slumped, its empty sockets staring into the abyss. The protagonist, Han, stood with Aaron and Jenna, the weight of the scene settling upon them. Jenna observed that the bloodstains were all dried up. Aaron noted that the place was completely different from what they've been doing up until now. The protagonist added that it was nothing compared to this. Han's gaze lifted, his eyes fixed on the towering clock tower. You climb that clock tower? A figure began the ascent, their footsteps echoing against the stone. Yes, sir. From her vantage point high above, Jenna scanned the horizon. Do you see anything? The city stretched out before her, a desolate panorama of crumbling buildings and empty streets. Jenna's expression clouded with concern, her hand rising to her brow. I would like to think I saw this wrong, but... Below, Aaron called up to her, his voice laced with worry. What do you see, Miss Jenna? The climber continued their ascent, their voice echoing from above. Please wait. Jenna's face was etched with a deep unease. Is this okay? For it to be like this? The warning rings out. There are a lot of goblins outside the city. Han believes they're coming this way. Thousands of them. The mission details become clear. Floor 5. Mission category, survival. Goal, survive the horde of enemies. Goblin level unknown, but numbering 1846. A goblin's crimson eyes pierce the gloom. Aaron questions if he saw that number of goblins correctly. Aaron wishes it weren't the case. Han tells him to come down for now, reminding him not to be scared, that this mission isn't subjugation, but survival. They just need to stay alive for a certain amount of time. Aaron asks if they can hide then, right? A sign on the door reads, you cannot enter this area. Han knows they can't survive the horde. Inside the buildings, Aaron suggests they change their location first, asking how long they need to survive for. Han states that 10 minutes after the enemies arrive, they just need to stay alive for 10 minutes. Han's luck isn't good. 30 minutes remain. He notes the low probability of surviving a survival mission from past floors, only 9%. The team moves through the ruined city, the warriors suggesting they avoid the main streets and head into an alley. A reminder flashes in his mind. Heroes are often pulverized in low-rise buildings. The protagonist observed that there aren't any good buildings anywhere else, so in the end, the goblins will just burst through. He adds that they don't have any more time to look for another place. The team moves to a new location. Han notes that the passageway is small, so they just need to fight one at a time. It doesn't matter if they're in the thousands. Aaron shouts that they'll try it. The protagonist instructs the team to fight while taking turns, not to help out, and to use the time to catch their breath. Han tells Jenna that she'll be on standby in the middle of the intersection, using her arrows sparingly and only shooting when he tells her to. Jenna acknowledges the order. Aaron urges the team to make a barricade before the goblins arrive, reminding them that if the goblins penetrate through one passageway, they're all going to die. He declares that they've got it. 30 minutes. Han reflects that he doesn't think it's the lobby time, but instead aligned with real time. The timer will start the moment they face the goblins. He watches from the doorway, the dim light casting long shadows across the unfinished barricade. The air hangs heavy with the scent of damp earth and impending violence. A snarling face fills the view, red eyes burning with savage hunger. The goblin's tusks gleam, promising a brutal onslaught. The timer ticks down relentlessly. 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Time is running out. A voice cries out in frustration. Damn it, we couldn't even finish building the barricade. With a guttural roar, the horde surges forward, a wave of claws and teeth crashing against the makeshift defenses. The air vibrates with the sound of splintering wood. Seojin Han raises his arm, ready to meet the onslaught. His expression hardens, a grim determination settling over his features. Steel sings as a blade flashes, intercepting a goblin's charge. The metallic tang of blood fills the air. More goblins swarm, their grotesque faces contorted in a frenzy. The barricade groans under the relentless assault. A desperate cry pierces the din. They're coming. Seojin Han stands shoulder to shoulder with Eren, his voice ringing with resolve. Since it's come to this, make a wall with their corpses. Eren responds with a defiant right. A goblin is sent flying backward, a spray of blood marking its violent end. The defenders are holding, but for how long? Seojin Han stands firm, a bulwark against the encroaching darkness. His eyes gleam with a fierce light, promising a fight to the bitter end. The guttural cries of the goblins echoed through the chamber, their forms barely visible in the dim light as they press their attack. Jenna, her expression grim, called out to someone, "Let me know anytime you're tired." Han, his face streaked with grime, muttered, "It's one pattern. Block and then stab." A piercing scream tore through the air, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. The goblins, their red eyes gleaming with malice, snarled, "Huh, these bastards seriously." Eren, blood dripping from a gash on his cheek, shouted, "We just need to survive for 10 minutes, right?" Han's voice rose above the din, his tone sharp. "Have I ever lied to you?" More goblins surged forward, their numbers seemingly endless as they clawed and bit at anything within reach. The horde pressed in, a sea of snarling faces and glinting teeth, threatening to overwhelm the defenders. One of the goblins, its voice desperate, cried out, "We can't die in a place like this." A distant town basks in the fading light of day, its buildings huddled together against the encroaching darkness. A monstrous visage fills the view, its eyes burning with malevolent intent, teeth bared in a silent snarl. The creature's maw gapes open, revealing rows of jagged teeth and a glistening tongue, ready to strike. With a furious swipe, the beast lunges forward, claws extended, eager to tear its prey apart. Seojin Han's face contorts in a yell, his voice cracking as he barks, "Jeed, switch places with Hansen." Sweat beads on his brow, Han's breath coming in ragged gasps. He grits his teeth, muttering, "I can still go on." A sharp retort cuts through his determination. Jenna snaps, "Shut up. Just do as I say." A figure lies prone on the ground, defeated, the scene littered with debris and signs of a fierce struggle. Han's expression is one of frustration and exhaustion, his teeth gritted as he thinks, "Damn it, he still doesn't have enough stamina." A disembodied voice observes, "Not only is he low level, his techniques aren't good as well." The warrior kneels, sword and shield at the ready, his face grim as he reflects. He got all excited and wasted too much strength. One slash is enough. He knows that one slash per monster will maximize efficiency by using the least amount of stamina. Han will stab, slash, and stab again. But there's a lot of them. Way too many. Do they have no fear at all? They're just charging ahead, as if they just want to die. Switch again. Hansen. All right. That spot is in the most danger. Han shouts for Jenna to help guide. She is told to keep collecting the arrows she shoots. Jenna declares that she's been waiting. Jenna is told that she'll need to kill off the goblins that cross over. Got it. Eren responds, "Yes, sir. Ho-han." He grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. "Did you say to be 10 minutes? The warrior's expression twists in frustration. "It's only been 5 minutes. A monstrous, serpentine head lunges forward, jaws agape, ready to strike. Jenna's voice cuts through the din of battle, her tone sharp with urgency. "Stop coming up already. Fucking nuisances." Jenna stands firm, her stance unwavering as she prepares to defend their position. The sound of impact echoes through the battlefield, a brutal reminder of the ongoing struggle. Jeed's face contorts in a scream of pain, his body riddled with wounds. Jenna barks orders, her voice laced with concern. "Jeed, switch with Hansen. Jeed, hang in there. Don't care about him." Seojin Han shouts, his voice filled with determination. "And take his spot. Stop the goblins. Stop acting like a baby. You'll be healed once we return." Jeed's stats plummet as he falls into a state of fear, his hand trembling. My hand." Han Islet moves with blinding speed, his attack aimed at the encroaching vermin. "Damn, vermin." The attack connects with a resounding impact, sending the monster reeling. Bloodied and bruised, Jeed is urged to find his resolve. The air hangs thick with the metallic tang of blood and the stench of fear. Jenna, her brow furrowed with concern, attempts to staunch Jeed's bleeding. Another voice cuts through the chaos, a dire warning. If Jeed doesn't switch, Hansen will die. The sharp thwack of steel against flesh echoes as a figure, obscured by the fray, desperately stabs at a monstrous foe. The air crackles with unseen energy. A guttural cry escapes the fighter as they are struck by an unseen force, the impact sending tremors through their body. The force of the blow sends the figure hurtling backward, a blur of motion against the dark backdrop. A monstrous claw slashes through the air, a desperate attempt to tear through the fighter's defenses. The scent of ozone fills the air. With a desperate lunge, the fighter retaliates, their blade finding purchase against the monstrous flesh. A shower of sparks erupts as steel meets bone. A horde of grotesque monsters swarms forward, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The ground trembles beneath their advance. Hansen's voice, strained and desperate, rings out above the din of battle. His sword, he cries, is blunt. Gide, his face a mask of determination, agrees to switch. He declares that he can fight, a spark of defiance igniting in his eyes. Hansen, his face etched with worry, barks in order to get out and repair the sword. The urgency in his voice is palpable. A grim acceptance settles over the scene. The speaker states that they expected this, a sense of resignation hanging heavy in the air. The warrior continues to fight, blood splattering as he swings his weapon. He shouts, declaring that they can kill goblins even without the blade on the sword. A voice booms, countering that if swords don't work, then they should use the shield. The warrior continues his assault, cleaving through the goblin horde with brutal efficiency. Aaron, struggling, calls out, ordering Jenna to switch with him. He insists he can still fight. Jenna charges forward, her expression determined. She retorts, telling him not to be stubborn. Han grits his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. He thinks to himself that there are only 3 minutes left, and they need to hang in there for 3 more minutes. Han's expression twists in frustration. He curses, thinking he doesn't remember 30 minutes being this long. Aaron and Jenna switch places. Aaron, already winded, questions the order. Jenna assures him that even 10 seconds is a long break. Hansen orders the switch. He responds with an okay. Hansen then orders Jenna to shoot arrows on his side. Jenna questions the order, asking what but. A quiver full of arrows is shown, ready for use. Han grits his teeth, yelling that they'll all die if the goblins break through on Hansen's side anyway, and to use all of her arrows. The archer, bow drawn, is interrupted by Hansen's command. Hansen switch. Gnarled and vicious, the goblins advance, their eyes gleaming with malice. One of the goblins' eyes burns with a malevolent intensity. The goblin bares its fangs, ready to strike. Gide, battered and bruised, struggles to catch his breath. He groans, pain etched across his face. Blood trickles from Gide's mouth, his eyes wide with fear. Jenna stands her ground, bow still raised, but her expression is troubled. She glances back, questioning Hansen's order. WH what? Gide's name is called out in desperation. Gide is on the brink of death. His life is in danger. The air hung thick with tension as Jenna stood in the dimly lit hallway, the silence broken only by the distant sounds of battle. Her brow furrowed with concern as she gazed down at someone just out of view, her expression a mixture of worry and determination. Meanwhile, Gide, on the brink of death, lay gasping for air, his face streaked with blood and grime. He cried out in desperation. Elsewhere, Han Islet moved with a speed that defied the eye, a whirlwind of motion and fury. His face contorted in a savage snarl, the warrior pressed his attack. Back in the hallway, Jenna hovered over the fallen Gide, her expression torn. What do I do? She wondered aloud, her voice trembling with indecision. Gide, barely conscious, pleaded, Can you take over for a bit? Just for 30 seconds, just for a bit. Meanwhile, a monstrous figure lunged forward, its grotesque form a testament to the horrors of this world. Han Islet braced himself, preparing to meet the onslaught with unwavering resolve. The ground trembled as a massive foot crashed down, threatening to crush everything in its path. Han Islet fought against a horde of grotesque creatures, a lone warrior against an overwhelming tide of darkness. A figure collapses, a final, rattling breath escaping their lips. Han's face contorts in anguish, the name of the fallen barely a whisper. Kumknyum. Gide. The system announces Gide's passing, his fighting spirit to be forever remembered. Han can only manage a choked, okay. Jenna, her face a mask of grim determination, barks at him to focus on the fight. Jenna, Gide is already dead. Help over here instead of thinking about him, she shouts, steeling herself. He grits his teeth, raising his shield just in time to meet a monstrous assault. Jenna, bloodied but unbowed, cries out, Appa, how much time is left? Han, eyes blazing with fury and grief, vows to kill one more monster before the time runs out. He continues to fight, his sword a blur of motion. There's no point in this awakening shit if we all die. A primal scream tears from his throat as he battles on. A desperate plea echoes from the darkness. Hyungnim, save me. A desperate plea echoes in the darkness, a voice begging for salvation from an unseen horror. The words are choked with fear, a raw, primal scream against the inevitable. The scream intensifies, a raw, visceral expression of terror. It's a sound that tears through the silence, a testament to the unbearable pain and fear of impending doom. Tears stream down a face contorted in anguish, each drop a testament to the despair that consumes him. The weight of the situation, the loss, the fear, it all crashes down in a torrent of grief. A bandage covers a wound, a silent reminder of the battles fought and the sacrifices made. It's a mark of survival, but also a symbol of the pain that lingers beneath the surface. A figure is overwhelmed by a monstrous presence, their cries for help swallowed by the chaos. The scene is a desperate struggle against impossible odds, a fight for survival against a relentless enemy. Meanwhile, Han barks out orders, his voice a sharp command cutting through the tension. He urges Jenna and Eren to stay close, his determination unwavering despite the grim circumstances. A footfalls echo, each step heavy with purpose and resolve. The ground trembles slightly, a subtle indication of the power and determination behind the movement. A question hangs in the air, thick with dread and uncertainty. Are they going to die here? The unspoken fear permeates the scene, a chilling reminder of the precariousness of their situation. Han's voice cuts through the doubt, a sharp rebuke against despair. He demands they focus, his words a lifeline in the face of overwhelming odds. He barked the order, urgency lacing his tone. Jenna, go up the wall behind you. The wall loomed, a precarious path to safety amidst the chaos. Eren and Han fought back to back, a whirlwind of steel against a tide of snarling beasts. What are you talking about? Eren shouted. I'll go after you. The monsters surged forward, their eyes burning with a feral hunger. They're coming. Don't stab them, one snarled. Han's blade danced, deflecting claws and teeth with practiced ease. Monster at once won't do, he roared. A grotesque creature lunged, its fangs bared in a savage snarl. You want me to escape alone? The warrior met the monster's attack head-on, his eyes blazing with determination. From above, Jenna urged them on, her voice laced with fear and hope. I'm up. Hurry. Eren's heavy boot landed on the crumbling stone, the sound echoing in the confined space. Eren, go up too. Jenna reached down, her hand outstretched in a desperate offer of aid. Hold my hand. Eren's face was a mask of grim determination, sweat and grime streaking his features. His hand reached up, grasping for salvation. He cries out as an unseen force slams into him, the impact sending a shockwave of pain through his body. Jenna's eyes widen in alarm, her hand instinctively reaching for her bow. The force of the blow manifests as a crimson symbol, a testament to the unseen enemy's power. Another crimson strike lands, the air itself seeming to crackle with malevolent energy. Seojin Han grits his teeth, summoning a surge of blue energy to his hands. Above him, Jenna shouts a warning, her voice tight with urgency. Hold on. The blue energy intensifies, crackling around him like a protective shield against the unseen assailant. With a desperate lunge, Seojin Han slashes at one of the climbing monsters, his blade finding purchase. I'm cutting your foot off, he snarls. He continues his assault, the sword a blur of motion as he fights to keep the creatures at bay. A fresh wave of pain washes over him, and Seojin Han cries out, the sound echoing in the confined space. Meanwhile, a system message flashes. Eren has been inflicted with bleeding. His HP will be reduced for a period of time. Jenna, desperate, shouts, pull him up. Eren hangs precariously, a system message declaring he is on the brink of death. His life is in danger. The monsters swarm, stepping on each other in their relentless climb. One observes, they're stepping on each other to get up here. Another monster scoffs, wow, they're clever. Clever my ass. His face grim, Eren's spear dripping with monster ichor. Seojin Han hears Jenna's desperate plea over the din of the swarm. Use Eren's spear to stab them all, she shouts, her own face streaked with grime and blood. The platform is a tiny island in a sea of snapping jaws and grasping claws. The monsters surge upward, a tide of green and brown, their eyes burning with feral hunger. There's no escape if they break through. Jenna's voice cracks with fear and frustration. Kaya, Ak, I lost the spear, she cries, her red hair whipping around her face as she scans the platform in vain. The monsters claw at the edge of the platform, their numbers seemingly endless. Seojin Han grits his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. What do I do now? He wonders, his mind racing for a solution. The monster's claws, stained with dirt and blood, reach out with horrifying eagerness. Their eyes glow with a predatory hunger, promising a gruesome end. Seojin Han's voice is strained, his eyes wide with a mixture of desperation and resolve. It feels like it's been an hour. I'm serious. Just trust me and hold on. The monster's face is a grotesque mask of teeth and rage, its orange eyes burning with a primal fury. A digital timer in the corner ticks down, 0:32. A single claw, tipped with razor-sharp nails, extends toward the platform, a promise of pain and death. Seojin Han is surrounded, the monsters closing in from all sides. The air crackles with tension, the stench of their fetid breath filling his nostrils. His eyes narrowed. Seojin Han grips the hilt of his sword, his knuckles white with strain. Determination hardens his features, a silent vow to fight to the bitter end. The monsters press closer, their shadows looming over Seojin Han. He stands defiant, a lone figure against the tide of green and brown, his sword a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. The monster's face is a terrifying visage of sharp teeth and glowing eyes, a predator poised to strike. His face a mask of fury and pain. Han's teeth gritted against the onslaught. Each breath was a ragged gasp, the taste of iron thick on his tongue. He spat the blood onto the muddy ground, his eyes narrowed at the swarm. "You bastards," he snarled, his grip tightening on his weapon. A monstrous shriek echoed through the air as one of the creatures was struck down, its blood splattering against the dark earth. A primal roar tore from Han's throat, a sound of pure, unadulterated rage against the endless tide of monsters. The blade gleamed, reflecting the harsh light as it was drawn, ready to strike. A guttural cry tore from his throat, a raw expression of the fury building within him. Surrounded, outnumbered, but unbroken, Han spat out a curse, his voice a defiant roar against the encroaching darkness. "Bastard!" His grip tightened on the sword's hilt, knuckles white as he prepared to meet the onslaught. Another scream ripped through the air, a battle cry born of desperation and rage. The sound echoed, a primal scream against the encroaching darkness. Despite the odds, Han stood firm, the sword a beacon of defiance in the gloom. A message appeared, detailing the bleeding inflicted upon him. The horde closed in, their eyes glowing red in the darkness, but Han's voice cut through the din. "It's over." Is he dying? The thought claws at the edge of his awareness, a chilling question echoing in the distorted space. The fifth floor, the fucking fifth floor, the words reverberate, a desperate mantra against the encroaching darkness. Reality itself seems to unravel. This doesn't make sense. The world warps into a nightmarish landscape of crimson and shadow, a place where logic has no purchase. He doesn't understand why he has to go through all these troubles. Things like this never happen on Earth. The very laws of existence seem to bend and break around him. Why am I? The question hangs unfinished, lost in the encroaching madness. Why? The question explodes from the depths of his being, a raw, primal scream against the encroaching horror. The light blinds him, a stark, unforgiving glare in this twisted reality. His vision blurs, the world reduced to a single, pulsating eye. A sense of violation, of being watched and judged, washes over him in a suffocating wave. "Fucking bastard." The words are spat out with venomous fury as a monstrous visage looms before him, a grotesque mockery of life and sanity. The air crackles with malevolent energy. Enough. A surge of defiance courses through him, hardening his gaze. "Don't fucking mess with me. This is just the 5/4 floor. There's no way." The words are a desperate denial as the monstrous figures close in, their eyes burning with predatory hunger. The air grows thick with the stench of decay and madness. The monstrous figure lunges, claws extended, teeth bared in a savage snarl. The air vibrates with the force of its attack, a primal assault on his senses. The creature's jaws snap shut, missing him by a hair's breadth. The stench of its breath, a putrid mix of rot and decay, fills his nostrils, a visceral reminder of the horrors he faces. More of the monstrous figures descend, their forms shifting and swirling in the crimson haze. The air crackles with an unholy energy, a symphony of madness and despair. The monstrous figure, its features twisted in a grotesque parody of life, rasped, "I'd die in such a place." Blood splattered against its grotesque form as it struggled to maintain its footing in this nightmarish realm. A voice, laced with defiance and rage, echoed through the crimson-soaked air. "Bring it on, you bastards." Seojin Han's eyes burned with newfound power as the skill berserk awakened within him, a surge of raw energy coursing through his veins. Another figure, struggling to breathe, felt every fiber of their being scream in agony, a desperate battle against the encroaching darkness. The monstrous visage, teeth bared in a predatory grin, hinted at the brutality to come. The creature's voice dripped with malice. "Do you want to kill me? Get your best shot, then. You bastards." Han, fueled by the berserk skill, declared with unwavering resolve, "I won't fall here." The red aura intensified, a visual manifestation of the burning determination within him. The monstrous figures pressed closer, their grotesque features a tapestry of nightmare fuel. One of the creatures, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent, prepared to strike. With a grip tightening on his sword, Han stood ready to face the onslaught, the newly awakened power surging through him. He stood amidst the shattered remains, the air thick with the scent of ozone and spilled blood. Crimson energy pulsed from his very being, a raw, untamed power threatening to consume him. His grip tightened on the hilt of his sword, knuckles bone white against the worn leather. The cold steel felt like a lifeline in the face of the encroaching darkness. A guttural voice echoed through the chamber, laced with desperation. "Even if I do collapse." He took a step forward, each footfall a thunderclap in the oppressive silence. A trail of burning energy marked his advance, a promise of pain and retribution. A primal roar tore from his throat, a defiant scream against the encroaching abyss. I will never stop. The monstrous figures snarled, their red eyes burning with a hunger that knew no bounds. The air crackled with anticipation, a storm of violence about to break. The scream intensified, a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. The red energy flared, bathing the battlefield in an unholy light. The timer ticked down to 0, a silent countdown to oblivion or victory. The monsters surged forward, a tide of teeth and claws driven by an insatiable hunger. Their shadows stretched long and menacing, promising only death and despair. He charged headlong into the fray, a whirlwind of motion and fury. The red energy blazed around him, a shield against the horrors that awaited. His face contorted in a mask of rage and determination, the claws on his hand glinting like shards of ice. The beast within had been unleashed, and it would not be denied. The monsters recoiled, their eyes widening in a flicker of fear. The tide had turned, and the hunter had become the hunted. The last of the spectral beasts dissolved into shimmering motes, leaving the battlefield littered with their fading essence. Jenna stood amidst the remnants, her expression a mix of relief and exhaustion, while Han remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any lingering threats. Sweat beaded on his brow, grime streaking his face. The fight had taken its toll, leaving him drained but resolute. A surge of ethereal energy pulsed through the air, a visual echo of the battle's end. A crisp notification chimed, announcing their victory. Stage clear. Han, Jenna, and Aaron had all leveled up, with Han earning the title of MVP. The spoils of war materialized before them. 5,000 gold, a piece of iron ore, 3 units of leather, and 2 wooden planks. Another message appeared, congratulating them on clearing the 5/4 floor and unlocking the daily dungeon. It urged them to gather materials and strengthen their heroes in the waiting room. Discarded weapons lay scattered across the ground, silent testaments to the fierce battle they had just endured. The air crackled with residual energy, a lingering reminder of the magical forces unleashed during the fight. Han stood tall, his gaze fixed on the horizon, while Jenna trailed behind, her expression unreadable. The weariness etched on Han's face was undeniable, a stark contrast to the determination that still burned in his eyes. Jenna's eyes widened, her face a mask of disbelief and dawning realization. A soft chuckle escaped her lips, a hint of something dark and unsettling lurking beneath the surface. Huh. He stood, battered and bruised, the aftermath of the battle etched on his face. She looked up at Han, her voice strained. Help me up, Jenna admitted. I can't get up because I don't have much strength in my legs. Han reached down, his hand clasping hers. Yes, he replied, pulling her up. Seeing as how they were going to the waiting room, Han observed that they had cleared the floor. Jenna wondered if this was how it was from the 5/4 floor onwards, and if that was so, Jenna stated that it was a special case around this time. Han reflected that they would have been annihilated if even one person didn't play their part. The warrior continued, stating that missions aren't this difficult if there's a party. They were just unlucky at the worst possible time. Jenna responded, I know. As Han and Jenna walked away, a figure ran towards them, congratulating Han on a great job. Aaron approached, a hopeful smile on his face. He wondered aloud if Sheed and Hanson were inside, adding that Chloe had prepared some good food. The smile faltered as Han, his back still turned, delivered the grim news. What? Aaron breathed, the color draining from his face. The words hung in the air, heavy with finality. Han repeated, his voice low, I said they died. Aaron's eyes widened, the shock of the revelation etched across his features. In the distance, a figure called out, summoning those whose names were called to step forward. Jenna stood among them, waiting. A heavy wooden door, reinforced with iron, stands as a silent sentinel. Seojin Han lies in bed, the weight of recent battles pressing down on him. Rational, yet increasing battle power. He reflects that he didn't care much about who died, because death is common for someone like him who fights on the forefront of the tower. Han thinks to himself that he obtained the Berserk skill. Composure and Berserk can't coexist. The system message declares that this is definitely a bug. Composure helps to keep one rational, while Berserk causes one to lose rationality while increasing battle power. The protagonist's face is split between two sides, rational and battle power. He thinks it's... Han still doesn't know everything yet, but he doesn't want to think of anything at least for today. Lying in bed, the protagonist thinks it'll get busy again. So for now, he rests. Let's just rest. He balances on his hands, the world inverted. The training continues, pushing his limits. Jenna watches, her expression thoughtful. The question hangs in the air. Did he gain a new skill from yesterday's battle? Upside down, Han continues his handstand, the strain evident in his posture. Jenna crosses her arms, a hint of impatience in her voice. Why are you here already? Take afternoon naps. Jenna stut is drift. Anola jing hans dedikation. She's talented and hardworking. The redhead considers Aaron, who, compared to her, didn't get any skills despite working so hard. Still inverted, Han focuses on his growth. His growth cost is fixed at 5, a normal growth rate at 3 stars. Sweat glistens on Han's skin as his stats appear. Eyelet Han, level 9, novice class, with various skills and attributes. Han grits his teeth, pushing through the pain. Since he's close to the max level of 1 star, it's time for him to be promoted to 2 stars. Jenna reaches out, touching Han's abs. What exactly are you doing? This looks so nice. Han retorts. Can you get your hands off me? Han wipes sweat from his brow, looking slightly annoyed. He thinks to himself, his abs aren't even tired though. Jenna's expression is unreadable. She surprises him more by the minute. Jenna runs a hand through her braided hair, a furrow in her brow. She can't believe the other woman is fine after what happened yesterday. Aaron isn't coming out, she notes, adding that he must be having a hard time in his room. Han stands with his back to her, arms crossed. He usually comes out early for training, though, Jenna observes. It's the same for Daika, she adds, since the two of them really train very hard. Han's eyes narrow, his gaze intense. They're not like those guys, he thinks. Elsewhere, others train diligently. They're people who do anything to avoid being synthesized, one thinks. They'd rush down if the master log's on. Han reflects that Jeet and Hansen actually had good potential. They'd have been useful if they were allowed to become a little stronger, he muses. Jenna looks at Han, a slight smile on her face. Guys should have died instead of the other two, she thinks. Let's just focus on training, she suggests. The two stand together, the training grounds behind them. Being late, Han thinks. Aaron looks off to the side, a troubled expression on his face. Did you do anything wrong? Why are you making such a face? He wonders. If I had been a little stronger, the two of them. Han's expression hardens. They simply died because they were weak, he thinks. That's all there is to it, Han concludes. It's already been 1 month since I came to this world, a disembodied voice notes. It should be about 10 days in real time, the voice adds, as a vista of the city is shown. Based on the data he's gathered, a login pattern is becoming clear. The tablet displays the game's waiting room, a place where time flows 3 times faster than on Earth. The screen suggests that init logs in 3 times a day, morning, afternoon, and night. The tablet's display shifts to a battle scene, where time flows at the same rate as reality. If the time difference were also 3 times, 30 minutes would stretch into an hour and a half. A chibi version of someone exclaims that everyone should learn from Han, who has made them all proud. A disembodied voice praises Han for clearing the 5/4 floor, despite having what they consider a trash team, declaring him the master of masters. Jenna, her brow furrowed with concern, asks Han why she's suddenly acting like that. Han looks troubled as a chibi character yells about others sleeping while they're working hard, vowing not to let it slide. The word secret hangs in the air. A voice advises to leave them alone, stating they will all come out if called. A notification appears. Party 4 has been formed. Han, Jenna, Lewis, Joffrey, and Owen are listed, each name marked with a star. Jenna, now clad in a new outfit, appears surprised. A voice declares that the 5 people mentioned are now entering the crack of time and space. She wonders if it's those people and the 2 of them. A voice wonders if they've met them before, though. He and his party stand before the entrance to the dungeon, a towering archway of blue light and ancient stone. The air crackles with unseen energy, promising both danger and reward. The entrance shimmers, displaying a glowing lock symbol. Beneath it, text promises a daily dungeon filled with rare materials. A sign indicates they are about to enter Kindred Forest, with a timer counting down 11 hours. The protagonist, standing near a man with a concerned expression, notes that the dungeon has indeed opened. The man wonders if they are about to fight. The protagonist is asked his name. The man with the concerned expression introduces himself as Owen. Owen admits that with their strength, he doesn't think he'll be of much help. A voice assures them not to worry, that they won't have to fight. The group finds themselves in a lush forest, sunlight filtering through the leaves. A system message appears, confirming that Party 4 has entered the daily dungeon, Kindred Forest, and that they will collect materials and then return. A tip appears, stating that the type of dungeon will differ depending on the day of the week, and to please check before entering. Jenna glances around, wondering where the enemies are, and if this is a special mission like the 5/4 floor. In a chibi style, the protagonist is asked what he is doing. He replies that it's because it's funny, but Jenna disagrees. The rough texture of the dungeon floor brushes against a gloved hand. This place is known as the Daily Dungeon, a place to gather materials. Seojin Han stands before a shimmering, purple portal. A man behind him wonders what it is. Han thinks of it as a grocery basket, but the man calls it a trash bin. A notification appears. Han has gathered trash F. It advises that Tip's trash is not needed and should be thrown away. Han throws all the gathered materials into the portal, things like branches. Another notification appears. Han has gathered a branch. It warns that if he does that, the storage will pile up, but items are made from this. It also tips that if you collect 100 branches, you can turn it into lumber, but you'll need a carpenter's shop. The team stands together. One of the men asks if that's really all they have to do, and if they don't need to fight. Han replies that it's different for him, and tells them to follow him to go hunt. Jinna clicks her tongue, thinking she could get a relaxing time for once. Han walks through the forest, his footsteps crunching on the leaves. Jinna wonders what they need to hunt: wild boar, deer, or rabbits. Someone wonders if they will be able to finally eat some meat. The forest is lush and green, with shafts of light filtering through the trees. A deer-like creature with antlers made of branches stands in the distance. The forest floor is covered in lush vegetation, with glowing blue flowers scattered throughout. Jinna's eyes widen with excitement, her mouth agape. Han stands behind her, looking unfazed. A monstrous deer-like creature with feathered wings bellows, its voice echoing through the forest. Wait for me, meat. Jinna, brandishing a knife, grins Satsuyin Han. This looks delicious, she says, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Do you know how to butcher? With practiced ease, Jinna begins to butcher the creature, her movements swift and precise. A moment of silence hangs in the air, punctuated only by the sounds of the forest. Jinna, splattered with gore, watches as Seojin Han turns to leave. Where are you going? She asks, concern etched on her face. Han replies, split all the materials and put it into the dimension window. Don't leave anything out. Just focus on your hunt. I'm sick of eating only potatoes as well. A breathtaking waterfall cascades down a cliff face, sunlight glinting off the mist. The water plunges into a crystal-clear pool below, surrounded by lush vegetation. Seojin Han glances at the timer displayed on his HUD. 32 minutes and 45 seconds remain. There's 30 minutes left. Once that time is up, we'll probably return automatically, he thinks. Seojin Han's eyes widen as he spots something in the distance. Found it, he mutters. Seojin Han stands before a massive, ancient tree, its branches reaching towards the sky. A voice whispers in the wind, the queen of the forest. Too rare, deer-like monsters drink peacefully from stream. The text explains, the rare monster that appears in the daily dungeon's forest. A glowing, turquoise crystal floats in the air. A low-rank attribute stone, the text reads. It doesn't always appear, but the location it usually appears at is easy to find. He brought his foot down with crushing force, the earth trembling beneath his heel. The forest monster roared, its tree-like antlers shaking with fury. Seojin Han swung his sword in a wide arc, the blade whistling through the air. The sword connected, a flash of light erupting as steel met flesh and wood. Blasts of energy ripped through the air, tearing into the monster's form. Another strike landed, the impact reverberating through the forest. Again, the sword descended, a final decisive blow. Seojin Han stood over the fallen beast, its monstrous form defeated. The monster's face contorted in a final, silent scream. He smirked, a glint in his eye. Bring it on. Elsewhere, a monstrous visage fills the view, its features sharp and alien. Intense blue eyes glare upward, the words, IT, on hanging in the air. A figure stands ready, a gleaming blade held in a gloved hand. Sunlight filters through the dense canopy of a forest. Panic sets in as a man cries out, EK, a monster. From the shadows, a pair of red eyes pierce the darkness, the question, a monster, echoing in the air. A man's face contorts in fear, whispering, "No." The figure with the sword stands poised, demanding, Are you Han? Long legs are framed against a backdrop of eerie green light, the unseen speaker taunting, Can't you see? The corpse of some beast lies broken amidst the foliage. He walked alongside Jinna through the dense forest. The hunter stared up at a massive deer, its size defying all expectations. How is a deer that large? She wondered aloud, exhaustion evident in her voice. I'm tired as hell, so help me out. Seojin Han watched as Jinna collected something from the deer. He inquired, How many did you catch? A text bubble indicated that Jinna was collecting queen's blood. A disembodied voice declared that they had acquired 2 deer and a boar, ensuring everyone would eat well for now. Jinna stood over the deer, its horns severed. The voice continued, explaining that the horn couldn't be severed otherwise. The camera focused on the severed head of a horned creature. A voice mused that it was a female with a horn, adding, You can tell the gender just from the head? Another voice replied, Of course, I lived in the... Before trailing off. Jinna was bathed in light as she experienced another awakening. She seemed surprised, wondering aloud. Another awakening? Seojin Han, holding a glowing crystal, remarked that it should be easy for her. Elsewhere, a building stood silhouetted against the night sky, leaves swirling around it. A feast of meat was laid out, glistening under the light. A voice exclaimed, Meat? I missed eating meat. Jinna, standing beside Seojin Han, commented that they were so excited they'd already eaten a full deer. Han, his expression unreadable, stated, If you're done eating, follow me. Daily dungeons offer a structure where the dungeon location changes based on the day of the week. Today, the Simul Plateau is open. You can earn other elemental stones here. Han and Jinna have entered the Simul Plateau at the lowest rank. Jinna wonders if they can really get stronger by gathering materials. The crunch of a footstep echoes through the plateau. The sun beats down on the Simul Plateau. Jinna remarks on the great view and the cool wind. Han states that they need elemental stones to get stronger. Han wonders if these are plants of life. Han says he's seen the image of them before. They're a key ingredient in making healing potions, and he'll have to gather them later. The landscape of the Sinmeal Plateau stretches out before them. A monstrous wolf lunges, its jaws snapping shut with terrifying force. The air crackles with unseen energy as it bears down on Jinna and Han. The beast towers over them, its shadow engulfing the pair. Dust and sand swirl around its massive paws as it prepares to strike again. Jinna's face is a mask of grim determination, though a hint of fear flickers in her eyes. One wolf is nothing much. Han stands protectively in front of Jinna, his sword drawn and ready. Others may smell the blood, so make it quick. Jinna, splattered with grime and blood, grits her teeth, a fierce glint in her orange eyes. Yeah. Han's shadowed face is partially visible as he wonders what to do with the teeth and claws. Han examines a low-rank water elemental stone, a D-rank item, thinking to himself that he should rip them off and separate them. The stone is described as having the energy of the plateau and being used in many item crafting and hero promotion. From behind, Jinna's braided hair is visible as she thinks to herself that it's peaceful, but then says that after she wipes the blood off, it will be. Jinna's expression softens as she thinks how much she'd love it if it was always like this, just hunting and gathering grass, with food and a place to sleep. Han's face is shadowed as he thinks to himself that this would be paradise if there wasn't a master. Han's face is partially visible, splattered with blood, as he thinks that he was a past master too. Han's expression is grim as he hopes his master never comes back. The question hung in the air. Did the Nibelheimer guys think the same? Han's gaze drifted to Jinna, a silent inquiry in his eyes. She met his stare, her expression unreadable. "You don't want to fight?" he asked. He held the elemental stone, its cool surface a stark contrast to the heat of the unspoken tension between them. "Fighting isn't everything in the end," Han stated. Jinna's brow furrowed, her gaze intense. "Are you planning to make a spot for me? If the situation gets better, well..." Han's expression softened, a hint of concern in his eyes. "Aren't you going on that path?" A faint smile touched Han's lips, a silent promise of understanding. A few days later, sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, illuminating the entrance to a new dungeon. 4-6. Mission type, explore. Goal, investigate the unfamiliar location. A new voice chimed in, full of nervous excitement. "Daika has joined Party 1. I look forward to working with you." The blonde-haired man's eyes widened as he took in the surroundings. "Isn't a daily dungeon." Han stood ready, his gaze fixed on the entrance. Exploration, another uncommon mission. He cautioned everyone to lower their heads and bodies, keeping their voices down. The 5th stage, perhaps? The group hunkered down, concealing themselves as best they could. Aaron, however, seemed to have taken the instruction a bit too literally, ending up on the ground. Seojin Han reminded them that if they satisfied the requirements, they could safely pass the stage. There wasn't much here, so he told them not to get nervous. Unbeknownst to them, a cluster of level 8 goblins lurked nearby, their presence a silent threat. Daika noticed something unsettling. They had a blowing horn. The crude instrument, a symbol of potential alarm, sat ready. Han asked Jinna if she could see anything. Jinna reported a large gathering, estimating around 100 goblins. It was a trap then. Han realized that if they had fought without knowing, they would have been surrounded. Seojin Han instructed Jinna to shoot the goblin on the right. He then told Aaron that after he aggroed the other, he should put a spear through its head. Aaron acknowledged the plan with a simple, "Got it." The protagonist acknowledged the situation. "All right," he muttered, steeling himself for the coming fight. The air crackles with unseen energy. A spear blurs through the space, aimed with deadly precision. The face of a goblin contorts in a savage snarl, its red eyes burning with malice. Aaron raises his spear high, the point glinting in the dim light as he prepares to strike. With a swift, brutal motion, the spear plunges into the goblin's flesh, black blood erupting from a wound. The goblin's face twists in agony as the life drains from its eyes. The impaled goblin gurgles, blood bubbling from its lips. "I won't let you call for reinforcements." Aaron continues his assault, the spear a whirlwind of death as he cuts down another goblin. A blonde warrior stands ready, spear in hand, amidst the dense foliage of the forest. The green-skinned monster bares its fangs, its red eyes gleaming with malice. The warrior strikes, a surge of energy erupting from the point of impact. The monster reels from the force of the blow. The monster snarls, "I won't let you call for reinforcements." Seojin Han's blade flashes, cutting through the air as he attacks the monster. Jinna asks, her voice tinged with relief, "Is it over?" Han declares, "I'll go take a look around." Seojin Han stands, a determined glint in his eyes, ready for what comes next. He considered the implications. The hint given for the next stage weighed heavily on his mind. Now that exploration was available, Seojin Han mused, This couldn't be just a simple mission. Before him lay a village, crude wooden structures clinging to the mountainside under a sky heavy with impending rain. The goblin settlement sprawled, a haphazard collection of huts and palisades, seemingly carved from the very rock itself. A monstrous wolf, its jaws clamped shut by a crude metal collar and chain, stood guard amidst the ramshackle buildings. The ground was worn, the earth stained with the grime of countless goblin feet. Seojin Han observed the scene, a question forming in his mind. It's a goblin village, but was this a large goblin habitat? Red eyes glowed from the shadows, watching, waiting. The goblin's face was a grotesque mask of sharp teeth and jutting tusks, a predator's grin etched into its very being. Peeking from behind the rough bark of a tree, the goblin's gaze was predatory, its red eyes burning with a malevolent intelligence. A surge of energy crackled in the air, the blue light a stark contrast to the gloom of the village. The figure stood within a circle of shimmering blue energy, poised and ready for whatever lay ahead. He is questioned about his sudden retreat. Han explains he was merely looking around. The hunter admits he doesn't know what he saw, a revelation that frustrates him. Jinna warns Han of big trouble, sensing that events are unfolding faster than anticipated. Han acknowledges that strange people come by all the time. The protagonist notes that these new arrivals feel different, armed with weapons and exuding an unsettling aura. Han realizes they are here, the gravity of the situation sinking in. The high-rank heroes have arrived. The mercenaries stand ready. The pulverizing wolves mercenaries have appeared. Isel asks if the master used money. She confirms that he bought the newbie potent package that costs 50,000 won, wondering about the 2,500 gems and 50,000 gold. Seojin Han, standing beside a woman with worried eyes, instructs her to return to the kitchen, assuring her that they won't be harmed. A guard declares that the party will be dismissed here, implying that something special is about to happen. The guard reiterates that nothing changes just because some unique newbies are present. The scene shifts to a view of a grand building, possibly the location where these events are unfolding. Meanwhile, a woman with long, flowing black hair stands confidently, her expression unreadable. The focus narrows to her legs, clad in dark stockings and heels, hinting at a certain elegance and danger. A voice calls out a simple greeting, "Hello." A young woman with fiery red hair and freckles looks up, her expression a mix of surprise and curiosity. The red-haired woman introduces herself as Sirai, then politely asks the black-haired woman for her name. The black-haired woman responds, "Adis Callan." Sirai then points out Seojin Han, describing him as warm-hearted despite his indifferent appearance. A screen displays Adis Callan's stats, a level 1 thief with high agility and basic dagger skills. Sirai observes that Adis, as a 3-star, already has a class, noting her typical thief stats of low strength and HP but high agility, and that she's more of a dagger type. Eilert Han opens the conversation, confirming, "You're Adis, right?" The air hangs heavy as someone speaks, their voice a low murmur. "I'd like to talk to you. Do you have time?" Adis Callan, seated across from Han, is asked if she knows about this place. The conversation deepens, touching on the limits of knowledge. "There are things that I know and don't know. How much do you know?" Adis is asked if she remembers how she ended up here. She admits she doesn't know. Adis recalls being summoned to fight, but attempting to remember more causes her head to hurt. She's then asked if she knows about synthesis. The concept of becoming stronger by sacrificing others hangs in the air, a chilling implication. Han notes that there's a gap in information depending on the summon rank. Sarai chimes in, finding the pulverizing wolves mercenaries to sound pretty cool. Adis remembers working as a mercenary in Halcia, but was here when she... The group discusses the mercenaries, noting that Adis isn't just a 3-star, but also seems to be pretty skilled among them. They're all mercenaries, but there's a gap between them and Malmont, who was 2 stars. Sarai finds the situation to be so cool and romantic, prompting a surprised "Are really?" from Adis. She paused, a flicker of thought crossing her face, as if considering the implications of what was to come. The summons echoed, calling forth Avant, Jakin, Wave, Benign, and Adis. Seojin Han heard the call. The plaza beckoned, summoning him and his companions. A step was taken, the sound echoing in the silence. Jakin flexed his considerable muscles, bellowing, "Who called for me?" Adis heard the summons as well. "It seems the master called for us." Jakin's eyes gleamed with anticipation. "It's been so long since I ate meat." The sound of tearing flesh filled the air as Jakin devoured a hunk of meat. He added, "I'd like to see who the master is." 2 figures stood ready, preparing to heed the call. The woman looked concerned. "He said he wanted to eat meat and took a whole drumstick away. If we had used it for cooking, we could have fed 5 people with that, though." 2 figures began to move. "Let's go to the plaza for now." With an air of quiet authority, Avant has been chosen as the team leader of the pulverizing wolves. Whispers spread through the crowd, a sense of unease permeating the air. Something felt strange about the new arrivals. One man noted that they already had weapons. The crowd's apprehension grew. It didn't feel like they were good people. Exactly. The pulverizing wolves moved forward, their purpose unknown. Avant led the way, followed by Jakin and Adis Cowan. Jenna, what do you think? Adis looks kind, but I'm not sure about the rest. What do you want me to do? It'd be great if you do that. For free? You're strong, aren't you? Who is the one who slacked through training? Why are you asking for help now? Isn't begging and acting all subservient in front of those who look strong the way you guys survive? All of them aren't even close to Daika's level. All they did was act like they were training and ate the meat that Jenna hunted, even though they could have used their free time to learn skills from Chloe or the artisans. They were the kind of people who barely avoided getting synthesized while acting like they worked hard. A simmering rage began to bubble to the surface, a storm gathering behind those luminous eyes. The pulverizing wolves' mercenaries. Avant, Jakin, and Adis Cowan. A voice, laced with venom, commanded them to get lost. The man's expression hardened, a storm brewing behind his eyes. He warned, his voice low and dangerous, that his anger was a force to be feared. Fear widened his eyes, sweat beading on his brow as he stared into the abyss. Aaron, his voice tinged with bitterness, recounted his own near-death experience. He noted that while he was bleeding out, the others were slacking off. Aaron, standing beside Han, declared with a hard edge that they shouldn't be pitted. Aaron's face was a roadmap of recent battles, cuts and bruises painting a grim picture. He wondered aloud how the other knew. Han listened as Aaron dismissed his injuries as a simple duel, a request for it. Han, arms crossed, listened to someone speaking off-panel. Jenna stood nearby. A stage clear screen appeared, but the speaker dismissed the enemies as weaklings, not even worth getting excited over. A group of figures advances, their purpose unknown, but their presence commanding attention. Avant de Jax's piercing gaze cuts through the silence, demanding an answer. Who are you? A smirk plays on Eyelet Han's lips, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Me? Eyelet Han leans back, his expression unreadable as Avant de Jax stands nearby. He wonders if it is any of his business. A blonde-haired man's voice booms with indignation. Hey, who the hell are you to speak so arrogantly? A woman with red hair retorts that he was the one who first spoke casually to her. Avant de Jax's expression hardens, his question laced with a hint of threat. Who the hell are you? Avant de Jax introduces himself, declaring that he is the captain of the pulverizing wolves mercenary. Eyelet Han simply states his name. The question hangs in the air, a challenge veiled in curiosity. You have a weapon too. Are you a mercenary? Eyelet Han denies it, stating that he was a farmer. The sword rests beside Eyelet Han, a silent testament to a life far removed from soil. Avant de Jax's eyes narrow, a hint of disbelief in his voice. A farmer? Avant de Jax inquires if the people gathered are everyone that's here. Eyelet Han responds, asking what about it. Avant de Jax's eye, marked by a scar, reflects a deep intensity, hinting at a past filled with conflict and hardship. The master has started 10 consecutive summons. Han Eyelet wonders what heroes will appear, questioning the sheer number of summons out of nowhere. The synthesis process begins. The text indicates that heroes will be sacrificed to synthesize a new hero. A newly summoned group appears disoriented. One of them asks, "Where am I? What's this?" Another summoned character watches the scene unfold, muttering that the master has summoned useless people again. A voice commands, Jakin, Diamond, Lexigil, go into the synthesis center. One of the summoned figures questions the speaker, asking who they are and how they know his name. The speaker responds that the master asked them to go in, so they should just shut up and go in. One of the figures is asked, "Are you Diamond? You look like one." Seojin Han expresses disbelief, saying, "No way." Jenna responds with yes, but seems concerned. Jakin arrives, and someone tells him to bring one more with him. Diamond asks, "Who's Lexigil?" A character observes that it's their first time seeing paid summons, wondering if they just disregard everyone else. The summoned characters react in fear and shock. Seojin Han states that this is wrong. Jenna says that at the very least, they should be given a chance, questioning how this is allowed, and that Inning is making a great mistake. The narrative acknowledges the existence of talented one-star heroes, but emphasizes that most are useless. It's noted that someone is using one-star heroes for synthesis without any examination. Jakin feels as though he has gotten a lot stronger. He has leveled up. Avant's name is called out, along with two others. Someone demands to know what they are trying to do, as another begs to be saved. A figure commands that they be stopped from getting away. Someone asks what the other is doing, questioning if they're not also a part of the pulverizing wolves. A single tear rolls down his cheek. A hand grips the hilt of a sword, preparing to draw it. Isel is instructed to send a tip to the master. He is told that he won't know which one-star hero is useful without using them beforehand. Someone exclaims, "Wait a minute. Tips are given that if you don't try using the one-star hero, you won't know if they're good. How about taking the time to find out before synthesizing them right away?" So many things have happened that it's enough to change people. Jakin demands to know who the other is to get in their way. Someone responds that they were just giving him advice. Seojin Han's lips curved into a sinister smile, his eyes glinting with an unknown intent. He tilted his head, a silent question hanging in the air. Why so glum? A roar tore through the air as Jakin, face contorted in fury, branded someone a fucking lunatic. The veins in Jakin's neck bulged as he continued his tirade, spittle flying from his lips. A voice, laced with nonchalance, admitted to a deliberate miss. Jakin's rage was now directed at Jenna, his booming voice echoing with the accusation. Bastards. A sharp, commanding voice cut through the tension, demanding silence. A question hung in the air, laced with threat. Did they even know who they were dealing with? Han's voice dripped with disdain as he delivered his verdict. I do. You're trash. A malevolent power seemed to emanate from Seojin Han, his eyes burning with an eerie blue light as his smile widened. A system notification appeared, declaring the formation of hostility between Han and the Pulverizing Wolves team, a note advising awareness of the relationships between heroes. A desperate plea echoed, a voice crying out that it was forbidden for heroes to fight amongst themselves. A chilling question hung in the air, a veiled threat of punishment from an unseen master. He didn't think it was forbidden, but Jenna countered that it was true. But still, Seojin Han's gaze narrowed, his expression hardening as he considered the question posed to him. A low growl rumbled in Avant's throat, a prelude to the words about to be unleashed. Avant's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint flickering within them. Don't bullshit, he spat. The accusation hung in the air, thick with animosity. You're a thief troop, Avant declared. Avant's expression hardened, a warning laced in his tone. I'm being nice here, and yet you're crossing lines. Seojin Han listened, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face as the woman with the large bows in her hair spoke of Isel and others getting in the way. Avant then asked, Want me to cut you in half? The woman with the large bows in her hair continued, her words laced with disdain. They'll be the culprits of causing chaos to the waiting room's order and reducing efficiency. But still. A cold smile played on Seojin Han's lips as he declared, Open duel. The gesture was clear. A challenge had been issued and accepted. The system chimed in, announcing that Han was requesting a duel with Avant. The screen explained that duels were a way to resolve conflicts between heroes. Avant, in the meantime, wondered what they even did to him. Seojin Han's smile widened, a hint of menace in his eyes. Just think of this as a crazy dog biting you. Avant's voice dripped with condescension. I know how guys like you behave. The long-haired figure continued, his gaze fixed on someone just out of sight. What you're doing now is because you decided that no one's strong enough, right? Seojin Han listened intently, his expression unreadable. And even if you consume a new 1-star, it wouldn't be enough, would it? Jenna's voice rose in alarm. What the hell are you saying right now? She paused, her tone shifting to resignation. If he wins, he'll consume me. Avant's eyes narrowed, a predatory glint in their depths. A system message appeared. Avant agreed to the duel, both heroes deciding on the condition of synthesizing. Do you agree? Avant mused. This is interesting. Seojin Han's lips curve into a confident smirk as he declares an open duel. The challenger's hand gestures, emphasizing the gravity of his declaration. A system message appears, indicating that Avant has agreed to the duel and both heroes have decided on the condition of synthesizing. The system awaits a final confirmation. Avant watches with amusement, finding the situation interesting. The glint of steel catches the light as Avant's sword is subtly revealed. The system message persists, the no option highlighted as Seojin Han's gaze pierces through the panel. Jenna's voice carries a hint of challenge, questioning if anything is a coward. She then instructs someone to bring the others back to the accommodations. Jenna asks if he will be okay alone. Han states he's confident, as Jenna guesses that he won't lose. A system message confirms that Avant has agreed to the duel, and both heroes have decided on the condition of synthesizing. The system awaits a final confirmation. Another system message declares that the duel between Han and Avant will begin. Avant proposes a condition. The duel will end once one of them surrenders. He awaits Han's agreement. Avant, a sinister smile playing on his lips, declares that he won't kill Han, as he needs a living sacrifice. From the sidelines, Jenna asks if Han will really be okay, her voice laced with concern. She instructs Isel to ensure no one interferes. Avant looks down at Han, sneering that he can't believe Han hasn't unsheathed his sword, calling him a fool. Han's eyes narrow, a storm brewing within. Though he is only level 2, Avant notes that Han's strength is already close to 20. It is also noted that he has basic swordsmanship at level 3. Avant's eye twitches with anticipation, or perhaps a hint of unease. But a system message declares that Han has gone berserk. A crimson aura begins to emanate from Han, filling the air with a palpable sense of power. The crimson aura intensifies, engulfing Han in a fiery rage. Crimson energy crackled around Avant, a dark amusement twisting his lips. He thought to himself, how dare he act up when our level difference is so big? With a speed that belied his slender frame, Avant swung his blade downwards, the air itself seeming to crackle with anticipation. The sword slammed into Han, the force of the blow reverberating through his body. A strangled gasp escaped Han's lips as pain exploded through his senses, his eyes widening in disbelief. Avant, showing no mercy, channeled more power into his blade, the crimson glow intensifying as he prepared another strike. Again, the sword descended, a blur of motion and malice. Han's face contorted in agony, blood trickling from a fresh wound. The blade, now stained crimson, gleamed ominously in the dim light. Han's hand trembled, barely able to grip the ground beneath him. Avant pressed his advantage, the tip of his sword now resting against Han's throat. "It'll hurt more if you move," he warned. A primal scream tore from Han's throat, a raw expression of pain and defiance. Avant's eyes narrowed, his voice dripping with disdain. "Say you surrender." He leveled the sword, the steel glinting in the dim light. "Speak clearly. I can't hear you." A voice, raw with desperation, cut through the air. "Stop it. We lost. Leave him alone." Avant glanced down at Han, his expression unreadable. "Leave him alone? Were you guys going to leave those other people alone just now?" A disembodied voice questioned the situation. How are these two things related?" Han's face contorted in fury, his voice a ragged shout. From the shadows, a voice declared, "Then it is." Han, battered and bruised, struggled to sit up, his gaze fixed on something unseen. "And why are you kicking up a fuss when we both agreed to this duel? The ones in the duel will decide when we stop or not. The loser just has to surrender for all this to be over." He coughed, blood splattering on the ground. "Aye, sir, URP. However, it'll continue." A figure, shrouded in darkness, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent, whispered, "He's my prey." The shadowed figure's gaze intensified, a chilling promise in their eyes. Meanwhile, one of the masked figures sneered, "That nut job. Do you think you'll be fine after this? Do you know who we are?" Adis Callan, ever observant, inquired. "Adis, are the pulverizing wolves really mercenaries?" The shadowed figure's face remained obscured, their voice a low growl. "It used to be, but now—" He trailed off, his expression unreadable in the shadows. Avant's smile widened, a predatory glint in his eyes. The question hung in the air, Avant's gaze piercing. Why was Adis with him? His red eye narrowed, a silent threat. Adis stammered, explaining that it was because of her father's request. Avant pressed, urging Adis to think carefully. Was she going to side with Trash, or join him? A gloved hand clenched, a silent warning. Avant's voice rose, laced with fury. How dare she try to appeal to the enemy? Did she have a death wish? The sound of a brutal attack echoed. The small fry was too noisy. Avant's hand reached out, a promise of pain. He declared that this was the end for Trash. Han coughed up blood, the taste of iron filling his mouth. Avant's voice booms, the threat hanging heavy in the air. Adis, you know the price a traitor has to pay, right? The sound of her boots echoes on the stone floor, each step measured and deliberate. Adis's eyes narrow, a flicker of defiance in their depths. Avant stands beside Adis, the text box confirming what was already suspected. Adis has quit the pulverizing wolves mercenary group. Standing on the right side really makes all the difference. A figure, shrouded in shadow, curses under their breath. Damn it, I don't have business with the rest of you. Get lost. A desperate plea hangs in the air, a last-ditch attempt at surrender. I, Surandash. A guttural snarl tears through the silence. K.U.K. Arg, I'll make you regret for messing with me. A voice, raw with impatience, demands a swift end. Gah, I'm tired of this now. Say it quickly. The cry of bastard echoes through the scene, fueled by rage and frustration. A young voice, sharp and unwavering, cuts through the chaos. The duel isn't over. You can't interfere. The air crackles with hostility as threats are hurled. Get away, you rat. I'll kill you if you get in our way. A strange energy emanates from the figure, a silent promise of power and destruction. Crimson eyes flare with malevolent intent. A voice, dripping with dark satisfaction, declares, "Gotcha." The unseen figure vows, their tone hardening, that they won't let it slide a second time. A surge of dark energy crackles through the air, a prelude to some unseen devastation. The figure commands, their voice echoing with authority, not to interfere. Names are listed, each having returned to the goddess embrace. The words sudden death hang heavy in the air, attributed to suicide due to stress. A voice, laced with uncertainty, wonders aloud how they performed. Agony contorts a face, tears streaming down as a single word is spat out. You did. The figure begins to speak, the single word hanging in the air, unfinished. Eyes, narrowed and intense, observe the unfolding events with unwavering focus. With a surge of power, Han dispels berserk mode, the orange energy fading into nothingness. Han admits to a headache, wondering if it's a consequence of using berserk, resolving to avoid it unless absolutely necessary. The system declares that Han has won against Avant in a duel, and Avant will be used for synthesis. Someone notes that the master is touching the screen, speculating that he probably wants to cancel the duel, but shouldn't have allowed it in the first place. He leveled up, the words basic sword shield technique and pain tolerance flashing before his eyes. It didn't feel bad. What should they do? Would the master just quit the game? If he was going to quit, he would have done so after he synthesized a 4-star with him. This hero has reached the max level. If you want to increase his level, please promote him. Seeing as how he did 10 consecutive summons just to synthesize, he must be looking forward to using them. They were duds. They were left alone. The waiting room would be in total chaos. He'll probably thank him in the future, but he's probably fuming in rage now. And he's gotten MVP in most of the battles. Sis now, he won't be able to climb the tower. Hey, anything. What will you do now? They were duds. Try synthesizing me if you dare. If he was stupid enough to use him in synth. Pulverizing Wolves Mercenary. Elsewhere, the town sprawled, a collection of buildings nestled within protective walls. Seojin Han glanced to the side, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. He found himself surrounded, the townsfolk pressing in close. One man, eyes wide with admiration, exclaimed, "Han, you're really amazing." A childish squabble erupted, the two figures trading insults in exaggerated tones. A voice cut through the chatter, demanding silence. Rumors swirled through the crowd. Whispers of dangerous newcomers threatening violence spread like wildfire. Han sighed, his expression weary. You guys are misunderstanding something here. The man gestures, explaining that they aren't shameless, but grateful for being alive because of someone. A voice declares that from now on, they too want to express their gratitude. A close-up of Seojin Han's eye reveals his inner thoughts. He thinks that the only people he saved were the newbies who just came in. Seojin Han states that this has nothing to do with them all. A voice asks what they're talking about. It is noted that the master seems pretty furious. The names Lewis, Joffrey, Owen, Audio, Arnold, and Duncan are listed. A voice commands all 6 of them to gather in front of him. It's noted that he was quick at catching hints. The man explains that's how he was able to move so quickly. He tells everyone that it's okay, and they're just going to kill some goblins as usual. Someone observes that if a party is being formed, there'd only be 5 names being called, questioning why there's 6 people being called right now. Seojin Han stands with Jenna, as a voice says it's for synthesis. A group of people stand in a room. Panic seized the crowd, their faces contorted in fear. A blonde woman covered her mouth, while a man with reddish-brown hair screamed, his eyes wide with terror. What would they be doing while others trained in a body of sweat all day? The man's face, flushed with anger, twisted as he barked. What nonsense is that? We did our best. Seojin Han's expression hardened, his gaze unwavering. A taller man, arms crossed, questioned, "Do you guys think they really did their best?" Jenna, her brow furrowed in thought, asked, "Did they ever help you with hunting before?" A voice echoed, stating that they did help to carry the meat and leather that was butchered. A man, his face contorted in rage, spat, "Even livestock can carry stuff. It seems you're only worth as much as livestock." A figure was struck by a surge of blue energy, the impact echoing with a sickening kook. A voice, laced with malice, declared, "I said, come out to the plaza. Do you not hear me? You guys always try to climb over my head when I'm being nice." Desperation filled their voices as they pleaded, "Please help us. Master will do everything you ask." Seojin Han, his expression unreadable, wondered aloud. Who will they be synthesized with? Jenna responded, "Probably Adis, since she's a new summon, her level." A surge of defiance. There was no way she was going, not even once. A desperate plea echoed, begging for just one more chance. Before they had arrived, it hadn't mattered who it was, the woman declared. A voice, laced with warning, cautioned against trying to piggyback off them or thinking someone would protect you. If you want to live, prove that, the voice continued. A wave of fear washed over the group. Trembling hands betrayed his inner turmoil. He wasn't talented in fighting. Even holding a sword made him shake. What should he do? Chloe, Enoch, Alter, Patrick, he called out, adding that if someone wants to learn your techniques, teach it to them. It's not that easy to learn blacksmithing, though, the man with the gray beard mused. Eyelet Han's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes gleaming with a hint of challenge. He thought to himself, they'll learn somehow if they're motivated enough. He continued, a low promise rumbling in his chest. If you want to fight, come to me. I'll beat you to a pulp. Neutral Sarai, her red braids swaying slightly, addressed someone off-panel, her tone firm. If you want to learn hunting and butchering, then go to Jenna. And if you want to learn carpentry, then go to Enoch. Jenna continued, her expression serious. There are tons of ways to survive. You guys just haven't been doing anything. Jenna, looking at Han, scoffed me. You must be kidding. Han, his face partially obscured by shadow, responded, you told them all how to survive, didn't you? Jenna retorted, she's not wrong. Han's eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, his expression grim. The synthesis that happened was just anything venting his anger. But there were people who'd be consumed eventually, even if it weren't today. Elsewhere, a voice echoed from the tower. We're closing on the 10th floor. It's time a second party is needed. The voice continued, not just a lousy secondary party, but one that's strong enough to be on par with the main party. Morning. The town lay nestled within its protective walls, a scene of relative peace. A woman with dark hair greeted Han. Hello, Han. The aroma of freshly baked bread fills the air, a comforting scent in the midst of their trials. Seojin Han eyes the baked goods. A woman in a baker's outfit presents the bread, explaining she used to be a baker. Han notes that they don't have wheat, but the baker explains she ground potatoes to make wheat. The woman's ingenuity is met with approval. This will reduce the stress in the waiting room with more types of food. We can be found in the daily dungeon, Sinmeal. Seojin Han instructs Plateau to go and get what they need from there. The scene shifts to a training area. Han tells Adis to follow him to the training center. Adis and Jenna stand ready as Han gives instructions. Seojin Han instructs Jenna to train with Adis, using daggers. Jenna looks concerned. She wonders aloud that she's only good at bows. A close-up shows a dagger being wielded with practice skill. Adis practices with the daggers, her movements swift and precise. Jenna's gaze hardens, a flicker of resolve igniting within her orange eyes. A faint blue aura surrounds them both as they prepare to spar, the air crackling with latent energy. Jenna's eyes widen, a silent disbelief etched upon her face. I can't believe someone so young is so strong, she thinks. The red-haired woman grips the dagger, a determined glint in her eyes. I'm not young. I'm old enough, she declares, steeling herself. Adis shifts her weight, her dark eyes focused and intense, ready to strike. With a burst of speed, Adis lunges forward, dagger aimed at her opponent. All right, let's do this, she shouts. The training ground floor is marked with intricate patterns, glowing faintly with an inner light. Adis's breath comes in ragged gasps, the exertion evident in her every movement. A memory surfaces. A younger Jenna and Adis, looking far less confident, stand side by side. Jenna recalls their earlier days. Were you both mercenaries? Or were you from some famous martial family? She had asked. Adis had replied, Nope, I'm just a hunter's daughter. Adis continues, We weren't this strong from the start. We probably were way weaker than you are. We only became this strong after training here. Han watches them, arms crossed, a knowing smile playing on his lips. I'd have been in trouble if the other pulverizing wolves focused on training instead of acting up. Adis, you may be weaker than us now, but you have skills and growth stats that are far better than other one-star heroes. You'll be able to close the gap between us as you level up. He stared down, a wave of disbelief washing over him as the echoes of past struggles resurfaced. A memory flickered, a blonde figure, relentlessly pushing through a grueling training course, yet still falling short. The words of encouragement, now laced with a bitter irony, hung in the air. In any case, you can become as strong as the amount of effort you put in. Don't slack in training. A smirk played on her lips, a glint of orange fire in her eyes. I'll bear that in mind. She internalized the words of promise and a challenge all in one. A man with blonde hair sprints forward, his expression strained. In the distance, other figures move with purpose. A voice wonders if this is the aftermath of yesterday's mass synthesis. More of them are here now, as a figure practices their swordsmanship against a wooden training dummy. The blonde man continues his training, striking a wooden dummy with practice force. If they don't want to die, they don't have a choice. They can only increase their own worth. However, there still aren't enough of them here. The man thinks, his gaze intense. The man continues his training, his movements precise as he strikes the dummies. He turns to the blonde man, calling out, You, me? What's your name? The blonde man responds, I'm Usher Roderick. I heard about what's going on. There's an existence known as the Master, and we were summoned here to fight. Seojin Han states, I've ingrained what you said yesterday in my mind. Han asks, Here? I was a porter for mercenaries. A voice echoes, detailing the willingness to carry luggage, stand guard, and set up camps. Seojin Han smiles, a hint of self-deprecation in his expression. He acknowledges that he fights well, even though that's all he does. A sinister smile spreads across a face, hinting at darker intentions. Seojin Han speaks with conviction, urging someone to see if they have the potential to become a mercenary. That evening marked the beginning of the weeding of newbies. The master remains indifferent to whether they become supporters or not. Although Aaron participated in the fight, he wasn't chosen to level up. 2 people died. They were used for synthesis. The synthesis target was Usher, who became level 3. The other people would go into daily dungeons, as per usual. The mine from which fire attribute stones can be gotten still isn't open yet. And that day's dawn. Meanwhile, a voice grumbles about being called at dawn, expressing sleepiness. The man in black silences the group, his arms crossed. He asks if anyone knows why they've been summoned. The group stands in anticipation, awaiting an explanation. The blonde man raises his hand, suggesting they decide the party members. Jenna, her brow furrowed, wonders if the master isn't the one who decides the members. A hand reaches into a container filled with sticks. From now on, the voice declares. The group watches intently as the decision is made. Seojin Han announces that they'll all be drawing lots. The blonde man explains that they'll split into 2 parties using lots. The hand holding the container clarifies that since there are 6 of them, it'll be 3 members per party. Avant seems to be in deep thought. He offered a reassuring word. No one was getting abandoned here. Adis Callan considered the plan. There would be 2 leaders, she and Han. Jenna believed she would be a good fit, but Adis dismissed the idea. Jenna protested, feeling slighted. Why do they need to split up anyway? Han wondered if they had enough members, but trusted the master to sort out the remaining members himself. The gap in abilities within the party was too big, and the party was in danger when Jeet and Hansen couldn't keep up. If one party could clear all the floors, there'd be no need to split into 2 parties. But the number of parties needed for a mission would increase later on. In a special mission, tens or even hundreds of heroes would be needed. It'd be a problem if they weren't around the same levels, and there's a need. It's too dangerous to focus all the fighting force. To build a secondary party in case the main party is annihilated due to an unexpected situation. Much thinking, but there's a certain way to go about it for paid summons. Han can only hope he realized this. Red would be him, and blue would be Adis. There's no need to be happy if you're summoning without anything. He placed the markers into the cup. Anything has been summoning without. All right, let's start. Jenna holds up a red marker, a mischievous grin on her face. Malmont Carl stands beside her, a similar marker held aloft. Ruckus if I got blue. This is great, he says, a hint of amusement in his voice. Jenna declares, I'm red. Malmont Carl turns to face Han and Adis. As well, he says. Adis, arms crossed, replies, no need for the rest to check. Then, looking at your expressions. Malmont Carl's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Ah, that's not it. It's just, he stammers. A voice from off-panel responds, I know. The voice belongs to Han, who looks down, a slight smile playing on his lips. I'm new here and don't have much experience in real fights. I understand your reactions, he says. Han's eyes narrow, a determined look on his face. A voiceover explains, objectively speaking, there's a huge difference in fighting abilities, but that can't be helped. Han smiles, looking at Jenna and Malmont Carl. You guys will be left behind if you can't catch up to us, he says, a hint of challenge in his voice. Jenna smiles back at Han, placing a hand on her hip. I know, since I saw the synthesis yesterday, she says. Adis adds, don't worry, we won't lose to you. The air crackled with anticipation as the orc-like creatures lunged forward, their crude blades glinting menacingly. The stench of wet fur and mildew filled the air as they closed the distance, their guttural snarls echoing through the forest. Jenna, ever vigilant, reacted instantly. A shimmering blue arrow materialized in her outstretched hand, humming with arcane energy. With a silent prayer to the forest spirits, she loosed the bolt, the air itself seeming to bend around its path. Malmont Carl watched the display, a wave of relief washing over him. What a relief, Han, he exclaimed, his voice echoing slightly in the damp air. I think we can handle this. You guys just observe. A low growl rumbled in Han's throat, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the approaching horde. A surge of power coursed through him, and he thought, I'll get rid of them all. With a burst of speed, Han became a blur of motion, his sort of mere extension of his will. Red energy crackled around him, the air growing thick with the scent of ozone. Sweat beaded on his brow as the power surged, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The world seemed to slow around him, the approaching orcs now moving like figures in a dream. The red energy coalesced into a blinding sphere, a miniature sun of destruction. At its core, a searing yellow light pulsed, promising annihilation. From the sphere erupted a storm of crimson blades, each one humming with lethal intent. They sliced through the air, leaving trails of distorted light in their wake. The orcs stood no chance. The crimson blades tore through their ranks, flesh parting like paper before a hot knife. Their snarls turned into screams of agony as they were ripped apart. One orc, caught in the full force of the attack, had its face contorted in a silent scream. Blood sprayed from its ruined features as the energy consumed it. The onslaught continued, a whirlwind of red death cutting through the remaining orcs. Limbs flew, bodies crumpled, and the forest floor became slick with blood. Finally, one of the orcs was sent flying backwards, a broken and bloody mess. The battle was over, leaving only the stench of death and the echo of screams in the air. The rain continued to fall as the warrior stood, his back to Jenna, who wondered if she should wrap things up. Han, his face streaked with rain, declared that they should start exploring. The river flowed, its currents a silent guide. And thirdly, Han stood before the dam, wondering if it had collapsed. Meanwhile, Jenna asked if they were done for the day, adding that she wanted to shower first. Adis told Aaron to do whatever he wanted, but not to overtrain and ruin his body. Aaron replied that he was thinking of going to the training center. 2 figures are presented as character cards. On the left, Amarin, with a somber expression. To the right, Alter, his gaze stern. A voice calls out to Aaron, ordering him to stay put. The man named Aaron turns, a bewildered expression on his face as he asks what's going on. The voice continues, now instructing Aaron to fetch Adis. He simply replies, okay. A system message appears, asking if the user would like to proceed with charging their phone bill for the next month. The system confirms that the payment has been completed and the rewards have been sent via mail, prompting the user to confirm them. The system announces that the master is starting a high-rank summon, consuming 1,000 gems. It asks if the user would like to proceed. The man with black hair states that he expected this, noting that there are people who never purchase anything but won't stop at one once they purchase. A narration box describes the fascination with the AI's intelligence and the fun of observing the heroes when first logging in to pick me up. The narration box continues, stating that new users were pretty fascinated by the synthesis system and heroes clearing stages, highlighting the fun of observing humans. The fun of supporting heroes is depicted in a scene with several characters. A series of clicks and chimes echoed through the virtual space, signaling a new development. The system announced the acquisition of a rare hero, Ialka. Another notification chimed, revealing the acquisition of hero Roderick. A grizzled man with a stern gaze demanded, "Who are you?" Jenna's eyes widened, a gasp escaping her lips as she began to speak. Her foot shifted slightly on the stone floor. Jenna exclaimed with surprise, "Ack!" A heavy thud echoes. Jenna lies sprawled on the ground, seemingly disoriented. Seojin Han wonders aloud about her condition. He doesn't seem to care about her, assuming she will get up on her own. He is more concerned with her clothes. Another man observes that she is an aristocrat, a statement that is met with a questioning tone. The man reflects on the aristocrat, noting her immaturity and wondering what brought her here. It seems she can't even get up because she's so embarrassed. The aristocrat remains on the ground, her face flushed with embarrassment. Elsewhere, a panoramic view reveals a walled town, bathed in sunlight. A closer view of the town shows its layout and architecture. Back inside, Ialka stands with Roderick, clarifying that they're not dealing with the concept of levels or skills. Ialka expresses a feeling of being hypnotized and a need to do something, wondering if he must fight with enemies that he doesn't know about. Seojin Han asks if they are here, and another man responds that he will tell him the details after they draw lots. The man explains that if they pick blue, it will be that old man, and if they pick red, it will be that woman, a veteran guard with lots of experience and an immature aristocrat. Roderick stands beside Ialka, who states the obvious, that one choice is better than the other. Jenna bounds into the room, announcing her arrival with a cheerful, if slightly breathless, "Coming." Han's gaze is fixed on the container, the source of their impending fates. He notes the subtle difference in the lots, realizing that the one on the right is red, which means the one on the left is blue. He wonders if Jenna noticed as well. The moment of choice arrives. Han reaches for one of the lots. His hand closes around the fate he has chosen. Han realizes he has chosen the left one, the correct one. Ialka watches with a knowing expression. Han's eyes widen as he realizes he may have chosen fire magic. A surge of energy courses through him. Han is shocked by the result. The figure with short black hair, flanked by another with longer locks, seemed intent on restraining someone. The one with shorter hair questioned if they should let go. A close-up revealed the character's eyes, accompanied by a game-like status screen. The text identified the character as Ialka Rivelstrasher, a level 1 magician with intermediate fire magic. A woman with flowing red hair held a ball of fire in her hand, declaring that this was good enough for introductions. The two figures from the first panel held a stick with a small, red-haired figure attached. One of them suggested being a gentleman and letting this go, as the balance would be perfect with a magician in their party. The other retorted that they didn't care about being a gentleman. The red-haired woman, Ialka Rivelstrasher, was described as a rare character that can only be gotten from gacha, with a very low chance for a magician to appear. She seemed to be wondering where she was. Someone questioned what the two of them were doing, expressing a feeling of being judged. Another voice exclaimed, remembering that the others saw the lots, and accused someone of cheating. It was argued that such things should depend on pure luck, and someone was mixing it so the others wouldn't see it. Jenna, Roderick, and Han stood together. Jenna asked what on earth they were doing. Roderick replied that it was simple, they were deciding where she would go. Ialka Rivelstrasher, looking exasperated, questioned how she was supposed to know what situation this was when she was dragged here out of nowhere. Ialka urged someone to try thinking harder, questioning what they thought they were doing. The other person asked if they got it now. Ialka stated that it was repulsive, wondering how they could treat people like this. The other person agreed. The disembodied voice insists that this time, no one should cheat. The process must be fair, relying solely on pure luck. Jenna stands with her arms crossed, a look of disbelief on her face. She can't believe luck is being used with fairness in the same sentence. The unseen speaker repeats their affirmation, stating that there will be no complaints. Seojin Han states that there should be no holding grudges, no matter what they pick. Adis Callan agrees. A hand reaches down, selecting a slip of paper. Seojin Han looks up as a slip of paper is drawn. Adis Callan watches as a slip of paper is drawn. A close-up shows a hand holding a slip of paper. Seojin Han declares that it's decided then, As Ada's Callan looks on, Ialka tells Jenna that she is in his party. A system message appears, asking if Ialka will accept Han's invitation to Party 1. System messages confirm that Ialka has joined Party 1 and Roderick has joined Party 2. Jenna, looking shocked, shouts for someone to come now, as a figure in the background begs to be let go. Did you say we could live if we worked hard? He demands, his face contorted in a mask of desperation and sweat. The man's rage intensifies, his voice a raw shout. This is not right. It's not right at all. Shut up and go in already. Han Islet watches the man's outburst with a cold gaze. That new magician over there, go in as well. People that couldn't learn support skills. Ialka, go in for now. The protagonist's eyes glow with an eerie blue light, a silent threat hanging in the air. Unless you want to become like them. A shimmering card materializes, announcing, synthesis complete. Jan and Zenon have become light and disappeared. The card depicts Ialka Rivelstrasher. A digital display flashes, proclaiming, Ialka leveled up. Ialka Rivelstrasher stands beside Han Islet, a thoughtful expression on her face. The protagonist warns, if you lag behind, that's what will become of you. Meanwhile, a winged figure with purple hair urges, come on out. There's no way to avoid synthesis. A man screams in terror as a shadowy figure pulls him into a swirling portal. If you want to live, then the only thing you can do is to work hard, the figure intones. An older man with white hair looks on in horror. How horrifying. Help me. Han Islet coldly states, your turn is next. There's synthesis materials. Elsewhere, a notification appears. Roderick leveled up. The winged figure stands before a swirling vortex, declaring, open up, crack of time and space. A blue, digital-looking portal shimmers in the distance, framed by the gnarled trunks of ancient trees. Jenna observes that this new area is a test for newcomers. A disembodied voice commands them to enter the crack of time and space. The winged figure of Ialka Rivelstrasher urges them to follow, stating that they will be the main character of this battle. Seojin Han, standing before the glowing portal, is asked by Jenna what magic he can use. Jenna's expression hardens as she asks if he is questioning her. A close-up reveals a golden bracelet on Jenna's wrist. Seojin Han is asked to answer Jenna's question. He wonders why he is in a place like this. Jenna, visibly displeased, declares that this is unpleasant and that a 3-star should know this information. She can't believe she needs to fight in some unknown place for unknown reasons. Jenna demands to know if they're going to fight, warning that if they don't, they'll become like those guys that they just consumed. Seojin Han remains silent, contemplating the situation. Seojin Han, his eyes glowing, asks again what magic they can use. A disembodied voice echoes, demanding a reason to fight. Jenna's crimson eyes narrow, a warning laced in her tone. If they don't fight, they'll end up like those already consumed. The unseen inquisitor presses, demanding to know what magic she can use. Jenna, seated, admits that fire is the only magic she can wield, and only up to the 3rd circle. Seojin Han, arms crossed, inquires if she can use teleportation or any other support-type magic. Jenna's expression hardens as he speaks of support magic, the kind of 3 runa would wield. Han's tone is flat as he summarizes her limitations, so she's saying she can't. Jenna's expression is one of annoyance as she asks if he has a complaint. A smirk plays on Jenna's lips as she declares that he's going to be so surprised that he'll fall over after seeing her fire magic. Han finds it a little unfortunate, thinking to himself that she needs to be as skilled as she is arrogant. Han reflects that a defense system is more versatile than an attack system. Jenna sits with her arms crossed, thinking that while she doesn't have a skill window, there's still a possibility that she'll awaken, but it doesn't seem like it. The mage is a mage, but that's not enough. He insists that from now on, they all need to fight together. Ada states that she does not like it. Ialka Rivelstrasher replies, of course. They call me Rivelswitch. Ialka asks if they have experience fighting against monsters. Someone wonders if they entered a lower-tiered floor for a test demonstration. Looking at Ada's expression, it seems like Roderick was stronger than she thought. Seojin Han declares that it is now their turn and they need to get ready. He states that Party 1 will enter the crack of space and time. The group decides, let's go. Adis and Seojin Han stand before a large doorway, ready to proceed. The pair prepares to move forward. Seojin Han thinks that they will probably go for the 4th floor. It is thought that the stage on the next floor is probably locked. Someone says that if they want to test Jenna's magic, the 4th floor will be enough, as it has a mix of harpies and goblins. They need to find out what type of mage she is. The group strategizes. Jenna is told that when the fight starts, they're going to stand down, since they need to assess her magic abilities. Ada's Callan questions what they're talking about. Seojin Han states that the 4th floor can be conquered by one of them alone, asking if they are perhaps not confident because her level is low. Jenna retorts that Han said she's going to be so surprised she'll fall over after seeing her magic. Jenna thinks that it's true, but she's special. Jenna smiles, saying that anyways, when they see it, they're going to be surprised. Ialka Rivelstrasher appears on a screen. The screen displays a message that the door will open after 10 seconds, and Ialka Rival Strasher wishes Han good luck. The door to the dungeon opens. A mysterious figure thinks that Han is a bastard. A screen displays that the current challenge floor is the 8th floor. Ada's Callan remarks that it's the 8th floor all of a sudden and asks if they weren't going to stand down. Han tells them to shut up. Han thinks that he was pissed off about what happened last time and that he's being stingy about eating 1 3-star. The disembodied voice seemed to be telling them to get lost, or perhaps suggesting that using the 4th floor as a test was boring. Jenna tilted her head, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. Had she seen this place before? Suddenly, Han bellowed, his voice cracking with urgency. Everyone dodge. Jenna's eyes widened, a silent question forming on her lips. Her gaze sharpened, focusing on something beyond the immediate foreground. Han's face contorted in a snarl, his warning laced with frustration. Don't be clueless. Jenna swiftly drew back her bowstring, knocking an arrow with practiced ease. Han's eyes narrowed, a grim realization dawning on him. Shit, to think it's those guys. Floor 8. Mission type, subjugation. Objective, annihilate your enemies. Goblin Raider LV 9X27. A horde of goblin raiders, their red eyes gleaming with malice, surged forward. The archer's target was clear. Isn't that the same as a cavalry? Han urged her on, his voice tight with anticipation. Jenna, shoot your arrows. A brutal strike lands, the force of it sending tremors through the immediate vicinity. Adding to the challenge, the text relays that the topography is uneven. A figure, presumably Aaron, barks orders. The moment they come at us, move to the side and attack. He demands to know if they can do it. Jenna, her expression strained, shouts Ialka's name. Han's eyes narrow, a glint of determination in their depths. The protagonist deflects a blow, sparks flying as steel meets steel. Han grits his teeth, his gaze fixed on the enemy before him. Ialka Rival Strasher charges forward, a whirlwind of motion and fury. The warrior's advance is relentless, his eyes burning with intensity. The blade flashes, a deadly dance of steel and shadow. A goblin raider is struck by a blast of blue energy, the force of the impact staggering the creature. The energy crackles, a visible manifestation of raw power. The goblin raider struck by the blue energy falters, but the assault continues. Han grits his teeth, channeling his power. More goblin raiders surge forward, their crude weapons glinting in the dim light. A surge of blue energy erupts from Han, crackling with raw power. A goblin raider lunges, claws extended, as Malmont Carl shouts a warning. Malmont Carl spins, narrowly dodging the attack. He prepares to retaliate. The horde presses in, a relentless wave of teeth and steel. The goblin raider's eyes gleam with savage intent, its weapon poised to strike. Malmont Carl gathers energy, a swirling vortex forming around his hands. Ialka Rival Strasher unleashes a torrent of golden energy, searing the air. Jenna barks orders, her voice cutting through the din of battle. You said you're a mage. Kill them all. Han's brow furrows with concern. How long can I hold out? With a final surge of power, Han casts another spell, hoping to turn the tide. Just cast. The ground blurs beneath a swift step, the air itself seeming to crackle with anticipation. He weaves through a storm of crimson energy, each bolt narrowly missing its mark as Seojin Han closes the distance. The sword sings as it leaves its sheath, a silver flash against the encroaching darkness, ready to strike. Jenna's gaze sharpens, her focus absolute as she channels the arcane energies. The air crackles with power as Jenna incants, the ancient words of La Grande Cetus resonating with untold potential. A sphere of raw magic coalesces in her hands, a miniature sun of fiery energy bound by intricate runes. Each symbol pulses with light, a language of power etched into the very fabric of reality. A distant voice echoes, laced with awe and disbelief. That's magic? Malmont Carl barks out orders, his voice tight with urgency. Aaron, block the bolts that are being shot at Jenna. Let her focus on shooting. Aaron responds, got it, as he raises a shield, deflecting the incoming projectiles with practiced ease. The unleashed spell detonates amongst the goblin raiders, sending them flying in a burst of fire and force. One of the goblin raiders realizes the shift in priorities. Shit, so their first priority is taking out the mage? I can buy time, but blocking all of them will be difficult. The goblin raiders continue their assault. Seojin Han weighs his options, realizing he might need to rely on shield magic to weather the incoming attacks. He calls out to Ialka Rival Strasher, hoping she can intercept the incoming shields. Ialka, you can hit incoming shields, right? Ialka remains encircled by swirling fire magic, seemingly lost in her own world. The air crackles with heat as the flames dance around her. Jenna's voice cuts through the din, a warning laced with urgency. If you stand there, you'll get caught up in the attack. Seojin's eyes widen, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. No way. Jenna urges him to abandon his strategy. Forget about the barrier. She continues, revealing a critical weakness. She can't even use mobile casting? Ialka remains unresponsive, her focus entirely consumed by the intricate dance of fire magic around her. The air shimmers with heat and arcane energy. The flames writhe and twist, ancient runes flickering within their depths. The scent of ozone fills the air, a testament to the raw power at play. Seojin Han's fist connected with the wolf-like creature's snout, the impact echoing through the ruined landscape. Without pause, he followed up with a swift kick, sending the beast sprawling. The Goblin Raider, along with the wolf-like creature, pressed their assault, but Seojin Han met their combined attack with a whirlwind of motion. His fist blurred as he struck the Goblin Raider, the force of the blow enough to stagger the creature. The air crackled as he channeled his energy, his arm a streak of pure speed. The world seemed to slow as his fist hurtled forward, a concentrated point of devastating power. The Goblin Raider was sent reeling, the force of the impact threatening to shatter its bones. The wolf-like creature, recovering from the earlier blows, snarled, how persistent. The ground blurs beneath pounding feet, a desperate sprint against an unseen foe. His eyes burn with a fierce determination, a blue light igniting within them as he pushes himself to the limit. Arcane energy crackles in the air, a silent promise of power unleashed. The air shimmers with an otherworldly energy, a prelude to the storm about to break. Seojin Han streaks forward, his sword a blur of motion, leaving trails of blue energy in his wake. A voice cries out, calling his name. Islet. Meanwhile, surrounded by grotesque figures, the woman with red hair weaves a tapestry of fire, her hands moving with practiced grace. Frustration colors her tone. Doesn't she even know how to use mobile casting? The monster's eyes gleam with malevolent intent, its jagged teeth bared in a silent snarl. The red-haired woman continues her incantation, oblivious to the looming threat behind her. A blinding flash of energy slams into her, the force of the blow threatening to shatter her defenses. With a cry of pain, she collapses to the ground, the spell broken, her world turned upside down. She demands to know what he's doing, her tone sharp with impatience. The air crackles with residual energy, a testament to the magic he was wielding. Jenna scoffs, retorting that he's such a handful. She then suggests they change locations, her frustration evident. Pointing towards a dense forest in the distance, Jenna declares that they should go in there, her expression determined. A flicker of doubt crosses her face as she wonders aloud if the forest wasn't blocked off a while ago. Jenna dismisses the concern, stating that they'll think about it once they get there, her focus shifting back to the task at hand. She instructs Ialka to begin casting magic the moment they enter the forest, urging him to use his magic to bombard the area. Jenna's voice rises, demanding to know if Ialka heard what she said, her patience wearing thin. Ialka confirms that he did, his tone laced with a hint of exasperation. Jenna observes that this is the connecting field that links the forest and the plains, her gaze sweeping across the landscape. She urges Ialka to enter the forest quickly, her expression a mix of urgency and determination. Jenna breaks into a run, her red hair trailing behind her as she presses forward. She wonders aloud how anyone could treat Ialka badly if he would die, her tone laced with a hint of dark humor. A voice cuts through the din, urgently calling for Islet to join the fray. The command is laced with desperation. His face contorted in a savage snarl, teeth bared, Han grits out a promise. He'll be there shortly. A surge of power washes over him. Han has entered a berserk state. The sword hums with newfound energy as Han prepares to meet the onslaught. He thinks to himself, it's already the second time he's gone berserk today. Although fatigued, Han knows he needs to buy time. A grotesque, masked figure lunges forward, weapon raised. Steel screams against steel as Han meets the creature's attack head-on. Another foe enters the fray, riding a monstrous wolf-like beast. The air crackles with unseen energy as the battle intensifies. Han's eyes burn with determination. It's fast. The wolf rider closes in, blade aimed at Han. He moves with blinding speed, each step kicking up dust and scattering pebbles. The ground shakes as he hits the dirt, arrows piercing the earth around him. A guttural growl escapes him. This side is annoying too. His teeth grit, a plan forming in his mind. Choosing a hit and run strategy. The Goblin Raider, perched atop his monstrous wolf, prepares to strike. In that case, the earth cracks beneath the force of the impending attack. Crimson energy erupts from Han, tearing through the air. He will get rid of that swift mobility you're so proud of. The red aura intensifies, engulfing him in a fiery rage. He falls, but the momentum carries him forward. The clash is deafening, a blinding flash of light as the two forces collide. A desperate cry pierces the air. Islet. The sudden shift in the Goblin Raider's stance leaves Han momentarily stunned, a silent question hanging in the air. The Goblin Raider, eyes burning with a crimson intensity, is no longer in control, now consumed by a berserk state. Han grits his teeth, feeling the familiar burn of exertion. His stamina is failing him. The Goblin Raider's crude spear, stained with the ichor of countless battles, descends. A surge of adrenaline courses through Han's veins, a desperate warning screaming in his mind. The spearhead plunges downward, a brutal testament to the Goblin Raider's savage intent. The wolf's snarl echoes through the air, a primal sound of hunger and bloodlust. The Goblin Raider, perched atop his monstrous mount, prepares to strike, his eyes fixed on Han. The wolf's jaws snap shut, a terrifying display of raw power. The Goblin Raider and his mount descend upon Han, a whirlwind of fur and steel. Elsewhere, Jenna cries out in pain, her face contorted in agony. Ialka Rivelstrasher, his voice strained with desperation, calls out, "Islet, me too." A voice booms, warning others to stay back. The speaker intends to lure the enemies away, grouping them together for an unknown purpose. Shield raised, Han faces the oncoming horde, his expression grim. Another voice commands someone to deal with the enemies headed their way, implying a split in the forces. Han, his brow furrowed with concern, wonders if she's ready to cast magic yet, a hint of desperation in his voice. Jenna and Ialka Rivelstrasher stand ready, preparing to unleash their combined magical assault. With a resounding stomp, Han sends tremors through the earth, disrupting the enemy's advance. Flipped upside down, he uses his shield as a bulwark, deflecting a flurry of blows. The Goblin Raiders, snarling and clawing, press their attack. Han retaliates, his counterattack a brutal display of force. The battle intensifies, a whirlwind of steel and fury as Han carves a path through the enemy ranks. A defiant roar tears from his throat as he continues to fight, pushing back the relentless assault. Magic crackles in the air as Jenna and Ialka prepare to unleash their power, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. Magical energy coalesces around her, the glowing symbols a testament to the power she is about to unleash. The air crackles with anticipation, a silent prelude to the coming storm. The Goblin Raiders, mounted on their snarling wolves, continue their assault, though one is unseated amidst the chaos. Han, blade stained with goblin blood, casts his gaze upward, steeling himself for the next wave. Jenna's hand blazes with crimson light as she prepares to unleash her spell, the word ignite escaping her lips. A hand, wreathed in golden light, clenches into a fist. The command echoes, ignite. The world warps and shimmers as a vortex of pure fire erupts, consuming everything in its immediate vicinity. The fire coalesces into a searing beam, cutting through the air with impossible speed. The beam explodes outward, a supernova of raw magical energy. Seojin Han grits his teeth, channeling the inferno. The fire intensifies, swirling with greater ferocity, a maelstrom of destruction. Seojin Han watches the display of power, his eyes wide. What incredible power! The fiery torrent surges forward once more, a river of destruction unleashed. A burst of fire erupts, the air shimmering with heat. Another wave of fire scorches the earth, leaving a trail of smoke and ash. Jenna stares in disbelief, her voice barely a whisper. This is magic. Sword in hand, he charges forward, a grim determination etched on his face. Aaron, Jenna, give me a hand. Let's end this. A disembodied voice echoes, laced with malice. We're waiting for you. The air crackles with unseen energy. Seojin Han continues his relentless advance, his blade a blur of motion. He grits his teeth, exhaustion creeping in. Shit, I'm getting pushed back because I'm tired. A surge of resolve hardens his gaze. If I can't beat them using force, I'll beat them with skill. Seojin Han unleashes a flurry of attacks, each strike precise and deadly. A final burst of energy explodes outward, signaling the end of the assault. The Goblin Raider braced itself, raising its crude shield, the metal cold against its hide. With a surge of power, he channeled blue energy, preparing to strike. The goblin staggered back, reeling from an unseen blow, its crude armor offering little protection. Jenna watched the battle unfold, a confident smirk playing on her lips. How was that? It's useful, right? Islet Han moved with blinding speed, his sword a blur as he engaged another goblin. The goblin whimpered, blood splattering as the blade found its mark. Malmont Carl stood his ground, spear in hand, a determined look on his face. If you're tired, I'll protect you. A smirk played on Seojin Han's lips, blood staining his clothes. Seems like you've learned how to say cocky things. The remaining goblins charged, their crude weapons raised in a desperate attempt to overwhelm their attackers. Jenna descended from above, arrow knocked, ready to strike another blow against the horde. The goblin-like creature continued its advance, seemingly unfazed by the ongoing battle. The Goblin Raider swings his massive blade, the air whistling as it cuts through the space. The steel edge slices through flesh and bone, a gruesome sound echoing in the cavern. A spray of blood erupts as the blade finds its mark, the crimson droplets painting the rough stone walls. A wolf-like creature, clad in crude armor, charges forward, its paws pounding against the earth. Jenna raises her hands, channeling arcane energies as flames dance around her fingertips, illuminating her determined face. Her brow furrowed in concentration, Jenna's eyes glow with the intensity of the fire she commands. The armored wolf's golden eye narrows, its gaze fixed on the unfolding battle. A low growl rumbles in the creature's throat, its fangs bared in anticipation of the coming conflict. Jenna, eyes wide with alarm, notches an arrow, muttering, "Ah, that would have been bad." A voice cries out, "Yuni, get a hold of yourself and run." As Jenna sprints away, the fiery glow reflecting in her determined eyes. Clutching her staff, Jenna focuses her energy, the flames intensifying as she prepares to unleash another spell. Her face illuminated by the dancing flames, Jenna's resolve hardens, ready to face whatever comes next. Her face contorted with a mixture of fury and desperation, Jenna screamed, urging someone to flee. "Run away, Appa." The magic, however, wasn't quite ready. Her eye flared with crimson light, a raw, untamed power building within. Elsewhere, two figures fled the encroaching horde, one of them shouting his acknowledgement. "Yes, Hyungnim." The air crackled as Jenna became wreathed in fire, the heat distorting the very air around her. With a guttural cry, she unleashed the inferno. "Burn!" The advancing enemies were instantly engulfed, their forms silhouetted against the roaring blaze. The fire exploded outward, a wave of pure destruction washing over the battlefield. The conflagration intensified, consuming everything in its path. Debris and ash rained down as the earth itself seemed to crack and heave under the force of the blast. The inferno raged, a testament to the raw power unleashed. Watching the devastation unfold, a figure grimaced, realizing the danger. "Cook, at this rate, will be swept away as well." He knelt amidst the scorched earth, the air thick with the smell of ash. Had it all come to this? Was this truly the end for Cook? A guttural shout pierced the silence. A goblin raider, perched atop a monstrous wolf, snarled, "Damn it, they're coming again." But then, a surge of power. Jenna raised her hand, the air around her shimmering with heat. A silent promise of retribution hung in the air. The word echoed in the air, a declaration of intent. Transcend. The fire magic surged, a maelstrom of heat and light, promising to consume everything in its path. The inferno expanded, tendrils of flame reaching out, hungry for fuel. The air crackled with energy, the heat becoming unbearable as the fire reached its zenith. The world dissolved into a blinding white, the roar of the flames deafening. Caught in the blaze, the goblin raider screamed, his form engulfed in the all-consuming fire. High above the devastation, Jenna floated, her eyes glowing with the fading embers of her power. Hyungnim watched from below, a silent guardian. She stood amidst the smoldering remains of her fiery onslaught, the air thick with the scent of ash and ozone. The crimson light danced across the intricate embroidery of her robes, each thread shimmering with residual heat. Seojin Han stared at the devastation, his expression a mixture of awe and disbelief. A path of fire stretched into the distance, a testament to the sheer power of Jenna's magic. Amidst the embers, a lone goblin raider lay defeated, its armor scorched and smoking. Meanwhile, a screen materialized before them, proclaiming stage clear and displaying the rewards. Another notification flashed. Aaron and Ialka have leveled up. A surge of blue light enveloped the party, signifying their progress. Cook's eyes widened, his voice filled with awe. More than 20 goblin raiders in one go. "So this is magic. Amazing." A disembodied voice echoed, declaring, "This is the power of the great fire." Hyungnim threw back his head and laughed, a triumphant sound that echoed through the battlefield. "Ha ha, I told you so, right?" A cloaked figure spoke, their voice laced with a hint of menace. "If I showed you my magic, you'll all be—" With a confident smirk, she declared, "I'm the witch of Count Rivel's spirit." Her voice echoed with an almost playful arrogance. The angle shifted, looking up at her, as if from the ground, emphasizing her imposing height and the sharp lines of her crimson and black attire. A slight breeze rustled through her hair. But the imposing figure was now prone. "Genastimid, Uni." Her voice laced with concern. A grim observation followed. Her mana had been completely depleted. A close-up revealed the toll the battle had taken. Ialka Rivelstrasher's face was contorted in pain, streaks of blood marring her pale skin. Her eyes swirled with a dizzying vortex of exhaustion. An assessment appeared, detailing her weaknesses. Unable to use support magic, her strength, stamina, and agility were all below 1 star. The card identified her as Ialka Rivelstrasher. The narrative voice mused that such mages were rare. They were like tanks, but without the armor plate and infinite tracks, essentially made for war. Han watched, his expression unreadable. The camera focused on the intricate details of her auburn hair, the strands catching the light like spun copper. Han's gaze hardened, a flicker of something akin to respect in his eyes. Power, he thought, was something to take note of. The group stood amidst a surreal landscape, bathed in an ethereal glow. Jenna, ever vigilant, kept her bow trained on unseen threats, while Ialka Rivelstrasher seemed to have recovered slightly, her expression still strained. Blood stained his clothes, a grim reminder of the battles fought. Han internalized, thinking he was slowly approaching a time where he'd no longer be at the center of it all. The cards reappeared, framing Ialka Rivelstrasher and Han, their faces etched with the marks of experience and the weight of responsibility. The next day, the first thing that Inning needed to do after logging in was to build a magic facility. The system informed that the facility was being built, prompting a selection by tapping on it. A tap registered on the screen. The system announced that the magic research lab had been completed and research skills had been unlocked. The library had been completed, allowing mages to develop their knowledge. Good. The 3 annex buildings of the training groups, Magic Research Lab, Alchemy Lab, and a library had combined into a new facility. The magic hall had been built. Jenna's face contorted in frustration. The red-haired woman questioned why a high-ranking person like her was doing this ridiculous training, declaring that she was someone who used their brain. Han stood behind her. She muttered about using food against her, calling it cheap. In most normal cases, she needed to learn how to dodge, excluding times when she was casting. The time had come to create consumable items, to brew potions that could turn the tide of battle. A system message flashed. An White Qianji has logged out. Jenna was instructed to keep a close watch, lest the other person try to run. The magic hall, now at level 1, awaited its master. So this is what it looks like. Seojin Han studied the ancient texts, the secrets of alchemy laid bare before him. A cauldron bubbled, promising potent concoctions. Let's start by making a potion, he thought. Han stood before the cauldron, ready to begin the alchemical process. A mini-game for making potions. Is a rhythm game. Perfect. Han had greeted a low-grade health potion. Great success. Seojin Han had created a low-grade health potion. A tiny, floating figure exclaims with glee, "Oh, as expected of Loki." The chibi character notes the 6 health potions and 2 magic potions. Anything might be suspicious, he thinks, but it's better to save these than dying. Elsewhere, the walled city stands under a twilight sky, its buildings nestled within the protective embrace of the massive fortifications. A closer view reveals the intricate layout of the city, a network of pathways and structures built to withstand the test of time. Back inside, the blonde man with glasses announces, "We officially have a mage joining our party." A woman with red hair responds, "Yes, well, that's obvious." A question hangs in the air. Do you know why I put this brazier here? Jenna and Malmont Carl watch with wide eyes, silent, expressing their shared shock and confusion. Han's hand plunges into the fiery depths of the brazier, the heat shimmering around his fingers. "Huan, what are you doing?" His eyes gleam with a dangerous intensity. If Loki can use fire, he thinks, a sinister smile spreading across his face. We also need to get used to it. His gaze intensifies, a storm brewing behind his dark eyes. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as his lips curl into a manic grin. Malmont Carl and Jenna glance towards something unseen, a silent question hanging in the air between them. The flames roar, a consuming inferno of heat and light. The fire licks at Han's arm, the heat intense. Bare legs stand firm, ready to endure the trial by fire. The hand is consumed by the blaze, yet remains unharmed. Green energy swirls around Han's hands, a protective aura against the encroaching flames. He thinks to himself, since he heals right away in the lobby. Ialka uses fire, Malmont Carl observes, and we need to fight alongside it. Jenna wonders, what if we're not used to the fire? Someone adds, we will be burnt first instead of the enemies. Jenna's eyes widen, her expression a mix of disbelief and apprehension. She exclaims, then, you're telling us to do this right now. Jenna's mouth opens in protest, her voice about to erupt in a torrent of objections. Malmont Carl's face is etched with concern, his brow furrowed as he asks, when do we stop? The trio stands before the brazier, the flames casting dancing shadows on their faces as they contemplate the fiery trial ahead. A disembodied voice declares, you have to do this crazy thing until you get a fire-resistant skill. He recalled a previous trial, the words echoing in his mind. Remember the 5th floor. A vision of a screaming face flashed before him, a stark reminder of what happened when they were careless. Seojin Han steeled himself, remembering the searing heat as he endured the flames. The fire danced around his hands, a tangible representation of the trial ahead. He clenched his fist, the heat intensifying, a silent promise to overcome the challenge. Ialka watched him, a somber expression on his face. He muttered, doing it when no one's watching, and that what he did was an example. The hands intertwined, a silent understanding passing between them. Jenna wrung her hands, her voice barely a whisper. She didn't want to do it, since she stood at the back. Another voice cut through the tension, offering a solution. If he held her hand and put it together, it wouldn't be hot, and if he put in a little, then it'll hurt less. The hands reached out, the flames licking at their skin, a test of their resolve. Jenna stood amidst the swirling fire, her face etched with worry. Someone asked if she was on a run far away every time Ialka uses magic. Ialka's companion explained that she can't use shield or teleportation magic. He added that if they don't want the mage they just got to die, then they should make sure they get used to the fire before they enter the 10th floor, and that he'll be doing it too. Ialka responded that he knew. With a grim expression, Han held Jenna's arm, the blade of the knife glinting ominously in the dim light. He apologized, stating that she had another task to complete. His grip tightened on her arm, the pressure likely causing her discomfort. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he focused. Malmont Carl watched with concern etched on his face. He interjected, saying that she could use whatever method she wanted and didn't really need to do it like this. A close-up revealed a vial, its contents promising something that could make one endure pain. The liquid within swirled with an unnatural luminescence. The text box conveyed the sentiment that it probably felt like shit, but she needed this. Han and Jenna remained in position, the knife still hovering near her arm. The text box explained that if she wanted to fight while enduring that, she needed a pain-resistant skill. Jenna wondered if she needed to as well. Jenna, with a few expression, asked if she could please do it later. Han flatlyde for see it. Jenna exclaimed, "Heek." Han responded that she did need to do it in the future. Jenna, looking distressed, asked about switching. Han stated that she would learn switching. The text box explained that it was a skill that let you switch between your dagger and arrows really quickly. Anytime, short or long distance, you can fight and change. The text box conveyed that she used arrows more than daggers, though. She was instructed to use both now. The old formations are no longer viable. A new strategy is needed, one that centers around Ialka. The team will begin training immediately. It doesn't suit him, but Eren and he can't protect Ialka by themselves. Jenna is considered high maintenance. It's totally protecting the princess. But in order to use Ialka well, there's no other way. The most effective party composition is having 2 mages. It would be better if they had a support mage, but it's a shame that they don't. They still have the 9th floor left, but there is only a small chance they'll be able to go. As long as the chain quest is still active, there's no way only one party will be active. Developing the sub-party is something even anything would know to do. Subjugation, survival, escort, breakthrough, assassination, protection, siege, pursuit, and escape. They got a hint. 1 to parties enter. On the 10th floor, there's a mission where at least 2 parties participate. As much as it's a cooperation quest, the danger can't compare to what they've gone through. A hand reaches into a dark pot, stirring the burning contents within. Seojin Han stares intently into the flames, a scroll clenched between his teeth. He mutters, "We have to prepare thoroughly." The sound echoes, a guttural exclamation of frustration. Elsewhere, a building stands silhouetted against the night sky, its windows glowing with a soft, internal light. Han has obtained a skill, fire resistance. The man's voice carried a sharp edge. He questioned why Ialka was asking again, deeming her useless in her current state. He continued, explaining that even if she had to decrease the strength of her magic, she needed to increase her casting speed and decrease mana consumption. Ialka, her expression hardening, listened to the harsh critique. The man's face remained impassive as he posed a rhetorical question. Did she not want to? Ialka's features twisted with fury. She snapped, declaring that she would do what he said. Ialka's current abilities were described. Class 3 Fire Magic. The different classes of fire magic were detailed. Class 1 was ignition, Class 2 was a burning, explosive fire, and Class 3 was directing the explosion upwards and modifying it. The higher the class, the more mana was consumed. The man acknowledged that her magic was powerful, but in order to manage it effectively, they needed to increase her combustion. Jenna declares that they should get started. The text indicates that they are slowly approaching the 10th floor and need to exponentially increase the difficulty of their training from morning till night. With a shout, Jenna announces that she is coming. Han endures the usual training of getting arrows shot at him. Jenna, grinning, thinks that he is getting stronger. The text indicates that Han's growth rate is pretty fast. Han continues to defend against the arrows. Han's beginner sword shield technique has increased to level 6. He thinks that he gained the skill he needed. Jenna prepares to shoot more arrows at Han. Jenna wonders if she should switch. Han continues to defend against the arrows. Jenna switches to a different type of arrow. Her origin may only be 1 star, but her potential is undeniable. The rate at which she's learning is abnormal. Meanwhile, Han's basic spearmanship remains at level 3. That's all he has. The protagonist muses that if he hadn't picked Jenna up, she would have been seriously underdeveloped. Jenna grins, a glint in her eye as she recalls who was the one who said there's no need for compliments during training. The redhead declares that she is someone who beats people up, though she quickly apologizes. Eren hasn't come to the training hall in a while because he's holed up in the room trying to learn pain resistance. Ialka is probably training how he told her to at the Magic Hall's exclusive training room. Even if she decreases her power, her magic is still strong. Still strong. Ialka is surrounded by flames as she trains. Excluding special circumstances, it'll be best to just let her use Class 1 magic. There are random 1-stars training in the corner of the training hall, but none of them are useful. They can't even fill up one team, let alone both Party 1 and 2, with a maximum number of 5 people. But it seems like anything doesn't want to do any gacha. The protagonist wonders if he is planning on adding those guys. The next day, Ada's party returned after entering the 9th floor. Boots splashed through a shallow, blue-tinged mire, the party advancing deeper into the unknown. Seojin Han, his expression grim, sought answers from the returning party. So what was the mission? The woman, her attire daring, recounted their task. It was to subjugate a goblin village. There were around 50 goblins. She paused, awaiting further inquiry. The questions hung in the air, unspoken yet heavy with implication. Was there anything special about that location? What strange occurrences did they witness? The ground, she recalled, was unusually muddy, as if it had rained incessantly. The image of a sword dragging through the thick mud flashed through her mind, a testament to the difficult conditions. The woman in heels shifted her weight, the sound echoing slightly in the cavernous space. Besides that, I don't know. Han acknowledged the information, his gaze hardening with resolve. He knew what needed to be done. Han, yena, oron, eulka. A voice, filled with anticipation, declared, "Looks like it's our turn." Flames began to lick at the darkness, a promise of power and destruction. The word ignite blazed forth, a signal for the coming storm. Han reviewed their status, noting their limitations. Looks like we can't use the 4th floor for practice anymore. Right now I'm level 10, Jin is level 8, Eren is level 6, and Ialka is level 4. He knew that there was a limit to their levels, but they had leveled up as much as they could. Although they weren't on par with the party's experience points, stats, and skills, there was nothing they could do. It wasn't long until they entered the 10th floor, Jinna and Malmont Carl by his side. The E-rank flimsy leather armor had now been enhanced to D-rank iron plating. Eren and he had gotten daggers as support weapons. Loki asked, "So, how's it looking, Loki? Did you predict what the mission is?" The figure of Loki loomed, the question hanging in the air. Could they solve this difficult problem? Han thought, "I could. I was wondering why you came looking for me, but you're here to ask me useless stuff. You are God. If he was, he would have already completed the 104th floor a long time ago, you rascal." A pick-me-up master grows through their failures, Han mused. But right now, anything doesn't know what failure is. At this rate, the moment they fail is when they die. The team stood together, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Han knew that their survival depended on their ability to overcome any obstacle. Armored figures stand ready, their destination unknown. Jenna notes that the plaza is filled. She wonders if the little fairy didn't call them here, and that they'll call them soon, so they shouldn't be suspicious. Someone is acting like they know everything. It's been 30 minutes since Inning has logged in. The fact that he hasn't done anything means that he's thinking. The choice is to either challenge the 10th floor or to wait. There's still an incomplete aspect. If he left us alone for 1 week, I could have upgraded my skills to a 1-stars max level. Loki opens the gap between time and space. A portal shimmers with energy. This is reality for us, but to the master, it's not. The hero's expression remained unreadable, though someone clearly felt he was treating the situation as a mere game. The stakes, however, were far from trivial. Annihilation meant relying on the system to summon more heroes. Malmont Carl, his face etched with concern, urged someone, anyone, to find cover once the fighting began. His own resolve seemed to waver, the words catching in his throat. A defiant shout echoed, a declaration of combat readiness. But the system's cold assessment painted a different picture. At level 1 basic swordsmanship, boosted to level 3, he would only be a hindrance. A warning flashed. This mission demanded 2 full parties. Should one falter, the tactical station offered a lifeline, the ability to summon heroes as reinforcements free of charge. Han Islet's gaze drifted towards the tactical station, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Yet, the others seemed to doubt his understanding of its intricacies, deeming it far too complex for a novice. Seojin Han stood before a holographic display, a diminutive figure named Isel at his side. A request was issued: retrieve essential items from the storeroom. The system chimed in, reminding them of unused consumables. A hero equipped with the right item could turn the tide. These could be crafted in the alchemy lab or magic hall, with materials scavenged from the weekly dungeons, essential for survival and victory. The team gathered, the air thick with anticipation. Seojin Han inquired about preparations, while Jenna confirmed everything was ready. The question lingered: what about Will's? A close-up revealed a collection of gear, the sight prompting someone to remark that it was a bad joke. A reminder followed. Mana potions were exclusively for Ialka. Jenna and Han discussed the possibility of being separated, a grim prospect. Should that occur, they needed to regroup swiftly. A final instruction echoed: travel to the center. If its location remained unknown, seek a high vantage point and survey the surroundings. A figure with wild hair and sharp teeth points a finger, promising to watch everyone, ensuring they don't get in Han's way. The threat hangs heavy in the air. A chibi-style character with black hair buns reacts with exaggerated surprise, questioning the situation. Another figure, partially visible, expresses annoyance, questioning the reason for the action. The word "but" hangs ominously in a stark black hexagon, a pregnant pause before an unknown consequence. From the shadows, Han assures someone not to worry, promising to ensure they climb the tower. His words carry a weight of determination. A close-up reveals Han's face, a slight smirk playing on his lips. His eyes gleam with a hidden intensity, hinting at the power he wields. Elsewhere, a stylized representation of power emanates from a central point, lines of energy converging in a blinding flash of light. The air crackles with unseen force. Two figures huddle together in a dimly lit alleyway, their voices barely a whisper as they resign themselves to their fate. "We're all going to die." One croaks, the words heavy with despair. Another voice joins the lament, filled with utter hopelessness. "Can't win. We're all going to die. Children, women as well." The words echo the sentiment of impending doom. A man's face is contorted in terror, his eyes wide with fear as he screams, "No one will be spared." His voice cracks with the weight of his impending demise. The words "we'll all" hang unfinished, a testament to the abrupt end that awaits them all. Another man, his face etched with fear, stares into the unknown, his expression a mixture of dread and resignation. The air is thick with the stench of despair. A terrified man, kneeling on the ground, frantically questions the presence of others. Behind him, a figure with a sword observes him with disdain, wondering what's with this idiot. The man with the wild expression demanded to know if they were seeing ghosts, his voice echoing in the unfamiliar streets. A smaller figure, standing beside him, seemed equally perplexed. Her voice sharp and insistent, the red-haired girl called out, demanding to know if they were being ignored. Elsewhere, the cooperation clearly wasn't going well, as some people were kneeling on the ground, guarded by others holding spears. The buildings towered above, their architecture both imposing and unfamiliar. Seojin Han gazed at the cityscape, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. The city looked familiar, yet something was different. One of the men seemed to recognize the place. It somehow looked different, but still familiar. A strange feeling settled over the group. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. There was no way this could be happening. The crowd of people seemed to be in despair, as if something was different. The city stretched out before them, a mix of the familiar and the unknown. It was that it hasn't been destroyed yet. The group surveys the ruined city from the 5th floor, its skeletal structures reaching towards the overcast sky. Something feels different about this place, a subtle shift in the atmosphere that prickles the senses. The city, remarkably, hasn't been destroyed yet, an anomaly that warrants further investigation. Jenna notes the timing feels strange. The red-haired woman wonders if everything is all over the place. She suggests they talk. The important thing, a voice booms, is that they were summoned here. The team stands together, the rain slicking the cobblestones beneath their feet. They must complete the mission to survive. The rain continues to fall, obscuring the already grim surroundings. Seojin Han reflects that while they may have time to relax, it would be better to obtain information. A voice declares that they have 5 minutes to scout the area, and they must return within that time, or they will be left behind. He clenched his fist, a surge of resolve coursing through him. The situation was dire, but surrender wasn't an option. A lone tower stood defiant against the skyline, a silent sentinel amidst the encroaching darkness. From a vantage point, the best place to see the progress of the battle, the scope of the conflict became clear. Ialka surveyed the ravaged landscape, a grimace twisting his features. The sight of the ruined city was enough to make anyone feel hopeless. The morale of the remaining soldiers seemed to have hit rock bottom, a palpable sense of despair hanging in the air. Seojin Han's face was grim, the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. He didn't want to die. Not here, not now. Thousands of goblins swarmed in the North Forest, a relentless tide of green flesh and sharpened steel. Goblin level, unknown, X-2213. Amidst the chaos, a soldier spotted a ladder cart, a small relief, as no battering rams were in sight. To the east, beyond the river, hundreds of goblins massed. Goblin level, unknown, X-899. The goblins lacked siege equipment, a small mercy in the face of overwhelming numbers. The numbers were staggering, and half that number would still be a threat. The amount of forces gathered outside the castle was immense, a daunting sight for the defenders. The odds are stacked against them. The notice states that the human soldiers number only 353, with a question mark indicating an unknown level. Just by looking at the numbers, it's clear this is the worst-case scenario. However, the mission hasn't been announced yet, leaving them in suspense. If it's a survival mission, their survival rate will increase, he thinks, descending the steps. The man's expression hardens. If they're given another survival mission where they just need to survive within the time given, then this blood will flow. Jenna observes that it will be a lot easier to clear than the 5th floor. There are enough NPCs that they can use as bait, and they also have a mage that can concentrate on area defense. Ialka states that this mission is from Adis. Soon, the roulette of fate will spin, and Party 2 has joined. A 3-part warning message signifies the highest difficulty. This isn't a survival mission, but a defense one. The objective is to stop the fall of the city. Combining both Party 1 and 2, there's a total of 10 people. With 350 NPCs, that's around 360 soldiers. They need to fight against thousands of goblins. He declared that everyone was present, the weight of the impending battle hanging heavy in the air. Jenna explained, her voice tinged with frustration, that while they could see and touch the people within the city, the citizens remained oblivious to their presence. The situation grew more dire as word came that refugees were flooding towards the city center, even as goblins advanced from the north and east gates. A grim assessment of the city's defenses revealed a critical weakness. The south and west were completely unguarded, lacking any gates whatsoever. Escape routes were being considered, a silent acknowledgement of the desperate situation. Jenna, her voice laced with anxiety, turned to Han, pleading for direction. What do we need to do? A flicker of fear crossed her face, a silent question hanging in the air. Han's gaze hardened, his voice resolute as he declared the only course of action. The mission is to defend. The gravity of their task settled upon them, to protect the city and prevent the enemy from infiltrating its walls. The unspoken truth hung heavy. To protect the city meant they needed to annihilate the enemies. Jenna stammered, the suggestion of retreat barely audible. In no way. How about retreating? After leaving the city, we can. Ialka dismissed the idea with a single, unwavering word. No. Han stands, his expression unreadable, as the weight of the upcoming battle settles upon him. The conditions for success and the consequences of failure hang heavy in the air. His gaze drifts towards the central tower, the looming structure a constant reminder of their objective. The statue of the twin goddesses radiates a soft, ethereal glow, a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. The inscription beneath the statue speaks of its origins, an object brought forth from special missions, time and time again. Han's expression hardens as he considers the implications. Annihilating all the goblins is only one side of the coin. Ialka scoffs, finding the situation absurd. The weight of the mission is starting to show. The statue glows brighter, a silent reminder of the task at hand. Protect it while fighting the encroaching enemies. And if they fail to protect it, Han knows they fail the mission. The consequences are dire. Jenna and the others stand ready, their faces grim with determination. They will do what they must. Ialka, surrounded by his comrades, knows that if they fail, they will all die. The stakes could not be higher. Ialka questions the logic, asking if they will die even if they run away. Han confirms it. No matter where they are, the moment they fail, they will die. There are no exceptions. Han's face is shadowed, a single tear escaping his eye. He thinks to himself that it's a ridiculous condition. Even if this place feels like a game, even if the mission seems impossible, he mused, there had to be a strategy. Aaron pointed out that while there were plenty of goblins, the only siege equipment they possessed was a ladder cart, and only the army in the north had those. Which meant, Han thought that if they were careful with the ladder carts, they could buy enough time. The protagonists continued, outlining their roles. Adis's party would go to the north outer wall and help the soldiers there. They were to do whatever they could to destroy the ladders that would hook onto the castle walls. Was that their role? Jenna wondered. Ialka stated that it seemed like they had some complaints, and that he would listen to their opinion. Jenna voiced concern. It was just the 5 of them. She didn't think adding 5 of them to the existing 300 would make defending this city possible. Han acknowledged that it was understandable that she thought that way, but if you calculated the power of Party 2, it was about 50 soldiers worth. The protagonist continued, stating that if they could hold their place on the castle walls. Ialka clarified that that's not what he meant. Han explained that what he meant was that even if they bought time, they still couldn't win. Aaron simply stated, I know. Han concluded that they'd be able to hold on a little longer. However, in the end, the goblins would break through. That was the difference in numbers between the enemy and them. The difference in power was more than 10 to 1. Even if they got involved, the odds would only shift to 10 to 2. If he recalled correctly from the 5th floor, the goblins didn't seem like they would retreat. Thinking about it logically, this was a fight they couldn't win. But there had to be a clue. Jenna watched him, concern etched on her face as he pieced together the fragments of information. There was a river to the east of the city. He thought back to the 7th floor. The 7th floor where it rained. Had a dam collapsed? All the clues from the 5th to the 9th floor were pointing towards the dam. Jenna considered the implications. She was sure there was a meaning behind why the game sent them there. But what did the collapse of the dam, which was far away, have to do with the attack? Because the dam collapsed, the waterways were flooded. Han cursed under his breath, realizing he didn't have enough information. Suddenly, Jenna gasped. Now that she thought about it, she had heard something. She heard the sound of horse gallops beyond the river. The downpour continued, each drop a heavy percussion on the world. She stood in the deluge, a question etched on her face as the rain plastered strands of red hair to her cheeks. The sound of hooves echoed through the storm, a growing rumble beneath the relentless rain. The world was a blur of gray and black, the rain obscuring everything beyond a few feet. Seojin Han's brow furrowed, his gaze hardening. Then that means... Her eyes widened, a silent question hanging in the air. Jenna looked up, her voice laced with urgency. Why did you tell me something so important now? Her expression shifted to surprise, a slight tremor in her voice as she stammered, Ugh, I wasn't sure. Seojin Han stood firm, his gaze unwavering. Buy as much time as you can. If the outer wall falls, then move to the inner wall. The grim order was passed down the line. If you need to, use the soldiers and refugees as bait. Even if it's tough, close the gates and hold out. The group stood together, a united front against the coming storm, until our return. The words hung in the air, a promise to be blunt, to not sugarcoat the grim reality that lay ahead. The woman with long black hair steels herself, a determined glint in her eyes. I got it. We'll do our best. The red-haired woman's brow furrows, her expression a mix of concern and disbelief. That's the plan? Isn't it too sloppy? What are we doing? Han's gaze hardens, his voice firm as he addresses the group. Adis, unlike you, is smart and understands things quickly. Bring your weapon. We'll head to the east gate and leave. Aaron questions the decision, his voice laced with worry. Han, why are we leaving the outer walls? There are thousands of goblins out there. Han replies, it's too dangerous. That's right, but we need to. A sense of urgency fills the air, the stylized image hinting at the chaos to come. Han's expression is grim, his eyes narrowed as he states, if we stay here, we'll just get annihilated. A flashback reveals the reason for their urgency. The dam on the 7th floor had already collapsed, preventing reinforcements from crossing the river. The darkness seems to press in, a visual representation of the dire situation they face. A diagram lays out the plan. Go out the east gate and kill the goblins, stopping the dam from collapsing further. The red-haired woman nods, her expression resolute. Then that means... Han confirms. Han draws his sword, the steel glinting in the light. Their heads. The plan takes shape, venturing out the east gate to eliminate the goblin threat. The map highlights the urgency, the need to prevent the dam from collapsing looming large. Jenna affirms the strategy with a curt, yeah. The declaration rings out, a promise of swift and brutal action. They're going after the goblins' heads. Seojin Han stands ready, his sword gleaming in the dim light, prepared to lead the charge. The air hangs heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth and the unspoken tension of the coming battle. A voice booms out, directing the flow of desperate souls. Hurry, move the refugees to the inner wall. The crowd surges, a chaotic mass of bodies pushing and shoving, each desperate to reach safety. Don't cut in. Go in one person at a time. Jenna barely makes it through, the press of the crowd a tangible force against her back. I just barely got past. She ascends to the top of the wall, the wind whipping through her braided hair. The gate looms before her, the only barrier between them and the outside world. Seojin Han barks orders, telling Aaron to get ready to open the gate. The command rings out. Ialka, you cast. Seojin Han's voice is firm, his gaze fixed on the gate. He commands that as soon as the gate opens, they are to use stage 2 flames. Aaron is here too, ready to assist. Aaron strains against the weight, pulling the pulley that opens the gate. The gears grind, a sound that echoes in the tense silence. A collective gasp rises as the impossible occurs. What? The gate's opening. Why did the goblins infiltrate? No, it's opening by itself. It's turning on its own. Aaron, his face etched with alarm, demands to know what that sound is and orders it to stop immediately. Han notes that there are already so many goblins gathered right outside the gate. He wonders if they will mob them all at once if the gate opens. It doesn't matter, get down now. Ialka will open up a path for them with magic. They're going to stop the soldiers from interfering. A soldier, eyes wide with alarm beneath his helmet, voiced the question on everyone's mind. What was happening? Had some malevolent spirit breached their defenses? Another soldier, face grim, barked orders over the din. They had to hold the line, put their lives on the line if necessary, to stop whatever was coming through. The soldiers charged forward, weapons raised, meeting the unseen enemy with desperate cries. The air filled with the sounds of clashing steel and pained shouts. Elsewhere, a figure, wreathed in crimson energy and arcane symbols, intoned a phrase of immense power, La Gran and Tijo. The magical energy intensified, swirling around the figure like a vortex of raw power, the air crackling with unseen forces. A blinding light erupted, tearing through the very structure of the fortress, the stone groaning under the assault. The beam of energy continued its relentless descent, a searing lance of destruction aimed at the heart of the defenders. The figure unleashed the full force of the spell, the air shimmering with heat and the scent of ozone filling the nostrils. From the depths of the chaos, a monstrous visage emerged, its eyes burning with malevolent intent, a predator unleashed upon the world. The monster descended, a whirlwind of claws and teeth, its shadow falling upon the terrified soldiers below. The energy beam slammed into the fortress, the impact echoing with a deafening shriek as stone and metal buckled under the strain. A soldier cried out, desperately trying to defend against the onslaught. He wouldn't let them have it, but a chilling thought crept into his mind. Had the goddess abandoned them? The rain intensified, each drop echoing on the stone floor. Eyelet Han stood firm, the downpour plastering his hair to his forehead as he braced himself for what was to come. Jenna, wreathed in fire, wondered if the rain would extinguish her flames. A soldier's scream pierced the air, a raw expression of terror. The monstrous figure lunged forward, teeth bared in a savage snarl. The beast roared, ordering everyone to get away. Flames danced around the monstrous figure, a deadly ballet of fire and fury. Jenna focused, gathering the flames into her hand, preparing to unleash their destructive power. A blinding explosion erupted, bathing the battlefield in searing light. The flames surged forward, engulfing the gate, the defenders desperately trying to hold their ground. The air crackled with heat as the command to burn echoed across the battlefield. Screams filled the air as a figure was consumed by the inferno. The fortress blazes, a crucible of fire and destruction. Aaron's voice cuts through the din, calling out, "Jenna, Aaron!" Jenna, eyes narrowed with resolve, declares, "Yes, sir. I'll be going ahead." Seojin Han sighs, the sound barely audible over the roaring flames. He offers Jenna a vial. "Drink one each time you use it." A voice responds with certainty, "I know." Seojin Han's expression is grim. "We've barely started. Can you do it?" Jenna stands tall, her gaze unwavering. "I can. Who do you take me for?" Aaron's face is flushed with determination. "I can use it 100 times more." "Yes? Yes." The fortress burns, a testament to the ferocity of the assault. A smirk plays on Seojin Han's lips. "Are you still planning on following us?" Aaron nods, his resolve firm. "I understand. Act." The heavy thud of the gate echoes, a death knell to any hope of escape. A guard shouts, his voice tight with panic, the gate's closing again. Seojin Han watches the massive gate descend, the sound of grinding stone filling the air. He mutters, "If you're going to close it quickly." The grim reality settles in. The escape route is blocked. The rain intensifies, plastering his hair to his forehead as Seojin Han steels himself for what's to come. Flames lit the edges of their sanctuary, a fiery barrier against the encroaching darkness. A guttural roar echoes through the fortress. "I'll kill you all." A commander barks out orders, "Everyone to your positions." Seojin Han stands ready, his sword gleaming in the firelight, prepared to face the onslaught. Ialka instructs, "Ialka, stage 1. It's fine if your firepower is weak. Try to spread your flames and cover as many areas as you can." The downpour intensifies, each drop a heavy weight adding to the oppressive atmosphere. The rain is getting heavier. The warning rings out. The goblins will pass through the fire and attack us. A goblin, teeth bared, lunges with a crude spear, the tip glinting in the firelight. Above the fray, a stark reminder of their dwindling time echoes. 20 seconds left until Ialka casts. Another goblin, brandishing a rusty sword, swings down towards Seojin Han, intent on ending the fight quickly. A blast of blue energy erupts, vaporizing a goblin in a flash of light and heat. Beams of searing light lance through the horde, each strike followed by a burst of goblin screams. The team stands firm, a beacon of defiance against the encroaching green tide. Malmont Karl and Ialka stand back to back, while Jenna and Seojin Han continue to cut down the goblins. The air crackles with the smell of ozone and burning flesh as the goblins continue their relentless assault. A swift strike cleaves through another goblin, sending it sprawling amidst the flames. Steel sings as another goblin falls, its lifeblood staining the already scorched ground. The fortress is a charnel house, the air thick with smoke and the stench of death. The goblins press in from all sides, their numbers seemingly endless, their eyes burning with savage hunger. Jenna, a red braid whipping behind her, cuts down another goblin with a flourish, her blade a blur of motion. The figure stood poised, sword at the ready, the air thick with the smell of smoke and anticipation. A voice cut through the crackling flames, a desperate cry to ignite the inferno. His grip tightened on the hilt, knuckles white against the worn leather. Panic flared as the warning echoed. They were locking onto Ialka, and immediate action was needed. The team plunged headfirst into the blaze, a desperate gamble against the encroaching flames. The air crackled with heat, the very essence of the inferno pressing in on them. A wall of fire roared, a hungry beast eager to consume everything in its path. Seojin Han's face contorted in a battle cry, his voice a raw command against the chaos. The order rang out, run through, a desperate plea for survival against the Inferno's fury. Though the heat seared through their leather armor, it remained, miraculously, somewhat bearable. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. They were fortunate to have Ialka on their side. The downpour intensified, each drop hissing as it met the Inferno. It was a bittersweet relief, the rain a temporary reprieve from the oppressive heat. Kneeling, Ialka heard the urgent plea. The heat licked at his armor, a constant reminder of the dwindling protection. The message cut through the din of battle. The fire barricade, their only shield, was failing. Carl's voice rang out, directing the team. Seojin Han broke from the group, his eyes narrowed. He would take the lead, buying them precious seconds. The countdown echoed in the minds of those still fighting, each number a hammer blow against their dwindling hope. 2. The monstrous figure emerged from the flames, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. 1. Seojin Han's gaze hardened, his focus sharpening as the final moment approached. A command ripped through the air, a desperate plea for coordination. The team needed to adapt, and fast. A torrent of fire erupted, a desperate attempt to hold back the encroaching darkness. The protagonist's jaw tightened, his eyes reflecting the inferno. He would not yield. Carl roared, urging his comrades forward. They would use the fire as their ally, a burning shield against the enemy. Jenna prepared her attack, her gaze unwavering. The red-haired woman would meet the enemy head-on, no matter the cost. Her red hair plastered her face by the downpour. Jenna's voice cut through the din of battle. We'll continue on like this until we reach the river. A wall of fire crackled and roared, a temporary barricade against the relentless advance. Soldiers clashed amidst the inferno, their armor gleaming in the firelight. The rain intensified, each drop a tiny hammer blow against the flames. Spears flashed in the downpour, seeking purchase through gaps in armor. The ground churned to mud beneath their feet, each step a struggle against the sucking earth. A spear thrust forward, narrowly missing its mark. The relentless rain blurred the lines between friend and foe, turning the battlefield into a swirling chaos of steel and fire. Swords clashed against shields, the metallic screech echoing through the storm. Each parry, each thrust, a desperate struggle for survival. A crimson banner, emblazoned with a snarling beast, surged forward, carried by a warrior fueled by adrenaline and desperation. The battle raged on, a maelstrom of violence under the uncaring gaze of the storm. The river, their destination, remained a distant promise. A seemingly endless horde advances, their forms blurred by the downpour. Beside them, a wall of fire blazes, casting long, dancing shadows across the muddy ground. The rain intensifies, each drop a tiny hammer against the armor and flesh of the marching throng. Still, they press onward, their destination unknown, their purpose a mystery. The ranks stretch as far as the eye can see, a relentless tide of bodies moving in unison. Spears and crude blades glint dully in the fading light, promising violence and bloodshed. The ground trembles beneath their feet, a low, constant rumble that vibrates through the very bones of the earth. The air hangs heavy with the scent of wet fur, stale sweat, and the metallic tang of anticipation. At the forefront, a figure draped in crimson leads the charge, their presence a beacon in the storm. What command do they carry? What dark purpose drives this legion forward? The march continues, unwavering, relentless. The rain washes away the blood and grime, but it cannot cleanse the hunger that burns in their eyes. A snarling face emerges from the ranks, teeth bared in a feral display. The creature's eyes gleam with a savage intelligence, a thirst for battle barely contained. A tattered banner, emblazoned with crude symbols, ripples in the wind. It is a standard of war, a rallying point for the savage horde, a promise of conquest and ruin. A gnarled hand grips a crude weapon, its surface slick with rain and grime. The weapon is a tool of destruction, a symbol of the violence that is to come. A massive blade, chipped and stained, is raised high. The goblin-like creature holding it lets out a guttural cry, a sound that echoes across the battlefield, a promise of death. A monstrous visage fills the view, its eyes burning with an unholy light, teeth bared in a silent snarl. The creature's features sharpen, every detail etched with malevolence. The air crackles with arcane energy as the command is given. Flames erupt, consuming everything in their path with furious intensity. The inferno rages, a maelstrom of heat and destruction. Seojin Han's voice cuts through the chaos, a rallying cry amidst the flames. Now, charge! The monstrous figure is engulfed, the flames licking at its form, obscuring it in a blaze of fire. A strangled cry escapes Han Islet's lips, a sound of disbelief and dawning horror. Cook! A spear, glinting ominously, is raised high, ready to strike. The weapon is poised, a deadly point aimed with unwavering intent. Han's brow furrows, his mind racing as he registers the impossible. The attack pattern of the goblins suddenly changed. Despite the inferno, a goblin charges forward, its crude armor scorched, but its advance relentless. We just used fire magic, but they started charging forward despite that. He unleashes a furious roar, channeling a surge of energy that erupts in a blinding flash. The force of the blast slams into an unseen foe, contorting their face in a mask of agony. His eyes burn with fierce determination, the air crackling with residual energy. Through the rain and fire, a horde of enemies continues their relentless advance, their numbers seemingly endless. The reason for this onslaught? It's because of him. A monstrous face, teeth bared in a savage snarl, embodies the brutal force driving the assault. The strategist knows there's a delay in Ialka's casting, so they're charging at us relentlessly. The realization hits hard. They can't move forward like this. He has seen through their plan. A frustrated growl escapes him. Shit, he's uselessly intelligent. Although Aaron and Jenna look fine, they won't be able to hold out for long. Jenna grits her teeth. They are in a situation where there isn't much oxygen, and they're surrounded by fire. He stood firm, the air thick with the stench of sulfur and the guttural roars of the approaching horde. The monsters surged forward, a wave of claws and teeth eager to overwhelm him. Then, Seojin Han met their charge with a blinding flash of blue energy, his sword arcing through the air, a promise of swift retribution against the encroaching darkness. Aaron, amidst the chaos, bellowed to the others, urging them to gather close. He emphasized that this was their only chance, and failure was not an option. The urgency in Aaron's voice was palpable. One chance? What are you talking about? He demanded, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination. Seojin Han's gaze hardened, his voice a low growl. I'm talking about a chance to tear that monster with decorations on him apart. A monstrous roar echoed through the battlefield, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Jenna chanted, her hands glowing with arcane energy as she summoned a protective barrier of fire, a desperate attempt to hold back the tide of darkness. The incantation resonated, the air crackling with heat as the fiery shield took shape. The horde advanced, a terrifying mass of teeth and claws, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. A massive explosion engulfed the battlefield, a cataclysmic display of raw power. One of the monsters lunged forward, its jaws agape, ready to tear into its prey. With a swift strike, Seojin Han silenced the beast, his blade finding its mark with deadly precision. The monstrous visage looms, its massive teeth bared in a silent snarl. The air crackles with heat, the scent of sulfur heavy in the air. A fiery aura erupts around the beast, bathing its grotesque features in an infernal glow. The heat intensifies, searing the lungs. Seojin Han stands firm, Jenna at his side, as the monstrous presence bears down on them. The ground trembles beneath the creature's weight. A voice cuts through the din of battle, demanding, Ialka, you're done casting, right? The word echoes, a command and a promise. Ignite. A surge of power floods the battlefield. Magical energy coalesces, swirling and gathering into a concentrated point. The air shimmers with raw potential. The gathered energy explodes forward, a searing beam of pure light aimed directly at the monstrous foe. The sound is deafening. The monster recoils, its eyes widening in pain as the magical assault strikes home. A guttural roar tears from its throat. Han's brow furrows, a grim determination hardening his features. Maybe using magic once is not enough. But a renewed surge of power emanates from an unseen source, a promise of more to come. The unseen caster's voice rings out, filled with defiance. We're not done, you bastard. The magical energy intensifies. The monster's eyes narrow, a flicker of fear betraying its savage nature. It braces itself for another onslaught. The air crackles with heat. A single word echoes through the inferno. Burn. The flames surge outward, a ravenous wave of destruction. The world dissolves into a blinding orange, the heat searing skin. The force of the blast distorts reality itself. Ialka and Jenna are caught in the heart of the inferno, the heat threatening to consume them. Ialka's eyes blaze with determination, a grim resolve etched on his face. A blade sings through the air, a desperate attempt to cut through the chaos. A monstrous visage emerges from the flames, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The monster reels back, struck by an unseen force. A guttural cry escapes its throat. Jenna's face contorts in pain, a silent scream trapped in her throat. A trembling hand clenches into a fist, a desperate struggle against the pain. Seojin Han carries Jenna away from the inferno. Don't talk, he commands, his voice tight with concern. Jenna can only manage a pain. Although magic is powerful, it can't kill all of them, one of the figures thought, observing the fiery landscape. If they continue to mob us without giving us time to organize ourselves, we'll be annihilated, a voice echoed from a distance. We're just an obstacle on the way, one of the fiery figures snarled. Their ultimate goal isn't us, but the fortress. Their head of command is gone now. What are they going to do now? A large, dark figure loomed, the sound of its presence echoing through the fiery landscape. The fiery landscape stretched out before them, the fortress a distant goal. Did they choose the fortress? The figure's expression was grim as they considered the situation. Meanwhile, the landscape was now filled with water and trees, a stark contrast to the fiery landscape. We got past them, Seo Jin-han thought. Since we're this far away, they aren't even interested in us, and are headed towards the fortress. Couldn't you have put me down more gently? Jenna exclaimed, while another figure groaned. I thought I was going to die. The reason we survived is because we killed their commander, Seo Jin-han internalized. If he had still been alive, our plan would have fallen through, and he would have tried to kill us. The rain continued to fall as Han offered Jenna a health potion. He advised her to apply it to her burns and take only a small sip, reminding her that they only had one left. Jenna grimaced as she took the potion, the taste overwhelmingly bitter. Meanwhile, the fortress remained under siege. Arrows rained down as the text indicated the north wall was still in the thick of it, while Adis's party continued to push through the outer defenses. An orc warrior, eyes burning with savage intent, pressed the attack. Heavy footsteps echoed in the downpour, a grim reminder that this is just the beginning for us too. The fortress wall crumbled under the relentless assault. Back with Han, he walked onward, shield strapped to his back, his expression resolute despite the dire circumstances. Elsewhere, the orc's face, contorted in a war cry, promised only violence. The horde advanced through the tall, rain-soaked grass, their numbers seemingly endless. Returning to Han, his face was etched with determination, sweat mingling with the rain. They won't give us a break, he thought grimly. The orcs continued their advance, the text revealing their own exhaustion. They hadn't even rested before being forced to fight again. Everyone, get ready to fight. A hulking form emerges from the rain-soaked gloom, its features indistinct but undeniably monstrous. A gasp escapes someone nearby, the voice cracking with a mix of fear and recognition. Oh, Han, that's... Seo Jin-han's eyes narrow, his stance shifting, readying himself for the coming battle. Yet this time, the ogre's face fills the vision, its tusked maw open in a silent roar, the rain plastering its coarse, green skin. The monstrous form looms, a blurry behemoth in the downpour. An overlay appears, identifying the threat. Ogre, level 23. A disembodied voice echoes, laced with apprehension. They brought a big friend. A hulking form emerges from the shadows, its tusked maw agape in a silent roar. The air vibrates with the creature's presence, a palpable sense of raw power radiating from its massive frame. Ogre, level 23. A formidable foe stands before them. A collective thought hangs in the air. They brought a big friend. Someone barks, assigning roles for the impending battle. Jenna, Aaron, and Ialka brace themselves, the towering ogre looming behind them as they prepare for the fight. Ialka can stop the goblins, but what about that monster? His firewall won't stop him. The ogre's massive arm hangs heavy, a testament to its brute strength. Someone shouts to stop talking nonsense and start the fight. Seo Jin-han faces the towering ogre, his sword gleaming in the dim light. He declares he'll take care of this pig. The ogre's massive arm descends like a falling tree, the force of its swing kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. He narrowly avoids the crushing blow, the wind screaming past him as the ogre's fist slams into the ground. Seo Jin-han's mind races. One hit, just one, and it's over. The ogre, relentless, prepares another strike, its muscles bulging with savage strength. Again, he dodges, the ogre's raw power turning the battlefield into a storm of pulverized stone. Seo Jin-han sees an opening, a sliver of opportunity in the ogre's furious assault. Even though it'll take more time, the only way is to gradually attack it, he thinks. The ogre unleashes a guttural roar, a sound that vibrates through the very ground beneath their feet, and lunges forward. Flames erupt around the beast as it closes the distance, its eyes burning with savage intent. The ogre's attack connects, a devastating blow that sends shockwaves rippling through the air. A sickening crunch echoes as the force of the impact explodes, a spray of blood painting the ruined landscape. Jenna watches, her face a mask of concern as she witnesses the brutal exchange. Seo Jin-han is sent hurtling through the air, a ragdoll tossed aside by the ogre's overwhelming strength. The ogre's roar echoes through the cavern, a sound laced with pain and fury. A voice, filled with a grim satisfaction, cuts through the din. Oh, I think it's working. Jenna's eyes gleam with determination. It can't dodge, so if I stack damage like this, she thinks, channeling more power into her attacks. Blood splatters from the ogre's wounds, a testament to the effectiveness of their combined assault. The beast reels, momentarily stunned by the onslaught. A voice, laced with strategic calculation, advises it's not dodging because it probably doesn't have to. If it's not a hit to its vital point, then it won't harm it, so save your arrows. Seo Jin-han, seeing an opening, sprints towards the staggering ogre, his sword held ready to strike. The impact of an unseen blow sends splinters of bone and flesh flying. Does it even have a vital point? Jenna, amidst the chaos, shouts, "There's one more over there," her eyes darting to a new threat. Seojin Han's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he hears the warning. Ialka and Jenna are beset by goblins. Damn it! Aaron has his hands full with the goblins. A voice grunts, the sounds of battle filling the air. A grim realization settles over the battlefield. The longer this goes on, the more disadvantageous this situation will be for us. Then, with a flash of steel, Seojin Han's blade finds its mark, cleaving through the ogre's defenses. The force of the blow sends the ogre stumbling. A desperate cry rings out. We need to take the risk. The ogre's massive fist crashes down, the force of the blow sending tremors through the already ravaged ground. The air rushes past the descending limb, a gale of displaced energy preceding the impact. The ogre's guttural roar echoes as it presses its assault, seemingly impervious to any pain. Dust and debris explode outward as the ogre continues its relentless barrage, each strike threatening to shatter the very earth. Seojin Han's eyes narrow, a spark of defiance igniting within them as he prepares to meet the ogre's onslaught head-on. The sound of impact reverberates through the air, a deafening boom that signals the clash of titans. The ogre's maw opens in a savage roar, a display of raw power and unbridled fury. A flicker of insight crosses Han's face. He realizes even this brute has a weakness, a vital point waiting to be exploited. With newfound resolve, Han launches a counterattack, his movements a blur of speed and precision. The strike connects, unleashing a torrent of energy that rips through the ogre's defenses. Han presses his advantage, his assault a relentless storm of blows aimed at the ogre's newly discovered vulnerability. The final blow lands with devastating force, a concentrated burst of power that promises to turn the tide of battle. He stood, sword drawn, the reins slicking the blade. The air crackled with anticipation, the scent of ozone heavy in the air. With a burst of speed, Seojin Han launched himself forward, closing the distance between them in a heartbeat. The ogre's massive arm loomed, a grotesque parody of strength, but Seojin Han's eyes narrowed, his focus absolute. He saw the opening, the flaw in the beast's defense. He leaped again, a blur of motion against the backdrop of the battlefield. The ogre's face contorted in a silent roar, a mask of rage and desperation. The sword plunged deep, cleaving through flesh and bone. Blood erupted, painting the scene in crimson. A sickening crunch echoed through the air. The blade, now stained a dark red, glinted ominously in the fading light. Seojin Han muttered one down. A fiery explosion consumed the ogre's remains, a final, violent punctuation to the battle. He stood over the fallen beast, the victor in a brutal dance of death. A guttural growl echoes as something massive looms, its intent clear. Next is... The hulking beast lunges, a fiery aura surrounding it. Jenna cries out, "Is it after Ialka? Jenna, lure it with your..." A volley of arrows streaks through the air, aimed at the monstrous attacker. Arrows! The arrows fly, closing the distance between the archer and the monstrous figure. The beast roars, its massive form dominating the battlefield. Jenna cries out, "Ack!" as the monster's attack closes in. No, we're too late. A desperate cry pierces the air. Ialka! Jenna screams, her voice filled with terror. Kaya! A figure looks up, a sense of impending doom washing over them. Someone notices something amiss, their voice laced with concern. What's that? Ialka's brow furrows, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. A vague doubt. The text speaks of destruction, the dam that collapsed on the 7th floor. Like something had hit it, the broken fragments and holes in the dirt. A goblin, lacking a weapon, possesses the power to destroy the castle wall and building. The unseen observer realizes the creature's target is not Ialka. The goblin barrels forward, its sights set on the dam. The dam looms, a critical structure now in mortal danger. Jenna leaps onto the goblin's back, attempting to halt its advance. She rains blows down upon the creature, a desperate attempt to change its course. The goblin reels from the impact, blood spraying as Jenna's attacks find her mark. Seojin Han, eyes blazing with blue energy, prepares to intervene. I'll let you do that. The goblin's face contorts in rage, its eyes burning with murderous intent. You're going to die here. Jenna continues her assault, but the goblin remains undeterred. Han strikes, a surge of blue energy accompanying his attack. The goblin cries out, its face a mask of pain. The monstrous goblin, its massive form destabilized, tumbles backward. The air crackles with the scent of ozone and the metallic tang of blood. Then, a cataclysmic eruption. A geyser of water and pulverized earth explodes skyward, swallowing the battlefield in a blinding white fury. Han's eyes dart to the side, his brow furrowed with concern. That was close, but we barely... The goblin's massive hand, gnarled and bloodied, plummets through the deluge. The impact sends tremors through the ground. The earth trembles as the colossal body crashes down, sending shockwaves through the already devastated landscape. Han's eyes widen, a gasp escaping his lips. What? The air hisses and crackles, the sound of displaced energy echoing through the ravaged valley. The goblin continues its descent, a broken monument to a battle hard-fought and barely won. Crimson energy flares amidst the chaos, painting the scene in hues of blood and destruction. The air vibrates with unseen power. The world seems to warp and distort, the very fabric of reality fraying at the edges. Jenna's voice cuts through the din, her tone laced with urgency. We killed the remaining goblins. What should we do now? The defeated goblin lies broken amidst the wreckage, its final thought echoing in the silence. We failed. If the information and predictions obtained were accurate, then there are probably reinforcements beyond the dam that will come through the forest. However, as the dam has now collapsed, they won't be able to cross the river. At this rate, 10 people from Party 1 and 2 will need to stop more than 3,000 goblins. Then, a voice calls out to Han. The rain falls as Han wonders what they should do now. Rain lashed down, each drop a tiny hammer blow against the cobblestones. The boots of soldiers marched on. He knew they had more on their side now, but the odds still felt insurmountable. The castle stood defiant against the horizon, a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. Siege weapons pummeled its walls. Steel glinted under the stormy sky as the cavalry prepared to ride out. The air crackled with anticipation. Jenna rode alongside him, her expression grim. The goblins at the north side weren't much of a threat until the castle gates were breached. The biggest threat was the north side, where it was being besieged by ladder carts. The cavalry knew this too, so they were heading north as well. If he just followed the cavalry like this, it'd be mission, success. As if it would be that easy. Seojin Han roared. This shitty game won't just let it end like this. We divert to the sides. We're getting away from the battlefield roars with chaos as a soldier questions the order to abandon the north gates, his voice barely audible above the din. A figure, cloaked in shadow, dismisses the concern, implying a larger, unseen threat is at play. A sudden, sharp intake of breath hangs in the air, a silent question mark punctuating the tension. He urges his steed onward, breaking away from the main conflict. Seojin Han declares they're escaping the arrow's range, heading for the north forest, away from the battle. The rain ceases, a brief respite in the relentless storm of war. A voice notes the opportune timing, a hint of anticipation in the air. The small band races through the landscape, the wind whipping past them as they head towards the dense forest. Meanwhile, hidden within the forest's embrace, the goblin riders lie in wait, poised to ambush the approaching group. Jenna, her expression grim, declares that disrupting their path with Ialka's magic could foil the goblin's attack. The guttural snarls of the goblin riders echo through the trees, a prelude to violence. The goblins' faces contort in savage anticipation, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. A monstrous maw opens wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth, ready to tear flesh. A horde of 23 ogre-like creatures stands ready, their level of threat unknown. One of the ogres clenches its massive fist, ready to strike. A blonde-haired man warns, "You see that? There's going to be a problem if the wolf riders join the fray. The cavalry alone won't be able to withstand the attacks." Jenna asks, "Ialka, how's your mana reserve?" She worries that her firepower will be weak. Jenna focuses, reminding herself to concentrate on the area of effect rather than the power. Seojin declares, "I'm going to ride across the north forest." Someone commands, "Sear the entire forest with your magic." The forest awaits, dense and shadowed. Goblins swarm a wooden structure, ready to attack. A red-haired figure battles a goblin, blood splattering. A goblin's face is shown in close-up, revealing its menacing features. A brown-haired figure cries out, "Yua, I am gonna fall," as they plummet downwards. He is struck, a spray of blood erupting from the unseen wound. Jenna offers a grateful, "Thank you." The figure with the eye patch grits their teeth, urging, "Don't mind that, and keep fighting." Is that? A helmeted figure roars, "Ride forward." A voice booms, declaring, "Show them the power of the Iron Lion cavalry." The Iron Lion cavalry charges into the fray. The armored soldiers cry, "Everyone charge." The battlefield becomes a chaotic mess of blood and steel. The Iron Lion cavalry's horses thunder across the battlefield. Seojin Han watches as the reinforcements arrive, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Reinforcements have arrived. An Orbelovs, Han succeeded. Jenna shouts, "Hang on, everybody! Victory is near!" From below, a soldier, drenched in the blood of battle, affirmed the command. "Yes, sir." Her eyes remained closed, a serene calm washing over her face as the power began to surge within. The command echoed, a single word igniting the battlefield. Ignite. A wave of searing heat erupted, the air itself shimmering with the unleashed magical force. The world dissolved into a blinding inferno, silhouettes of soldiers dancing within the heart of the blaze. The fire raged, consuming everything in its path, a testament to the raw, untamed power unleashed. Monstrous figures, once a terrifying threat, were now engulfed, their roars of rage turning into screams of agony as the flames devoured them. Jenna watched, her face a mask of conflicted emotions as the firestorm raged, the heat radiating even from this distance. Eyelet Han's gaze remained fixed on the inferno. Iolda's role would end here, he knew, for her mana would overflow if she dared to wield any more magic. The protagonist rode onward, his thoughts grim. If it went on like this, the whole forest would burn down, but that didn't matter. In fact, it'd be better. That forest was a breeding ground for goblins anyway. They'd be cleansed by the fire along with the forest. The defense continued on afterwards. 100 soldiers survived the battle on the north wall. Meanwhile, many of the city defenders were sacrificed before the cavalry arrived. Half of the cavalry fell to the ambush of the ogres. The ogre lay defeated, its massive form a testament to the battle's ferocity. Without the fire, the text box declared, the cavalry would have shared its fate. Steel flashed, cleaving through the air before finding its mark. Another ogre fell, its blood painting the battlefield a gruesome red. The skills of the cavalry had proven absolutely overpowering, each strike precise and deadly. Their skill difference far overcame their absolute disadvantage in numbers, the soldiers moving with a speed and efficiency the ogres couldn't match. A final swing, a blur of motion, and another ogre was felled. The battlefield was a graveyard of giants, the ground soaked with the blood of the fallen. The mission was over. The surviving soldiers raised their swords in triumph, giving glory to the goddess. Elsewhere, a woman with long, dark hair stood with a grizzled, white-haired man, the aftermath of the battle weighing heavily on their expressions. The woman called out, Han, as she saw the injured man. A figure with orange hair rode on horseback, away from the battlefield. No one died in this battle, a voice mused. No messages of souls returning to the goddess, either. It looked like nobody died. He stood with his companions, the weight of their shared experiences evident in the air. The protagonist reflected on how far they'd come. They were no longer the same team that struggled on the 5-4th floor. The sentiment echoed, a declaration of their growth and resilience. They had indeed progressed, leaving the trials of the 5-4th floor behind. A voice cut through the reflection, laced with confusion. Why weren't they going back? Hadn't the mission concluded? His gaze narrowed, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. A determined expression hardened his features, a silent promise of what was to come. Meanwhile, a chaotic scene unfolded, a maelstrom of light and shadow. Figures moved within the blaze, locked in a desperate struggle against unseen foes. Energy crackled, a blinding display of raw power unleashed. A monstrous form emerged from the darkness, a testament to the horrors they faced. Another demonic figure stood ready, a weapon clutched in its grasp, prepared to strike. The red-haired woman declared that they had already taken down all the monsters. A figure clad in armor stood amidst the chaos, a silent guardian against the encroaching darkness. The clash of steel echoed across the battlefield, a desperate struggle unfolding under a sky ablaze with unnatural fire. But something was wrong. The victory message, the signal that the stage had been cleared, never materialized. A nagging feeling crept in. Why? There should be nothing left to do. Confusion etched across his face. Han's brow furrowed as he tried to make sense of the anomaly. What was going on? The world flickered, replaced by a stark, digital purgatory. A loading screen, cold and impersonal, filled his vision. He found himself astride a spectral steed, galloping through a landscape of fractured code and digital snow. The frustration mounted, his jaw clenched tight against the rising tide of uncertainty. Something was terribly wrong. Other riders, clad in similar ethereal armor, voiced their own confusion. What's going on? The system crashed, spitting out a stark error message. There's been an error in the server. You have been disconnected. A new message flashed. Please wait. Everything stopped. Han stood beside Jenna, the silence heavy with unspoken questions. A distorted warning flickered into existence. Look behind you. Han's eyes narrowed, a spark of resolve igniting within him. He would face whatever came next. He stood against the oppressive gloom, a silent sentinel overlooking a scene of distant chaos. The air crackled with unseen energy, a storm brewing both within and without. The system's breakdown intensified, spewing forth a cascade of corrupted data. The screen flickered, a digital scream echoing in the virtual space. From the digital ether, a figure coalesced, wreathed in shadows and outlined in malevolent red. An ominous presence, a harbinger of something terrible. The world dissolved into a maelstrom of fire and destruction, a glimpse into a nightmare realm where reality itself was unraveling. Held aloft, the tablet pulsed with an eerie light, its surface displaying a distorted image of figures caught in the digital storm. A desperate plea trapped within the code. The figures within the digital prison writhed, their forms blurred and indistinct, lost souls trapped in the system's failing grasp. A monstrous visage emerged from the chaos, its teeth bared in a predatory grin. A hunger that transcended the digital realm, a promise of pain and suffering. A face of pure terror, eyes wide with a dawning realization of the horror unfolding. The scent of ozone filled the air, a prelude to the storm. The monstrous entity's voice echoed, a guttural growl that resonated with ancient malice. That bastard is from back then. Seo Jinhan's face contorted in rage, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. You bastard. He snarled, the words laced with venom. The interface of Pick Me Up, Infinite Gotcha dominates the screen, a testament to countless hours invested. With a party full of 6-star members, they had broken through the 88th fourth floor as the first in Korea. They had even managed to rank 5th in the entire world. The game attempts to connect to the server. The heroes fight on their own in battles, though he can give certain basic commands. They should use their skills on their own. There are many times when they're rendered unable to fight in battle for unknown reasons. But if this was a game where rank and luck decided everything, he wouldn't have gotten this far. The feature that made him obsessed with this game. Luck can be disregarded when his skills are good enough. However, the realization hits him like a physical blow. That bastard is from back then. Level 999. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The words burst from him, laced with disbelief and fury. There's no way. The capacity is 99, excluding 7 stars. You bastard. His eyes narrowed, reflecting the storm of emotions raging within him. A figure stood shrouded in shadow, its level displayed ominously. 999. A dark disciple, at level 15, stood beside it. The cloaked figure with level 999 loomed, its presence radiating an unsettling power. The dark disciple remained a silent sentinel. The air crackled with an unseen energy, the very fabric of reality seeming to warp around them. Crimson eyes pierced the darkness, a voice echoing with chilling certainty. I will. A promise hung in the air, heavy with unspoken intent. Wait for you. Seo Jinhan's jaw clenched, a flicker of determination hardening his gaze. The level 999 figure stood as an implacable force, the dark disciple a mere extension of its will. The air thrummed with anticipation, the stage set for a confrontation of unimaginable scale. Flames danced around the figures, casting long, distorted shadows that hinted at the darkness to come. Reconnected to the server, apologies flash across the screen as the digital world reasserts itself. Jenna's brow furrows with concern. Appa, what's wrong? You look. Seo Jinhan's face contorts, the name escaping him as a raw shout. Jenna. Her eyes widen, the urgency in the air palpable. Into the castle. A voice cuts through the tension, sharp and commanding. Hurry, stop spacing out. Seo Jinhan scoops Jenna into his arms, the ground blurring beneath their feet as they sprint forward. His face a mask of grim determination, he grits his teeth. The words are a promise, a threat, a vow. It's not over yet. Meanwhile, the words dark disciple hang in the air, heavy with foreboding, above a landscape consumed by fire. A monster, previously unrecorded in the lower floors, has made its presence known. Its grotesque hand, mottled and scarred, reaches out. Terror etches itself onto the face of a nearby warrior. The creature's bulbous form looms closer, a grotesque mass of flesh and malice. The warrior stands frozen, his sword a useless weight in his trembling hand. His eyes widen, pupils shrinking as the monster draws nearer. A silent scream tears from his throat, a raw expression of pure, unadulterated fear. The monster's maw opens, revealing rows upon rows of razor-sharp teeth. The wolf-like creature lunges, closing the distance with terrifying speed. Another man, witnessing the horror unfold, can only stammer, what the hell? The monster's jaws clamp shut, its prey now firmly within its grasp. A voice cuts through the chaos, urging, ignore whatever's happening near you. A desperate plea echoes through the halls. Retreat to where they first emerged. The level of the living corpse is marked as X 2436. A figure's eyes glow with an eerie light, the power to resurrect the dead now unleashed. The process is revealed. Living corpses are created from corpses that meet specific, unknown conditions. A grim warning. These corpses will relentlessly attack until their skulls are destroyed. A woman's voice cuts through the chaos, demanding that someone open the castle gates. The situation grows more dire. This is not a monster that should be appearing on the 10th floor. The castle gates are opening. The sound of the onslaught intensifies as the living corpses draw closer. The relentless assault continues, each impact echoing with grim finality. A woman's face registers shock and disbelief at the unfolding events. A figure in a dark coat leaves Ialka to someone's protection, a grim decision made in haste. The order rings out. Lock up the gates. It should be fine if they lock up the gates. A desperate cry pierces the air. Appa, hold on until I come back. A sliver of crimson hair and a glimpse of pale skin are all that's visible in the frame. Ialka's face contorts in anguish, his voice cracking as he cries out, "Ah no, Hyungnim, how with all those monsters?" Meanwhile, two figures on horseback stand silhouetted against the stormy sky. Jinna glances back, her expression unreadable from this distance. A voice, laced with steel, cuts through the air. "Get your shit together." A horde of grotesque monsters swarms forward, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. One bellows, "Are you going to go back with me alive, or are you going to become food for?" The man's eye twitches, his gaze fixed on the approaching horror. "Those bastards?" Ialka's jaw sets, resolve hardening his features. "I'll go back with you." Jinna's expression hardens, her eyes narrowing with determination. "You'll." The sound of hooves echoes as a figure mounts a horse. The rider, silhouetted against the fading light, spurs the horse forward, charging through the castle gate. "Of course." Jinna's voice cracked with worry, her red hair swaying slightly as she offered a desperate plea. "Don't die." The doorway framed a silent promise, a dark threshold between them. Through the doorway, Han's shadowed face emerged, his voice a low murmur. "You too." Meanwhile, a lone rider, cloaked in darkness, sat astride a warhorse amidst the ruins. Han's gaze remained fixed ahead, his expression unreadable. His eyes narrowed, a storm brewing within their depths. A guttural roar echoed through the battlefield as one of the monstrous figures prepared to strike. The rider drew a gleaming blade, the steel reflecting the faint light. The monster lunged, its grotesque form a blur of claws and teeth. The creature's thoughts echoed with a chilling confidence. They might look terrible and disgusting, but it shouldn't be hard. With a thunderous charge, the rider and steed crashed into the horde, a whirlwind of steel and fury. The rider's resolve hardened, a grim determination etched on their face. "If I take them one by one." He cuts a swath through the horde, his blade a blur of silver against the grotesque forms. The rider's expression is grim, knowing the odds are stacked against him. "If I had to face them all at once, it would be over for me. The only way forward is through." The rider's silhouette is stark against the chaos, a beacon of defiance. One of the monstrous creatures recoils, surprised by the rider's ferocity. Another monster, heedless of the battle raging around it, claws at the gate. "Damn it, is it back alive too?" Han's expression hardens as he watches the onslaught. At that rate, the gates won't hold for long. The monsters surge forward, a tide of teeth and claws. The rider, mounted on his steed, continues to carve a path through the enemy ranks, each swing of a sword a desperate act of defiance. The rider and his horse are silhouetted against the fiery backdrop, a symbol of resistance against the encroaching darkness. The gate groans under the relentless assault, splinters flying as the monsters tear at the wood. Jenna watches from the battlements, her bow drawn, ready to unleash a volley of arrows. Han clenches his fist, a dark determination settling over his features. "That bastard." The gate buckles further, the wood splintering and cracking under the monster's savage assault. Panic seized the guards as they looked up, their faces contorted in fear. The gates buckled and splintered under a tremendous force, the air crackling with destructive energy. Wood and metal exploded outwards, a violent testament to the power unleashed. The guards' screams intensified, their terror reaching a fever pitch as the destruction continued. A monstrous silhouette emerged from the chaos, its form radiating a dark, ominous energy. The monstrous figure towered over a fallen defender, surrounded by its shadowy kin. Another guard's scream echoed through the battlefield, a sound swallowed by the encroaching darkness. A massive hand reached out, its grotesque fingers poised to crush what remained of the gate. Seojin Han's face twisted in a mixture of shock and fury. "The gates are already down?" he exclaimed. He spurred his horse forward, a grim determination hardening his features as he charged into the fray. The pounding hooves of his steed echoed his resolve. "I just need to get rid of the disciple." Elsewhere, a figure vanished into a forest consumed by flames, their purpose shrouded in mystery. A voice, filled with anticipation, declares that someone is waiting. The speaker affirms their readiness. Then, a surge of resolve hardens the speaker's expression, teeth gritted in anticipation of the coming conflict. Seojin Han, mounted on his steed, brandishes his weapon, his voice a promise of violence. "I'll kill you." There were two ways these bastards could act. The first way was to destroy the statue of the goddess, they howled. The second way was to act upon their desire for living flesh. They'd lost a lot of their skills and physical capabilities from when they were alive. But on the other hand, their desire for meat increased immensely. The greater their numbers and the stronger they were when they were alive, the more annoying it gets. A random pattern made a screw over the raiders. Eilert Han rode through the battlefield, his blade a blur as he cut down the monstrous horde. They make him want to split them in two. The assessment came in. Ada's leadership was proving far more effective than initially anticipated. Despite the dire circumstances, she was holding her own, navigating the chaos with surprising skill. Above the fray, the golden statue of the twin-winged goddess stood as a beacon, its protection now the highest priority. With the outer walls' fall imminent, the order came down. A barricade must be erected around the inner wall's gate. If Jenna and Aaron could bring their experience from the 5th floor to bear, they might just hold out for a while. A wave of pure, unadulterated terror washed over the crowd as they glimpsed the horrors approaching. Desperate cries echoed through the streets, the people begging for the gates to be opened, for any chance of salvation. The pleas grew more frantic, a chorus of despair rising as they realized there was nowhere left to run. A monstrous shadow fell upon them, a grotesque figure of nightmare looming over the terrified masses. The grim reality settled in. It mattered little which side held out the longest. Survival hinged on a single, desperate act. The air crackled with raw energy, a storm of fire and power gathering for a final, decisive strike. The only thing that mattered now was the speed with which the Dark Disciple could be eliminated. The oppressive heat radiates from the very air, causing beads of sweat to trickle down his face. He raises a hand, shielding his eyes from the inferno's glow. Ta-da! A notification flashes before him. His flame-resistant skill has leveled up to 2. The flames lick at his boots as Seo Han continues his trek through the burning landscape. Monstrous figures wreathed in fire writhe in the distance, their forms barely discernible through the intense heat haze. He presses onward, the heat now a familiar, if unwelcome, companion. With a practiced motion, Han uncorks a vial and drinks its contents, the liquid glowing faintly in the firelight. This is the regional boundary of the map, a shimmering barrier that seems to ripple with heat. The air shimmers around him as Han continues his advance, his sword glinting in the firelight. His eyes narrow, a grim determination etched on his face. "You're here," he mutters, his voice barely audible above the roar of the flames. Elsewhere, a system message appears. Macon has fallen into a state of panic, all stats reduced by 50%. Another message. Shern has fallen into a state of fear, all stats reduced by 30%. A solemn announcement echoes through the fiery landscape. Macon has returned to the goddess embrace, his fighting spirit forever remembered. Han stands firm amidst the inferno, shield raised, sword at the ready. The system announces that Adis is inflicted with bleeding, her HP steadily decreasing. Daika, another unfortunate soul, has fallen into a state of fear, reducing all stats by 30%. The fiery landscape blurs with intense heat and speed. Shadowy tendrils writhe and twist, a silent threat in the burning world. One of the figures is suddenly impaled by the shadowy spikes, a brutal end in this harsh environment. A cry of surprise pierces the air, a reaction to the sudden, violent event. The narration notes that the Dark Disciple is not skilled in combat, but is a monster that should only appear in the middle floors. Another figure stands ready, shield and sword prepared for the dangers ahead. The system indicates that the enemy is still relatively strong, given their location on one of the lower floors. The shadowy tendrils continue to lash out, a constant threat in this perilous environment. He grits his teeth against the searing heat, each breath a painful reminder of the inferno around him. The air crackles with energy, the taste of ash heavy on his tongue. Shadowy tendrils lash out, seeking to ensnare him. He raises his shield, the impacts reverberating through his arm, each blow threatening to shatter his resolve. A sudden, unseen force slams into him, sending a jolt of agony through his body. The sound of the impact echoes in the fiery expanse. He retaliates, slashing at the encroaching darkness with his blade. The steel sings as it cuts through the shadowy forms, but they seem endless. Another blow lands, staggering him. The world swims, the heat intensifying, the taste of blood mingling with the ash in his mouth. He fights on, his muscles screaming in protest, his vision blurring. The stench of burning flesh fills the air, a grim reminder of the stakes. Again, the unseen force strikes, driving the air from his lungs. He stumbles, his grip on his sword faltering. The system informs him that he is inflicted with bleeding, his health points steadily decreasing. The fumes burn his throat, each breath a struggle. His thoughts race, a desperate calculation of dwindling resources and mounting threats. The situation's not looking good, he realizes, the fumes clouding his mind. I keep inhaling fumes. Through the haze of pain and exhaustion, a single thought pierces through. There's no time. He fights to remain conscious, the darkness beckoning, threatening to consume him. The heat intensifies, the tendrils tighten their grip. Even as his strength wanes, a fierce determination burns within him. Before I pass out, he vows, and before all my party members die. His face grim, Han declared, his voice echoing in the fiery expanse, that he wanted to talk. He glanced to the side, awaiting a response, his brow furrowed with anticipation. A voice, laced with an alien quality, boomed, declaring that he was different from them. A shadowy tendril lashed out, a blur of dark energy aimed directly at Han. In response, a burst of fiery energy erupted, a blinding flash against the encroaching darkness. The shadowy figure was struck by the blast, recoiling from the intense heat. A hand, clad in dark leather, tightened its grip on the hilt of his sword, knuckles white with tension. Another shadowy figure moved with incredible speed, a dark silhouette cutting through the fiery landscape. A surge of power coursed through Han, a notification flashing before his eyes. He had entered a berserk state. A fresh explosion of fire erupted, the heat distorting the very air around it. Han was now engulfed in flames, a crimson glow emanating from within. His eyes now burned red. A savage grin stretched across his face, the berserk state taking hold. A feral snarl tears from unseen lips, teeth bared in a display of raw aggression. The air crackles with unseen energy. The rider brings their blade down in a swift, decisive arc, the air screaming as the weapon cleaves through it. The cloaked figure, surrounded by swirling shadows, weaves arcane symbols into the air with a flick of their wrist. The scent of ozone fills the air. Crimson energy coalesces, forming a sphere of destructive potential. The ground trembles beneath its oppressive weight. The sphere erupts, unleashing a torrent of raw power. The air shimmers with heat, and the taste of ash coats the tongue. A sickening crunch echoes as something gives way under immense force. Blood splatters, painting the scene in crimson. A scream tears through the air, a raw expression of agony and fury. Red lines of energy crackle across the screamer's face. The world blurs, vision tunneling as pain overwhelms. Sweat beads on a brow, a testament to the brutal assault. The cloaked figure stands amidst the carnage, a silent conductor of the symphony of destruction. Shadows writhe at their command. Flames engulf everything, consuming all in their path. The air is thick with the smell of burning flesh and ozone. Streaks of crimson energy lash out, tearing through the environment with unrestrained force. The very air vibrates with power. The rider stands firm, blade at the ready, a lone beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. Their resolve is unwavering. The air crackles with residual energy, the echoes of a devastating attack still reverberating. Debris rains down amidst the inferno, painting the scene with streaks of fire and the grim splatter of blood. The conflagration rages, consuming everything in its path, a testament to the sheer destructive force unleashed. He stands amidst the devastation, a lone figure silhouetted against the roaring flames, weapon clutched in hand, a testament to resilience. Blood streams down his face, mingling with sweat as he gasps for air, each breath a struggle against the encroaching darkness. Through the haze of pain, the rider wonders, his thoughts echoing in the inferno. Where's the stage, clear message? His torso is a canvas of crimson, the fabric of his attire soaked with blood, each wound a searing reminder of the battle's ferocity. His face, a mask of blood and exhaustion, contorts with a desperate question. Is it not over yet? The rider's eyes, bloodshot and weary, reflect a grim acceptance. Then it's over for us. The fight drains away, leaving only doubt. He whispers, I don't know anymore. The landscape burns, and a message appears. Shern has returned to the goddess embrace. His fighting spirit will be remembered for eternity. Damn it. He sat beneath the charred remains of a once great tree, the air thick with the smell of ash and regret. There's no death more meaningless than this, the rider thought, the words heavy with despair. Blood trickled down his face, a grim reminder of the battle. I was dragged to an unknown place, and after all that exhausting work, I'm going to die. He internalized the thought, a bitter pill to swallow. Jenna's face was a mask of pain and fury, blood splattered across her features. The taste of iron filled her mouth, a constant reminder of the carnage. Malmont Carl's eyes were wide with shock, his blonde hair matted with blood. The battle had taken its toll, leaving him broken and defeated. Tears streamed down Jenna's face, mingling with the blood. The weight of their losses pressed down on her, suffocating her with grief. Carl's mouth hung open in a silent scream, the horror of the battle etched into his very being. The silence was deafening, broken only by the crackling of distant flames. Seojin Han lay amidst the carnage, his dark hair stained crimson. The cold ground offered little comfort, the weight of failure crushing his spirit. His eyes, usually sharp and focused, were now clouded with despair. The taste of blood and defeat lingered on his tongue, a constant reminder of their loss. Carl's face was a canvas of pain, every line etched with a memory of fallen comrades. The stench of death permeated the air, a suffocating blanket of despair. Seojin Han's expression was one of utter defeat, the light gone from his eyes. The weight of responsibility pressed down on him, a burden too heavy to bear. Then, a blinding light erupted, washing over the battlefield, a beacon of hope in the face of despair. Above the carnage, a statue of two angels stood bathed in golden light, a silent promise of solace and redemption. The divine light shines brightly, illuminating the scene with an ethereal glow. Han stands amidst the aftermath, his expression grim as he surveys the damage. The protagonist's gaze hardens, a renewed determination flickering in his eyes. The screen displays stage clear, indicating the successful completion of a challenge. Han, Jenna, and Ialka have leveled up, along with Adis, Roderick, Usher, and Daika. A distorted view of the city flickers, hinting at the challenges that lie ahead. Rewards are displayed, 70,000 G and a basic Fire's Elemental Stone. A character card for Han Islet is shown, highlighting his stats and abilities. The text reveals that a hero amongst the Master's heroes is awaiting a promotion, requiring the combination of promotion stones to find a forgotten piece of memory. An adventure dungeon has been unlocked, urging the collection of Advent stones and other rare ingredients. A top-down view of a city is displayed, possibly indicating the location of the adventure dungeon. Character cards for Ialka Rival Strasher and Shern are displayed, with Shern marked as died during battle. Character cards for Usher, Adis Callan, Daika, Roderick Sajin, and Macon are displayed, with Macon also marked as died during battle. He awoke, the rough stone of the walls of familiar comfort. I'm alive, he thought, the words a silent prayer of gratitude. The coarse blanket shifted with his movement, the faint scent of wood smoke clinging to the fibers. Later, the moon cast long shadows across the rooftops, the silence of the night broken only by the distant hoot of an owl. Lanterns flickered, casting a warm glow on the cobblestone street below. Seojin Han sat alone at a rough-hewn table, the dim light reflecting in the dark liquid in his cup. A younger man approached, concern etched on his face. "Why the long face?" he asked, his voice soft. The younger man's expression was troubled. "Boss," he began, hesitant. He was informed that everyone had been worried when he woke up. The question hung in the air. What was he contemplating that made him look so troubled? Ialka, leaning against the counter, admitted he had been thinking about the reason they fight. The reason they fight, after he left the gates. Ialka continued. The corpses had flooded into the city, and Seojin, his expression grim, knew that NPCs would have died in swathes. He brought the cup to his lips, the liquid within offering little comfort. Ialka guessed that Seojin's stress level had increased. Seojin, his gaze fixed on the cup, was asked if he was going to come out looking like that tomorrow as well. His hands tightened around the cup, knuckles widening. Ialka smiled, stating that he'd bounce back. The sound of footsteps echoed as Ialka approached Seojin, the weight of their shared burden heavy in the air. He stares intently, his expression unreadable. The building stretches out below, a silent testament to the city's resilience. A feast is laid out, a colorful array of dishes promising a moment of respite. Jenna, her eyes wide with excitement, wonders aloud, "What's all this? Why are we having such a fancy breakfast?" A voice explains that Mr. Han requested the best meal possible with the available ingredients. Seojin's gaze is intense as he asks, "Why? You don't like it?" Jenna reassures him, "Of course I do. This is always such a great welcome." Seojin's eyes narrow, a flicker of something unreadable passing through them. Jenna holds up a piece of food, while Aaron chimes in, "Aaron is fine as well." Jenna smiles, adding, "Ivalka is also good." Daika observes that this guy is going to take a while to fully recover from his stress. Elsewhere, the building stands tall, a sign reading, "Welcome to pick me up." The fairy flutters around, a low-grade advancement stone held aloft. With this, she seems to say, "You're graduating from 1 star." A voice wonders if they can even get to 7 stars. Another voice chimes in, asking who else, but Loki could get to 7 stars. Seojin watches the fairy. If that were the case, he thinks Cirrus would have already. Seojin reflects on his efforts. He tried everything he could, but he could never obtain a 7-star hero. There's probably a separate condition that has to be met, he muses. The additional facility, nestled within the synthesizing room, is the advancement room. He thinks, after entering here, he'll advance to a 2-star hero. The man notes that this is the door connected to the 2nd floor. Advancement. It's one of the areas that the master can't see. The hero appears a little later after advancing to the next star. A soft click echoes as Seojin places his hand on the glowing crystal at the center of the room. His gloved hand rests firmly on the device, the intricate runes surrounding the crystal pulsing with a faint light. A sudden flash illuminates the room, bathing Seojin in an intense, warm glow. The air crackles with energy as the ancient symbols etched into the floor begin to resonate. A blinding beam of light erupts from the crystal, engulfing Seojin in its radiant embrace. The light intensifies, reflecting in his dark hair, a sign of the power surging through him. His eyes, narrowed in concentration, gleam with an inner light, reflecting the immense energy flowing through the advancement room. A possessive thought echoes in the darkness. A vision flickers, A woman holding a baby, bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. A voice whispers reassurances. The scene shifts, focusing on a figure's leg, the details obscured by shadow and digital distortion. The man's hand tightens on the hilt of his sword, his expression hardening. He demands to know who is present. He reaches out, a shimmering energy coalescing in his palm, but a deep-seated conflict holds him back. He admits he can't even approach her. The vision of the child resurfaces, a thought hanging heavy in the air. A fragmented memory surfaces, a desperate need for family, juxtaposed with the comforting words of an unseen presence. The man's thoughts turn to denial, rejecting the connection to the infant. The vision clarifies, revealing the child's name. Han Islet. The words the child that linger unfinished. Seojin Han reflects on the original purpose of his mission, admitting his ignorance of the current situation. He hardens his resolve, deciding that there is no time to waste. The sound of steel echoes as he draws his sword, the air thick with anticipation. The air hung thick with an unnatural stillness. Was this the waiting room? Seojin observed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the alien landscape. Seeing that there wasn't a single facility built, it didn't look like whatever's waiting room. A shimmering, pixelated doorway materialized before him, its digital glow casting an eerie light. The name Isel echoed in his mind, a question hanging in the air. A small, winged figure appeared, its presence both curious and unsettling. No, she's smaller than Isel. Seojin glanced at the fairy-like being, his brow furrowed in concern. What? Are you telling me to go into the space-time rift? Before him loomed a massive doorway, emblazoned with the words, "Prove your might. Advent Dungeon Difficulty, Extreme Dash." He stood before the entrance, a sense of foreboding washing over him. This. Seojin's eyes widened as he realized the truth. The Advent Dungeon is opening. Warning signs flashed, their crimson glow painting the air with urgency. Seojin steeled his resolve, preparing to face whatever challenges lay ahead. He is gripped by fear, a chilling wave washing over him. A stark notification flashes before his eyes. His stats are plummeting. His breath hitches, a silent question forming on his lips. Is this the pressure he's been warned about? The weight of it bears down, a crushing force threatening to overwhelm him. His vision blurs, the world around him twisting into a kaleidoscope of dread. But then, a surge of raw power courses through him. A new message appears. He has entered a berserk state. The fear recedes, replaced by a burning rage. He has escaped the clutches of terror. With a guttural cry, Han grips his sword, his eyes burning with newfound intensity. He exhales, a visible cloud of breath in the cold air, his gaze hardening with resolve. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure materializes, its form crackling with dark energy. SSSJ is an element of speaks, a voice dripping with malice. They have finally met. The figure's grip tightens on its weapon, a silent snarl twisting its lips. How the hell is that bastard here? The figure confirms, a chilling certainty in its tone, that they have finally met. It is certain that Han was the one who brought them to this world. A wave of pure hatred emanates from the figure. It wants to kill him right now. He spat the words into the digital void. The level 999 designation flickered above him, a mocking reminder of his current predicament. There was no chance. The image of the one who eliminated the max level 5 and 6-star Dora party in under 10 seconds flashed before his eyes, a monstrous visage in a digital static. The figure seemed almost disappointed. Was he not charging? Was he feeling resentful? The figure snarled, demanding to be sent back if he was just going to spout bullshit. The monstrous image pulsed, a distorted voice echoing, "Foo-foo, good, good." A sharp pain lanced through his skull. A headache? He wondered if all hero advancements were like this. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, countered that this was not the case. He was a special existence. The digital world around him continued to glitch and distort, the lines of reality blurring. The world was his stage, prepared for the glorious rancor to pick him up. The voice continued, "For you." He paused, confusion etched on his face. What? The digital world shifted again, the voice echoing, "This place is a gift for you. Are you?" A profound silence hangs in the air, broken only by the character's unspoken thoughts. What could she possibly be? Glitches distort the air around her as she struggles to define herself. She is something. For some reason, she finds herself in this place. A thought bubbles to the surface. She looks like Isel. The woman wonders how she should introduce herself, the digital distortions around her intensifying with her uncertainty. The figure muses on how someone might look like that when she grows up, a hint of bitterness coloring her thoughts. She knows you're just a goddamn bitch. That a bit tricky, she thinks, the digital glitches dancing around her form. Did you think I looked like Isel? She asks, her expression unreadable. It's not that I look like her, she clarifies, but she looks like me. She states with a smirk that she's just a duplicate of herself, the 100,479,000th, to be precise. A disembodied voice muses, finding the situation similar to the download count of a pick-me-up. Elsewhere, Sichua is an element of stands with a gleaming blade, ready for action. A hand presents a business card, revealing Sichua is an element of as the president of Mobius Corp. Back in the other location, Isol, her expression hardening, asks Han if he's fucking with her, adding that she has more than just one or two names, each used depending on the circumstances. With a crush, Isol settles into a chair, simply stating rude. Han's face is shadowed as he wonders aloud if he was brought to this place. The sword gleams, its sharp edge reflecting the blue light, as Han wonders if that's probably the case. Isol's expression is one of mild amusement. A voice explains that it was unexpected for Han to get summoned to Mobius as well, adding that it was outside of expectations. Han stands over Isol, declaring that he doesn't care what her situation is, calling the situation a type of accident. Han's eyes glow with power as he threatens to kill someone, stating that a mere one star is threatening him, demanding to be sent back if they don't want to die. Her crimson eyes gleaming with dark intent. Isol's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Aren't you dreaming?" she taunted, the air around her crackling with unseen energy. His blue eye narrowed, a flicker of defiance burning within. The air grew heavy, charged with an oppressive energy that promised pain. From the shadows, Sei is an element of watched with a calculating gaze, their red eye gleaming. If so, they mused, the words hanging in the air like a threat. The disembodied voice echoed, cold and devoid of emotion. "Killing you right here should be the answer." From beneath her bare feet, a pool of crimson darkness spread across the floor, tendrils of shadow reaching out like grasping claws. The darkness surged, a silent scream building as the tendrils coiled and struck. The world dissolved into a vortex of red and black, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood and the acrid scent of ozone. The force of the blow ripped through him, a searing pain that stole his breath. Han cried out, the sound swallowed by the encroaching darkness. Claws of shadow tore at his flesh, leaving trails of crimson in their wake. Han staggered, his body screaming in protest. The tendrils pierced deeper, each strike a fresh wave of agony. He grit his teeth, refusing to fall. Through the haze of pain, Han's blue eye burned with a fierce determination. He would not yield. Isol's smile widened, a hint of admiration in her crimson gaze. "You didn't even blink when the spear touched your heart," she purred. "You've got guts." The dark energy still crackled around him, a visible manifestation of Isol's recent assault. A disembodied voice echoed, hinting at a hidden agenda. "There would have been many chances to eliminate me," it mused. The figure in the distance offered a simple explanation. "Not much." The voice continued, its tone conversational. "I just wanted to have a chat with you." Isol, standing before Han, revealed her admiration. The indomitable, invincible Master Loki ranked 5/4 in the world. She thought, "I'm a fan of yours." The voice continued, explaining her presence. "Nibelheim is also a top priority observation target of the company. How could I greet such a person as you without any care?" A faint smile played on Isol's lips, her red eyes gleaming with amusement. Han, his expression unreadable, was asked a direct question. "Loki, what do you think about the story of this mobile game?" The voice continued, explaining the user's perspective. "The story is one of the factors that users don't really pay attention to in gacha games." Isol's gaze intensified, her words carrying a subtle challenge. "They're always more focused on the content." She continued, her tone laced with a hint of mockery. "To be honest, pick-me-up story the same for me." The voice concluded, dismissing the topic. "Is quite outdated. There's not much to find out." A gloved hand gestures, as Isol explains that even masters don't know a world exists after progressing, just a little. The woman in black stands tall, her gaze intense as she asks if he knows where this is. The question hangs in the air, stark against the white background. Han stands with his arms crossed, listening intently as Isol apologizes, seemingly not caring particularly. Isol admits she's quite prone to bragging, before explaining that this is on the Taenir continent, in the Heim Peninsula, the city of Nelsa, although it's the city they found on the 10th floor. As she continues, Isol notes that the city is completely destroyed, identifying it as Silkia. The image shifts, the name Kaya appearing over the ruined landscape. The glitching visuals continue, obscuring the details of the world. Edora is displayed, the name hovering over the decaying structures. Peonia and Madian are shown in turn, the glitch effect distorting the view. The names Acardia and Lilgia appear over the distorted landscape. Finally, Arancia and Cisnea are displayed, completing the tour of ruined cities. Even Bardia suffers the same fate. These are the current conditions of all areas of Taenir, a world fractured and glitching, its very essence corrupted. Isol's crimson eyes gleam with a knowing smirk. She tilts her head, her dark hair cascading around her shoulders. "Do you think Nibelheim is any different?" she asks, a hint of challenge in her tone. They walk on, the air thick with unspoken dread. Over 100 million worlds all faced annihilation at once. a cosmic tragedy unfolding across the infinite expanse. Here is the book whose end has already been decided. The end is a bad ending, a fate sealed in ink and shadow. Everything will come to an end, a chorus of despair echoing through the ages. The characters inside the book all hope for a different ending, a desperate plea against the inevitable. What they need to do is simple, a stark contrast to the overwhelming odds stacked against them. The solution, though clear, is fraught with peril. They need to pull someone from outside the book into it, a desperate gamble to rewrite their destiny. A hand reaches out, grasping for salvation in a sea of despair. An all-seeing eye watches, its gaze both benevolent and terrifying, a silent observer of the unfolding drama. A lone figure stands silhouetted against a dying world, a symbol of resilience in the face of utter destruction. Isol's expression hardens, her resolve unwavering. They need to fix and rewrite the story, even if the setting and the probability ends. Han stands, sword strapped to his back, as the narrator intones that a higher dimensional being can alter causality just through observation. This was the reason Pick Me Up was created. Master Loki. Han's expression is unreadable, his gaze fixed on something unseen. He wondered aloud what grand story she was going to share. The disembodied voice echoed, an invitation to share with her. Isol's gaze is intense, her red eyes piercing. Isol requested his cooperation, the distance between them palpable. The words hung in the air, save the world together with her. The world around Isol seemed to fracture, her expression strained. Han wondered what she was going to say, his posture guarded. The background twisted, a voice echoing that he was just spouting bullshit. But to think about this well, Loki. Isol's face filled the space, the question hanging heavy. Do you accept or reject? Han's eyes blazed with an unnatural light, his face a mask of fury. He snarled, telling her to shut the fuck up, damn bitch, after pulling him into this damn place and making him suffer all that. He scowled, his eyes narrowed. What kind of game was Isol playing? Asking for cooperation after everything. Isol stood firm, her gaze unwavering. She declared that she wouldn't cooperate, daring him to try and kill her. A flicker of pain crossed her face. She murmured that he was too harsh, that she felt hurt. Her bare feet were visible, stained with blood. The digital floor seemed to glitch around her. Han admitted to himself that he had bluffed all he could, but he couldn't kill her right now. Not yet, he thought. He would try to kill her after becoming stronger. Han's expression hardened. He didn't want to talk with her anymore, demanding to be sent back. Isol's voice was soft, almost a whisper. She told him that he wounded her. A slight smile played on Isol's lips. She revealed that she used a lot of interference just to bring him to this place. Isol continued, her tone almost reverent. She held Loki in high regards. Even if one were to put a rancor before him, she mused, they'd just be like a firefly in front of the might of the moon. Isol finished, her gaze intense. That's because he had acquired something. She stands before a screen, the words emblazoned upon it a testament to some singular achievement. Unique achievement that no other master has. Master, trust your bond with the heroes. The screen zooms in, the words now filling the entire view. It's a phrase she knows he recognizes. The view shifts, now focusing on Han as he stands before a similar screen. The same phrase is displayed, identified as one of the notifications received after clearing the tutorial. Isol reappears on the screen, the words echoing her earlier sentiment. You are the only one who has truly understood what this phrase means. The screen shifts again, now displaying a fiery landscape. The words among the 100 million masters, you are the only one, are superimposed over the image. Han is shown a memory. Do you know where this is, Loki? Isol asks. This was the stage on the 84th. The screen displays information about the floor of Nibelheim, a place Han mastered 6 months prior. It was Floor 1, a complex quest with an unknown objective, a stage only he and 4 others were permitted to raid. The screen continues, explaining that this was why those ranked 6th, 4th, and under were left on the 79th floor. It was the floor that gave him an intense level of frustration, the 84th floor. Han, his expression unreadable, demands, why are you showing me this? Isol, seated regally, replies simply, it's simple. Let's watch this scene play out together. Han remains silent, his gaze fixed on the screen before him. A close-up reveals a knowing smile playing on Isol's lips, her red eyes gleaming with an unknown purpose. She warned that he would need to get comfortable for what was to come. The floor that brought him the most despair. The 80th floor, Han stands before a fiery vista, the heat radiating even from his distance. Isol, reclining in her chair, offers a simple directive. Just watch what happens with her. Han watches as a strange, glowing structure materializes before him. Isol's red eyes gleam with amusement. She wonders if Han understands why she's showing him this. It's going to be a bumpy ride. Isol asks Han how it is to see it with his own 2 eyes instead of behind a screen. Isn't it a spectacle? Stage both floor, the first conquest-type floor. Pick Me Up was a random stage, and the difficulty was sometimes dependent on luck. But all of the rankers who attempted the both floor pathetically failed. The rankers called the both floor the Wailing Wall. The words hang in the air, a declaration of unwavering resolve. I am the same. No, I was the same. Han already knows how to clear the 84th floor. Why is he being shown the video of when he successfully raided the 84th floor? Isol remarks that there isn't much to it, as she suggests Han watch and learn. After having beaten the 79th fourth floor, Han confidently went onto the both, though most of his forces, excluding the main party, died. Hell, that's the only way he can describe that place, a place where the living cannot survive. That's the kind of place the both floor was. Fragments of Despair, Level 108 x 3164. Fragments of Grudge, Level 121 x 2348. It's the fragments. They're the reason behind the hellish difficulty of the 84th floor. Isol confirms that Han is right. Isol's lips curved into a knowing smirk. Then, do you know this too? Han's expression remained serious, his gaze unwavering. Summoning probabilities, he knew, were also dependent on the account. Isol tilted her head, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Loki, do you think the fact that you were never able to get a 5-star hero was a coincidence? The monstrous visage of Niflheimer filled the frame, its words echoing with a grim truth. The reason why one couldn't ever attain a high-ranked hero wasn't because they were unlucky. It was simply that there were no heroes left in Niflheimer. Crystals of Chaos, level 322, multiplied 13 times. The same held true with the difficulty. Niflheimer was one of few S ranks as discerned by the company. Crystals of Despair, level 315, numbered 11. It was the worst in all regards. Crystals of Grudge, level 311, multiplied 15 times. Han's gaze intensified, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Was he able to reach the 88th fourth floor? A glass of something golden sat untouched, a silent observer to the unfolding events. A distant landscape shimmered with an ethereal glow, two figures silhouetted against the horizon. A surge of power emanated from Han, his armor glowing with an otherworldly light. The strongest heroes within the treacherous realm of Niflheimer are recognized, their names echoing through the digital ether. Footsteps echo, a deliberate tread, marking an entrance into the unknown. The sound of approach continues, each step resonating with purpose. The announcement rings out. The top 5 have gathered, their silhouettes a promise of power against the crimson sky. Bathed in light, the assembled heroes stand ready, their diverse forms a testament to their individual strengths. From a distance, the heroes are framed within the maw of a monstrous entity, a reminder of the challenges that lie ahead. The monstrous entity looms, its armored body a fortress against any assault. Spikes and reinforced plating adorn the monstrous form, a testament to its formidable power. A lone figure stands defiant amidst serpentine creatures, a dance of power and control. Tactical posts are being applied, enhancing the hero's capabilities on the battlefield. The facility reaches maximum level, granting access to the stage's map and strategic advantages. The ability to reorder the heroes becomes available, allowing for strategic positioning and tactical flexibility. A complex web of glowing lines and symbols dances across the field, each marking a point of interest, a path of attack, or a zone of control. The air crackles with unseen energy as the strategic overlay takes shape. The symbols shift and morph, reacting to unseen forces, as if the very battlefield is alive and responding to the unfolding tactics. A silent hum vibrates through the air, a testament to the power at play. The glowing network intensifies, solidifying into a clear plan of action. Each line pulses with purpose, guiding unseen forces toward their objectives. The scent of ozone hangs heavy in the air. The tactical display continues to evolve, highlighting key objectives and potential threats. The strategic dance unfolds, a silent symphony of calculated movements and anticipated reactions. Arrows streak across the display, tracing paths of attack and defense. A central target glows brightly, marking the ultimate objective. The air grows thick with anticipation. The tactical representation reaches its apex, a dynamic display of interwoven strategies and calculated risks. The battlefield is now a canvas, painted with the strokes of unseen commanders. Isol watches the display, a smirk playing on her lips. The tactics you came up with on the 84th floor, she muses, quite interesting. From a vantage point overlooking a fiery battlefield, a voice booms with authority. The supporting objects in order before raiding the enemy. The process is complex, but the goal is simple. Take note of their actions. The unseen commander continues, their voice resonating with command. And watch closely. See what kind of person you are to them. Cloaked figures stand in silent observation around a holographic globe, their faces obscured by shadow. The weight of the coming battle hangs heavy in the air. The holographic globe displays a detailed grid and terrain map, highlighting strategic locations and potential pathways. Each point glows with significance, a testament to the meticulous planning underway. Han stands near the holographic globe, listening intently. A voice echoes his orders. Han replies, "As always, it's perfect." A figure, cloaked and imposing, declares that failure is unacceptable. And for him, the time limit ticks down, the air crackling with anticipation as they swore an oath. The message rings out. The battle will begin soon. Prepare yourselves. Nahaku, Gastfell, the king's arrow, announces herself. Energy crackles around a figure clad in black and gold. Mutant Nidelk, the king's spear, stands ready. The countdown continues. Lydigian, the king's sword, prepares for the mission. A bandaged warrior grips their sword, anticipation building. Urnith Sid, the king's eyes, watches with a knowing smile. 2 and 1. A warrior wreathed in flames stands ready for battle. The armored legs stride forward, a prelude to the coming conflict. The air crackles with anticipation. The screen flashes, a stark white against the darkness. Mission start, blares, the digital words echoing the unspoken command. Streaking lines of crimson and steel tear through the void, projectiles hurtling towards an unseen target. The air screams with their passage. A monstrous form emerges from the chaos, a fusion of metal and flesh, its purpose as inscrutable as its origins. Rain streaks across its surface. A lone figure stands defiant against the onslaught, a blade of pure energy held high. The air shimmers with heat and power. The impact reverberates, a shockwave of force that distorts reality itself. The sound is deafening, a roar that drowns out all else. The world explodes in a blinding flash, a cataclysm of energy unleashed. The air smells of ozone and burning metal. Meanwhile, Isel, swirling the ice in her cocktail, wondered if it was great that the heroes had sworn loyalty. A small, dark creature floated behind her. Han stood nearby, his hands clasped behind his back. He guaranteed that they had raised some monstrous heroes, 6 stars dubbed as the strongest in the entire server, unbeatable except by the 7 stars. Isel sipped her drink, musing on what it was all about. Skill wasn't what's important, she internalized, but how they perceive their master. The heroes realize the truth as they climb up the tower, a stark white text bubble proclaimed, and fall into despair. Who would be loyal to someone who treats them as toys or pets? The text wondered, as the tower loomed in the background. The crimson eye narrowed, a voice echoing with conviction. He was different. He was the only one who truly dominated the lobby. The name hung in the air, a declaration. Loki? The voice resonated, declaring that he was Niflheimer's king. Even now, Niflheimer's heroes are desperately searching for him. The woman mused, seated regally. They know that he's fallen here too. The child's voice echoed, posing a question. What kind of hero would search all corners of the world for months just because their master disappeared? Did the heroes of other lobbies do the same? Her play method is very unique, but also precise, the woman thought, her gloved hand outstretched. I would have never thought a master wouldn't use synthesis. A close-up of Loki's face. The game's mechanics were simple enough. Masters controlled their heroes through synthesis. If any heroes were deemed valueless or, worse, disobedient, they were mercilessly disposed of. The fear of such a fate was how masters maintained control. Even if there were, low-ranked heroes with potential tended to become prey for the higher-ranked ones. He never got a 5-star. He only had Ceres as a 4-star. People told him it was a failed account. They told him to quit playing, but he didn't listen. He was used to unfairness. The cold of the city seemed to seep into his bones. Seojin Han walked with a child, hand in hand, through the snowy streets. Other masters used synthesis 3 to 4 times a day, but you didn't. That's basically the same as not. Same with other regards. Before fame, most masters played with their heroes like toys, their fates decided on a whim. They threw them out once they were bored of them, like they were disposable. Even if the heroes had low ranks, I didn't abandon them if they had showcased potential. A lobby controlled with fear is bound to fall. He reflected on his own choices. He rewarded those who proved their worth, and punished those who were useless. Did you know that the heroes here were all humans? He mused, I don't know how you found out, but your method is impossible unless you knew. That's the conclusion I drew. Han Islet, affiliated with Niflheimer. 3 ornate cards are displayed, each featuring a different individual. From left to right, they present Nahaku, Gastfell, Lydigian, and Mutant Nidelk. A voice cut through the silence, posing a simple question. Did you know? The question hung in the air, followed by the revelation that the heroes here were all humans. Her gaze intensified, a hint of something unreadable flickering across her face. Seojin Han spoke, his tone laced with a hint of disbelief. He admitted he didn't know how she found out, but her method was impossible unless she knew. The answer came, sharp and concise. That's the conclusion I drew. Her red eyes glowed, piercing through the shadows. The voice continued, expressing disbelief, but still unable to accept that they were humans. Seojin Han responded, his tone thoughtful. It was more efficient, he mused, wondering if that's why she liked him. Isol remarks that it's a shame they couldn't have met on Earth, her expression unreadable in the dim light. Han's eyes glow with a faint blue light as he replies that he feels the same way, his tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. Isol's crimson eyes narrow, a subtle smile playing on her lips as she considers how much displeasure Han has caused her. She continues, her voice a silken threat, that she would have made their meeting place his grave had they met on Earth. Han stands tall, his expression unreadable, as he retorts that he doesn't care if his actions would disappoint the Niflheimer heroes. Isol muses to herself that she wouldn't have summoned him here if all she expected from him was to climb the tower, finding the situation how interesting. Elsewhere, a woman with crimson hair and cybernetic enhancement states that she won't cooperate, but acknowledges that she called her there. Han's eyes blaze with blue energy as he tells someone to screw off, his voice dripping with disdain. An unseen presence makes its demand known. Patience wears thin. The figure reclined in the chair acknowledges a potential within someone to save Mobius, but dismisses the thought as quickly as it came. The seated figure's tone hardens, the demand clear. Reach her floor. The seated figure leans forward, offering a conditional tolerance. Was the dark disciple showing up on the 10th floor you're doing? A disembodied voice echoes, a question hanging in the air. What if it was? The seated figure, almost casually, tells the other not to be too mad. The seated figure lays down the terms. No intervention past the 15th floor. Tonia will have. Elsewhere, a walled city stands against the darkening sky, the architecture a blend of the ancient and the futuristic. The unseen voice returns, comparing the difficulty to Niflheim, S-rank. A close-up reveals the seated figure's long, dark hair, partially obscuring their face. The seated figure acknowledges the other's potential, but doubts the master's resolve. Han Islet offers a counterpoint. Perhaps not, with his help. Han remains silent, his expression unreadable. The seated figure, legs dangling, made a vow. This time, it would be sworn on their name. They continued, promising to send anyone who reached the tower's peak back to where they came. There was more. The figure offered half of their holdings in Mobius. The seated figure sweetened the deal, promising the recipient would become one of the top corporation's largest shareholders. Han, the predominant shareholder of Mobius, inquired if the contract was established. A silent command echoed, to stay out of sight. The promise to send him back lingered in his thoughts. Han didn't believe them. He internalized. You hate me a lot, don't you? A figure surrounded by dark energy questioned. Why? The higher one climbs the tower, the more clues they will find about it. Han resolved not to depend on trash like her, determined to return home using his own power. This was his answer. A voice chuckled, noting that without this kind of spirit, one wouldn't be able to climb. The tower. The figure declared they would forgive his impudence. A voice echoed, I forgive you. A declaration echoes, I will show you. A kaleidoscope of energy swirls, a prelude to something more. The words, Pick-me-up's real prologue materialize amidst the vibrant chaos. A promise hangs in the air, that I prepared just for you. The energy intensifies, converging towards an unseen focal point. A blinding flash momentarily obscures everything. Elsewhere, the sky stretches wide, painted with the hues of a setting sun. The name of the place is revealed, Tonia. A figure kneels in the golden light, head bowed. A world where humans and otherworldly species coexist, side by side. In this peaceful and thriving continent, unknown enemies invade. The air crackles with an ominous energy, a harbinger of destruction. The continent is ripped to pieces by the dark power, unleashing monstrous forms upon the land. Monstrous visages snarl, their fangs bared in a silent roar. The question hangs heavy in the air. Do you know why picking me up is so difficult? The beast's maw opens wider, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The message is clear. It's because you have to turn the tables on a lost war. Defy fate, Loki. But there is still hope. A woman with fiery red hair looks on, her expression earnest. Dear master. A figure sits perched in the forest, bow at the ready. If you wish to save the world, climb the tower. Many heroes will stand beside you. In a bustling town square, a man with blonde hair carries a basket of apples. Master, trust the bond you have with your heroes. The world's future lies in your hands. It's in your hands. Indeed, the world's future lies in your hands. Figures bathed in golden light stride forward, weapons at the ready. Can you climb to the top of the tower where none have yet to reach? Countless enemies stand in your way. Powerful enemies hidden in unexplored lands. What the hell? Climb the tower, Loki. He steps through the archway, the air shimmering with an otherworldly energy. Voices echo, fragmented and ethereal, as if from another dimension. Loki's expression hardens, a flicker of determination in his eyes. A promise hangs in the air. We'll be waiting for you. His gaze remains fixed, resolute in the face of the unknown. A surge of power emanates from him, a silent defiance against the forces at play. The congratulations ring hollow, the hero's memories stirring. Meanwhile, Seojin Han has leveled up, his potential unlocked, a new illustration of his power being created. Back in the tower, Loki stands upon a platform, his level and skill capacities enhanced, ready for the trials ahead. Elsewhere, footsteps echo in the distance as a figure approaches, his return anticipated. The man explains that there is something called a promotion, and that the other will go through it soon enough too. The blonde-haired man dismisses the situation, stating that everything is the same as usual. His gaze softened, a memory surfacing. A younger sister? Was her name Nina? The thought lingered, a painful reminder of the reason he needed to return. The unseen speaker's goal remained unchanged, a silent vow echoing in the void. The sound of a footstep echoed, heavy and deliberate, each footfall a promise of action. A grim mood settled in, a storm brewing beneath the surface. A declaration hung in the air, a challenge to fate itself. Whoever you may be, whatever your name is, the unseen figure seemed to say. Han's eyes narrowed, a cold fire burning within them. He would make them pay for this. The next day, from above, the tower gleamed, a beacon of both hope and despair. An apology for the server error was issued, acknowledging the inconvenience caused. The masters on the lower floors of the tower had been experiencing server disconnections. An apology post was uploaded, explaining the cause. It was known that the problem was related to the Dark Disciple on the 10th floor. Error compensation was offered. A special reward of 500 gems, 50,000 gold, gift cards for increasing intimacy with heroes, and all dungeons open for 3 days. Confetti rains down as Loki is congratulated on a promotion, her face beaming with unrestrained joy. A swirl of colors and shapes dances in the air, a visual representation of the celebratory mood. Han, however, doesn't seem to share the celebratory mood. He tells Loki that he met her original. Loki's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing her features as she asks what Han is talking about, wondering if it was Mobius Joint CEO. Her shock intensifies, demanding to know how much she told him. Han smirks, stating he's not going to complain about it to her. The words hang in the air. Nothing would change anyway. Han, standing on a staircase, tells Loki that she just needs to help him with that, his expression unreadable. Loki's mood shifts as she receives a gift, asking what it is. A gift card is presented, the text explaining that it can be used to buy anything. Han, holding the gift card, remarks that the stupid bastard finally realized how excellent Loki is. The text explains that a gift is a feature to reward a hero you like or a hero that did well, and the price is dependent on the value of the gift. The golden ticket, a reward for some unseen event, promised a gift under 10,000 gold. Loki mused that Han must think highly of him. Han, in chibi form, offered the ticket. I don't need it. Loki sighed, give it to someone else. Han gasped, really? You can get whatever you want, though. Yummy food, fancy clothes, cool decorations, anything. Loki corrected himself. Well, not anything. Loki thought that 10,000 gold wouldn't get him anything good in the item shop. Loki stopped walking, looking back at Han. Why are you following me? I'm going to bed. Han purchased a warhorse statue with a gift card. The statue, still in chibi form, floated in front of Han. A text box appeared. Tips you can gift heroes you like. Raise your intimacy with gifts. Han presented the statue. Master's gift. Han insisted, give it to me all together if you're going to gift me anything. Loki, visibly annoyed, thought that other heroes would have complaints if he gifted only one hero. Rewarding those who perform well is what a master should do, but each hero has their own tastes and desires. If he wasn't going to use it, he figured he might as well not have it. Even he knew all of the top 100 Niflheimer heroes' likes and hobbies. A warhorse statue. Anything, what are you thinking? Are you surprised? Or do you just not have any thoughts? Open, the crack of space and time. It's not a problem right now that his level is low. The biggest problem right now are enemies on the inside. They'll get this done quickly. Han gets that he's a beginner, but he's too garbage. Ialka's stress is at its highest. It is most likely due to the repeated training and the experience on the 10th floor. A proper master should manage his heroes well. With a sigh, Han asks where to this time. They won't be able to clear the 11th floor like this, so either the 8th or the 9th. Anything doesn't have a clue how pick-me-up really works. Climb the tower, save the world. Main dungeon. Current floor level -11-. He wondered if it could be, the thought barely audible. The system announced their destination, the 11th floor of the main dungeon. The system warned that the gates would open in 10 seconds, urging them to get ready. It was certain, Han thought, as the system urged them to get ready for the 11th floor. A teammate questioned the floor. The term, "I'm so good disease," was trending amongst users. The faceless figure reveled in his raid success, thinking he was so good disease. Normally, one should train heroes in the lower floors before going up to the 11th floor, but sending them straight there meant that he's seriously mistaken. The team stood ready, awaiting their fate. The system displayed the mission for floor 11, subjugation, with the objective to annihilate their enemies. He thinks he's the skilled one. Han wondered how they could get to the unseen speaker's voice dripped with disdain. The 100th floor with a stupid piece of shit like this? A graveyard, silent and still, save for the whisper of the wind through the aged tombstones. The air crackles with an unnatural energy as skeletal figures rise from their eternal slumber. A horde of bone and malice, their crimson eyes burning with a hunger for the living. The skeletons, level 11 and 14 strong, stand ready to overwhelm any who dare trespass. The woman with red hair, bow in hand, questions the nature of their foes. The blond man responds, stating he'll think about it after they're dealt with. The warrior barks orders, commanding everyone to take their positions. Steel flashes as the warrior lunges forward, engaging the skeletal horde. In which case is anything? The skeletons are set ablaze, consumed by roaring flames. A spectral figure recalls synthesizing the first 4-star hero and removing 4 out of 5 picked heroes. A group of figures stands together, but it's noted that he's not necessarily unlucky. The skeletons are a pain, but he regularly leveled up the facility, crafted items, and took care of heroes. He was doing everything according to his strategy. After clearing the mission where they should have all died, Han stand victorious. He began going astray from the chosen path. He paid 5 times for a gacha without even fulfilling all the conditions for it, and threw the last member into the fray. He's made plenty more errors, a figure observes, surrounded by a glowing orb. Mistaking a hero's ability for his own, masters who depend wholly on their heroes are called so good patience. A group of figures stands over a fire, the scene bathed in the eerie glow of the flames. Stage clear. Han leveled up, earning 30,000 G, Iron Ore C, X3, and Fine Bone Dust. The screen displays MVP Han, framed by a golden card, a testament to his recent achievements. Han's brow furrows slightly, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. It had been a while since he last leveled up. His stats flash across the screen. Level 11, a novice with strength, intelligence, HP, and agility all meticulously tracked. The night air hangs heavy around the building, the silence broken only by the rustling of leaves. A lone streetlight casts long shadows across the cobblestone street, illuminating the building's facade. Han calls out, the name echoing in the stillness. Isel. Isel appears, a swirl of purple magic announcing her arrival. You always come when called, Han observes. Of course, she replies, a hint of amusement in her voice. So what is it? Han crosses his arms, a serious expression on his face. There's something I want to know. The questions I'm allowed to answer are limited, right? Isel's eyes widen, a flicker of panic in her gaze. Heard from your original. Can't you even give me a rough answer? She asks, her voice laced with desperation. Isel hesitates, her expression conflicted. I'm not allowed to, but all right, I'll answer your questions just this time. A surge of determination washes over Isel's face, her eyes blazing with resolve. Han leans forward, his voice low and intense. First question, what's her name? He glanced at Isel, a question forming on his lips. Her? Your original. The winged girl explained that she possessed more than just a few names. In fact, she went by a different name in each world, numbering over 100 million. To pick one. Han seemed to recall something. For a townie, it's Tell. The thought trailed off. He mused, considering the implications. A different name for each world. Huh. The man named Han guessed that she likely had a different name in Niflheim as well. The lobby displayed various names, each associated with a different world. This lobby had the name Tonia, but his account was Niflheimer. The 4th ranking was Regrancio, and the 3rd was Ezekiel. If Tell's explanations were true, each master held the fate of one world in their hands. The current number of worlds exceeded 100 million, and it was still increasing. He shifted gears, moving on to another topic. Next question, what's Mobius? Isel tilted her head, a question mark floating above her. You mean our company? Our company's. Her expression is serious, the weight of her words hanging in the air. A spiral galaxy unfolds, a visual representation of the countless worlds she speaks of. The image fades, the question lingering. Is that the reason? Seojin Han's brow furrows, absorbing the information. Each master has a different world, she explains. His gaze sharpens, a hint of frustration flickering in his eyes. The fairy emphasizes, of course, you can't be a master unless you're a human from Earth. Han's expression hardens, his voice laced with impatience. I'm asking whether or not Tell did something to anything. Isel's eyes widen, her voice rising in disbelief. What, if she did something to... Han turns away, muttering to himself. Wait a bit, I'll go see. He sits on the edge of the bed, his arms crossed, lost in thought. A decision forms in his mind. I will stop thinking about Mobius and all these complex problems for now. He lies back, staring at the ceiling, seeking a moment of peace. There's no need to figure things out right now. Bare feet rest on the edge of the bed, the start of a new day. Elsewhere, something burns in a pot, the heat radiating outwards. A neon glow pulses with an unknown energy. He reclines, listening to Isel's reassurances. She insists that Initen is 100% a normal user. Han asks if he can trust that, having asked the other CEO. The thought lingers, something that requires a huge risk and a bunch of requirements in the first place. Seojin Han lies back, hands behind his head, lost in thought. Meanwhile, wooden training dummies stand bound to posts, awaiting their fate. A warrior, shield raised and weapon ready, shouts his battle cry. Here I go. The swing connects, the force of the blow echoing the sentiment. That means this bad play is just Ening's failure. The weapon blurs through the air, a testament to the speed and power behind it. Seojin Han states simply, I was right. The swing continues, the speaker declaring that Ening's infected with the I'm so good disease. A barrage of spears tears through the air, finding their mark with brutal force. The spears pierce flesh and bone, a grim warning echoing in the air. If it gets any worse, something bad will happen sooner or later. The points of the spears dig deeper, the metallic tang of blood filling the air. A pained grimace contorts his face as the spears find their mark. Another volley of spears slams into him, each impact a fresh wave of agony. A figure with flowing black hair leaps into the fray, a blade crackling with blue energy held high. The spears continue their relentless assault, pinning him in place. He grits his teeth, blood trickling down his face. 3 versus 1 is too hard. Ening's I'm so good disease is still at the beginning phase. A heavy boot slams down, the sound echoing through the chamber. If I take the right measures, I can turn him back to how he used to be. The red-haired warrior and the blonde-haired fighter stand back to back, ready to face the onslaught. The warrior with the dark hair and piercing gaze stands ready, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. A woman with long, black hair stands beside him, her expression a mix of determination and concern. The warrior's eyes narrow, his focus absolute as he prepares for what lies ahead. The air crackles with anticipation. The warrior's feet are planted firmly on the ground, ready to spring into action. The floor beneath him seems to shimmer with an otherworldly energy. Elsewhere, the group surveys the area from above, the layout of the complex sprawling before them. The architecture is a blend of futuristic and ancient designs. The names Han, Jenna, Eren, and Ialka are spoken, perhaps a roll call before the next challenge. Han wonders if it won't be the 12th floor, and someone notes they're going through them so quickly. Eren, the blonde-haired man, finds it strange that it's already the 12th floor. Jenna, with her red hair, agrees, noting that they're going way too fast. It's only been a day by Earth standards since they cleared the 11th floor. A crack of space and time opens before them. If they go through the 12th floor today, they'd have done more than 2 floors in a day. The portal shimmers with an ethereal glow. The warrior stands before the doorway, his massive form silhouetted against the light. A smaller figure looks up at him, questioning why he isn't going in. Isel asks Han what floor level Ening chose. The fairy flits around him, her wings a blur of motion. Isel floats in the air, a cheerful smile gracing her lips. They have arrived at the 12th floor. His eyes narrow, a storm brewing behind them. Jenna, Eren, and the other woman stand together, a palpable sense of unease hanging in the air. Sometimes they disobey their masters. Isel declares, a hint of defiance in her voice, that she refuses to go. A stark announcement echoes. Han has refused to participate. Isel exclaims, what? Han states firmly that he is not going. Jenna and the other woman discuss Han's refusal. You're not going? Can you just not go? One of them wonders. I thought you had to go no matter what. The other woman replies, didn't I tell you? Jenna states that Han can just refuse to go. Of course, he'll have to face the consequences. A voice muses that they've never heard of that before. Han is shown with Jenna and the other woman. One of them asks if people who refuse to go just get dragged in before. The other woman replies that's because they don't know anything. Isel urges Han to reconsider, emphasizing that it's dangerous. Throwing them into a dungeon isn't dangerous? Isel exclaims, but she seems to know what Han is about to say, her expression a mix of anticipation and concern. A disembodied voice echoes, stating the rules. One can refuse participation in a dungeon, but not synthesis. The voice continues, warning that if anything is angry enough, it will be synthesized. Han declares, his tone resolute, I'm not going. His expression remains unchanged, a mask of determination set against the consequences he knows are coming. The other woman's voice rises, laced with disbelief. What about us? You want us to fight without? A voice responds, it's your choice. Han reaffirms, I won't. Jenna, her face etched with worry, pleads, stop you. His hand tightens around something unseen, a silent declaration of his resolve. The sound of a firm grip echoes, emphasizing the strength of his decision. Eren declares, his voice firm. If you're not going, I won't go either. Jenna throws her hands up, frustration etched on her face. She exclaims that they should have been told about this option earlier. The other woman beside her looks on, equally exasperated, a small ka escaping her lips. The other woman's expression twists with worry. She wonders aloud what she is supposed to do alone. A system message declares that Party 1 cannot be operated offering a tip about heroes disobeying orders. Han's lips curl into a sinister smile as he thinks to himself, punish me? Beside him, Isel exclaims that she didn't put that tip there. Jenna turns to Han, her brow furrowed with concern. She asks him what he's going to do. A close-up reveals Han's face, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The air crackles with unspoken intent. A single eye, magnified and distorted by a hexagonal pattern, reflects a growing sense of unease. How? The master reacts. Han's expression hardens, a glint of dark ambition in his eyes. The remnants of a figure stand before the words, Party 1. A jarring notification blares. Tazur has fallen into a state of frenzy. The system screams again, this time with a warning, attacking allies. More bad news floods in. Stein has been inflicted with bleeding, his HP rapidly draining, and he too has succumbed to a state of frenzy. The system continues its relentless assault of notifications, attacking allies. Another ally falls. Mazel has fallen into a state of frenzy. The unthinkable happens. Stein has killed an ally. A voice groans, I'm trying to sleep. The situation deteriorates further. Mazel has returned to the goddess embrace, and Stein has fallen into a state of despair, his stats plummeting. The system continues to announce Stein's demise, as he too returns to the goddess embrace. He mutters that these notification sounds are really loud. The final blow. Party 3 has died. You lose. 3 cards materialize, each bearing the stark declaration, died during battle. The names Stein, Taesai, and Mazel are etched beneath. The title of the game shimmers into view. Pick me up, Infinite Gotcha. A surge of purple energy envelopes Isel. The fairy's expression a mask of growing panic. Han lies back, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. The screen flashes a stark warning. Master, are you sure you want to log out? Isel's voice cracks with desperation. Low-key, she cries out. Her panic rising, the fairy demands, we do. What do we do? What if he really quits? Tears welling, Isel's voice trembles as she asks. Then what about me? What about us? Isel insists, her voice laced with a desperate plea. You know that, Loki. He can't quit. Han, meanwhile, considers the implications. In lobby time, that would be a year and 6 months. Her voice cracking, Isel cries out, I'm going to disappear. I haven't lived long enough. Han attempts to reassure her. Don't be so dramatic. We're not certain he's going to quit. But Isel's fear lingers. He might. Isel tries to convince herself. Don't worry. If he was that weak-willed, he would have quit a long time ago. But a flicker of doubt remains. Really? She pleaded with him, her voice laced with desperation. Why was he so hesitant? Did he not understand the stakes? Okay, then I'll believe you, Isel began, her small frame trembling slightly. But why are you so desperate? Do you die if you don't climb the tower or something? Han's expression hardened, his gaze unwavering. Yeah, he responded, the single word carrying the weight of his resolve. The question hung heavy in the air between them. He knew the stakes, but could he truly condemn her to such a fate? You die? He asked, the words barely a whisper. Her voice cracked as she delivered the ultimatum. I'll disappear. Han's eyes narrowed, a storm brewing within him. He knew she was serious. 6 months. Had it truly been that long since he'd started this game? A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he considered the implications. Gazing out the window, Han muttered, Niflheimer, I guess I don't have time. The next day, if you want something, a notification popped up, asking if the current purchase would be made through the App Store. The options were presented, yes or no. Seojin Han carried a long, thin object over his shoulder. The screen displayed a message, Master, beginning advanced summoning. I'm excited to see what kind of hero will be summoned. Click RR. The word boom appeared as a bright light shone from within a grand archway. A notification declared that Master Initen had obtained the Hero Noken. The newly summoned hero wondered aloud. What is this place? Ooh, there's women too. Another notification stated that Master Initen had obtained the Hero Winard. The hero mused, an interesting place, but I want to eat first. The system announced that Master Initen had obtained the Hero Jelen. The hero wondered, who's the leader of this place? A figure shrouded in purple energy stated, I'd like to be guided to the place we'll be staying at. Aaron remarked, they need to be trained. Han asked, do you want to get a go? One of the summoned heroes, standing beside Han, was cut off mid-sentence. Who are you? If you don't want to die, Aaron interrupted, you talk too much. I can hear you out at the training grounds. Han turned to a woman with reddish-brown hair. Adis, you help too. She replied, he's much better than them. She is struck by a sudden force, the impact sending ripples of energy through the air. Han's expression darkens. No, not those people, he mutters, quickly correcting himself. I mean Appa. Another blast of energy slams into an unseen target, the air crackling with power. Ialka observes the scene, his brow furrowed. 3 gotcha pulls in a row, he muses. I guess he knows his stuff. The unseen force continues its assault, each strike more intense than the last. A voice echoes, considering the strategy. Is he planning on picking 2 1-stars to fill in the party? The voice continues. There are people who combine high-ranking and low-ranking heroes, but one should tailor their ambitions to their capabilities. Han smirks, a glint in his eye. It's actually better to do 5 gotchas in a row. System messages flash. Nokin, Winard, Jelen, Robeal, and Jian have joined Party 3. A new arrival greets the group. Nice to meet you, he says, then apologizes. Sorry to begin training as soon as you arrive, but you need it. A command rings out, clear and decisive. Open, the crack of space and time. A portal shimmers into existence, a swirling vortex of light and energy. The narrator observes, the new 3 people weren't the worst together. One did get severely injured, but they managed to complete the test. The new recruits stood shoulder to shoulder, a mix of anticipation and apprehension etched on their faces as they prepare to begin their training. They seem to be understanding their roles well. A golden ticket, worth 10,000, was presented as a gift from a master. A few days later, the recruits faced a series of training dummies, each bound and ready to test their skills. Seojin Han watched as they ran, the other woman by his side. He wondered if it wasn't looking bad and what exactly was going on. From the shadows, Ialko observed, thinking to himself, those people. The recruits continued their training, the sounds of clashing weapons echoing through the training grounds. Ialko's expression was unreadable, a silent question hanging in the air. Seojin Han gasped, his eyes widening as he witnessed something unexpected. The training intensified, the recruits pushing themselves to their limits. A group of onlookers murmured, concerned that they might get their position stolen. The other woman spoke, telling someone to leave them be. More time passed. There was no mage, but the balance overall wasn't bad as the recruits continued to train. They seemed to be doing well. Party 3 grew consistently without anyone failing out. The blonde-haired man smirked, his eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. He wondered aloud, do you know why those guys don't go on missions? The camera focused on a pair of worn boots. The unseen speaker declared, it's because they were abandoned by Master. One of the men, his arm bandaged, insisted, we need her in our party. Another, sporting a thick beard, questioned, aren't he maxed out? A grumbling voice added, there are 2 useless bastards. A voice, dripping with disdain, suggested, we could just kick one out. Seojin Han glanced sideways as another man, face contorted in pain, choked out, right. This is way. The scene shifted to a nondescript doorway. The blonde-haired man questioned Seojin Han's presence. What brings you here? Seojin Han, unfazed, replied, to drink water. He added, you can keep talking, dismissing the other man's concern. Seojin Han, his expression unreadable, thought to himself, they don't have any concept of teamwork. They don't even treat their fellow 1-star party member as human. Well, anything's probably content. The tower loomed, a fiery glow emanating from its depths. A disembodied voice announced, there were a few problems, but Party 3 broke through the 14th fourth floor. The tower's levels were marked. 13 clear, 12 clear, 10 clear. A voice mused, it seems like the 13th fourth and 14th fourth floor were easy, but the 12th fourth was probably difficult. Or they were just lucky. Seojin Han, his gaze fixed on something unseen, stated, there isn't anyone in Party 3 who has passed level 10, but anything will send them to the further floors anyway. He strides forward, his expression unreadable. As soon as Party 3 breaks through the 15th fourth floor, his own party will be synthesized. Jinna's brow furrows with worry. Shouldn't we do something? They're going to catch up to us soon. Seojin Han continues onward, unfazed by her concern. I don't know what to do. It's up to you. Jinna's thoughts race. Transfer her over to their party. No, she doesn't want to join their party. She doesn't like them. The redhead plants her feet, a determined glint in her eyes. Then wait until our opportunity arrives. The question hangs in the air. Has she mastered telekinesis yet? Jinna focuses, her hand outstretched. I'm doing what I can. Of course, who do you think I am? A faint purple aura emanates from her fingertips as she strains to control her power. The telekinetic energy manifests, swirling around unseen objects. She's casting without any verbal order. It seems she's at the basic level. Seojin Han watches with a smirk. Great improvement. Jinna's face contorts in frustration. This much is nothing. On the other hand, the master hasn't improved at all. The lobby, while boasting nice facilities, is currently oversaturated with heroes. New spaces were opened up with the clearing of the 10th floor, but no new facilities have been built to accommodate them. Someone needs to create level 3 facilities, but they don't seem to have any intentions of doing so. All eyes are on Party 3 as they engage in combat. The preparations for the 15th fourth floor raid are proceeding smoothly. Party 3's members have realized that Master liked them and have begun showing their true colors. Currently, it's just little things like yelling at Chloe to bring more meat dishes and stealing the sofa seats in the lobby. If they successfully raid the 15th fourth floor, it'll most likely get worse. Party 3 is headed to the square. With a finality, the group prepares to depart. It'll be easy, they think, as they equip themselves with basic HP potions. They work hard for those rewards, giving them what they earned. That's a bit mean, but they can always find them again. There wasn't anyone when they were going to the 10th fourth floor. Everyone's out to watch. That's a good thing. The doorway awaits. The words open, the silent invitation. Beyond lies a crack in space and time, a swirling vortex of energy. A furious voice erupts, the man with the wild blonde hair screaming, "You arrogant bastard!" A figure looms, a clenched fist promising retribution. He vows to tell the master, promising a scolding. Seojin Han sits with his companions. One remarks on his popularity, while another wonders what will happen if those people succeed. Jenna wonders aloud what will happen if they beat the 15th floor. The blonde man beside her believes that if they succeed, anything will be more certain of himself, and he won't need them anymore. The hand clenches tighter, a silent agreement to obey the master or face death. A disembodied voice declares that it's not impossible that Party 3 will beat the 15th floor. A lone figure stands before a doorway, the text stating that there are instances when parties sent out fully expecting to die end up clearing the floor. A series of text bubbles discuss obeying the master and not resisting, suggesting that at that point, they will probably already have been synthesized. A group of figures stands ready, the words, "All right, time to kill," hanging in the air, regardless of whether they will clear the 15th floor. Another group stands amidst buildings, one of them questioning, or fail. The man's gaze narrowed, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple as the words echoed in his mind. It's a complete gamble. His eyes widened, a visible tremor in his voice as he stammered, "Teach, this place is..." The words Party 3 hung in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. Time seemed to slow as the message hung in the air. 5 minutes, he thought, since they entered. Hansbro Furuba. He hadn't received any stat messages. He wondered if they were doing all right. The words "mission failed." "Massacre" flashed ominously. The names of the fallen echoed a grim reality. A chilling announcement confirmed the worst. Party 3 had been annihilated. The game declared, "You lose." Seojin Han's expression hardened. It had only been 5 minutes. This had to have been a special mission. He reels back, a gasp escaping his lips as if struck by an unseen force. Beside him, the masked figure tenses, ready for a fight that may already be over. A stark logout screen blazes into existence. Frustration boiling over, Isel hurls her phone away. A voice, raw with desperation, demands release. "Let me go." The fairy's face contorts in anguish. Then, with finality, she declares, "Then goodbye." Han stands amidst the chaos, the weight of the news settling upon him. The captive's voice echoes, a desperate plea fading into the distance. "Let me go." Jenna approaches, her expression grim. "What about Party 3? She asks, the unspoken question hanging heavy in the air. Han's face is etched with a terrible understanding. They were all wiped out before they even really got to start. After that, anything didn't long in again for a long time. The captive's cries intensify, a desperate, animalistic sound. "Yuwa." The captive screams, low-key. Isel's distress is palpable. "What do we do? What do we do? What do we do?" The grind continues. Han tells himself to keep training, to go back to sleep, as if trying to convince himself more than anyone else. The training dummies stand silent, ever present. Day in, day out, it's the same routine: eat lunch, train, more training until dinner. Meanwhile, Isel's frustration boils over. 10 days. The other one-star guys are all starting to slack off. The others discuss the situation. Without a master or synthesis to worry about, they're all getting loose. Han continues his solitary training. No one even goes to the weekday dungeon anymore, other than a few. 10 days here. 3 days have passed in the real world, but the weight of those 10 days in the game hangs heavy on Han's shoulders. Isel is shocked. Han is already back. A wave of relief washes over her. A surge of energy courses through Han as he logs back into the game. Isel's joy is palpable. Then goodbye. But a nagging thought remains. He logged in after all that time just to do nothing? The question hangs in the air, crackling with unseen energy. Is she really thinking that he's planning to quit? Isel's tone sharpens, a hint of accusation in her voice. He didn't do anything, she emphasizes, other than take a screenshot. Han's lips curve into a knowing smirk. Why does she think he took a screenshot? A souvenir, perhaps? The fairy's wings shimmer as she floats closer, her gaze fixed on the man. Hobby again? Isel wonders, surfing the internet? A sly grin spreads across Han's face. So he can connect to the internet, he replies, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Of course, Isel retorts, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Han's eyes gleam with a hint of mischief. "You're gonna have to help me," he declares, a challenge in his voice. The fairy's eyes widen, a flicker of concern crossing her features. "Wait, you're gonna use the internet here?" Han reclines on the bed, his expression nonchalant. "If I can," he replies, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "Yeah, you can," Isel encourages, but then her brow furrows. "Then why are you hesitating?" Han's gaze turns serious, the weight of the situation settling upon him. "It's not an easy thing to intervene with another dimension," he explains, "and there will be penalties." Icel's expression turns informative, laying out the stakes. If you finna look, you'll have more than an hour. But if you want to directly intervene by writing a post or commenting, you'll have much less time. He admits that it sounds difficult. Icel, nestled beside him, agrees with a sigh, stating her dislike for it. Icel mentions it has been a long time since she last visited the Ragnarloki blog. Han sits up, a determined look on his face. He mutters that he still has to use it, questioning if it's for himself, if possible. Icel begins to channel her fairy power, a surge of energy emanating from her. She affirms that she's ready. Icel declares that she'll do it if it's for Loki. The fairy's power intensifies, visible as streams of pink energy. With a surge of fairy power, Icel focuses her energy on the laptop. Icel apologizes, saying she can't keep it up for long. Han asks if she needs to be in that position. Icel tells him to focus, stating it's her focusing position. Icel urges him to hurry, telling him to stay quiet if he's tired. Han assures her that he'll do it quickly. He stares at the screen, the advertisement for Pick Me Up Infinite Gacha dominating his view. Navigating to the job discussion board, Han scans the new posts. A grimace tightens his lips. One post reads, "I'm stuck, please help." Another user replies, "I knew it." Han reflects on his recent struggles. It had been going smoothly at first, but he's been hitting a wall lately. This is what his lobby looks like right now. He wonders, is this my illustration? I really am a game character. The comments section is ablaze with criticism. Everyone's roasting him. One user writes, TLDR, OP is staged from so good disease. It's infectious, be careful. Another says, 14 fourth floor? Damn, you really were hard carried, LMAO. Icel strains, sweat beading on her brow. I don't have much time. Icel's reaching her limit. His fingers fly across the keyboard. If I hand over the documents in my cloud over to anything, then anything should change. He prepares to send the email. He stared at the screen, the chaotic flurry of comments a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing within him. Icel, perched beside him, watched with wide, concerned eyes as the digital whispers swirled around the name Loki. His fingers danced across the keyboard, the keys clicking a frantic rhythm. A digital scream ripped through the air, the sound of something being sent into the void. Seojin Han glanced away from the screen, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Work! I got it done, he muttered as Icel looked on, her expression a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Did it go well? Her brow furrowed. Icel leaned in, her voice laced with concern. It looked like you sent something to him. What was it? Han's gaze drifted downward, a shadow passing over his face. My play records, he murmured, and others. Icel's eyes widened, a gasp escaping her lips. Text to the heavens, she exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. Han turned to her, a question etched on his face. What's that? The little beast folk girl leaned closer, her voice hushed with a strange mix of excitement and fear. There are rumors that the tutorial that's out there isn't the complete one, that the real tutorial is kept by Loki. Icel's expression grew more intense, her gaze fixed on Han. Apparently that book has everything about the game. Did you send that to Master? His face contorted in a sudden surge of emotion. Han recoiled, his voice sharp and strained. Get away from me. The man named Han's voice softened, though a hint of bitterness remained. You're half right. He continued, I sent my play records and the documents of the analysis I've made over 2 years. Icel's eyes widened, a realization dawning on her face. It really existed. Flames licked at the edges of something within a dark pot, consuming it in a hungry dance. I can't say that it contains every single thing about Pick Me Up, but it's true that it has my everything. Scattered papers lay strewn across a table, a testament to countless hours of work. It's about as long as 3 to 4 books, since I didn't think anyone else would read it. The text speaks of reading and understanding. A slight smile plays on his lips. The text suggests things will get interesting, whether he loses interest or not. The text suggests trying again. The loading is complete, and the game welcomes him to pick him up. The sound effect echoes. A warhorse statue spins into view. Seojin Han sits, a sense of anticipation in the air. He's finally here. Icel calls out, Loki. The fairy exclaims that it's Master's gift. The system notification confirms the purchase of a warhorse statue with 5,000 gold, gifted to Han. A hand reaches out, as Icel asks if he's going to break it again. He holds the warhorse statue, Icel floating beside him. She admits to editing the end of the document before sending it. The edit, she explains, included a sentence saying to gift a hero he likes a warhorse statue more than twice. Han is shown with a warhorse statue, a notification indicating his favorability has increased. He had read the entire thing. He doesn't need a casual player as a master. He thinks, if he really intends to climb to the top of the tower, then he needs to be at her level. Otherwise, he won't be able to control her. He probably doesn't understand the entire document well, but if you have the will, Jenna, Ialka, and the other woman stand together. He holds the warhorse statue and a knife, thinking he will make you the best you can be. Party 1 is operable. Icel wondered what would happen if the master didn't change. That's not possible. You mean to use the internet? It depends on how fast the intervention points are collected. What is an intervention point anyway? It's what the Mobius uses to mess with cause and effect and the rules. When Master logs in and is active, the intervention points pile up. The points pile up faster if you go up a floor level 2. And the gems? They're the physical embodiment of intervention points. A jewel containing the power of creation. That's the kind of power spending real-life money had. A human's money could possess a great deep-seated grudge. A tempting offer hangs in the air. Cyber money is good, but cash is king, especially with a bonus for bringing it to headquarters. The sound of heavy footsteps echoes as someone advances, the amount being discussed deemed a Scrooge amount. Ialka, standing alongside the others, announces, "We're going out for the first time in a while." A system notification flashes. Party 1 is operable. The group stands ready, a mix of anticipation and determination etched on their faces. Seojin Han, his gaze resolute, declares, "From this point onwards, we're taking back." Another system message appears. "Amazing, Master. You've changed the minds of the heroes." The group, now further away, discusses their eagerness for the upcoming fight. Other woman admits she is itching for a fight, while another companion seems less enthusiastic. Ialka expresses concern about the group lacking a member, but Seojin Han reassures him not to worry. A new notification pops up. "Adis, Master asked you to join in on Party 1 temporarily." A woman with long black hair, wielding batons, issues a challenge. "Come." The woman in black stood at the top of the stairs, her gaze fixed on Han. He looked up, questioning their decision. "What about Master?" Han's expression hardened, a glint of determination in his eyes. "You'll see," he muttered, as a system notification flashed. "Party 2 is operable." The other woman smirked, a hint of amusement in her voice. "All right, if you guys say so." A flurry of system messages appeared. "Adis has joined Party 1. A voice echoed, seemingly from the gate itself. "Open, crack of space and time." A winged figure declared, "I won't be able to stay long," only to be met with the response, "I don't intend on asking you to stay long." The woman's silhouette stood tall, her words carrying a hint of promise. She stated that Han could lead Party 2 again once they cleared the 15th fourth floor. The system chimed in, announcing that the current challenge floor was the 8th fourth. Before them, a massive gate pulsed with energy. The countdown began. "The gates will open in 10 seconds. Get ready." A blinding blue light erupted from the gate, bathing the area in an ethereal glow. The system's voice boomed. "Floor 8. Mission type, subjugation. Objective, annihilate your enemies." A voice confirmed, "It's the 8th fourth floor." Meanwhile, Han, the other woman, and Jenna stood ready, weapons drawn. Jenna declared, "It's time to show off what we've been training." Clawed feet pounded the ground, closing in with terrifying speed. A goblin rider, perched atop a monstrous wolf, charged into view, letting out a guttural cry. Jenna braced herself, drawing back her bow, ready to meet the charge. The horde of goblins, eyes gleaming with malevolent intent, prepare their assault. One of them, voice raspy and guttural, commands, "Invert." With a unified roar, the goblins surge forward, a chaotic wave of green flesh and crude weaponry. The face of one goblin, contorted in a savage snarl, reveals the bloodlust that drives them. Clambering over a makeshift wooden structure, the goblins gain a higher vantage point, their numbers seemingly endless. Drawing back her bowstring, Jenna focuses, her eyes narrowing as she takes aim at the approaching horde. The arrow flies, a streak of deadly precision cutting through the air towards its target. Piercing through the goblin's flesh, the arrow finds its mark, a spray of crimson painting the battlefield. Channeling her energy, Jenna prepares to unleash a more potent attack. "Ignite!" she cries, her voice ringing with power. A wave of searing flames erupts, engulfing the goblins in a fiery inferno. Han watches, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. She can cast in 10 seconds what used to take her 40. He steels himself. It's the last level. The goblins are caught in the blast, their bodies torn apart by the force of the spell. The fiery onslaught continues, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake as the remaining goblins struggle to survive. Blood splatters across the scene, the aftermath of a recent battle. The figure in a white top demands, her voice laced with accusation, "What did you call?" A screen displays the results of the battle. Stage clear. Aaron and Ialka have leveled up, earning 5,000 G and 3 pieces of leather C. Han's dark hair frames his face as he considers their progress. Han reflects on Jenna's improved skills. Now that she can shoot so much faster, he'll be able to trust her to have his back. The woman with red hair asks, "Were you bored?" The winged woman responds, "It was fun to watch." She thinks to herself that Adis hasn't adjusted to the party yet, but she's clever and will find a role soon. Ialka has gotten much more flexible with her magic, she thinks. She asks, "That's it for today, right?" One of the figures remarks that it's definitely different from last time. Another insists that it's not over, complaining that she gets tired when she uses magic. A third voice assures her not to worry. She won't have to work too much, but she doesn't believe it. A notification appears. Master, there's a member available for research. Below, test tubes filled with colorful liquids sit in a lab. A lone figure stands in a grand hall. A notification screen suggests, why don't you try starting a research? Accomplishments from research is the basis to a smooth functioning lobby. The words "the magic hall" hang in the air. The woman with red hair demands, why did you bring me here? Han replies, I told you won't have to exert yourself physically. Jenna gazes thoughtfully, her expression a mix of determination and concern. What could the reason be? The screen displays the current research options: hero reaction research, facility expansion research, and dungeon depth research, all at level 0. The text encourages upgrading the lobby to earn more research points. A recommended list of researchers appears, highlighting Ialka as a top choice. The question lingers, will they name Ialka as the researcher? Isel suddenly appears beside Jenna, startling her. Jenna, startled, exclaims that Isel scared her. Isel simply replies, shush, get used to it. It's not like I appear like this because I want. The scene shifts to a desk where a voice instructs, you see that desk over there? You just need to solve the problem and put it in the container over there. Jenna, looking exasperated with Isel still nearby, thinks to herself, this is stuff I learned in the Magic Academy. She wonders aloud, why do I have to? A commanding voice booms. Master ordered you to do as he said if you don't want to lecture. Meanwhile, Han struggles to decipher the text in a book, muttering, I can't read any of this. Jenna, looking stressed, rests her head on her hand while holding a quill over a document filled with diagrams. A notification appears. You have earned 1 research point. The current research speed is 10/H. 10 gems will be spent each hour. A container glows with blue energy, hinting at the research being conducted. The efficiency of the research is not good, Han observes, noting that it's only 10 points per hour. A system message appears, setting the research time. It advises that researchers may be disgruntled if the time is too long, reminding everyone that they have their own lives too. Isel insists that Jenna must do this for 3 hours every day. The researcher reacts with shock, exclaiming that it hurts her. Ialka expresses contempt. Jenna is already dying trying to solve the research problems, she says. On top of everything, Jenna feels like she's being treated like a slave. Isel agrees that she has a pretty impacted schedule. A way to maintain Ialka's drive, without also losing time, is presented. Isel presents a request to Master. Han wants a fur coat. The system asks if they will gift it to him. 3,000 gold will be spent. The fur coat is shown. Jenna is hugging the fur coat, delighted. She is told that she will get more if she does her work well. She accuses them of trying to change her mind with gifts, calling it shameless. Someone says to just give it back if she doesn't want it. Jenna immediately retorts, asking who said she doesn't want it. With a determined glint in her red eyes, Isel declares, I'll do it. Things continued to change, with members being sent to the weekday dungeons. Weapons were forged in the equipment center, the clang of hammer on steel echoing through the halls. A new party, the third of its kind, was formed. It was a newbie party, composed entirely of newcomers, their faces a mixture of apprehension and excitement. The master had definitely changed, a shift palpable in the air. Seojin Han leans back, a gloved hand propping up his chin as he muses, not bad. Jenna, seated at a large table covered in scrolls and maps, looks up and greets him with a simple, hey. A voice notes that even if they can only use flame-type magic, they are good with theories on other stuff, and someone thinks they are pretty talented. Jenna asks, do you have any interest in learning magic? Seojin Han replies that it would be hard for just him to teach her, but would be possible with the books here. Seojin Han examines a card, noting that he can choose a class from 3-star onwards, and that at this rate, he'll probably become a warrior, but if he fulfills the conditions, he can open the path to a hidden class. The words mage, swordsman hang in the air, a hidden class that may not be as strong as it seems. He declines Isel's offer. The fairy-like girl insists that he let her know if he ever changes his mind, stating that she likes to focus on one thing. Isel's voice rises, a sharp retort cutting through the air. What a presumptuous assumption, she shrieks, offended by Han's implication. Her hand moves, quill scratching across the parchment. Isel mutters, I guess I was correct. A faint sigh escapes Isel's lips, her expression softening as she considers something deeply. Han inquires about her life before coming here. Isel responds, me? I was a farmer. A statement that Han finds hard to believe. The fairy-like girl thinks to herself that she needs to focus on her problems. Isel's thoughts drift to the past, to a time when her family was ruined because of war. Suddenly, a surge of raw energy erupts, lightning crackling in the air. Eyes widen in shock, both Han and Isel staring at the phenomenon. Isel's voice trembles as she asks, what is that? Han's gaze intensifies, a knowing look in his eyes. It's beginning, he whispers. The members of Party 1 are displayed. Aaron Delcut, Han Islet, and Jenna Sarai stand ready. On the other hand, Ialka Rivelstrasher and Adis Callan are ready for their own adventure. The system announced that hero reaction research had reached level 1. A blessing from the goddess washed over the lobby. Ialka tilted her head, a small starburst of light dancing in her palm. She wondered aloud, huh? The system displayed 3 research options, highlighting hero reaction research. Someone had chosen to unlock hero reaction research with 30 points, opening up new possibilities. Ialka's eyes widened behind her glasses, her expression a mix of confusion and concern. "What's this?" she asked, her voice laced with worry. A close-up of the desk revealed nothing, but the air seemed to vibrate with unease. "It doesn't feel good at all," she muttered, her brow furrowed. Han, his expression serious, instructed, "Try saying stat window." Ialka repeated the phrase, a question hanging in the air. "Stat window?" She stares intently at the screen, a gasp escaping her lips as the data scrolls past. Seojin Han observes the display. "I guess you can see it," he remarks, adding that it shows his abilities in numbers. Ialka continues to study the screen, the information overwhelming her senses. Elsewhere, a group of adventurers struggles, unaware of the system's conditions for clearing the floor. The hero reaction research makes this possible, Ialka realizes, seeing strength, intelligence, HP, agility, and skills displayed before her. "Can you see them?" she wonders. Seojin Han states matter-of-factly, "Those are your skills." A figure with a shield beckons, urging others to come with him, suggesting they should inform the rest of the group. Seojin Han unleashes a piercing scream, his face contorted in agony. A panicked voice cries out, "H. Youngnim, a weird light ray ghost keeps chasing me." The sound of hurried footsteps echoes as Seojin Han moves with purpose. Seojin Han grabs the fleeing figure, who exclaims, "WH, what is this then?" A surge of blue light emanates from Seojin Han's hand. Bathed in the glow of roses and an unseen adoration, Seojin Han seems to revel in a moment of quiet satisfaction. Ialka Rivelstrasher holds up a glowing tablet, its screen filled with text. "So this is what you were always looking at," she observes, a hint of realization in her tone. "You already knew?" A close-up reveals Seojin Han's arms and torso. He repeats, seemingly echoing something he'd heard before, "I heard you mumble to yourself sometimes, so I just copied what you said." Elsewhere, the building stands tall under the night sky, its windows glowing with warm light. Back at the table, Seojin Han holds a mug, his expression thoughtful. Ialka continues, "So there are things like levels, stats, and skills, and we can get stronger because of them?" Ialka leans forward, explaining, "I did feel like I'd gotten stronger sometimes after a fight. I guess that's when I leveled up." She pauses, adding, "I can't believe it. This isn't possible even for a great mage." Seojin Han takes a sip from his mug, the sound echoing softly. "How do you know about this?" Ialka presses, "We've never even heard of this. I just came across it." The red-haired woman joins the conversation, her expression skeptical. "Just came across it?" she questions. "What the hell is that excuse?" A disembodied voice muses, "Appa was here first before all of us." Seojin Han, still holding his mug, states, "Yeah, I have a lot of experience." Ialka looks at him, her eyes narrowed with suspicion. Ialka retorts, "Well, if you don't want to tell me, it's whatever." The red-haired woman smiles, saying, "And it's true that your advice was helpful." Right. He's super helpful." The woman with red hair, Jenna, listens to the blonde man's advice, while another woman with long red hair stands nearby. Jenna retorts that it's not kissing ass, but a survival tactic. Seojin Han, holding a mug, tells the group that if they survive until the end, he'll tell them everything. He notes that they've gotten through all the hurdles so far. Seojin Han stares intently, holding his mug. The next day, the information about stat windows was spread to everyone through Jenna. Most could only see a part of their stat windows, probably because the research level was low, and not everyone could see their stat windows. A group of people stand on a platform, preparing for something. A hand casts a spell, energy crackling in the air. Seojin Han casts a spell, surrounded by swirling energy. The spell surges forward, a torrent of magical power. The woman with the bow and arrow pauses, a question forming on her lips. Is that even a skill, she wonders, to be able to deflect everything? A voice responds with a simple affirmation. Ialka Rivelstrasher glares, complaining that it's not fair. She can't even land a single hit. A disembodied voice muses, wondering if there's a skill to oppose deflection. Would there be a skill to oppose it? Ialka's eyes widen, a single word escaping her lips. How? The air crackles with unseen energy. Suddenly, Ialka is sent flying backwards, a gasp escaping her lips. A surge of blue energy slams into her, the force of the blow evident. Screaming, Ialka cries out, questioning if he's trying to kill her. Seojin Han's voice echoes, stating that it's fine as long as he doesn't kill her with one hit since they're in the lobby. The man's words are overlaid with a directive. Leveling up your skills will be hard if we don't raise your training difficulty. Be more determined. The blue energy continues to batter Ialka, pushing her to her limits. She is battered by a wave of blue energy, the force of it nearly knocking her off her feet. Ialka's eyes widen, a hint of disbelief coloring her expression. The training they used to do isn't fun anymore, is it? A figure stands poised with a bow, the weapon drawn and ready. Real weapons instead of training ones. The archer pulls back the bowstring, the tension building with each passing moment. From now on, the training method is Ialka lies on the ground, struggling to rise. To fight until your opponent is at death's door. Seojin Han stands ready, a sword and shield glinting in the light. The training dummies are struck, arrows piercing their wooden forms. Two men watch the training, murmuring amongst themselves. He sure is amazing. I heard he was a farmer. Is that true? No way. Arrows strike, impacting around Ialka. It's ought to be a lie. The arrows find their mark, piercing the air with deadly precision. The impact sends splinters flying, a testament to the force behind the attack. What kind of training is this? Seojin Han watches, his expression unreadable. Are you going to surrender? Aaron's waiting. Do I have to train them both at once? The training continues. Jinna stands in the background, observing as Ialka faces Han. Despite the previous setbacks, Ialka steels herself, a dagger held firmly in her grip. I'll try a bit more, she mutters, determination etched on her face. 32 matches, 32 losses total for Jinna. 19 matches, 18 losses total for Ialka. Her gaze sharpens, a bead of sweat trickling down her brow as she prepares to strike. Across from her, Han assumes a ready stance, his own weapon glinting in the light. Then here I come, he declares, a playful challenge in his voice. His eyes narrow, focusing intently on his opponent's movements. With a burst of speed, Han intercepts Ialka's attack, the clash of steel echoing through the training area. A dagger? He wonders, surprised by her choice of weapon. Ialka's hand tenses, her grip tightening on the dagger as she adjusts her stance. A surge of power courses through her veins, her eyes glowing with an intense red light. Suddenly, a notification appears. Jinna has learned weakness detection. Fueled by this newfound energy, Ialka lunges forward, the dagger a blur of motion. Han, however, is ready. He deflects the attack with practiced ease, sparks flying as their weapons collide. The force of the impact sends tremors through the air. Ialka stumbles backward, landing hard on the ground. Han stares at her, a mixture of surprise and concern on his face. Ah, geez. Just now, that was Dash. Where did you learn that? He asks, genuinely curious. She grins, confident in her next attack. Ialka explains that she thought about opposing Han's skill. Han notes that she learned a skill just from that. Ialka declares that it won't be easy. The arrows are ready in her hand. Ialka explains her strategy. Force him to dodge with the first arrow, then use the second or third arrow to aim at his weak spot. Again, she prepares to fire. Ialka wants to be able to deceive using arrows or mix and fake shots. The target has gotten much harder to avoid. Jinna's basic archery has become level 6. A skill level up this time? Han notes that she's getting stronger. He clenched his jaw, a fierce resolve hardening his gaze. Defeat was not an option. Jinna's eye flared with an intense, almost mechanical focus, the question hanging in the air. Could she truly lose? A wave of disbelief washed over one observer. Were they even human? One of the onlookers admitted that Han was skilled, but Jinna's talent was on another level. The two men watched with bated breath, the air thick with anticipation. From the shadows, a voice mused that it was pure talent. His grip tightened on the weapon, knuckles whitening. Seojin Han stood firm, his expression unyielding. The weapon was now an extension of his will, ready to strike. Elsewhere, suspended upside down, the figure dangled precariously, the air thick with anticipation. With a determined glint in her orange eyes, Jinna prepared for what was to come. His grip tightened around the hilt, the steel gleaming ominously in the dim light. The air crackled with energy as he steeled himself, every muscle coiled and ready to unleash. Arrows rained down, but Jinna moved with impossible speed, each step a blur as she danced between the deadly projectiles. Han steeled himself, knowing he needed to conserve his shield for when it truly mattered. He launched himself forward, his leg a piston driving him toward the onslaught. Seojin Han focused, his gaze locked on the target, a storm brewing behind his eyes. With a surge of power, he closed the distance, the air shimmering around him. The arrows flew, a deadly swarm seeking their mark. He concentrated, trying to anticipate the trajectory of each incoming projectile, if he could detect the intent behind the arrows. The arrows, tipped with crimson energy, hurtled toward him, each one a deadly threat. With practiced ease, Seojin Han spun, deflecting the barrage with his sword and shield. The air crackled with displaced energy. Each impact sent droplets of moisture flying, a testament to the force he was redirecting. The arrows scattered, their trajectories violently altered by the swordsman's precise movements. A flash of blue energy accompanied each parry, the blade singing as it met the incoming threat. Jinna watched, her eyes wide with a mix of awe and concern. The red-haired woman's expression was a study in disbelief. Seojin Han smirked, a hint of pride in his eyes. Was this his 19th win? Jinna stammered, calling him a monster. Seo Jinhan acknowledged that he had gained a few skills. The holographic screen flickered with data as Jinna inquired. Aaron Appa, how many skills do you have? Seo Jinhan responded, I have basic spearmanship, pain tolerance, and flame resistance. Those 3. The holographic screen displayed a list of skills. Jinna tilted her head, asking, what about you? Han looked down, a visible shiver running through him. That's enough, he muttered, the cold seeping into his bones. A disembodied voice echoed, explaining that skills don't necessarily equate to strength. It depends more on the synergy with your level. The image shifted, illustrating how an incompatible skill could actually do more harm than good. Jinna's expression turned thoughtful. But Jinna has 9 skills. A voice declared, she's top tier. Jinna and Seo Jinhan stood side by side, the weight of the information hanging in the air between them. The camera panned out, revealing a sprawling town nestled within protective walls. A screen displayed the words, beginning item combination, followed by images of basic fire, water, and wind elemental stones. The screen then showed the result item, basic promotion stone, with a success rate of 87% and an automatic combination method. The system interface flares to life, presenting a stark choice. Proceed with the combination, yes or no. A surge of fairy power crackles around the elemental orbs. The attempt ends in failure. A stark message flashes across the screen. Failed to combine. Ingredients will be consumed. Seo Jinhan sits with his arms crossed, a thought bubble above him stating that it failed despite having an 87% chance. Jinna, perched beside him, wonders if she can get a promotion too, noting that as a 2-star, time goes by quickly. Despite the failed combination, a new notification appears. Combination complete. You have obtained a basic promotion stone. Jinna holds a glowing stone, stating that she's level 10 now, while Yalka is level 8 and Aaron is level 9. She then asks if she won't die, and says she'll be back. Seo Jinhan reflects internally, thinking that his promotion was a special case because Tell interfered. He assumes Jinna will see something different from what he saw. The system announces that Jinna's promotion is complete and she is now 2-star, as the hero's forgotten memories have awakened. The scene opens on a grand, blue-lit hall, its architecture both imposing and serene. A lone figure stands within, seemingly lost in thought. The silence stretches as Jinna stands near Seo Jinhan, the fountain's gentle splash the only sound. He remains seated, his expression unreadable. Jinna's brow furrows, her gaze distant. A weird dream, she muses, the memory of fire still vivid in her mind. The forest where I used to live was on fire. Seo Jinhan leans back, arms crossed, a skeptical look on his face. A bullshit dream, he retorts, the sound of his body hitting the bench echoing slightly. He sighs, well, I somehow. The words hang in the air, unspoken. He seems to dismiss the thought entirely. Forget about it. There's no need to worry. Jinna offers a strained smile, her eyes betraying a deeper unease. All right. Jinna touches her chin, lost in thought. That was it, she murmurs, a realization dawning. It felt like I had a weight lifted off my shoulders. Seo Jinhan's expression hardens, a flicker of concern in his eyes as he listens to Jinna. Unpleasant, forgotten memories seem to stir within him. He considers her words, a thoughtful expression on his face. Regaining memories through promotion. Then the heroes are in a state of amnesia right now. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to a bustling blacksmith shop, the air thick with the smell of coal and hot metal. A burly blacksmith hammers away at a barrel, sweat glistening on his brow. He stood in the grand hall, the echoes of a forgotten truth swirling around him. At about 4 or 5-star, they would realize the truth of how they were summoned here. And what happened to their world? The city burned, reduced to embers. The inferno consumed everything in its path. Not long after, Aaron Delcut also went through his promotion. He unleashed a torrent of energy, his resolve hardening with each passing moment. He didn't know what dream he had, but he became more driven. Aaron, concern etched on his face, asked, aren't you going back? Seo Jinhan, his gaze fixed on some distant point, replied, I still have something to do. Aaron warned, you're going to ruin your body if you overwork yourself. Seo Jinhan simply stated, I'm okay. He exhaled, a visible sign of the strain he was under. His body bore the marks of countless battles, a testament to his unwavering commitment. A surge of power coursed through him, a dark energy ready to be unleashed. The blade sings as it cuts through the air, wreathed in crimson energy, a silent promise of power barely contained. Elsewhere, a figure with close-cropped blonde hair stares intently into the distance, lost in thought. His brow furrows, a subtle tension building in his jaw as he remains focused on some unseen point. He stands motionless, the weight of his thoughts heavy on his shoulders. Back in the training room, a surge of blue energy crackles around Seo Jinhan, a stark contrast to the earlier crimson. Seo Jinhan lowers his gaze to the battered training dummy, a sense of dissatisfaction etched on his face. It's incomplete, he thinks. He reflects on his progress, admitting to himself, I did get stronger, but I can't focus my power where I want to. A mental diagram materializes, illustrating the potential synergy between basic swordsmanship and basic shield technique. If they could synergize with each other, they would have combined. The principle is simple. Like the basic sword shield technique, if two skills are compatible, they become one. Meanwhile, Jenna approaches, her voice soft in the night air. You're working hard so late at night. She continues, I wanted to ask you something before I go to the 12th floor. Your party isn't made up of people who are used to battles, right? Jenna was a forest keeper, Aaron was a hunter, and you were a farmer, right? Although I don't believe that. Seojin Han looks up, his expression unreadable. Yes so? Have you? Jenna's gaze intensified, her orange eyes gleaming as she posed a direct question. Had he ever ended a life before? Seojin Han, his expression unreadable, responded, his voice low. His party had ascended to the 12th floor. Her eyes narrowed, the question hanging in the air. Was she questioning their resolve? Survival, she emphasized, was the only goal. Han's gaze lifted, a shadow crossing his face. He stated plainly that he was there at the expense of others. His voice remained steady as he revealed that 3 individuals had been synthesized to him. Jenna's expression remained unchanged, her tone implying that he should already know the answer to her earlier question. She acknowledged his statement, adding that he had essentially eliminated the pulverizing wolves' mercenaries. Seojin Han's eyes narrowed, a hint of offense in his voice. He questioned if she was attempting to insult him, before trailing off, claiming he was just. Jenna countered, stating that anything appearing on the stage was merely a monster to be eliminated. Han, however, sought a distinction, reminding her that they were not just party members. Han clenched his fist, his expression hardening. If that was her perspective, he would need to find new companions. The view shifted to a walled city, a sprawling landscape contained within massive barriers. A voice, calm and assured, declared that they knew them well and there was no need to worry, adding an all right. A swirling portal of blue energy crackled into existence, a gateway opening through the fabric of space and time. A shimmering, pixelated portal crackles with energy, promising a path to the unknown. Seojin Han, sword strapped to his back, wondered aloud, do you think it'll be the 4th floor again? Jenna, ever pragmatic, countered, we've done that enough. It's probably the 12th. A message on a nearby screen declared the current challenge floor was indeed the 12th, doors opening in 10 seconds. Han stated, just do what you need to, no matter what happens. A pulsing blue orb radiated power, as if daring them to underestimate the challenge ahead. A voice echoed, do better if you know. The mission parameters flashed on the screen. Floor 12, subjugation type. Objective, annihilate your enemies. Together, Seojin Han and Jenna, along with another figure, charged forward into the unknown. Jenna, hand raised to shield her eyes, questioned, it's a subjugation type. Where are the enemies? The archer's brow furrowed with concern as she scanned the surroundings. Despite her worry, Jenna's expression hardened with resolve. Her orange eyes, flecked with gold, reflected the intensity of the coming battle. A furious roar echoed through the dungeon, promising a brutal confrontation. A voice booms out demanding they drop their weapons and identify themselves. A phalanx of armored figures materializes, each clad in dark metal and wielding a long spear. Jenna's eyes widen, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. She stammers. A questioning voice echoes, laced with confusion. Are they truly human soldiers? The soldiers stand firm, their dark armor reflecting the dim light of the dungeon. Their numbers are significant, a wall of steel and resolve. Elsewhere, a lone woman with dark hair sheds a single tear, her expression unreadable in the shadows. Jenna's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. She stammered, barely able to form a coherent question. From their vantage point, a small contingent of soldiers patrolled the cobblestone streets below. Their armor glinted in the dim light, their faces grim and determined. Jenna glanced back, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. The wind carried the scent of wood smoke and something else, something metallic. Han's gaze hardened, his jaw clenched. The air crackled with a barely contained energy. Jenna stood beside a dark-haired woman, both observing the scene below. The woman's face was unreadable, her eyes like chips of obsidian. The blonde-haired man stood beside Jenna, his spear held loosely in his hand. He seemed uneasy, his eyes darting nervously. The blonde-haired man's voice cracked with disbelief. They are human. Han stood his ground, his expression unwavering as the blonde-haired man questioned their next move. So what? Are you not going to fight? A woman's voice, laced with fear, echoed from the alleyway. And no, that's not. We should talk to them first. Another voice agreed. I agree. We might be able to get some information about this place. Jenna stood beside Han, her expression conflicted. We might not have to fight. Han's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed on something unseen. The air grew heavy with anticipation. He spoke, his voice barely a whisper against the rising tension, pleading for restraint. Unnecessary killing, a sentiment that hung heavy in the air. Jinna's expression mirrored the internal conflict, her brow furrowed with worry. What about her own choices, her own path? Steel-clad figures emerged, a silent wall of armor and spears. They were not mere automatons. These soldiers could see, could perceive them. The order rang out, sharp and decisive. Enemies. Weapons were to be raised, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air. A desperate cry cut through the tension, the voice calling out to Hyungnim, a plea for guidance or perhaps intervention. Han's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. If they didn't want to fight, then what choice did he have? The blade sang as it cleared the scabbard, the question hanging in the air, a challenge and a dare. Gonna stop him? The group readied themselves, bows drawn and stances set. The air crackled with anticipation, the scent of ozone hinting at imminent conflict. His eyes blazed with an unnatural light, a storm brewing within him. The decision was made. Jinna's face was a mask of anguish, torn between her desire for peace and the grim reality unfolding before them. The other figure beside her mirrored her distress. But a new resolve hardened Jinna's features. The time for hesitation was over. Rage contorted his features, a primal fury unleashed. The battle was about to begin. His eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, a silent promise of the power he held within. Jinna stood beside the protagonist as the red-haired woman gave her consent. You guys do as you wish, she permitted. The group stood together, a united front against the unknown as they faced the soldiers in the distance. Aaron, visibly relieved, offered his gratitude. Thank you, he stammered, wiping sweat from his brow. I'll try to talk to them. With newfound resolve, Aaron began his approach toward the imposing figures. Aaron's voice echoed with a desperate plea. My name is Aaron. I would like to talk to you. From atop the wall, a soldier responded, his voice booming with a hint of desperation. We would like to talk too. We were brought here out of nowhere. The group looked up, a mixture of hope and apprehension on their faces as the soldiers addressed them from above. The soldier's voice dripped with veiled menace. It's too complex to really say. Why don't you come closer? The soldiers stood guard, their armor glinting in the light, their intentions still shrouded in mystery. The disembodied voice echoed with a promise. Then it would come. A soldier, his voice hard, demanded they drop their weapons first, explaining that his colleagues were a bit fearful. A reassuring voice cut through the tension, claiming they didn't intend to fight, so there was no need to worry. The soldier gripped his spear tightly, the metal cold against his gloved hand. Seojin Han, his brow furrowed, questioned Aaron, his voice laced with disbelief. Was he really going to do as they say? The soldier insisted that they come without their weapons. Han's expression hardened, demanding to know why they should be the only ones to drop their weapons, calling it bullshit. The soldiers stood firm, their armor gleaming in the dim light. A voice agreed, stating that 3 of them would go. The soldiers reiterated that they were unarmed, as they could see. The lead soldier stated he would prefer them to do the same, his armored hand outstretched. With a clang, a sword and shield were dropped to the ground, the sound echoing in the tense atmosphere. Was that good enough? They continued their advance, the sound of armored boots echoing on the stone path. Aaron's expression tightened with concern. Now they could talk, but about what? An endless voice echoed in someone's mind, a constant, inescapable presence. The armored figures marched on, their purpose still unclear, their steps measured and relentless. The voice continued to assault the helmeted figure's mind, even now. A dark smirk played on the man's lips as he wondered what the voice was saying. 2. The crossbow was readied, the air thick with anticipation. The weapon was drawn back, the mechanism clicking into place, a promise of deadly force. The crossbow fired, the bolt streaking forward with violent intent. Kill you. Guys! The figure stood poised, crossbow in hand, ready to unleash another volley. The man recognized the technique. He had seen this when he was a master. He stood, sword resting casually over his shoulder, the weight of a grim philosophy settling upon him. The heroes who hesitated to attack all ended up dead. Steel flashed as the dark-haired figure lunged, his blade aimed at the armored warrior. Jinna's eyes widened in terror as an arrow was leveled in her direction. The figure's sword cut through the air, a silent promise of violence. A brutal strike landed squarely on the face of the figure in green armor, the force of the blow echoing through the battlefield. The polished steel of the sword gleamed, ready to deliver its deadly purpose. A voice echoed, a declaration of unwavering resolve. A compromise does not exist. The dark-haired figure continued their assault, the sword a blur of motion. The figure in green armor reeled from the blow, the thought echoing in their mind. Whoever it may be, and however they may be, the helmeted figure gritted their teeth, eyes narrowed with determination as they aimed the crossbow. The crossbow bolt launched forward, a streak of deadly intent. The woman with long black hair stands poised, her expression unreadable as she surveys the scene. A figure lies prone on the ground, defeated. The dust settles around their armored form. The blonde-haired man calls out, his voice carrying a note of urgency. "Hey you." The dark-haired man stands amidst the fallen, his sword glinting in the dim light. The air hangs heavy with the unspoken threat. Kill or be killed. The blonde man stands over the fallen figure, questioning if they still want to try talking to them. A tense standoff. The dark-haired man and the blonde man face each other, their expressions grim. The blonde man grips his spear tightly, his knuckles white with tension. He prepares for what's to come. The spear's point gleams, a silent promise of violence. Jenna raises her crossbow, her expression determined. She wonders what about the others, stating that if they don't kill, they'll be killed instead, obviously. Her eye glows with a fierce red light, the crossbow trained on her unseen target. Jenna was prepared for this. Pierced by a volley of arrows, the armored figure stood firm, red eyes gleaming from within the helmet's depths. The metallic clang of impacts echoed in the air, a testament to the brutal assault. Surrounded by swirling flames, Jenna declared her readiness. The air crackled with heat as she channeled her power, a fiery aura intensifying around her hands. A confident smirk played on Han's lips. He internalized, relieved that his worries had been unfounded. The tension eased from his shoulders as he prepared for what was to come. The message was clear. It mattered not whether the enemy was monster or human. The sword gleamed, a promise of battle, a preparation for the fight ahead. The armored figure stood as a testament to the importance of mentality. It wasn't strength or talent that mattered, but the will to endure. The desire to live, the willingness to do whatever it takes to survive, that was the driving force. The armored figures stood ready, blades drawn, prepared to meet any challenge. These were the ones who were monsters instead of humans. The trio, Jenna, Han, and Aaron, stood ready to face the true enemy. The call to arms echoed. Prepare for battle. The sword was raised, a signal to unleash the storm. The party was assembled, ready to face the challenges ahead. The team consisted of Aaron Delcut, Han Eilert, Jenna Sarai, Edelka Rivel-Strasher, and Adis Callan. A legion of armored figures advances, their spears lowered, ready to strike. The metallic clang of their approach echoes through the battlefield. The cold steel of a spear, gripped tightly, awaits the signal to unleash its deadly force. A figure whirls, the blade of their sword a silver arc against the dim light, poised to meet the oncoming threat. Seojin Han's eyes blaze with an inner fire, a spark of defiance igniting within him. "I can tell," he grits out. Jenna finds herself surrounded, a wall of armored figures closing in. Flames erupt around her, a desperate attempt to hold back the tide. The armored figures advance relentlessly, their heavy boots pounding against the ground, each step a threat. Seojin Han's voice cuts through the chaos, a desperate cry. "Yalka!" A figure recoils, a strangled cry escaping their lips. Red eyes glow with an unnatural intensity. A cataclysmic explosion engulfs the battlefield, a searing inferno consuming everything in its path. A guttural scream echoes amidst the inferno, a sound of pain and desperation. Jenna stands amidst the devastation, the flames dancing around her, a beacon of defiance in the face of overwhelming odds. Surrounded, she fought with the ferocity of a cornered beast, each swing of her blade a desperate plea for survival. Her gaze hardened, a storm of resolve brewing behind her orange eyes. Steel flashed, a desperate parry against the overwhelming onslaught. Dark energy erupted, another soldier falling before the onslaught. A voice echoed, laced with contempt. "Weak. Their armors are great, but they're neither in position nor organized." Another body hit the ground, the sound swallowed by the roar of the flames. Seojin Han's gaze remained cold, calculating, his expression unreadable. A desperate plea cut through the din. "W8. Spare me. Spare me." The soldier's mind raced, a desperate image of his family flashing before his eyes. "I have a wife and daughter waiting for me at home. I have to return to them." Seojin Han looked down at the man, his face a mask of indifference. "How?" A single bloodshot eye stared back, filled with a primal terror. The soldier's face contorted in horror. That's. A final, desperate scream echoes as the battle winds down. The face of the brainwashed soldier contorts in a final, agonizing expression. The body collapses, hitting the ground with a sickening thud. Jenna observes the scene, remarking on the strangeness of these people. The red-haired woman continues, noting that while she's seen brainwashing before, she's never seen it so thorough. Seojin Han wonders if they're the same people as last time, receiving confirmation. A hand rests on the ground, amidst the aftermath of the battle. Han observes that their blood is black and thick. The man in black notes that it's just like hers. He concludes that there is too little proof. Han, shield in hand, steels himself for what's to come, declaring that he'll get used to it and do the same. The question hangs in the air. Was he referring to murder? Han sees no difference between monsters and humans. A voice confirms his sentiment with a simple yes. As expected, the 14th, 4th, and 15th, 4th floors are populated by human form monsters. Though their equipment, people, and formations differ, one similarity binds them. After a few days, the team leveled up enough to challenge the 15th, 4th floor. Aaron Delcut, Han Islet, and Jenna Sarai are ready for the next challenge. The status screens display the levels of Yalka, Rival Strasher, and Adiskallen, both at level 11. Because of their high starting ranks, their experience points didn't increase very fast. The equipment workshop facility began operating, and thanks to the leather pouch, more items could be carried. Han is equipping a basic HP potion. Jenna warns him, don't drop it. It's expensive. Jenna looks surprised as the potion slips from his grasp. The potion plummets toward the ground. The basic HP potion broke. Tips: sometimes, items are broken while in possession. Han's expression darkens. You said it was expensive. This is... No, it's not. I don't know. It's Master's fault for overworking me. Anyway, that's it. The team stands together, ready for the next challenge. Jenna asks Han, what are you talking about? He replies, I'm being strict. It would be a problem if they started rebelling. Finally, the 15th, 4th floor. The sign reads, climb the tower and save the world. Stage is conquered, -14-. He considers the upcoming mission, aware that it won't be a connected quest like the one on the 10th, 4th floor. Jenna assures him that they'll manage, as always. She adds that he's quite dependable, and his orders are clear. Jenna is told not to depend on him too much. His stat total is 107. The screen displays Han Islet's stats, showing him at level 15 with various skills. It has already been 2 months since he got here. A notification appears, detailing the recording feature. It allows saving stage challenges for later viewing, but requires a purchase. Han considers saving the replay, deciding it's not a bad habit. A prompt asks if he wants to purchase the record feature for 300 gems. A congratulatory message appears, informing him that he can now watch the hero's records anytime. This will be helpful in raising insight and judgment skills. Han is told that there are 2 characteristics worth mentioning about this mission. The first is that it's a special mission. He is reminded of the goddess statue he was told about on the 10th, 4th floor. It was said that they would all die if that statue was destroyed. There's a similar condition on the 15th, 4th floor. A screen shows that Party 3 went in and died within 5 minutes. They probably didn't even get to fight. They failed the mission without even knowing anything, and the consequences for that were... The mission's urgency hung heavy in the air. Han stated the obvious. They needed to figure out the mission as soon as possible, and they needed to succeed. Jenna noted that they didn't have much time, maybe 15 minutes. 15? The party of 3 went in and died within 5 minutes. Do you get what that means? They would automatically fail the mission if they went in there and did nothing. Han grimly acknowledged the stakes. If they failed, they would all die. That was the second characteristic. That's very little time. In other words, it's a time-sensitive mission. The main dungeon, the current challenge floor, is the 15th, 4th floor. The doors will open after 10 seconds. Get ready. Han knew that once they were in there, they'd gather information within 3 minutes and start the mission. The tension mounted as the countdown continued. The architecture rose high, a blend of old-world charm and something else entirely. The buildings seemed to hum with an unseen energy. The streets bustled with life, people going about their daily routines. The air smelled of spices and something metallic. Boots and shoes clattered on the cobblestone path, a rhythmic pulse beneath the city's hum. The buildings stretched towards the sky, adorned with strange symbols and glowing runes. The air crackled with unseen power. The crowd surged, a sea of faces and bodies moving with purpose. The sounds of the city washed over them, a cacophony of voices and noises. Seojin Han observed the bustling city around him. This floor is a city too, he mused, his gaze sweeping across the landscape. A nearby voice, laced with urgency, pleaded, don't you trust anything? I'm telling you it's real. That person, you know. Han, turning away, muttered, I gotta go then. Another voice, barely audible, questioned, can they not see us? An elderly woman, leaning heavily on a cane, declared with certainty, they must be NPCs. The city felt strangely serene, a stark contrast to the chaos of the lower floors. It's very peaceful here, unlike on the 10th, 4th floor, a voice observed. Han's expression remained unreadable, his eyes narrowed as he scanned the surroundings. The weight of the mission settled upon him. Floor 15, mission type guard. Objective, protect a certain individual. The words hung in the air, a stark reminder of the task ahead. A figure emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing with an eerie red light. They began, their voice a low growl. A disembodied voice echoes, declaring that someone wants us to... The bustling city stretches out before them, a sea of faces blurring into a single mass. Jenna and Han are visible amongst the crowd. The voice continues, the task becoming clear. Find that one person amongst this crowd. The words, Party 1, appear, perhaps a designation or a team name. Han's expression darkens, the weight of the mission settling upon him. The task ahead, to find one person amongst the crowd. A sea of faces, each one a potential target, each one a potential threat. This crowd. The man's mind races considering the fate of Party 3. They must have panicked when they saw this crowd. They didn't know the mission and couldn't tell who the enemy was. There are two possible reasons for their death. Either they were attacked by the enemy while killing the civilians, or the one person they were supposed to protect died. In other words, if we don't want to share the same fate as Party 3, we have to find that one person. The objective is to protect. Han knows they need to find that one person. They're probably supposed to die soon. The woman with red hair wondered aloud who they were supposed to protect. She noted that there weren't any monsters. Seojin Han inquired if anyone knew anything about this place. A blond man responded that he did, having come there as a merchant before. The city was called Adilth. Its many interconnected roads allowed for great trade. Seojin Han realized they were in Tonia and wondered if there were any noteworthy places in the city. There was a temple in the middle of the city for worshipping the goddess. It was a famous sacred location called the White Silver Hall, one of the top 3 temples, excluding the Holy City. Were these people heading there? It seemed like there must be some kind of event going on. Seojin Han declared that they would go to the temple, asking for support. Something sliced through the air. She moved with purpose, her dark hair flowing behind her like a shadow. Her gaze was fixed on a distant goal. Each step was deliberate, the sound echoing in the silent city. The world blurred around her as she picked up speed. The White Silver Hall temple loomed in the distance, its spires piercing the sky. With a leap of faith, she launched herself from the rooftop, the wind whipping past her face. Meanwhile, a crowd gathered at the temple entrance, their voices a low murmur of anticipation or concern. Guards in shining armor stood watch, their presence a silent warning. One of the guards narrowed his eyes, sensing a disturbance in the air. The woman approached, her footsteps echoing on the stone pavement. The guards tensed, spears ready. Without warning, she struck, her fist a blur of motion. A sickening crack echoed as it connected. The guard's helmeted head snapped back, blood splattering as he cried out, "Holy SH!" The force of the blow reverberates through the soldier's helmet, sparks flying as metal grinds against metal. The impact point flares with blinding energy, the soldier's vision momentarily obscured by the sheer power of the attack. A shout pierces the air as one of the figures cries out, "H. Youngnim!" Standing over a fallen foe, Han's voice is cold as he asks, "Don't you get it?" Han's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he realizes the gravity of the situation. They can see us. The sky above is a swirling canvas of gray and white, mirroring the turmoil brewing within Han. The armored figures stand their ground, their stance unwavering. That means they're our enemies. The text explains that the cavalry NPCs and other soldiers on the 10th floor could not see them. The group stands amidst the fallen, the weight of their discovery heavy in the air. These enemies are different. Mounted soldiers charge through the ruined landscape, their presence a stark contrast to the previous encounters. A fallen soldier, bloodied and broken, utters, "But these guys clearly see us." That means they're not normal NPCs. Jenna considered the information, her expression thoughtful. "It's possible," she murmured, glancing at the armored figure beside her. "But they might not be." She reassured them, "Don't worry. I didn't kill them. They look half dead." Elsewhere, the view opened up to a sprawling cityscape, teeming with life. Han's voice echoed, "Wow, it's really crowded." A voice cut through the noise. Aaron asked, "Is that the White Silver Hall?" A simple, affirmative response followed. Jenna's eyes widened, a realization dawning on her face. "This is..." She stood among the group, the red of her hair a stark contrast to the muted tones of the temple entrance. A warning hung in the air, no ruckus. The successor was making her entrance, and magic was being amplified. For an event like this to occur on a stage, a metallic clang echoed as a guard, clad in silver armor, blocked their path. He barked, demanding they stop, declaring that they could not enter. Han drew his sword, the steel glinting in the dim light. He warned the guard to move, his voice a low growl, or face death. He noted that these guys have weapons. A booming voice shattered the tense silence. A knight, his face hidden behind a full helmet, roared, accusing them of heresy. The knight's accusation hung in the air as Han remained vigilant. The sound of impact echoed through the temple as someone was struck with brutal force. Arrows whizzed through the air, finding their mark with deadly precision. Another blow landed, the force of it shaking the very foundations of the temple. A question lingered in the air. Is this what a heretic is? A flicker of a smile played on Han's lips, a hint of something dark lurking beneath the surface. The knight's command echoed through the chaos. "Kill him." The levels of the human soldiers and the unidentified enemy are displayed. Jenna remarks on Hans boldness. He simply states that she is correct. Aaron asks if they believe in this religion. Jenna replies that she only believes in herself, in him. The person they need to get through these guys and keep moving forward is mentioned. Meanwhile, the temple guards stand ready, determined to drive out the heretics, protecting what is probably in the temple. Han charges forward, declaring that they will get through them. A devastating blow connects, sending a shockwave through the air. The force of the attack continues, a blur of motion. The temple guard coughs up blood from the impact. Han blocks an incoming attack with his shield. Dodging another strike, Han counters with a swift movement. The temple guard cries out as the attack lands. The temple guard bellowed, his voice echoing through the stone halls. He lunged forward, intent on stopping the intruders. A swift blow connected, the force of it reverberating through the guard's armor. With a cry, the armored figure was sent hurtling backward, a testament to the power unleashed. A voice urged them to keep running, to avoid unnecessary fights. Time was of the essence. Another guard shouted, ordering the others to stop them. The temple's sanctity was at stake. Seojin Han charged forward, spear in hand, with Jenna close behind. He barked a command. They didn't have time to waste on every guard. Another impact, another guard falling. The fight was a blur of motion. He slid across the floor, the momentum carrying him through the next attack. The temple was proving to be a deadly maze. The sound of another strike echoed. The guard would likely die soon, one of them thought. Seojin Han leaped from a higher level, continuing his desperate search. They only had a few minutes left. If it didn't find them in time, the consequences were dire. A voice echoes with a dire warning, a desperate cry that they will all die. He stands within a grand hall, its architecture a testament to a bygone era. Light streams through stained glass windows, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. The mission parameters become clear. They are on floor 15, tasked with guarding a specific individual. Time is running out. The message booms, a stark reminder of their dwindling window. Seojin Han drops down, the wind whipping around him as he descends into the unknown. A chilling premonition fills the air. They'll all die. He plummets through the vast cathedral, the architecture blurring past in a dizzying freefall. Floor 15. The mission: guard and protect a certain individual. But the remaining time is a mystery, marked only by question marks. Seojin Han shouts a name, his voice echoing with urgency. You okay? A voice responds, filled with grim acceptance. I know. A purple barrier rises, shimmering with arcane energy. The barrier shatters, the magical protection failing against an unseen force. Seojin Han stands in the cathedral, Jenna beside him, as they face an unknown presence. Who are you? He demands. Jenna and another woman watch with apprehension, their faces etched with worry as the unknown threat looms. The blond man's expression is one of disbelief, his voice laced with accusation. How did you get in here? A cloaked figure holds a book, its pages open as if consulting ancient knowledge. Han's gaze is intense, his blue eyes glowing faintly. There's no change in the message window. The hallways must be the entrances, a silent voice echoes in the cathedral. Steel scrapes against the stone floor as an armored figure advances, sword raised, ready to strike. Han's voice cuts through the air, a sharp command amidst the looming threat. What do you think you are? You guys go take care of the right path and come after us. I'm gonna go left. With a determined set to his jaw, Han prepares to move, leaving his team to handle the immediate threat. We'll catch up with you soon. A guttural roar echoes through the cathedral. Get him! He explodes into motion, a blur of black against the cold stone. The air crackles with energy as Han strikes, a desperate cry escaping the armored figure's lips. Elsewhere, a grand doorway stands open, light streaming into the hallway. Han's voice, strained and distant, echoes in a vast space. Where are you? The crowd was fixated on the screen, murmuring about the sun's successor. Whispers cut through the air, a mix of anticipation and hushed directives to maintain order. A figure stood framed in the doorway, a silent sentinel against the light. The heavy door echoed as it swung open. The back of a dark jacket came into view, the wearer's purpose still obscured. Meanwhile, a declaration rang out, the knight's voice booming with conviction. Kyle von Strauss announced himself, a holy knight relaying the anger of the Strauss family. The armored figure stood firm, his sword held ready. Elsewhere, someone plummeted from above, the sound of their descent echoing through the halls. Han's voice cut through the air, laced with urgency. Where are you? He demanded, his tone sharp. An older man sat undisturbed, engrossed in his meal. Unaware, someone behind him echoed the question, their voice tight with desperation. Where? With a swift motion, Han lashed out, his foot connecting with the armored knight. A grunt escaped the knight's lips as the force of the blow landed. Han held up a circular object, its purpose unclear. Not everyone here can see us, he questioned, his gaze sharp. A sword gleamed, its polished surface reflecting the light. Time was running out. Panic began to set in. There was probably less than 3 minutes remaining, and there wasn't time. He prepared to strike, a surge of energy coalescing into a glowing ring around his hand. The air crackled with anticipation. A window, adorned with a delicate floral design, offered a brief respite from the tension. Sweat beaded on Han's brow, his expression a mask of worry and determination. Heavy boots stood firm on the cold stone floor, the sound echoing in the vast hall. The figure stood silhouetted against the light streaming through the arched doorway, an imposing presence in a grand hall. A burst of color, a close-up of vibrant flowers, offered a stark contrast to the somber atmosphere. Han walked towards the light, his back to the viewer, his purpose driving him forward. Through the window, two figures could be seen, their forms indistinct in the bright light. Han approached the doorway, the armored figure standing motionless before him. His eyes flared with an intense blue light, a sign of the power surging within him. The armored figure stood ready, the metallic gleam of their armor reflecting the light. The armored figure stood ready, the metallic gleam of their armor reflecting the light. The clash of steel echoed through the ruined hall as two armored figures engaged in a deadly dance. One, wielding a pair of swords, pressed the attack against an opponent with a sword and shield. The figure with the shield lay defeated on the cold stone floor, their dark clothing a stark contrast to the pale flagstones. The victor's sword gleamed, its polished surface reflecting the dim light of the ruined hall. Elsewhere, a disembodied voice boomed with righteous fury, "Death to the heretic." A figure with a golden crown gazed up at the heavens, a respectful tone echoing, "Your Highness." Light-colored hair cascaded down her back as she stood overlooking a grand city. Meanwhile, a woman with long hair stood beside an older man with a flowing white beard, their expression serious. Concern laced the air as one voice questioned, "But is there some trouble in the garden?" Another voice responded, "I think there is an invader." The older man, his brow furrowed with determination, declared, "We'll take care of them. Do not worry." The air crackled with unseen energy. With a guttural cry, Seojin Han unleashes a ferocious sword strike, the blade blurring as it cuts through the air. His face contorted in a mask of intense focus. Han grits his teeth as the sword meets its mark. A sickening thwack echoes as blood erupts from the point of impact, painting the air crimson. The swordsman finds himself amidst a throng of armored figures, each a towering wall of steel. Steel clashes against steel as Han dances through the melee, one of the armored figures exclaiming that he is on a different level. The armored boots of the enemy soldiers pound against the ground, a relentless advance. A violet energy flares as Han deflects a blow, the force of the impact sending tremors through his arm. With a burst of speed, he vaults over an opponent, his movements a whirlwind of deadly precision. The sword plunges deep, a geyser of blood erupting as another armored figure falls. The helmet of the fallen soldier reflects the carnage around him, a silent testament to the swordsman's skill. Another strike, another foe falls, the relentless assault continuing without pause. His eyes burning with an eerie blue light, Seojin Han prepares for the next onslaught, the air crackling with anticipation. The aftermath of a brutal strike. An armored figure lies defeated, blood pooling around them, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. He stands over the fallen foe, his sword dripping crimson. The air hangs thick with a metallic tang of blood. Steel screams against steel as Seojin Han clashes with another armored opponent. Sparks fly, illuminating the grim determination etched on his face. He meets the onslaught head-on, muscles straining as he deflects a powerful blow. The force reverberates through his arms. The sword blurs as it descends, a silver arc promising swift and decisive judgment. Kyle von Strauss braces for the impact, the weight of the impending strike pressing down on his armored shoulder. Again, the clash rings out, a deafening symphony of destruction. The air crackles with energy as the two blades meet. Armor buckles and groans as it's breached. Blood sprays, painting the battlefield in a macabre tableau. The visor of Kyle's helmet is splattered with blood, obscuring his vision, a grim reminder of the price of failure. The two warriors stand poised, a silent standoff before the next brutal exchange. The tension is palpable, a storm brewing in the stillness. The sword, slick with gore, reflects the harsh light, a grim testament to the lives it has claimed. Seojin Han lunges again, his movements a whirlwind of deadly precision, determined to end the fight. He parries the blow, but the force behind it is immense. Kyle's sword descends with furious speed, a metallic shriek tearing through the air. Sparks erupt as steel meets steel. Seojin Han grits his teeth, muscles straining against the onslaught. The armored knight presses his advantage, each swing a thunderous declaration of power. The air crackles with the force of his blows. Again, the swords clash, a blinding flash illuminating the grim determination etched on Han's face. Kyle von Strauss's assault continues, relentless and unforgiving. The weight of the attacks threatens to overwhelm him. But a surge of energy erupts around Seojin Han, a vibrant blue aura crackling to life. He's gathering power, preparing to turn the tide. The blade hums with contained force, a beacon of azure light in the dim surroundings. The air grows thick with anticipation. The knight raises his guard, sensing the shift in momentum, a desperate attempt to brace for what's coming. The energy explodes outward, shattering Kyle's defense. Armor splinters, the sound like ice cracking on a frozen lake. Seojin Han presses forward, a whirlwind of motion and contained fury. The counterattack is in full swing. His sword blazes with power, a searing line of blue cutting through the darkness. The air vibrates with raw energy. The blow lands. Blood erupts, painting the air crimson as Kyle von Strauss is sent reeling backward. The tide has turned. A fist clenches, knuckles white with tension. A figure addresses a crowned queen, assuring her that the goddess will be pleased. A heavy boot steps across a threshold, the sound echoing in the silence. A hand reaches out, fingers outstretched. An aged face, etched with worry, stares intently. Seojin Han strides forward, his expression unreadable as he enters the room. An elderly man questions how someone managed to bypass the guards, the queen standing nearby. A fist grips a glowing blue orb, energy crackling around it. Seojin Han's face is marred by blood, his eyes wide with shock as he exclaims, "What?" The old man's face contorts in rage, screaming, "Die!" A swirling red orb pulses with dark energy. The woman with the golden headpiece realizes, with a dawning sense of dread, that the danger isn't meant for her. But for whom? Red energy crackles around Seojin Han as an older man with a long white beard prepares to strike. The woman's eyes widen, a silent question hanging in the air as the attack unfolds. Her brow furrows, a realization dawning in her eyes. She's not the one they're after. A shout echoes through the halls, the man with the shield realizing the truth. But for whom? Crimson energy coalesces around her, a vortex, a malevolent intent. A figure clad in shadows lunges forward, a blur of motion against the stark background. The old man's gaze hardens, his weathered face a mask of grim determination. Her blue hair whips around her face as fury ignites in her eyes, a storm brewing within. Steel sings as a blade cuts through the air, a desperate defense against an unseen foe. The staff crackles with crimson energy, a conduit for a power both terrible and alluring. The air crackles with raw power, the crimson energy a tangible force. Shadows gather, a silent audience to the unfolding conflict, their forms indistinct and menacing. Panic seized the crowd as they scattered, their cries echoing through the halls. The figure, clad in dark armor and wielding a shield, stood firm amidst the chaos. He muttered, "He didn't try to attack me." His gaze hardened, a silent promise of protection etched on his face. "She's the person we're supposed to protect." The blonde woman stood regal, a crown adorning her flowing hair, seemingly unaware of the danger closing in. Her chest rose and fell with each breath, the air thick with anticipation. Seojin Han confronted the woman, his voice a low growl. "Who are you?" The woman responded, "You don't need to know." The tension crackled between them, a silent question hanging in the air. "Are you an assassin?" Seojin Han's eyes narrowed, a fierce light burning within them. "Are you here to?" A sudden strike sent the blonde woman reeling, a cry of pain escaping her lips. A flurry of motion blurred the scene, the clash of steel echoing through the chamber. Seojin Han lunged forward, his blade a silver streak against the dim light. Projectiles flew through the air, aimed with deadly precision. He commanded her to stay down, his voice firm despite the chaos brewing around them. Meanwhile, high above, three figures stood silhouetted against the pale sky, their cloaks concealing their intentions. Seojin Han's gaze remained fixed on the unseen threat above, his posture tense. With a swift motion, one of the cloaked figures unleashed a volley of daggers, the air whistling with their deadly passage. Another figure joined the assault, sending more projectiles hurtling downwards. The daggers, dark and menacing, flew with unnatural speed, closing in on their target. The blonde woman's eyes widened in terror as she looked up, the glint of steel reflecting in her pupils. The poison blades descended, poised to strike. With a guttural shout, Seojin Han raised his shield, the metallic clang echoing as he deflected the deadly rain. A chilling realization washed over him. Poison daggers. The cloaked figure, undeterred, continued their assault, their aim unwavering. Despite his efforts, one of the daggers found its mark, slicing into Seojin Han's shoulder, a crimson bloom staining his jacket. Jenna stood perched atop the ancient city structure, the wind whipping through her dark hair as she surveyed the scene below. A cloaked figure moved with blurring speed, a shield raised in anticipation of an unseen threat. The shield met the incoming assault with a resounding crash, sparks flying as the cloaked figure braced for impact. A spray of crimson painted the air as the shield deflected the blow, the force of the impact reverberating through the defender's arm. Again and again, the attacks rained down, each impact testing the limits of the shield and the figure wielding it. The metallic clang of steel on steel echoed through the air as the shield continued to hold its ground. A whirling vortex of blades hurtled forward, the source of the relentless assault now visible. With a desperate parry, the cloaked figure deflected another strike, the force threatening to overwhelm their defenses. Blood continued to splatter as the cloaked figure fought to maintain their ground, the relentless assault showing no signs of slowing. Kneeling now, the cloaked figure braced against the onslaught, their resolve unwavering despite the overwhelming odds. Seojin Han, his face marred with fresh wounds, recounted, "The wall was so damn high. It took me a while to climb it." Isel tilted her head, her gaze fixed on the blonde woman. "There were two more, but we got rid of them." She wondered, her voice barely a whisper. "Who's the kid? She looks familiar." The woman with the golden headpiece demands to know who they are. She declares that this is not a place people can simply barge into. The woman's voice rises in a shout. The bars of the gate loom, a stark warning. Seojin Han asks if she is sure, but the woman warns that they will die if they proceed. A voice echoes, promising survival only to those who follow. A cloaked figure stands guard, reiterating the deadly choice: die here. Seojin Han presses, demanding to know what her answer is. The woman's expression is troubled, a storm of emotions brewing behind her eyes. With a sigh, she agrees, whispering, "All right." A system message declares, "Mission success. Special NPC Friasis Al Lagner has joined the party." Meanwhile, Friasis Al Lagner and Seojin Han stand amidst the carnage, the cost of their success painted in blood. The mission objective has been updated. The new directive: escape the city with Friasis Al Lagner. An escape mission. Seojin Han acknowledges the change, muttering that he knew they wouldn't let them clear the mission so easily. Adis is instructed to prepare for descent. A voice declares they will keep the enemies at bay. Seojin Han prepares a crossbow, his expression grim. Jenna shouts that there's no time as the soldiers gather below. Someone is told to memorize Friasi's face, as she is the one they are supposed to protect. Friasis retorts that she is not a kid. Seojin Han notes that she gets mad when called a kid, as can be seen. Jenna expresses surprise at meeting Friasis in this situation. Friasis' question to the other person is, asking if they know her. Seojin Han declares that it doesn't matter who they are. They will go down with the rope and secure an escape route. She states that she has already figured out a way to escape, noting that the left side has the fewest soldiers and a complex path, which is good for hiding. Han agrees, stating that they will go that way. Han dictates the order of descent, stating that Adis will go first, then Eren, then himself, Ialka, and Jenna. Friasis questions if she can go first. Han instructs Ialka to create a wall of flames so that the enemies can't approach them. He adds that Eren and Adis will go down first, so that no one can interrupt them from climbing down. A fiery aura begins to manifest. Adis conjures a wall of flames, as enemies shout to kill the mage. With the enemies focused on the mage, Han declares that he will go first. Hands grip the thick rope, secured to the stone railing. Eren begins his descent, rappelling down the side of the building. Adis follows, carefully making her way down the rope. Han states that he is next, beckoning Friasis to come. She asks if he means her, and he responds, "Who else?" From below, a voice calls out to hold on tight. Han and Friasis descend together, clinging tightly to the rope. The air crackles as arrows rain down, piercing the hastily erected barrier of flame. Friasis Al Lagner winces, her expression a mask of pain and determination as the assault intensifies. Her brow furrows, a bead of sweat trickling down her pale skin as she grits her teeth against the onslaught. Seojin Han stands beside her, his gaze fixed on the massive door before them. "We're here," he declares, his voice grim. From within the fiery barrier, a voice cries out in agony, "Get off me." Friasis urges, "Hurry," as Seojin Han pulls the rope, attempting to open the heavy gate. A figure emerges, weapon blazing, adding to the cacophony of the assault. Another figure is consumed by flames, their silhouette writhing in the inferno. A scream tears through the air, a raw expression of pain and desperation. A swordsman stands amidst the chaos, his blade dripping crimson, the battle taking its toll. The enemy closes in, their eyes burning with a fanatical zeal as they advance through the flames. Eren is inflicted with poison, his strength waning as the notification flashes before his eyes. His HP will be reduced for a period of time. A voice cuts through the chaos, desperately calling out, "Eren!" Despite being engulfed in flames, he stands tall, a spear in hand. "I'm okay." Eren insists, though the inferno rages around him. The figure turns, the firelight casting long shadows across their back. A sword gleams amidst the chaos, reflecting the surrounding flames. Jenna stood guard atop the wall, bow drawn, while below her, another figure prepared for the onslaught. The message chimed in, the target was secure, and the party members were safe. Now, they just needed to get out of the field to clear the mission. A figure dashed through the town, the sounds of pursuit echoing behind them. Armored figures advanced, their faces grim, intent on stopping the escape. The order rang out, "Get the witch and the chasers." Icel's eyes widened. Seo Jinhan heard the words and knew they were referring to her. I think they mean you, he muttered. An armored figure lunged forward, axe raised. You won't get past me. A scream pierced the air as a figure was struck down. The armored figures closed in, weapons raised, the order clear, kill them. A figure lurks in the shadows, the word kill, echoing from the darkness. Someone shouts, this way, as they leap from a nearby rooftop, seeking a path to freedom. Jenna asks about the path, concern etched on her face. Icel responds, knowing where they are going. A hand glows with purple energy, a magical blockade forming to slow their pursuers. The energy intensifies, a surge of power unleashed as the blockade strains against an unseen force. A strain KWAGH echoes. Rocks crack and crumble under the strain, the magical energy barely holding them together. Elsewhere, the city stretches before them, a maze of buildings and alleyways offering both cover and danger. Seo Jinhan suggests they rest for a bit, his voice laced with exhaustion. Jenna agrees, stating they will rest for 5 minutes before continuing, her expression determined despite the circumstances. The magical blockade weakens, a voice warning that Bolka's barrier won't hold up for too long and that they'll be found soon. Seo Jinhan clutches a vial, his brow furrowed with worry. It'll be worse for them if they get surrounded here, he thinks. Jenna insists that they can clear the mission if they have an escape route, her gaze intense. Aaron, his brow furrowed with concern, inquired about the other man's injury, his voice laced with worry. He grimaced, a flicker of pain crossing his features. Well, he began, hesitating slightly. A thin line of blood trickled from a fresh cut on Han's face, a stark reminder of the ongoing battle. His eyes, usually sharp and focused, now held a hint of weariness, a silent acknowledgement of the toll the fight was taking. Han's gloved hand pressed against his abdomen, a faint purple glow emanating from beneath his fingers, hinting at the strange energy afflicting him. Aaron's expression turned grave. He stated with certainty that the pain wouldn't subside even with a potion. Beneath the armor, a dark wound pulsed with an unnatural energy, the source of Han's suffering. Jenna, her voice filled with concern, wondered if there was another way to treat him. Elsewhere, a woman with prominent horns, her expression earnest, inquired if they possessed any healing skills. Han listened intently as the horned woman spoke, hope flickering in his eyes. There are sometimes NPCs with special skills. Her gaze was soft, yet held a hint of uncertainty, as if she knew the limitations of her own abilities. Her voice barely a whisper, the horned woman apologized, her words heavy with regret. His breath comes in ragged gasps, each exhale a visible cloud in the cool air. The group surrounds him, their faces etched with concern. Han lies still on the stone pavement, his condition worsening by the second. The horned woman's expression is unreadable as she studies him, her silence adding to the growing tension. Jenna's brow furrows, her orange eyes wide with worry as she watches the horned woman's assessment. Jenna's expression hardens, a flicker of determination replacing the worry. She knows they're running out of time. Han's face is pale, sweat beading on his forehead. The wound on his cheek stands out starkly against his skin. The stark word hangs in the air, poison. Aaron's face is a mask of anguish as he realizes the gravity of the situation. He cannot be healed with basic HP potions, the text declares. The longest he will be able to move properly for is about 10 minutes. A close-up reveals the source of the poison, a dark, festering wound on Han's side. We do not have any antidotes with us, the text states, confirming their worst fears. Aaron's voice trembles as he speaks, desperation lacing his words. There are no NPCs here who can heal, he says, remembering Han's earlier words. You said that you'd leave us behind if we couldn't catch up. Han's eyes are barely open, his gaze distant and unfocused. He struggles to speak, but only manages a weak whisper. Aaron steels himself, knowing what must be done. I think this is that moment. Aaron's face is contorted with pain, but his resolve is clear. For time, he croaks, his voice thick with emotion. Leave me here. He stands, the weight of the decision heavy on his shoulders, the air thick with unspoken words. Jenna's voice cracks with desperation. I want us to go together. Han's expression hardens, the reality of their situation cutting deep. Jenna, that's not possible. His face is set, a grim resolve hardening his features. Jenna's eyes burn with defiance, refusing to accept the inevitable. He stands firm, the weight of his decision pressing down on him. A flicker of doubt crosses Han's face, the internal conflict raging within. His gaze falls, a whisper of self-reproach escaping his lips. I'm just too weak. Jenna looks up at him, her expression a mixture of concern and determination. What about you? The horned woman watches them, her expression unreadable. You decide. Han's eyes narrow, a cold calculation settling in. If we consider efficiency, it would be right to leave him here. The horned woman looks down, her expression thoughtful. Bringing Aaron along is too much for us to handle. He considered the weight of their decision. Protecting one person and protecting two were very different matters, a grim calculus he couldn't escape. A vial of crimson liquid was produced, its contents swirling like trapped blood. The potion was forced down, the man's face contorted in a grimace as he swallowed the bitter draught. The vial tilted, the last drops of the red liquid disappearing into his parched throat. Seo Jinhan held out another vial. What? He began before urging, drink it. The man's voice was strained, his eyes filled with a desperate resignation. Potions won't do anything. Seo Jinhan's expression hardened, his voice firm. It won't heal you, but it'll prevent you from getting worse. Turning to the others, Seo Jinhan commanded, everyone, take out all the potions you have. The group stirred, hands reaching into pouches and pockets, the rustling of fabric filling the air. A worn leather pouch was presented, its contents a mystery. Seo Jinhan instructed, his voice laced with urgency. Drink one every 10 minutes. A voice laced with skepticism muttered, it's a waste. The man with the box declares that the decision rests with him. A voice suggests that they will divide up the party. Elsewhere, the sun sets over the rooftops of the town. Han states that Party 1 consists of Adis, the child, and himself, assuring that they will be able to find a safe place. The group decides that they will take the child out of this place. Jenna is told that Party 2 is Eren, herself, and Yalka, and that she will protect Eren until this kid is safe. Jenna questions if they are just helping Eren, as Han explains that the enemy is after the child, so they should head in the opposite direction. Eren begins to speak to Han. Someone tells Han to shut up as he begins to speak. A woman warns that there will be a ton of soldiers at the exit, making it harder for them to protect her. Han considers a different approach, as this stage's first objective was to find the target to protect and rescue. The mission is revealed to be on floor 15, with the objective to protect a certain individual. The new directive was clear. Escape the city with Friasi's Alagner. Han acknowledged the change of plans. It was an escape mission, after all. He knew they wouldn't let them clear the mission so easily. The decision was made. They would try to infiltrate the crowd instead. Sojin Fan's Razulba Ardanat. They would escape tonight. From his city. His gaze hardened, a silent promise etched on his face. They would escape tonight. From his city. The sprawling cityscape lay before them, a labyrinth of stone and shadow, each alley a potential trap. They would wait until night fell to escape, a decision born of necessity and fraught with risk. Since they would be less capable of fighting with a divided team, they couldn't try and fight their way out. The group stood at a crossroads, the weight of their decision pressing down on them as they considered their next move. Though they could be stealthier with fewer people in a group, they could escape without having to fight. If they didn't fight, then there's no need to have a mage with them. Fire magic is bound to garner a lot of attention, so they can't have Yalka. Jenna would be in the same team as Eren, so that they can be more flexible with how they react to bad situations. Seo Jinhan instructed them to go to the edge of the city. There would probably be search teams all night. They just needed. He offers an apology, though it rings hollow with a chilling caveat. It's not for their sake that he keeps them alive, but his own. Jenna and the other woman stand guard behind Eren. The other woman declares that if they can't protect Eren, they should abandon him without hesitation. The view shifts to the town below, where the order is given. Their lives are more important than an injured person's. The break is over. Elsewhere, a figure with crimson hair descends into a dark opening. The tall woman with long red hair and a black cloak stands before a doorway, an imposing figure against the dim light. Meanwhile, Seo Jinhan stands with two women. One wonders about hiding places, and the other assures him that there are quite a few. He considers the possibility of taking refuge inside buildings, admitting that he already tried. Legs move down a street, while in another location, a person sits alone in a chair, a solitary figure. Two women are seen in a room, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. A woman in a white dress stands in a town, her presence a stark contrast to the gritty surroundings. She's approached by a man with a disheveled appearance, his voice dripping with false concern. Hey, young lady, are you lost? He asks, his eyes glinting with an unsettling curiosity. The horned woman flinches, a sharp intake of breath betraying her unease. The air crackles with a subtle tension. The man presses on, his smile widening into a disturbing leer. Or did you run away from home? I can lead you somewhere. Before he can finish his sentence, she lashes out, striking the man with a resounding crack. The sound echoes in the narrow street. The force of the blow sends the man staggering backward, the impact reverberating through the air. The man lies on the ground, defeated. The woman stands over him, thinking, it's the slums, but this is a good place to hide. The streets are like a maze, and there are a lot of buildings. Seo Jinhan walks away, the sound of his footsteps echoing on the cobblestones. I'll go ahead and look for a place to hide, he thinks. A voice muses, it's probably boring for anything to watch. And this kid? The woman with horns stands, her expression unreadable. She looks nervous, but she's staying calm. I guess she's no ordinary kid. Seo Jinhan is seen from behind, the woman with horns in the foreground. Had she been ordinary, she would have rejected our offer to come with us in the first place. She quickly realized coming with us was the way to live even amidst the chaos. Elsewhere, the camera pans to a building exterior, its windows dark and silent. The city looms in the background, a maze of stone and shadow. He found a decent place to lay low. Isel noted that there was a back door, making a quick escape possible. A woman with dark hair suggested they hide until nightfall. Isel declared that she would set a trap by the entrance and warned everyone to be careful, wondering how they would spend their time there and suggesting they find a way out. The woman with dark hair questioned if Han was going out again. Han stated that he had duties to fulfill. The woman with dark hair stated that Han alone was enough to protect her. Han sat in a chair, while Isel stood nearby. Han thought that maybe he should have put Jenna in his place, realizing there wasn't much he could do in a place like this. Han stood, his expression unreadable. The man identified himself as Friasis Al-Lagner. Friasis Al-Lagner looked off into the distance. The text bubble declares a name. Friasis Al-Lagner, seated and regal, confirms, "That's my name. I am the second successor of the Empire." A man's leg steps into view, the owner of which remarks, "I guess it doesn't work on you." Her golden eyes narrow slightly as Friasis Al-Lagner asks, "Where did you come from?" Han's expression hardens. "Of your business," he retorts. Friasis Al-Lagner presses, "I reveal my identity. You should at least return the favor." The man's leg remains planted, unmoving. He states flatly, "You won't understand even if I tell you." A staircase leads upwards, promising escape or further descent. The woman scoffs, "Really? Did you come from a place I don't know about?" "You could say that." A thought hangs in the air. Han's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. He asks, "Are you the soldiers that saved Nelsa?" The image of a city appears, labeled Nelsa. The text below reads, "Was that the name of the city on the 10th floor?" A sprawling city stretches into the distance. A voice recalls, "I remember overhearing the NPCs talking." The woman with the golden ornaments tilted her head, a knowing glint in her eye. "Seems like I'm right." Han's gaze remained fixed, a flicker of unease crossing his face. In a dream, faceless soldiers fought desperately, a city their only charge. The air tasted of ash and desperation. Friasis Al-Lagner continued, her voice laced with a strange certainty. "Nelsa's survivors said that a group of people protected them, like you were them." Her hands, adorned with golden bands, moved slightly as she spoke of the past. "They said that if it weren't for them, the city..." A single building stood defiant, light streaming through its shattered windows, but they couldn't see their faces. Han shifted, the weight of the dreams pressing down on him. "I've been having strange dreams for a year. Very ominous." The woman's expression grew grave, her eyes reflecting the weight of her visions. Everything was ending in the dreams. The empire burned, its once proud towers consumed by an inferno. The fore-renowned family city was no more. And the small and big cities and villages all became fuel for the blaze. Everything on the continent was on fire. Friasis Al-Lagner's eyes narrowed, a chilling resolve hardening her gaze. "Those dreams made me certain that at this rate, the continent was going to meet its end." She begins, her voice carrying a weight of concern. "Do you know? There are ominous things occurring all over the continent." Friasis continues, her expression grave. "There are mysterious diseases thriving, parasites, and monsters." Han, listening intently, stands in the background as she speaks. Friasis assumes, "I assume the Nelsa invasion was a part of that. They usually don't invade human territory." Her gaze drifts downward, a hint of desperation in her voice. "I need power." The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. The power to save the world. Friasis's expression hardens, a steely resolve in her eyes. Han's brow furrows, his gaze intense. "Why are you telling me this?" he asks. "You want me to help?" A simple, "Yes," is her reply. Han leans back, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. "I don't get why you'd ask me for help. Don't you have incredible power as a princess? I'm sure there are knights in line for you." Friasis looks away, her expression tinged with sadness. I'm just a scarecrow. All I have is the position as a princess. A stark admission. I have nothing else." Her eyes glisten with unshed tears, her voice barely a whisper. "No one listens to me. No one obeys me." Han, reclining, offers a pragmatic solution. "You have money. Get some mercenaries." Friasis, her voice laced with desperation, offered a deal. She'd hire him as her personal mercenary, paying whatever price he demanded. Even if she was just a scarecrow, she had money to burn. Han, unmoved by the offer, flatly refused. He told her to look for someone else. He thought to himself that she could just hire some other capable person if she had money. No one, he mused, ever believed him when he talked about his dreams. But she was different, he considered. Friasis smiled, explaining that he didn't laugh at her story. That was why she wanted to hire him. The man named Han found this all rather annoying. If the explanation he heard from the promotion was true, this stage was Taunia's past. Elsewhere, a distorted voice echoed, stating that they needed to make them change the story, even if the settings and plausibility were messed up, and even if space and time were mixed up and destroyed. Even if he wanted to help, Han knew it would not work out. Meanwhile, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple as birds flew overhead. The distorted voice returned, declaring that this child was just an NPC. He remained silent, and Friasi's Al-Lagner's expression hardened slightly. She pressed, her voice tinged with a hint of impatience. Is that a no? We won't have anything to do with each other once this mission is over. Friasi sat down heavily on a nearby chair, the wood creaking under her weight. She crossed her legs, her gaze fixed on the floor. I have my reasons. Han's lips curled into a wry smirk, his eyes glinting with amusement. You might laugh at it. Friasi's looked up, her brow furrowed in confusion. The question hung in the air, unspoken but palpable. Han's smirk widened, a hint of something alien flickering in his eyes. We're from a different world. A wry smile plays on Han's lips as he anticipates a reaction. You might laugh at it. The horned woman tilts her head, a silent question hanging in the air. Han's expression hardens, the words carrying a weight of untold experiences. We're from a different world. He sits, legs spread, in what appears to be a throne of scavenged metal. Her brow furrows, the question echoing in her mind. A different world? Han leans back, his gaze distant. There is nothing to do until dawn anyway. I'm sure it'll be okay to talk to her a bit. A grimace twists Han's features as he surveys their surroundings. A real shitty place. The scene unfolds from above, revealing the desolation of their current location. We're here because of a mission. The weight of their purpose settles in the air. In that world, we're given missions, and if we can't complete them, we die. Han's expression is somber as he reflects on their task. Our mission this time was to protect someone. We didn't know whom it was. The words hung in the air, a revelation delivered without context. They had realized it was him. The horned woman's expression was grim, her yellow eyes reflecting the gravity of her words. Failure meant death. The target must be protected. Her gaze hardened, a silent vow etched on her face. Leaning against the cold stone, the horned woman revealed her understanding. They were warriors from another world, brought here to carry out a task. Seojin Han reclined, his voice laced with a weary resignation. Their mission dictated their actions. Once complete, they would be forcibly returned, leaving him unable to offer aid. The horned woman's voice trembled with a desperate plea, her eyes searching his. Was he lying, using her request as an excuse for rejection? A flicker of something unreadable crossed Han's face. The horned woman offered a small, sad smile. She believed him. They were warriors from another world. Han's expression remained unchanged, a mask of weary acceptance. The horned woman conceded, her voice softer now. She wouldn't doubt his story, not after he hadn't laughed at hers. She understood he had his reasons. Han stood, his tone flat. He wouldn't try to change her mind. She should do her job, and he would do his. The horned woman pressed, her voice laced with curiosity. What was his job then? The horned woman tilted her head, a knowing glint in her eyes. It was obvious, wasn't it? The unseen speaker's voice echoes, a justification hanging in the air, is to prevent dreams from becoming reality. The man in the black jacket looks away, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. He asks, his tone measured, if she was the one who called the people to the square. His gloved hand clenches slightly, a subtle sign of underlying tension. A vision unfolds, a figure in white speaking of the white silver hall, confirming she was going to give a speech. The man explains that he is trying to gain more influence, but admits he is nothing compared to his brother at the moment. He questions the very notion of influence, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Another vision surfaces, a glimpse into a dark reality. If it weren't for them, this child would have surely died here. The vision continues, the text declaring that if there is meaning to the missions of Pick Me Up, it is that Friasi's is an NPC worth saving. The man's expression hardens, a resolve settling in his eyes. He states, with a quiet certainty, that his name is Han. Friasi stands in the doorway, her gaze steady, as if waiting for what comes next. Her lips parted, the name a soft exhale. Friasi's Alagner offered a grateful smile, the same name escaping her lips. Gratitude hung in the air, a debt acknowledged. The room was dimly lit, the air thick with unspoken tension. Han's voice cut through the silence, a reminder of the task ahead. The question hung heavy, unanswered. A denial, soft as a whisper, filled the space. A sudden intake of breath, a silent gasp of fear or realization. Seojin Han's words were blunt, a harsh assessment of their current predicament. He considered her a liability. The question was laced with disbelief. A defensive tone, a challenge in the air. She questioned the need for such a drastic change. Han's expression was firm, his words leaving no room for argument. He was determined to proceed with his plan. A resigned tone, a hint of disappointment. Friasi's Alagner seemed to anticipate this outcome. A plea for solitude, a desire to process the situation alone. He stood framed in the rough stone doorway, a silent observer to the unseen turmoil within. A furrow deepened between his brows, a silent question etched on his face. A muffled sob echoed from the room, a sound heavy with unspoken sorrow. Fanstugtis drifta, asumbe realization downing. Was she crying? Even if it was just by name, she was still a princess and barely 15. It was hard for her to accept the current situation. Friasis stared ahead, her expression unreadable. Now dressed in simpler clothes, Friasis stood still. Icel's eyes widened, her voice a sharp, incredulous cry. What? Han explained that he was sure the bugs were laying eggs on it. Friasis looked up, her eyes wide with a mix of disbelief and hurt. I'm just joking. Don't make jokes like that. Han, arms crossed, told Icel, we'll leave in 2 to 3 hours. You should sleep. Friasis sat alone, her head bowed, lost in her own thoughts. Han's gaze hardened, a steely resolve settling in his eyes. If something happens to Eren, he'd receive a status abnormality message. They still had time. Elsewhere, a woman with pale hair rests peacefully, her breathing soft and even. Meanwhile, he sits in silence, arms crossed, a contemplative stillness about him. The collar of his jacket is pulled high, obscuring the lower half of his face. A figure looms over the sleeping woman, observing her peaceful slumber. She's sleeping well, the figure observes. Elsewhere, a woman with long, dark hair glances back, her expression serious. What about the exit? She asks. Icel turns back, a hint of triumph in her voice. I found it. A cauldron of fire crackles, casting dancing shadows on the stone walls. A voice notes, there's a small problem though. Human knights, level 21, stand guard, their armor gleaming in the flickering light. A human soldier, level 11 by 21, stands vigilant, his helmet adorned with a fierce visage. The numbers were tallied. 22 in total. It was far too many for just the two of them. Icel wondered if they should seek another gate. Han considered going alone, thinking he could perhaps get through by himself. But he couldn't overlook the princess. The success of their mission, Han knew, hinged on the princess making it out of the gates. And that night, its level was a problem. A level 21 knight was at least 5 levels higher than most knights he'd dealt with. Han realized he had no choice. Icel shook her head. No. Han asked if she knew the layout of the city. There was a dress and crown if they went back to the shelter. Han instructed her to find Jinna and have her put it on. Icel's expression hardened, her eyes narrowed. Han steeled himself, deciding they were going to use her as bait. According to Ada's information, they couldn't leave any other way. The map laid out the only path forward, fraught with danger. The discussion weighed heavy in the air. They could inspect further, but time was a luxury they couldn't afford. The question of how long Eren could hold out hung over them. A knight, clad in gleaming armor, held aloft a torch, its flickering light dancing across the stone walls. The plan hinged on Jinna's disguise. If she could convincingly impersonate the princess and sow chaos, some of the guards might be drawn away. Jinna steeled herself, her expression a mask of resolve. All right, she affirmed, I'll be back. Icel watched as Jinna turned to leave, a silent concern etched on her face. Han stared at his shield, the metal cold beneath his fingers. He knew he'd have to leave it behind. The risk of it reflecting light was too great. He turned to Jinna, his voice firm despite the uncertainty swirling within him. You stay inside. He knew they had an hour at most to make it out of there. The instructions were clear. Run outside when he gave the signal. Even if... The sound of Jinna's footsteps echoed softly as she walked away. All right. Jinna glanced back, a flicker of melancholy in her eyes. She thought, I guess this is our last moment together. Han's lips curled into a wry smile, a glint of determination in his eyes. Probably. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, the steel a promise of what was to come. A pair of eyes, one light and one dark, observed the unfolding events with a mixture of apprehension and resolve. The sound of splintering wood echoes as a barrier is forcefully broken, a desperate act born of necessity. A foot slams down onto the stone floor, each step a declaration of intent, each footfall a drumbeat of urgency. Elsewhere, the city looms, its darkened windows like vacant eyes staring into the night, holding secrets and dangers in equal measure. Blood stains his face and hands, a grim testament to the battles fought and the sacrifices made. Jinna's voice trembles with anxiety. How long do we have to wait? A grim assessment hangs in the air. He might die at this rate. Jinna's plea is laced with desperation. Appa, please. Icel's voice cuts through the tension, a sharp edge to her words. We can't stall any longer. Another footfall, heavy and resolute, echoes the urgency of their plight. He crouches, ready to spring into action, his eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of danger. The message is clear. They will leave the city before dawn. Character cards appear, showcasing Eren Delcut, Han Islet, Jinna Sarai, Ialka Rival Strasher, and Adis Callan. Meanwhile, a town stands silent under a darkening sky, its buildings casting long shadows across the cobblestone streets. A face contorted in anguish, sweat beading on his brow as he cries out. A woman with long, dark hair stands tall, her expression unreadable as she gazes into the distance. A knight in shining armor stands guard, a halberd in hand, the red and white flag of his order billowing behind him. Trapped within a wooden crate, Seojin-han peers out with wide, fearful eyes. A disembodied voice notes that Jinna and Friases have similar builds, making them hard to differentiate in the dark. Below, a figure sits, a sheathed sword resting against their leg. His eyes wide with terror, Seojin-han's face is illuminated by an unseen light. A system message declares that his HP will be reduced for a period of time, and that the hero's condition is worsening. A figure's legs stride forward, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the darkness. Seojin-han, his expression grim, overhears that if Jinna is found in her disguise, everyone will be in danger. They need to attract the enemy's attention while protecting Eren. A voice echoes with grim resolve, acknowledging the difficulty ahead, yet accepting the lack of alternatives. Failure to complete the mission swiftly is not an option. Intense blue energy flares around a figure, their eyes burning with the same cerulean light. Power surges, ready to be unleashed. Elsewhere, the figure coughs violently, blood staining their lips and the cloth they clutch. Each ragged breath is a struggle. The woman's voice is laced with worry as she wonders aloud how much longer they have to wait. The unspoken fear hangs heavy in the air. He might die. Jinna's expression is etched with growing desperation. At this rate, time is running out. A plea, barely a whisper, begs for help. Appa, please. Jinna's shout cuts through the tension, her voice filled with urgency as she calls out to Jinna. A desperate command rings out, urging someone to hurry and change into the offered garments. A figure stands poised, holding a white outfit, ready to transform. Beneath the looming archway, armored figures stood in silent vigil. The air hung heavy with anticipation, the only sound the crackling of a distant fire. One of the guards mused, his voice muffled by his helmet. That luck seemed to be on their side for now, a skill a thief might learn. Another knight, standing near a doorway, reported that there were 22 enemies. He wondered how many would flee once Jinna began her part. From the shadows, a figure with piercing, luminous eyes declared that, in the worst-case scenario, they would fight them all. For now, they would wait. The order echoed in the minds of all present, until the signal was fired. A knight's gaze intensified, a red glow reflecting in their eye as they remained on high alert. Elsewhere, a vortex of fire erupted, the air crackling with heat and the scent of sulfur. Before a burning structure, the assembled knights stood ready, their armor gleaming in the firelight. Steel clashed against steel as the knights engaged their enemies, the sounds of battle echoing through the halls. One of the knights roared a battle cry, his voice filled with fury and determination. A lone knight advanced through a stone hallway, their purpose driving them forward. Two knights, having reached their destination, exclaimed that they had found her, noting the white dress and golden crown, just as they had been told. The call to action rings out, a desperate plea for haste. The knight, his voice booming with authority, commands, "Follow me, troops." They surge forward, a tide of steel and determination. He grits his teeth, counting. There are only 4 remaining. The knight, clad in shining armor, knows he's still there. The armored figure acknowledges, it's a bit concerning, but is a much better scenario than earlier. They push onward, a blur of motion. As fast as I can. He lunges forward, a dark streak against the light. The knight continues his relentless pursuit. A cry is cut short as a blade finds its mark. The knights press on, undeterred by the dangers around them. He strikes with deadly precision, another foe falling before him. The knight in white armor barely has time to react as the blow lands, a spray of blood erupting from the point of impact. Another strike follows in quick succession, the force of the blow pushing the knight back. Standing amidst the fallen, the black-clad figure surveys the scene, the stone floor slick with blood. With a burst of speed, they launch themselves forward, sword extended, ready to engage the next opponent. The figure pauses, sword held low, issuing a chilling ultimatum, move. Then I'll let you live. Elsewhere, a knight clad in black armor, their purple hair glowing with an eerie light, stands ready in the corridor. The black-clad figure's face is partially obscured, but their intent is clear, to eliminate any threat. The armored knight looks down, perhaps at a fallen comrade, a silent acknowledgement of the ongoing battle. The intricate details of the black armor are highlighted, a testament to the craftsmanship and power it represents. The figure's brow furrows in concentration, their internal monologue revealing a growing concern. I guess that's not going to work. I can't slice through the armor with my current strength. I'll have to go for the gaps in the armor, but there aren't many. Despite the challenge, they surge forward, determination etched on their face, sword leading the charge. The sword descends in a swift, decisive arc, aimed at a vulnerable point in the armored knight's defenses. He thought, his mind racing. There was no time to gauge the opponent's strength. A digital timer appeared, counting down as the figure prepared for the onslaught. The knight's armored form advanced, a metallic glint reflecting the harsh light. Steel clashed against steel, sparks flying as the two warriors collided in a burst of energy. The knight's legs braced against the force of the blow, digging into the ground. The black-clad figure, blade drawn, prepared to strike with blinding speed. Golden energy flared, arcing towards the armored opponent. The energy detonated, a blinding flash illuminating the battlefield. The knight staggered, the force of the blast rocking his armored frame. The figure pressed the attack, the sword a blur of motion against the knight's defenses. The knight struggled to maintain his footing, the onslaught relentless. The figure, eyes narrowed, prepared to deliver the final blow. He clashes with Jenna, sparks flying as their weapons meet. The air crackles with energy, a testament to the intensity of their struggle. Seojin Han grits his teeth, muttering, "This bastard." His eyes narrow, focusing on his opponent. Jenna, armored and ready, wonders, he's not attacking. Her guard remains high, anticipating his next move. She observes, realizing, I've purposefully left openings in between my attacks, but he hasn't even made an attempt to counterattack. Seojin Han knows that he will win, even if he just stalls for time. He prepares his next attack, a surge of energy gathering around his blade. Come here, he dares. Jenna senses the danger, her expression shifting to concern. His life is in danger, she thinks, a flicker of worry in her eyes. A surge of red energy erupts, a silent promise of destruction. Then die. Han has fallen into a state of frenzy. The red energy intensifies, a visual representation of his heightened state. The attack connects, a devastating blow that sends Jenna reeling. The force of the impact is palpable. His strength stat is now 40. He stood firm, the air crackling with crimson energy. Seojin Han's eyes burned with a fierce determination, ready to meet the onslaught. A surge of power coursed through him, plunging Seojin Han into a state of mana frenzy. Shadows deepened around him, amplifying his resolve. Seojin Han's voice ripped through the air, a raw, guttural shout directed at an unseen foe. Kid, he barked, urgency lacing his tone. Jenna, her white hair flying behind her, sprinted forward. Run, she screamed, her voice echoing through the halls. The pair fought as one, a whirlwind of steel and magic against the tide of enemies. Ignore whatever happens, Jenna shouted, her voice barely audible over the din. Seojin Han's rage intensified, his voice a venomous snarl. The road. And you. Fuck off, he roared, his words laced with pure animosity. He lunged forward, a blur of motion and fury. The impact reverberated through the air as his weapon struck true. A guttural cry echoed as a leg buckled, the sound of tearing flesh and shattering bone filling the air. The battle raged on, a desperate struggle for survival against overwhelming odds. Jenna's voice cut through the chaos. Run out of the castle gates. Run along. A grotesque mask contorted in agony, a silent scream trapped behind cold, unfeeling metal. Jenna pressed on, her determination unwavering as she pushed towards their only chance of escape. Seojin Han struck again, the sound of metal on metal echoing through the battlefield as he carved a path forward. She sprints through the town, her breath catching in her throat. Jenna's eyes dart around, searching for an escape from the unseen terror that pursues her. From the shadows, a pair of crimson eyes pierce the darkness, their gaze locked onto the fleeing figure. Sweat beads on the brow of the unseen assailant, a silent promise of relentless pursuit. A scythe, wreathed in a malevolent purple aura, cuts through the air. The dark figure wielding it moves with unnatural speed, closing the distance between hunter and prey. The blade, etched with arcane symbols, glows with an ominous light. Each line pulses with dark energy, promising pain and despair. Jenna's legs burn, but she dares not slow. The chilling presence behind her grows stronger with each passing moment. Claws, dripping with crimson, rake across her back. The sound of tearing fabric mixes with a sharp, agonizing cry. Jenna's eyes widen in terror, now mirroring the crimson glow of her attacker. The pain is unbearable, but the fight for survival rages within her. Jenna's voice cracks as she cries out, Han, her concern for her companion eclipsing her own pain. Her face contorts in a mask of anguish, every muscle strained as she screams his name into the night. The dark figure's face twists into a grotesque snarl, its fangs bared as it bellows, "Don't stop." The command echoes with a chilling intensity. A desperate cry pierces the air, "Run!" The party is now at risk of death. Dark tendrils lash out, their crimson edges promising pain. Han's face contorts in pain. Poison courses through his veins, weakening him. He cries out, urging someone to persevere, "Don't stop." His eyes burn with a furious red intensity. A monstrous maw opens, a guttural roar tearing through the air. "Run!" The message blares. The party is at risk of death. The master is in danger. Blood splatters across Han's face, a grim testament to the battle's ferocity. A figure lunges, weapon raised high, ready to strike. Armored legs pound the ground, closing the distance with terrifying speed. He clashes against a towering foe, sparks flying as steel meets steel. He grits his teeth, the metallic tang of blood filling his mouth. The fight is far from over, and the air crackles with unseen energy. A crimson bloom erupts, painting the scene with fresh wounds. The scent of iron hangs heavy, a grim reminder of the stakes. The armored figure stands firm, a bulwark against the storm of attacks. Each plate gleams ominously in the dim light. A guttural snarl tears through the air, the sound of a beast cornered. Blood drips from sharpened teeth, a promise of savage retribution. The cold stone presses against his back as he struggles to rise. The taste of defeat is bitter, but the will to fight remains. If it weren't for the breastplate, his ribs would have been shattered, he thinks, thankful for the small mercy. He believes he dealt just as much damage. A voice echoes, laced with malice, taunting him. Does it hurt? A system notification flashes. Adis is inflicted with bleeding. Her HP will be reduced for a period of time. Han and Adis stand side by side, battered but unbowed. The air thrums with anticipation, the calm before another storm. Seojin Han's eyes narrow, a spark of defiance igniting within. He has no time for pain, no time for fear, only the burning need to prevail. The armored figure looms, a silent sentinel of destruction. The promise of pain hangs heavy in the air. Han steels himself, preparing for the next onslaught. The battle is far from over, and he will not yield. The figure with the head wound shouts, demanding to know what is being looked at. A figure with long black hair moves with blinding speed, closing the distance towards an armored opponent. The black-haired figure continues their advance, preparing to strike. They close in, the armored figure now within striking range. With a burst of speed, the figure leaps forward, sword at the ready. The sword glows with power as the figure prepares to unleash their attack. The sword connects, a flash of light and a spray of blood, marking the impact on the armored figure. The armored figure staggers backward, reeling from the force of the blow. A close-up reveals the devastating impact of the sword strike. Blood splatters across the armor as the figure absorbs the full force of the attack. The sword stands tall, a crimson blade against a dark backdrop. She stood over the armored figure, her crimson eyes burning with an unreadable intensity. Elsewhere, a lone figure walked away from the towering gate, its silhouette framed against the starlit sky. A close-up revealed a face contorted in rage, blood dripping from its teeth. The blade, wreathed in crimson energy, hung poised to strike. With a furious cry, Ialka Rivelstrasher brought the sword down upon her armored foe. The blade pierced through the armor, a spray of blood erupting from the point of impact. The sound of rending metal echoed through the chamber. The sword continued its descent, cleaving through the weakened defense. The armored figure collapsed, the weight of the blow sending them crashing to the stone floor. Coughing, the figure choked on their own blood. Damn it, the poison is spreading too fast. Seojin Han sat alone near a brazier, the flames casting long shadows on the stone walls. This is bullshit. The armored figure lay motionless on the ground, defeated. He leans against the rough stone, the dim light catching the edge of his jaw. Blood trickles from his mouth, staining the wood behind him a deeper crimson. Elsewhere, a lone figure walks away through a massive archway, the starry sky a distant promise. He exhales, the word a ragged farewell. Phew, that's goodbye. Meanwhile, his eyes flare with an intense, otherworldly blue. Seojin Han sits slumped against a wall, his form outlined in glowing code. He thinks, I'm tired. Elsewhere, a woman with long black hair faces down a line of armored soldiers, her expression a mask of fury. The soldiers raise their spears, the polished metal glinting in the light. Meanwhile, a woman with fiery red hair and horns glares forward, her face contorted with rage. Elsewhere, a woman with brown hair clutches her head, surrounded by swirling blue energy. Meanwhile, a man with blonde hair lies broken on the floor, shattered vials scattered around him. His blue eyes stare blankly ahead, unseeing. She sprints across the rugged terrain, the setting sun casting long shadows behind her. Each breath comes in ragged gasps, her lungs burning with the effort. Her feet pound against the earth, a desperate rhythm against the encroaching darkness. She doesn't slow as she reaches the water's edge, her steps sending sprays of droplets into the air. Ialka Rivelstrasher's eyes widen with a mixture of fear and determination. The city's towering structures loom behind her as she flees. Her red hair streams behind her, a fiery banner against the pale sky. Her gaze remains fixed forward, focused on escape. A surge of blue energy crackles around her, a desperate attempt to gain distance. The system announces, with a digital chime, that the target has escaped the city. A beam of light envelopes the group, the mission seemingly concluded. Jenna, visibly relieved, exclaims her near-death experience. She then accuses Han of making her wear a weird outfit. It looked really expensive. Han simply replies, but no. Han states that no one died and they cleared the boss stage. Isel states that she just did what she should. Isel announces her departure, stating she will return to her party now. A woman's legs ascend a set of stairs as she thinks that she didn't intend to stay for long anyway, and she's sure Master will bring someone in. A voice muses that the entire thing, along with the bait plan, would have been impossible without Ada's geographical knowledge and information gathering, so the real MVP of this mission is Ada's. Han's expression is unreadable. He grumbled, the words laced with exhaustion. The recent battles had taken their toll. He needed rest, and soon. You almost kill us each time, he muttered, before declaring, I'm gonna go rest. Jenna fretted, her hand gently touching her cheek. The lack of sleep was starting to show. I feel like my skin's not gonna like the lack of sleep, she sighed. Jenna placed a comforting hand on Aaron's arm, her voice soft. Aaron, Appa, don't be so sad, she encouraged. A voice reassured, attempting to lift the spirits of the one addressed as Hyungnim. You were just unlucky. It's not like you were a burden. The group moved forward, passing through the archway and into the unknown. A figure stood in the center of the room, head bowed in apology. I'm sorry because of me. The silver-haired figure acknowledged. You're aware. A stern warning echoed, laced with a hint of exasperation. Don't do that again. I'm not going to save you twice. Aaron tilted his head, confusion clouding his features. What the hell are you talking about? He asked. The silver-haired figure, their face obscured by a mask, questioned, Do you intend on taking me all the way to the end of this tower? The spear stood tall, a silent sentinel. A voice, tinged with resignation, admitted, I don't think I can catch up with the rest of you no matter how much I try. Meanwhile, Ialka's name echoed in the fiery depths. Bathed in fire, she clenched her fist, the flames dancing around her like a restless spirit. The sword gleamed in her grasp, a silent promise of battles yet to come, or perhaps a reminder of those already fought. The figure, shrouded in crimson shadows, spoke, the words echoing with a hidden meaning. And you, too. The blue surface shimmered, reflecting a world of untold stories and hidden depths. He stared into the distance, his expression unreadable, a storm brewing behind his dark eyes. A whisper escaped his lips, a confession hanging in the air. I'm sorry. The masked man attempted to brush off the tension, claiming, I was just speaking nonsense. Seo Jinhan watched him walk away, the weight of unspoken words heavy in the air between them. The truth hung in the air, a stark reminder. It is true that we took a lot of losses because of Aaron this time. He stood with his back turned, the words a heavy burden. If he hadn't gotten injured, we would not have had to risk so much. A choice made, a life saved, but at what cost? But I was the one who chose to save him. The cold stone echoed with regret. My lack of judgment was what put us in danger. There was no change in level, but the stat growth rate differed. Jenna and the armored figure had stats that increased by 5 or even 6 when they leveled up. But Aaron's did not change. His proficiency is low, and he has very few skills, indeed. He has good basic combat skills, but he is not good at utilizing them. They could somehow do with what he has for now, but the gap will continue to widen as time goes on. Two figures stood apart, the distance between them mirroring the growing divide. In the end, he will be left out, or from lack of skill. End up dying during. They don't have much time left with him. He's not talented enough. I didn't abandon him because he had grown on me, but I haven't become so irrational that I would keep a useless member. The fountain gurgled softly as the two figures stood in silent contemplation. If he cannot keep up, he will be left behind. He stood in the courtyard, the cobblestones slick with a recent rain. In the distance, Aaron Delcut leaned against a bench, his posture suggesting a weary resignation. Character cards appear, introducing Aaron Delcut, Han Islet, Jenna Sarai, Ialka Rival Strasher, and Adis Cowan. Jenna's eyes widened, her voice rising with excitement. You're serious? You're not going to feed me only potatoes or something, because I'm not going on wrong, right? A stern voice declared, I'm telling you, I mean it. Have you only been told lies? From today onwards, you train on your own. Jenna threw her arms up in celebration. You don't need to follow the training schedule anymore. The redhead beamed, her arms still raised. Carl stood nearby, listening to the conversation. It's for 4 days. It's more like vacation, really. A voice mused. Master won't send us in a battle for a while, too. Jenna turned to Carl, placing a hand on her hip. What are you guys going to do? I'm not going to just rest. A voice stated, I'm telling you, it's a break. You're the same, too. The figure ran with weights strapped to his legs. The weights on me are about 10 kilograms. If I don't have at least this much weight on me, I don't use up any stamina. A voice declared, my physical capabilities are at the maximum capacity of humans. He considered the shift, the change in the air. Seo Jinhan guessed this was a result of the intervention points that Isel had mentioned. After sending the tutorial, the atmosphere in the lobby had changed. A strange, organic structure pulsed faintly in the center of the lobby, its purpose still unknown. The low-ranking heroes, once driven by the fear of culling, now seemed more relaxed as time went on. Jenna sat beside Aaron, the shift in the air palpable. There was no need to compete anymore, now that anything was possible. A figure with blue hair looked up, a glint in his eye. Seo Jin-han turned, his gaze settling on the blue-haired man. "What do you guys have to do with me?" he asked. The blue-haired man chuckled, a sinister grin spreading across his face. He had heard something interesting when he came to the lobby. The blue-haired man's expression hardened. "I don't care who you were before you came here. Whether you were trash or aristocrat, prove that you're useful. Show your worth." The blue-haired man smirked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. When someone said that to him, he got excited. Anything was possible here as long as he proved his worth. A figure stands, sword in hand, identified as a kind of mutant. Red eyes narrow, a challenge hanging in the air. "But how about now?" Velkist lets out a cruel laugh, his words dripping with disdain. He hears the laughter of bastards not even worth as much as pigs and dog from outside. Velkist, second generation, is mentioned. The figure, sword held ready, had voluntarily jumped into training even without synthesis, and he's as determined as Aaron. And Narissa? A hand grips a sword tightly. This isn't what was expected, but if permitted, he'd like to train these garbages. Velkist's red eyes gleam with malice as he asks, "I'm sure you're fine with it, right?" The figure warns, "Don't step in. I just need—" Glowing blue eyes pierce the darkness. Should he stop before they die, no? A hand tightens around his sword hilt. "Geez, you're so scary. Sorry about that then." He is asked to answer a question, his expression unreadable. The man is reminded of something he said in the past, and whether it was all lies. The unseen speaker wonders if he means proving his worth. One of the men doesn't think it matters here. He mentions a system called synthesis that gets rid of garbage, but it seems the man is told that Ling Master doesn't use it. He is told to do what he has to do, and that he'll find out soon anyway. The man agrees, stating, "All right then." He looks forward to it. The two figures walk away. The man looks down. A voice warns not to use synthesis rashly, stating that is the rule he went by when he managed Niflheimer. When he revealed his methods, many masters went by this rule too. But everyone failed. Fear is one of the strongest motivators of all. Without synthesis, heroes do not listen to their masters. One of the men is leaving, going back home. He glances at the screen, the interface displaying familiar game-like statistics. Many heroes, it seems, have become complacent, prioritizing their own desires over duty and disobeying orders. The reason for the scarcity of active heroes, despite their abundance, is the same across the board. A woman openly weeps, her hand covering her mouth as if to stifle a sob. Behind her, others look on with varying degrees of concern and amusement. Enoch, the carpenter, returns from the daily dungeon, a worried expression etched on his face. He wonders aloud if something has happened. Enoch is asked if he is going into the storage alone, noting that no one is working and that they are just throwing some branches together and playing around. A voice declares that thanks to them, all the work was done. A group of people discuss how the situation has changed a lot, and that back then, such people all died. The carpenter reflects that the world is much greater now. It is stated that at this point, anything should have realized that the progress isn't great. Seo Jin-han looks off to the side, his expression unreadable. The efficiency of the heroes is worsening quickly. There are two solutions. One solution to the declining efficiency of heroes: mass synthesis. Most second-generation heroes will be sacrificed in this case, but job and training efficiency will increase. Of course, if misused, the stress rates will be heightened greatly. Another solution: provide a different motivator instead of fear. Current research developments include hero reaction research, LV1, lobby expansion research, LV0, and dungeon depth research, LV0. Lobby expansion research has been chosen. The system prompts for confirmation, requiring a sacrifice of 150 research points. Lobby expansion research has reached level 1. There are now more facilities available for construction, and the details of the facilities can be changed. Setting customization is being opened. The system advises that setting customization is for the master to change the facilities to their taste, encouraging them to decorate the lobby however they wish. He stands in the desolate landscape, the system's words echoing in his mind. A party will be held soon. He stands with a dark look, sweat dripping down his face as the other man, looking concerned, tells him that he just dueled with Adis and won't even last a minute. The blonde man tries to reassure him, saying it's okay, and asks if he thinks he'll get stronger just because he overworks himself. The man with black hair pauses training, as the blonde man says that it's a first for Master to call them, and that everyone should go to the square. A figure in the shadows wonders if it's for synthesis. Isel asks if everyone is here. The fairy wonders if anyone is missing other than the ones in the dungeons. Meanwhile, Jenna scolds them, saying they'll get a scolding if they didn't come because they were sleeping. A woman with dark hair and a beige dress says all right, and that everyone should go into the storage. The storage building stands, its stone walls and tiled roof giving it an air of sturdy permanence. Someone wonders what's happening. Jenna warns that if they get swept up, they might disappear. Jenna grins, her red eyes gleaming with anticipation. We're going to do a big remodeling, she declares, a mischievous glint in her eyes. The camera focuses on the intricate braids of her dark hair, a subtle hint of the changes to come. A wave of surprise washes over the faces of those nearby, a mix of excitement and apprehension in their expressions. A shimmering notification materializes, the system prompting, building facility. Please tap the kind of facility you want. The camera pans out, revealing a bird's-eye view of the sprawling base, ripe for expansion and improvement. Another system message appears, posing a direct question. You have chosen lodging LV3. Will you expand the chosen building? The training center undergoes a visible transformation, expanding and evolving before their very eyes. Jenna points a finger upward, a knowing smile playing on her lips. This is what happened last time, too. Well, we do have more people now, too. It's about time. The system confirms the upgrade. Lodging is now level 3. Maximum capacity of heroes has increased. Another woman muses, there are times when Master makes new facilities in the lobby. A bathhouse with some warm water would be nice. The system presents another choice. You have chosen lodging attachment, bathhouse. Will you proceed with the construction? Seojin Han watches as the system begins, upgrading lodging attachment, rest area. Seojin Han wondered aloud what would appear this time. A figure stood silhouetted, the sound of something approaching filling the air. A system notification appeared. The square was evolving to level 3. Seojin Han asked if it was as expected. The figure responded, you'll see. The system introduced 2 new individuals, Velkist and Arisair. A notification appeared, announcing that Square was evolving to level 3. It seems things won't go as expected. The man's expression was one of surprise, as if he had anticipated something different. A smirk played on his lips, a silent promise of things to come. Jenna reminisced about their humble beginnings. The other character inquired if the facilities were being improved. The man was overjoyed that his bed was no longer uncomfortable. Someone wondered if they could try new foods too. A message announced that construction was complete and everyone could come out now. A smile spread across her face, a sign of relief and happiness. Han's eyes widened, his jaw dropping. The buildings had undergone a dramatic transformation. Excellent. A system message declared that the lobby was evolving to level 2. The upgraded facilities stretched skyward, a testament to the ongoing improvements. The new lodging sprawled out, significantly larger than before, promising greater comfort. The number of floors had increased, the system announced, allowing for the construction of even more facilities. External map data could now be integrated, and the facility layout had been altered. The training center had reached level 3, promising increased training efficiency for the heroes. The resting area was complete, ensuring the heroes wouldn't be as tired, and the cafeteria had reached level 2, promising better food. Isel bounced with excitement. Bathhouse! Bathhouse! That's cool. Let's go check out the lodging. The new lodging stood tall, a testament to the facility's growth. Inside, a simple table and stools awaited, promising a place for rest and conversation. Han's face fell. What about sofas in the lobby? There aren't any carpets or decorations anymore. He peers down into the room, the absence of a fireplace immediately apparent. The implications of this change hang heavy in the air. A flicker of concern crosses Han's face, a silent question forming in his mind. The room stands barren, stripped of its comforts. A voice echoes the growing unease. The beds, too, have vanished. Jenna's brow furrows, her expression a mix of confusion and alarm. What could have happened to the missing amenities? Han's gaze hardens, a spark of resolve igniting within him. It can. A subtle smirk plays on Han's lips, hinting at a plan forming in his mind. Meanwhile, the staircase stretches upwards, promising access to other levels of the transformed building. A sudden exclamation echoes through the halls, a mixture of surprise and realization. Jenna clenches her fists, a surge of determination coursing through her. She will not be deterred by these unexpected changes. The room on the next level offers a different ambience, furnished with comfortable seating and a sense of quiet luxury. A discussion begins about room assignments, the group realizing that everyone will want to stay on this upper level. A plush bed beckons in a sunlit room, a stark contrast to the bare floors below. The thought of sleeping on the floor is unbearable. The atmosphere in the dining room was thick with unspoken tension. Jenna, arms crossed, declared that if one person whined, everyone would follow suit. The question hung in the air. Who would be staying on the first floor? A different room, bathed in a soft light, offered a practical solution. Why not simply move the beds to the rooms of those who needed them? The question of how to assign rooms echoed in the air, a problem yet to be solved. A desire for the second floor, driven by the need for daily baths, was voiced. A retort followed. Did they think the others didn't wash themselves? The argument escalated. Jenna, face contorted in frustration, admitted she didn't understand the master's intentions. Isel, hovering with a magical aura, questioned why everyone was talking such nonsense. Nonsense? The bearded man emphasized that room assignment was very important. Isel declared that everyone should gather on the second floor square, as the master was assigning them to rooms. The system began setting facilities details. A large group of people gathered in a spacious area, awaiting their assignments. Isel, peering into a book, prepared to reveal the details. Lodgings in the second building, a level 2 cafeteria, a level 1 bathhouse, and a level 1 resting area. Let's see. The system displayed the cafeteria's level and managers, Chloe and Amarin, along with available food categories, meat, potatoes, and fruit. There were a total of 35. The master's orders were. The building loomed, its second floor seemingly inadequate. A voice echoed, noting that only 13 people could occupy the space. A murmur rippled through the assembled group. One voice questioned if Party 3 was also on the first floor, while another wondered why they were all relegated to the lower level. The crowd questioned if there were not more rooms on the second floor. With a confident exclamation, Isel declared that at least 30 people could comfortably reside on the second floor. The stark architecture of the building's interior suggested a system in place. It was noted that the current method of management was acceptable as long as there were few heroes and synthesis was being used. The text emphasized the need to level up the lobby's heroes, stating that there needed to be a separation. Jenna stood beside another figure, the words aristocrats and peasants hanging in the air between them. The situation felt like a division of classes. A figure with a fan mused that it was an obvious path to take if the master wanted to manipulate them to their will, adding that they were not liking how things were being run, so this was good. Jenna's expression hardened as the words aristocrats and peasants echoed in her mind. A figure with dark hair spoke of getting up early to go to the training center, training until late, and hunting in the daily dungeons. Jenna stated that more than half the meat they consumed came from their hunts. Jenna continued, stating that they also did their part in the missions, before questioning what about them. A crowd looked up, their expressions a mix of awe and apprehension. Jenna hid her mouth behind her fan, her eyes narrowed. They don't do anything, she thought. You're so idiotically dumb. I would have complained long ago. A figure with dark hair watched Jenna, a question forming in his mind. So, instead of synthesis, he's creating ranks. Another figure, face contorted in anger, shouted, reassign the rooms. Right, how are we supposed to sleep in rooms without beds? The figure continued to rage. It's bad for our bones. The panel below read, facility customization. A holographic display showed a building layout with a text. This feature was only used to decorate the lobby. Text appeared, explaining, a bit in the beginning of the game, until masters realized that heroes are very similar to humans. More text appeared. What anything just created is the A3 model I had used in the beginning of Niflheimer. An aerial view of a complex structure was displayed, accompanied by the text. There are disadvantages, but it was the simplest way to decrease the usage of synthesis. A dark speech bubble appeared. You guys really are getting on my nerves. Isel's eyes glowed with anger, her expression fierce. An explosion ripped through the scene, sending debris flying. The new rules sent some tumbling. The man's face contorts with rage. He thinks they are all so entitled, and should know how lucky they are considering they would have been synthesized a month ago. Isel prepares a nuclear punch, asking if they want to taste. The group looks dejected as they are told to move on and that they don't have any more complaints, right? Chloe and Amarin are assigned to work as cooks just for the second floor and are put in charge of the second floor residents' meals. The man asks how they're supposed to eat, as Isel floats nearby. There's a problem. Eat dirt or something. The woman is told that she can roast that, or something, as she looks at potatoes. The man asks if that is all they are supposed to eat, complaining that they're being made to sleep on the floor and not even being given food. The man asks if they think he'll just take this kind of treatment. What are you going to do then? His teeth bared, a guttural growl rumbled in the back of his throat. Every muscle in his face was taut with fury, a storm brewing behind his eyes. A figure lunged forward, unleashing a torrent of dark energy. Die, he screamed, the word laced with venom. Her expression unreadable. The girl watched the unfolding violence with a chilling stillness. The man's face contorted in a silent scream, now slick with crimson. The metallic tang of blood filled the air. A dark, jagged silhouette, dripping with fresh blood, clawed its way across the scene. Crimson streaks slashed across the air, painting a gruesome tableau of violence. His eyes wide with pain and fury, the man roared, a primal scream of defiance against the assault. The air crackled with the scent of ozone and iron, as the bloody tendrils continued their dance of death. A blood-soaked hand clenched into a fist, the knuckles white with rage. Her eyes burned with an unsettling intensity, twin embers glowing in the dim light. Her lips curled into a snarl. She demanded, "What the hell are you doing?" A chilling calm settled over him as he replied, "It's fine as long as I don't kill him, right?" The warrior stood amidst the carnage, his spear dripping crimson. The air hung thick with a metallic tang of blood, a testament to the brutal dance he had just concluded. His dark clothing was marred with the stains of battle, each drop a silent echo of the lives extinguished. The speaker's words hung in the air, a declaration of indifference to past glories. The building stood silent, a stone facade under the dim glow of the night. The man at the table, pipe in hand, emphasized the stakes. Whether one was an aristocrat or garbage, usefulness was the only currency that mattered. The words echoed in the dimly lit room, a reflection of what Mr. Han apparently valued. The man with the beard rested his chin on his gloved hand, a slight smile playing on his lips. The other man pointed a finger, warning that they'd better follow the rules strictly if they wanted to get used to this place. He cautioned against bothering Party 1 and 2, calling them real monsters. The man with dark hair watched them training. If they could get that strong with training, he felt like he could take on that errand. The man with dark hair inquired about Han's strength, admitting he wasn't sure since he'd never been in their party. The man with the beard countered, asking where he'd heard these rumors from. The man with dark hair revealed that the rumors came from Jinnah, who apparently tells them a lot of things unlike the other members of that party. The man with the beard then asked if he had ever witnessed synthesis, before stating that he came here after Master stopped with it, which is why he's still alive too. The man considered the possibilities of synthesis, his fingers steepled in thought. He knew one could grow stronger with each battle, earning various skills through training. He also knew that this place's leader was Han. The man nodded, accepting the information. He then revealed, my name's Alan. Alan, his face obscured by shadow, offered a curt apology. If you have any more questions, sorry. Elsewhere, a figure with crimson eyes and long, white hair sneered, declaring, I'm not interested in your name. Meanwhile, the crimson-eyed figure's expression twisted into a mask of rage. Blood splattered across the scene as the figure demanded, What the hell are you doing? The figure, now holding a bloodied sword, reasoned, It's fine as long as I don't kill him, right? The sword dripped with crimson, pooling on the ground. A voice echoed amidst the carnage, lamenting the hardships endured by their sunbays and expressing disappointment at their own situation. A voice echoes, dripping with sarcasm, announcing someone's tardiness. A man kneels, cradling a mangled arm. Blood paints the pavement beneath him, a stark testament to the violence that has transpired. A figure with light purple hair speaks of a system to get rid of trash, their tone suggesting a sinister purpose. A detached voice offers a chillingly casual solution. You can put your arm back on your own. The figure with light purple hair stands over the injured man, a bloody sword glinting in their hand. The air crackles with unspoken threats. A voice taunts, questioning if the injured man's ignorance stems from a lack of experience with such brutality. The faces of two figures are shown in close-up, their expressions a mix of shock and apprehension. The tension is palpable. The figure with light purple hair declares their return to a rather interesting event, a sinister smile playing on their lips. The bloody sword is shown in extreme close-up, the crimson liquid dripping ominously. A voice revels in the carnage, stating, I like it very much. A chorus of voices erupts, branding the figure with light purple hair a psychotic bastard. A figure holding the bloody sword declares, I think it's better to be a psycho than to be. The rest of the statement left hanging in the air. A voice concludes with a chilling question, labeling someone a useless pig. Wouldn't you agree? The man with the sword asks what the blue-haired man is stepping in for. The blue-haired man apologizes, explaining that his body reacted before his head could. Someone remarks that he was lucky. The man with the sword states that if it weren't for Velkist, his head would have been crushed by Isel. Isel asks if they heard. Isel explains that the first and second floors are being divided, stating that the first floor is a shithole, whereas the second floor is luxurious. She adds that they're also on the first floor. The blue-haired man says not to worry, he'll make it up soon enough. The man with the sword and the blue-haired man stand close to each other. Isel says she'll summarize again for the idiots, stating that of the 35, 13 are on the second floor. Isel continues, stating that the other 22 are on the first. It is stated that second-floor guys can use all facilities freely. It is stated that the first floor can't. A warning is given that they're all dead if they try to sneak up to the second floor. She gestures emphatically, a tiny devilish grin on her face. The small wings on her back flutter as she speaks, extolling the virtues of the invincible super ace. A face contorts in an exaggerated expression of shock and dismay, the words echoing with disbelief at the 15th floor feet. Han looks up, the shadow of the building casting his face in darkness. The words of the floating child echo in his mind. Show off your skills if you want to live a good life. The man's expression hardens, a flicker of resentment in his eyes. He thinks that if the master thinks you're doing well enough, he'll send you to the second floor, but it's too harsh. Meanwhile, a man with a neatly trimmed mustache looks out with wide, fearful eyes. He laments that they were dragged here against their will and now have to live like this. Two figures stand side by side, the woman with short black hair and the man with long purple hair. Both are armed, their expressions grim. Han's gaze is fixed, his jaw tight. He mutters that it's enough. The purple-haired man states that he and the mustache man are the same. They were also dragged here. The woman with short black hair crosses her arms, retorting that it was worse for them actually. A woman with red hair speaks to Han, agreeing that it's true, they didn't even have food, and one mistake meant synthesis. The mustache man asks if they think they trained all day because they like it, stating that it all pays off. He stands amidst a swirling red aura, the weight of the impending changes settling upon him. A chorus of voices rises, questioning the very nature of their struggle. You want us to fight like you guys? Seojin Han remains impassive, the sword on his back a silent testament to the battles yet to come. A single voice cuts through the tension, a stark agreement. Exactly. The screen displays a stark reality. There isn't a big need for support roles and gathering roles yet. The message rings clear. Most are combat roles, and the minority who's talented will make it to the second floor. Some have accepted this, while others seethe. The divide is palpable. The other half is in denial. One observes the tension thick in the air. A bitter voice laments, I guess it's worse since they used to have all the luxuries. The system's logic is laid bare. For system transition, you needed to push off free gacha or go about it gradually. There is bound to be resistance when you change too much at once when things are already set in place. A primal scream of defiance erupts. Bullshit. The sentiment is clear, like this. The outrage boils over. You want me to go fight out there while being treated like trash? What kind of unfair bullshit is that? The purple-haired man addressed the crowd, his voice ringing with conviction. You didn't fight even when you were being well-fed, he declared, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Isn't that right, comrades? The crowd roared back in agreement, a unified cry. Yeah, we'll take back what is rightfully ours. Seojin Han found himself cornered, a looming figure questioning him with a knowing gaze. Did you think we wouldn't know the secret you're hiding? The word hung in the air, a whispered accusation. Secret? A close-up revealed a face etched with malice, a sinister smile spreading across his lips. The thought bubble echoed his intent. How to change Master's mind. A chibi-like figure, wings fluttering softly, voiced her conviction. I know that monster can't put his hand on us. I'm sure you tried real hard to hide it, but we all know. A man's face contorted in outrage, his voice booming with disbelief. What? Risk my life and fight monsters if I want to live a decent life. The word dripped with scorn. That's insane. Tension crackled in the air, visualized by hands clenching into fists, a silent promise of conflict. The crowd surged, a unified cry of defiance. Refused to fight. A system notification flashed. Sidhan has refused to participate. System messages flickered ominously. Party 4 is inoperable. Party 5 is inoperable. Han stood, his expression unreadable, as the words of dissent echoed around him. 10 are actually refusing to fight, huh? They don't even know their place. The sound of metal scraping against metal filled the air, a harsh, grating noise that spoke of rising tensions. The man's face was a mask of simmering anger, sweat beading on his brow as he absorbed the news. Confusion clouded the woman's features, a silent question hanging in the air. His eyes narrowed. Han declared he would cut off one arm each with his sword. The threat hung heavy in the air. A figure knelt, green energy swirling around his wrist, as if in defiance. A man, face contorted with rage, roared that he would let them live. A voice questioned if they were out of their minds. Han smirked, declaring it a rather expensive lesson fee. Another man grinned, stating they could refuse Master's orders. From a distance, Han's voice echoed, acknowledging that it wasn't wrong. Heroes had the right to disobey Master, and Isel couldn't put a hand on a hero except for special circumstances. A woman pleaded to leave it, reminding them they were risking their lives when they disobeyed and that they weren't in the same situation. A voice demanded to know how it was different, insisting they were also risking their lives. The woman, now facing Han, sneered that they didn't even know what it meant to, before adding that it was a good attitude to risk their lives. A voice declared they didn't need you to. Velkus barks orders, his face contorted in anger. Alan Leslie. A command echoes. Enter that door now. A building looms, its entrance a portal of glowing energy. The ground stretches out before the building, a cold, hard expanse of stone. Leslie watches with a serious expression, while others around her appear worried and tense. A bead of sweat trickles down a man's neck, a sign of the pressure mounting. A man with blue hair observes a fairy, confirming that it is. The fairy shrieks, "Get in there. We have no time." One of the men listening looks shocked. One of the men mutters, "Synthesis?" as he looks on. A disembodied voice booms. "Is this your first time seeing it? What are you doing? I'm gonna push you in." A man with black hair crosses his arms, remarking, "How funny. They know about disobeying, but not about synthesis." One man thinks, "About it, but I guess they weren't paying attention." Another thinks, "It's been a while since a synthesis happened." A man's hand rests on a surface. As he thinks, now there are more guys who don't know about it than the ones who do. The towering doorway stands as a silent sentinel, its intricate carvings hinting at the power held within. One figure lies prone, unmoving. The other, standing over him, utters a single, disbelieving word, impossible. Alan offers a greeting. It's nice to see him again. Alan expresses his gratitude, acknowledging the lessons he's learned. Alan wonders if he can ask questions. A close-up reveals a face filled with regret. He whispers, "I'm sorry." The figure laments that he won't be able to ask anything now. A man's face contorts in anguish, his mouth open in a silent scream. The building stands tall, its architecture a testament to advanced technology. A figure, consumed by rage, demands more. A deep voice booms, declaring that he still sees quite a few offerings. The unseen character exclaims that something feels good. A foot steps forward, the sound echoing in the otherwise silent space. The figure with crimson eyes demands more offerings, clearly unsatisfied. The blue-haired figure smirks, declaring that someone's turn is over. A voice laments what a shame it is, adding that it was a good experience. The man's eyes widen in shock, his mouth agape. A disembodied voice expresses hope that something happens more often. The gray-haired man stutters, questioning why he is being targeted despite his hard work. Walter is urged to hurry, his face etched with worry as a card bearing his own image flickers beside him. The man with reddish-brown hair shouts in disbelief, accusing someone of lying and claiming he was promised nothing would happen. Walter clutches at his companion, his voice strained as he insists there's no way this could be happening, that he was assured everything would be fine. The unseen man's voice rises in panic, questioning why the two from earlier aren't returning and declaring that he was deceived and lied to. Isel exclaims that she didn't know things would turn out this way, her expression serious. A figure surrounded by glowing blue aura states, "I don't care." The glowing figure's face is contorted in a scream. The figure's glowing eyes narrow, a sinister smile playing on their lips. A system message appears, declaring that the synthesis is complete and that Oliver and Walter have become light. A character card appears, revealing the name Narissa Ear. A figure's legs are shown walking down a set of stairs, surrounded by a golden glow. A man shouts that he'll take back the refusal, as a system message indicates that Party 4 is operable. The desperate cries echoed. "Jenna Lawrence! Save me! Save me!" A woman with fiery red hair pleaded, her voice laced with panic. She pointed a trembling finger, adding, "It's his fault. Kill just him." Beside her, a man with raven hair stood in stark contrast, his expression unreadable. The woman's shoulders slumped, her voice barely a whisper as she conceded, "I guess." A man's face contorted in rage, his voice a thunderous roar. "I said I'm taking back the refusal. Why aren't you stopping?" The unseen observers remained unmoved. Their actions were not born of impulse, but of calculated intent. This was to show others. The call came, a voice cutting through the tension. "Adis Little." A blond man in a suit was surrounded by swirling magical energies. Nearby, Isel stood firm, her voice resolute. "I won't go. I'm not going." The blond man, his face etched with worry, stammered, Hey, say something." Adis responded, his tone flat, "What?" Whispers carried on the wind spoke of a desperate plea. "I heard you could talk to Master. Tell him to stop this madness." The man's face twisted in a grotesque snarl, his voice dripping with malice. "Cut off one of your arms. Then I'll tell Master." Adis's eyes narrowed, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Didn't I say earlier that this was going to be an expensive lesson?" The man's scream was a raw, primal sound, a testament to the terror that gripped him. Lawrence stares down at the man kneeling before him, his expression unreadable. Another man in the background gestures wildly, his face contorted in disbelief. "Out of your mind? Cut off his own arm," he bellows. The yelling man's face fills with rage. "Not just a finger, a whole arm," he exclaims, his voice dripping with incredulity. "Didn't you say that you were risking your life for this?" The man's jaw tightens, his lips pressed into a thin line. Sweat beads on his brow as he grits his teeth. Lawrence leans against the wall, cradling the stump of his arm. The blond man kneels beside him, his face etched with concern. "Why you cut off my arm for me then?" Lawrence croaks. The man in black simply replies, "Nope." The blond man rises to his feet, his voice rising in anger. "That's too harsh. Are you telling us to die?" The man in black remains unfazed. "That's not bad either," he replies calmly. A detached voice echoes in the air, a dispassionate assessment of the situation. "These guys have already done what they've done." Another thought follows, cold and calculating. "I can't just be nice to them for the sake of the future." The man in black, his eyes gleaming with a strange intensity, considers the scene. But if there is someone determined enough to cut off their own arm, it'll be worth keeping them alive. Of course, cutting off your own body part is not an easy feat. The blond man stands, a sword now clutched in his trembling hand. "A few people tried, but did not succeed," a voice narrates. In order to cut off a limb with just one try, you need a swordsmanship-related skill or a high-strength stat. Otherwise, you need to saw it off. Blood splatters across the floor, a grim testament to the act. A voice booms, Han said on. Han, si done, stands over the terrified man, his sword glinting in the dim light. The man on the ground whimpers. Everyone's gone. Han, seat done, replies, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. It's just you and me now. The towering structure loomed, its architecture a blend of grandeur and foreboding. Strange symbols adorned its facade, hinting at mysteries within. Sweat beaded on the brow of a nervous man as he spoke to Seodin Han, his voice laced with apprehension. Which will happen to me, he stammered. His eyes darted around, fear etched into every line of his face. A voice, attempting reassurance, cut through the tension. Don't worry. It won't hurt. The man's face contorted further, his lips trembling as he struggled to speak. He managed, his voice barely a whisper. Suddenly, a notification flashed into existence. Synthesis complete. Sitten, asterisk, has become light. Han, as stats have gone up. Seojin Han stood beneath the announcement, his expression unreadable. Han's gaze remained fixed, his posture unwavering. That didn't do anything, he muttered, a hint of disappointment in his tone. Turning his back to the viewer, Seojin Han addressed two figures standing nearby. Now, there are 25 remaining, he stated, his voice devoid of emotion. One of the figures, walking away, spat out a venomous retort. Why, you guys are out of your minds. Monsters. Another voice, calmer, interjected. Who said that? Leave it. Facing a man with long, flowing purple hair, Seojin Han listened as the other man spoke with a sinister edge. There's still a lesson to teach, it seems. There's someone who's still got an attitude. A cruel smile twisted the man's lips, his eyes gleaming with malice. You sure are casual about this, he sneered. I would have destroyed them. The man turned away, his intentions clear. I'm going. See you soon on the second floor, he declared, his voice dripping with veiled threat. The purple-haired man walked away, his back to the viewer, a silent promise of violence hanging in the air. The other figure remained at his side, an unspoken alliance forged in the shadows. The system initiates the summoning of one of 10 heroes, a process filled with anticipation for the master. With a flourish, a common summoning gate appears, ready to deliver its hero. From this point forward, the location of the summoning will depend on the hero's rank, adding a layer of strategic depth. The free gacha heroes will materialize on the first floor, while those acquired through paid means will appear on the second, creating a clear division. Soon, the thinning would begin, a process shrouded in mystery. The armored man with pink hair observes that at least 2 will perish here, and only a minority will ascend to the second floor. A woman with blue hair stands among a group, her expression unreadable. The woman with red hair is told not to relax just because she is here, as she might be downgraded at any time. She responds with a simple, I guess so. The system suggests that since there is now a second floor, a third floor will inevitably be built in the future. The black-haired man observes that there will always be additional floors, and their ranks will all be divided too. Later, the second day dawns. An aerial view reveals the layout of the structure, hinting at the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. Sunlight streams into a well-furnished dining area, illuminating the polished wood of the table and the plush seating. Jenna, already awake, looks up from her plate. Appa, you've up. Seojin Han sits across from her, fork in hand. Strangely enough, today's breakfast is really good, Jenna muses. He replies, of course. There are less people eating. Jenna wonders aloud. I wonder how Chloe and Amarin prepared a meal for 30 people every day. Seojin Han replies, I feel like they're cooking a lot better meals now that they're cooking for fewer people. Jenna holds up a sandwich, a thoughtful expression on her face. Maybe they earned cooking skills. Seojin Han stares out the window, lost in thought. I bet the first floor is peeling potatoes to eat or something. Elsewhere, a panoramic view reveals the facility sprawling below. The second floor is now easily visible. The text states the second floor being so easy to see from all over the facility. Meanwhile, a man with blonde hair works with metal pipes. The text states, should motivate people to try harder. Another man with dark hair asks, did you even sleep? The blonde replies, about 3 hours. The blonde man continues to work, stating, that's ridiculous. A view of the training center is shown. The text states, you can lock the doors from the inside in the individual training centers. The doorway stands open, revealing a training apparatus. Now, one can train their berserker skill without worrying. The dual center nullifies fast regeneration, a special trait of the facility. In other words, one can duel with real-life conditions. When seriously injured here, one needs to be pulled out quickly. Now that the facility has been improved, the party will also improve. The man stands near the railing, looking out at the facility. The remaining problem is who will fill the empty spots in Party 1 and 2. Velkist is shown in action. A fierce battle unfolds. Narissa Ear is introduced. Velkist's personality is barbaric. He has no fear, but he is talented. The skill he earned. It's a passive that changes status abnormalities like rage into strength. So if combined with a status abnormality skill, you can achieve amazing synergy. She is good with stealth and information collecting, so she has great potential. The man looks down at the scene. He rested his chin on his hand, a dismissive thought clouding his features. The rest are hopeless. Elsewhere, Velkis stood tall, a gleaming blade held casually in his hand. Before him, a man knelt, defeated, his own broken sword lying on the stone floor. The faintest click echoed as the blue-haired man ran his thumb along the edge of the blade, testing its sharpness. Seojin Han's lips curled into a knowing smirk. From somewhere nearby, a voice hissed, "Arrogant bastard." Two figures stood in a room bathed in an eerie green light, their expressions unreadable. The sound of metal scraping against stone filled the air. Boots clicked against the stone floor, each step echoing in the vast space. Velkis' face was etched with a predatory grin as he was asked, "Can you teach me?" A voice, laced with disdain, declared, "There are only pigs and dogs here who are afraid of blades." The blue-haired man's eyes narrowed, the question hanging in the air. "Do you not like dogs and pigs?" Seojin Han was enveloped in a swirling blue aura, a dark intensity radiating from him. "Beasts!" He stood, the blade of his sword gleaming under the dim light, a blue aura swirling around him like a protective shroud. The air crackled with unseen energy, a silent promise of power yet to be unleashed. Across from him, Velkis mirrored the stance, his own sword held ready, a crimson aura blazing with a fierce intensity. The air grew thick with anticipation, the scent of ozone heavy in the air. Seojin Han's gaze narrowed, his eyes locking onto his opponent with unwavering focus. The silence stretched, broken only by the pounding of his own heart. A cruel smirk twisted Velkis' lips, his eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. He seemed to relish the moment, savoring the tension before the storm. Then, with a deafening crash, the swords met. A blinding flash of blue and red erupted, sending shockwaves through the air, the force of the impact threatening to shatter the very ground beneath their feet. A tense standoff, eyes locked, a silent promise of violence hangs in the air between them. Energy explodes. Crimson and azure beams collide, shattering the stillness with a blinding flash. The energies intertwine, a chaotic dance of destruction, a vortex of power threatening to consume everything. Crimson tendrils lash out, a cage of raw power forming around the figure. Eyes blazing with azure fire, he prepares to unleash another wave of force. He lunges, a blur of motion, closing the distance in an instant. The impact reverberates, a shockwave tearing through the very air. A maniacal grin spreads across his face, a terrifying display of newfound power. Transformed, consumed by darkness, he stands as a harbinger of destruction. The figure, shrouded in shadow, declared that he wouldn't need to use berserk. A figure with long, blue hair is surrounded by red energy, the air crackling with unseen power. The scene shifts, a voice echoing, but later in the future, as a figure is caught mid-action, surrounded by a flurry of red sparks. A chaotic burst of energy blurs the vision, the world reduced to streaks of red and black. Elsewhere, a grand building stands imposingly, a call to action echoing. Party 1 gather! Jenna, standing before a winged figure, is asked what she wants. The winged figure sighs, complaining about the constant ups and downs, lamenting that she's getting old. Jenna wonders if they are going into a dungeon, but the winged figure dismisses the idea, noting they are still short a member. Jenna presses, asking what they are here for then. The dark-haired figure responds that they probably couldn't go to a weekday dungeon either. Jenna's expression hardens as she relays that the master has ordered an exploration, questioning the order. The dark-haired figure, eyes narrowed, simply repeats the word, exploration. 3 distinct dungeon entrances stand ready, each promising a different level of challenge and reward. The options are always available. Seojin Han explains that the exploration dungeon opened up after they clear the 10th floor, but they're finally going in after clearing the 15th. He adds, with a hint of resignation, that he's always busy and directs Jenna to the first floor now that he has opened the crack of space and time. Jenna and Seojin Han stand with 2 other figures, the conversation continuing about the dungeon exploration. Jenna wonders if they can't use a similar gate that's available. A forbidding dungeon entrance looms, its details obscured by shadow. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air. Seojin Han wonders if this exploration is a necessary thing. The response is a terse, not really. The pair ascend a grand staircase, the scale of the architecture dwarfing them. Jenna remarks that it'll eat up quite a bit of time. The unseen speaker estimates that it'll take at least 1 or 2 days. Jenna questions what they will be doing for it to take so long. Seojin Han responds that there are things she doesn't know either, and that she'll see. A disembodied hand presents a glowing orb, a prompt appearing above it. Will you give the heroes gold? Recommended 3,000 G per person. A voice declares that it's an allowance from a master, and to take 3 each. The promise of gold hangs heavy in the air as one of the party members displays the shimmering coins. Han notes that bringing them back will be worth a lot. The woman with the orange hair, her gaze sharp, warns the others not to let their guard down, suggesting a potential fight is on the horizon. Before them, a shimmering interface materializes, displaying the words Exploration Dungeon and Area Available, Heimer. The interface details that Party 1 is beginning exploration in Heimer, with 48 hours remaining until their return. It also notes that heroes' stays can be extended with dungeon depth research. The interface pulses with energy, beckoning them forward into the depths of the exploration dungeon. A simple statement echoes the party's collective thought. They are back here again. Jenna, her red eyes narrowed, studies the surroundings with a critical gaze. The landscape unfolds before them. A serene lake nestled amongst rocky cliffs and lush foliage, sunlight dappling the water surface. Further inland, the terrain rises into rolling hills covered in vibrant green grass and scattered trees, the air crisp and clean. In the distance, a fortified city stands guard, its walls and towers gleaming under the clear sky, hinting at civilization within this wild landscape. The party stands together, their silhouettes stark against the sunlit path, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. Jenna voices her surprise, noting that this is the same place as the 10th floor, but it was a mess when they were last there. Jenna's expression is grave as she recounts the recent tragedy. The forest, she reports, was completely burned, and many lives were lost in the blaze. Another woman, her features sharp and eyes narrowed, declares that it's perfectly fine, adding that she's not even surprised. A blonde-haired man, his brow furrowed with concern, asks what they have to do. He wonders if they should simply seek out enemies and eliminate them. Seo Jin-han disagrees, suggesting they don't need to fight. He proposes they simply go and see what awaits them within the exploration dungeon. Meanwhile, unlike the main dungeon and weekday dungeons, this one does not have a clear goal. There are times when heroes don't bring back anything, but sometimes they bring back amazing items. The group approaches the entrance, the weight of the unknown pressing down on them. A guard, clad in beige and brown armor, demands to see their entry permit. A gloved hand extends, offering a gleaming gold coin. The guard, his eyes widening in surprise, stammers that he didn't ask for an entry fee. Seo Jin-han smiles knowingly as the guard relents, stating he'll let them in, but warns them not to cause any ruckus. The man muses that money is best for those kinds of guys, a hint of disdain in his voice. Before clearing the 10th floor, Nelsa faced downfall. The enemy was in through their inner castle. Party 1 is exploring Heimer, with 47 hours, 48 minutes, and 22 seconds remaining until their return. Han wondered aloud if they should just look around. He then asked what kind of information they should look for. Jenna's eyes widened, her expression a mix of surprise and concern. Jenna, her voice laced with disbelief, asked if he had not heard. She reminded him to find information on their own and hang out wherever they wished. Jenna's expression intensified, her eyes wide with a hint of panic. She questioned if he was not joking. Another voice chimed in, insisting that they actually take a break. "I'll take care of the rest," she declared. The same voice declared that she was going outside the city, so no one should stop her. She was going far, far away. A masked figure stated that it was expected that they take care of their condition too. They added that there would be no breaks until they cleared the 20th floor once they were back, so keep that in mind. Jenna, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, asked if she could really go. She exclaimed that she was going to go see the ocean. Han, with a gentle smile, replied, "Well, if you say so." He added that he would go take a break and that he was going to come with her. Jenna and Han prepared to leave, ready to take a break from the dungeon's depths. The man with the shield grimaced. Their raid had failed. A call would have to be made. Seo Jin-han noted the unusual number of mercenaries present. He walked down the street, the walls plastered with bounty posters. Seo Jin-han paused, his gaze drawn to one poster in particular. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, declared, "It's that kid." The poster depicted a figure with white hair and horns, a hefty bounty displayed beneath. The list of crimes was extensive: heresy, demon summoning, slander of the royal family, murder, fire, robbery, and rape. They just listed off all the crimes they could think of, a voice mused. A figure approached Seo Jin-han. Despite being of royal blood, the figure began, then asked, "Are you after that witch too?" Han simply chuckled. The figure with the cap spoke, "You have big dreams. It won't work." The best of the nation looked all over, but they couldn't find her. The figure continued, "I'm sure you're aware if you're a bounty hunter." Seo Jin-han stood beside the figure, both gazing at the posters. The figure elaborated, nullifying her royal status because she committed an evil crime. "Are you calling this kid a witch?" Apparently, she took out the hearts of living babies and offered them as sacrifices. The voice questioned, "She uses banned dark magic?" Jenna states that the witch apparently calls forth unpermitted beings. Seo Jin-han expresses his interest in hearing more, but Jenna claims she is busy and doesn't know the specifics. Jenna holds out her hand, expecting payment. She claims to have the most time in Nelsa. The witch's name is revealed to be Friasis Al-Lagner, but since her last name was taken away, she is now known as just Friasis. Seo Jin-han asks if it was a year ago that they started putting out these posters. Jenna confirms that the order to put out the wanted posters was issued a year ago, showing Seo Jin-han the poster for Friasis, wanted for 100 million G. A year ago, Seo Jin-han notes that it hasn't even been a week since he parted with Friasis on the 15th floor. The symbol on the wanted poster is the same symbol on the armor of the guys Seo Jin-han killed. Putting it all together, they put up these wanted posters after Friasis escaped the city. She's currently wandering around and must be alive somewhere. Seo Jin-han asks if any monsters have invaded this city before. Jenna replies that a bunch of goblins did 2 years ago, but it was resolved thanks to the order. It was only a rumor, the man with brown hair began, but whispers claimed the witch was responsible for the invasion, a claim he found dubious, given that monsters don't typically gather in groups. They've piled all sorts of nasty rumors on her, he continued, implying she must have had a difficult time. Elsewhere, a woman inquired if there was anything else of note. She mentioned a disease, monsters behaving wildly, and the weather growing colder. A server carrying a tray of food chimed in, suggesting that the most noteworthy things were the dungeons. Han Islet considered the information, thinking it had been a few years since he'd heard anything about dungeons. A glimpse into one of these dungeons revealed a place that looked like historical sites, now popping up all over the continent. These places, they've been calling them dungeons. But they were really weird, the man with gray hair gestured, adding that ordinary people couldn't enter. So there's a specific group of people who can, Han realized. The man with brown hair continued to speak, his expression intense. And with that stone, you can earn a special power, Han thought, concluding that there was only one possibility. The source of a hero's third ability, imprinting. He mused that there must be one here as well. The other figure, surprised, began to ask how he knew. A gloved hand remained still as a voice declared, I can't tell. Seo Jin-han, seated at a table, noted that there were a bunch of mercenaries around. A smirk played on Han's lips as he thought that just talking wasn't worth the gold. The gloved hand tightened around the golden coin. On internet, guide me. Do your worth of the golden coin. A man lies injured on a stretcher, his face pale and streaked with grime. Han remarks that this is why he didn't want to come, adding that the dungeon must be in the inner city. Meanwhile, the temple stands tall at the center of the city. Apparently, this dungeon appeared right after the invasion. The architecture of the city is old and grand. The stairway is the entrance to the dungeon, easy to recognize, right? It doesn't look like much. They wouldn't be standing guard if it wasn't a big deal. All kinds of treasure can be found in the dungeon. Gold, jewels, and expensive equipment too. It's basically a treasure mine. Well, you could die though. The Order has the sole ownership of the dungeon, so they get profits through the entry permits. They also take a certain percentage of the treasure you find in the dungeon. They're a bunch of thieves. Han feels like he's done his share of the golden coin, asking if he can go back now. He is told to just come find them again if he wants to ask a question, leaving him to wonder how he's supposed to know where they are. Another mercenary declares that the situation is Han's problem. The mercenary offers some extra service next time. Han stands, his gaze fixed on some distant point. A group of adventurers, laden with equipment, are preparing to stay for more than a few days. He considers exploring the dungeon alone, since his party members are resting elsewhere. The mercenaries glance around anxiously, almost no one daring to enter. Two figures discuss the barrier, one assuming that most cannot cross. Having observed for about half an hour, it seems like less than 10% can cross the barrier. It seems like if the leader of the group can enter, the rest can too. Han thinks to himself that he is sure he can cross it. A voice asks why he is still here. A formidable archway of pale stone stands before them, the entrance blocked by a shimmering, orange grid. Huffing and sweating, the man in the newsboy cap demands, "What? I thought you were going to work." He explains that he went to get the golden coin appraised, but it turned out to be more valuable than he initially thought. Apparently, it's a golden coin from ancient times. The man in the cap insists, "You trying to rip me off? I can't give you any more." Han, arms crossed, remains turned away. The man offers, "This is free. Don't you want that service I offered earlier?" The man reveals, "Actually, the witch was slandered by the Order." Han cuts him off, "I know. You don't need to tell me." The man in the cap exclaims, "Egg, what? It took me a lot of effort to get this information." He then offers, "Then I'll be your city tour guide. I know a few good food places." The man in the newsboy cap continues, "I used to work as a guide before too." He asks, "I said I don't need it. Why are you bothering me?" As Han walks away, the man blurts out, "Younger sibling." The man questions, "Your younger sibling?" Jenna grins, a longbow slung across her back. She recalls that Han had suggested she acquire one some time ago. Apparently, it has a spell cast on it and could be bought for 2 golden coins. Han eyes a fancy longbow, rank D, noting its luxurious appearance, but impractical nature, and the endurance reinforcement spell cast upon it. He dismisses it as trash. Han advises to buy something more valuable with that money. Those are elemental stones. Jenna stands with a masked figure, looking at a stone. She is sure Master would like it if they returned with those, since they are an ingredient of the promotion stone. Han then asks about the longbow. Han tells her to leave it, stating that this is what's worth it, as a blue stone is shown. Regenerative stone. Jenna asks who that is, by the way. Han tells her not to mind him. He doesn't know him. The hooded figure confirms that he does. A figure, partially obscured, announces, "My name's Josh." A set of boots strides away, the figure curtly stating, "Okay, goodbye." A man with black hair urges someone to listen, mentioning a secret investment plan. The woman with red hair stands nearby, listening intently. Josh raises his fist, a determined look on his face. A gloved hand presents a gold coin, the words, "Good job. You can leave now," hanging in the air. Josh expresses his gratitude, thanking someone for their investment, a faint blush rising on his cheeks. The man with black hair declares that the details are a secret, but promises to pay it back. A voice responds, "No need." Josh, smiling widely, proclaims he hates to live in debt and offers to help that witch if he ever gets the chance. Josh, looking surprised, asks, "Sorry?" Josh grips a staff or weapon tightly in his gloved hands. Josh stands amidst a crowd of people, his expression unreadable. The crowd bustles, a sea of faces moving in different directions. A young boy, a satchel slung over his shoulder, ambles down the cobblestone path, lost in thought. The sound of approaching footsteps breaks the silence. A voice cuts through the air, demanding, "What were you talking about?" Han stands alongside Jenna, their attention focused on another figure. "The witch?" someone asks, followed by, "The kid we saved." "That's the witch." A new voice chimes in, a hint of surprise coloring the tone. "Ah, the princess?" Inside a shop, the shopkeeper gestures with his hands as Han, Jenna, and the witch listen. "We still have a lot of time. You can look around more if you want," the shopkeeper offers. Elsewhere, an aerial view captures the town, leaves swirling in the wind like golden confetti. The town's imposing gate stands tall, a barrier against the unknown. The woman, adorned in striking black and red ensemble, sighs, "I couldn't go to the beach." The woman, now standing with Han and Jenna, directs a question at him. "Did you really try to go?" Han's voice is steady, unwavering. "Of course." A map reveals the boundaries, a voice noting, "Seems like we cannot go outside a certain perimeter." The map details the dungeon structure, revealing that a new region opens up every 10 floors. The group believes they should be able to go anywhere if they reach the 104th floor. But the question lingers. How many days has it been? The courtyard bustles with unfamiliar faces. About a week, someone estimates. It seems a few others have made it up to the second floor as well. A question hangs in the air. A new assistant in the equipment workshop? The women sigh, exhausted at the thought of more training. One suggests they go take a bath. Han tells them to rest, as they're going back to training starting tomorrow. A figure walks away, prompting the question, "Where are you going?" The advice is given to rest, but falls on deaf ears. Why won't they listen? The question is posed. Do you want to destroy your body? Han reiterates that they train starting tomorrow, and to go rest. There were a few people like him in Niflheimer too. Not everything is achievable through pure grit. If they cannot achieve something despite all the effort, it just means they are not talented. Or die during a mission. Elsewhere, the city sprawls beneath a sky of perpetual twilight, its towers reaching for a moon that offers little light. The training grounds stand ready, a testament to the constant preparation for a danger that never sleeps. The air crackles with energy as the trainees push their limits. Steel sings against steel, a constant rhythm of dedication and discipline. He swings the blade, a flash of silver against the dim light. The instructor barks, "Faster. You're too slow." He grits his teeth, pushing harder. The instructor shouts, "Okay, you're too tense." Jenna observes the training, remarking, "That's unexpected. I thought Party 2 didn't do dangerous training, but they're fighting with real swords." Han states flatly, "Dyke is not here." Adis, Usher, and Roderick are confirmed to be in the area, as one of them strikes a nearby metal object with a burst of power. But a stark realization dawns. Dyke, a member since the very beginning, is nowhere to be found. The absence hangs heavy in the air. Usher and Adis Callan are accounted for, their portraits displayed. Roderick Sajjan's presence is also confirmed, but the card for Dyke only serves as a reminder of their absence. Character cards materialize, revealing the names Velkist and Narissa Ear. Han notes the arrival of new individuals. The glint of steel catches the light. Velkist observes the change in scenery. "It's real fancy here. It's a whole different world from the first floor." Jenna wonders if she should bring the straws for drawing, as Han notes that it seems like it's about time they got more people. Han wonders if they're planning to have just one good party. A message declares, "Welcome to the second floor." Narissa Ear and Velkist ascend the steps, moving deeper into the facility. Velkist turned away, his expression unreadable. He muttered, the words barely audible, about someone's inability to kill. The blonde-haired man noted that they had fewer members now, and with just 3, they wouldn't be able to go anywhere. Narissa explained that Dyke had gone down to the first floor, which is why they decided to make their training a bit more intense. The woman with black hair, her hand raised to her temple, didn't think they would. She wondered what would happen to their party. Seojin Han, a smirk playing on his lips, asked why she was looking like that, adding that she looked like she was going to kill them. He claimed he was just there to say hi. Narissa retorted that he might be able to handle it, but not her. Someone wondered if they were probably going to end up in either Party 1 or 2, right? Someone else thought it was a pointless question, and that they'd like to be in Party 1. Seojin Han, standing beside Narissa, stated that he was confident that he wouldn't be a burden. He glowered, his eyes burning with an inner fire. This bitch is out of her mind, Velkis spat, his voice laced with venom. Know your place. The blue-haired man's eyes intensified, glowing with an unnatural light as he continued, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Strength isn't the only value a person can have. I have a lot more skills than just combat. Narissa watched Velkis, her expression unreadable. You should know that if you have eyes, she remarked, her tone sharp. The group stood together, a mix of tension and anticipation hanging in the air. Velkis, still simmering, stood beside Narissa and the others. Friasi's Alagner tilted her head, her crimson hair swaying slightly. What's with her? She seems to really want to come to our party. Narissa's gaze drifted, a flicker of doubt crossing her features. I thought the rumors were just exaggerated. Seojin Han looked at Narissa, his expression thoughtful. The rumors about your party, he began, his voice calm and measured. The man continued, his tone laced with a hint of skepticism. I didn't believe them at first. Seojin Han stared at the glowing stone, its power palpable. But I saw for myself, he muttered, his eyes reflecting the stone's ethereal light. The regenerative stone, it was said, allowed a hero to re-clear already cleared missions or to look at others' records. She must have used the regenerative stone. A film reel spins, showcasing images of past battles and victories, a montage of trials overcome. The reel continues, highlighting the re-cleared missions and the videos of their accomplishments, a testament to their growing power. Seojin Han's brow furrows, his gaze intense. Did you see? He asks, a hint of concern lacing his tone. Narissa's expression hardens, her eyes narrowed. All of it, she replies, her voice firm. The rumors were actually downplaying how great you were. A blond man with a scar across his face speaks, his voice matter-of-fact. It's only natural to want to stick with the strong for the sake of survival. Han Eilert crosses his arms, a determined glint in his eyes. That is the reason why I want to be in Party 1. A dark-haired man gestures emphatically, his tone defensive. I prefer Party 1. What do you mean? We're not bad either. The man's expression shifts, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Is that what you really believe? He asks, his voice tinged with uncertainty. The dark-haired man scowls, pointing a finger. You bastard. You're just a newbie. A purple-haired man smirks, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Who cares if I'm new or not? It's the survival of the fittest, not the oldest. Han nods, his gaze resolute. I agree. I want to join Party 1. I'm sure I'll be more useful than that woman. The woman with short black hair explains that if they've heard the rumors, they should know that parties are picked based on straw drawing. She adds that the method is entirely dependent on luck, and she thinks they need a different, more efficient method. Narissa wonders if she should make the decision. Narissa is told that Han should make the choice. Narissa retorts that Han doesn't have enough people, implying that his party is not functional. Jenna feels like there would be complaints even if Han made the decision, wondering if just drawing names would be better. She asks Han if there's someone he wants. Friasi's Alagner states that Han doesn't want to leave it to luck, nor does he want to leave the decision to others. A disembodied voice asks if they want to prove themselves worthy to be in Han's team. A close-up of Han's face shows his piercing gaze. A voice asks how they're supposed to pick when they don't know their abilities, adding that healing doesn't work in there. A voice declares that they will fight until one of them goes down. A character with purple hair states that Han will make his decision then, adding that he'd never turn down a fight. A character is seen entering a fighting arena, stating that it's been a while since he had a good fight. The woman with purple hair tilted her head, a dangerous question forming in her mind. Was it permissible to eliminate her opponent? Han's gaze remained fixed, his expression unreadable. He simply stated, if you can. A flicker of something dark danced in her crimson eyes. A silent promise of violence hung in the air. The scene shifted to the fighting arena. Han stood a short distance away, his words echoing in Narissa's mind. Fight however you want. Narissa, her expression hardening, responded, as you wish, as she began to prepare a vial of viscous, purple poison. The air crackled with anticipation, the scent of ozone faint in the air. Her eyes narrowed, a predatory glint in their depths. You're out of your mind, she seemed to say without uttering a word. Han's words hung in the air, a challenge and an invitation to unleash her full potential. He said to fight however we want. With deliberate care, Narissa poured the shimmering poison along the blade of her sword, the liquid clinging to the metal like liquid night. The paralysis poison, she knew, would cause convulsions throughout the entire body. Narissa had honed her skills with poisons since she first arrived. Narissa gripped the hilt of her poison blade, a cruel smile playing on her lips. I've used it plenty of times against monsters, she thought. She held the sword aloft, the metal gleaming in the dim light of the arena. A thought crossed Narissa's mind. This was the first time she would be using this weapon against a human. Across from her, Velkist gripped his own blade, a smirk playing on his lips. You won't have a chance to use it against me, he taunted. The system chimed in, confirming the terms. Velkist had requested a duel against Nerissa, and both parties had agreed. The tension between them was palpable, a thick, suffocating blanket. From the sidelines, Han watched with a stoic expression. Beside him, Jenna wrung her hands, a knot of anxiety tightening in her chest. I feel like one person is really going to end up dying, she whispered, her voice barely audible. The system interface materialized before Nerissa, the words stark against the darkness. Mutually agreed duel. Do you agree to the duel? The yes option glowed, awaiting her confirmation. Han stood with his arms crossed, his gaze fixed on the impending battle. His expression was unreadable, a mask of calm concealing whatever thoughts churned beneath. The air crackled with anticipation, the ground itself seeming to vibrate with the impending clash. Velkist's eyes burned crimson, his face contorted into a manic grin. He lunged forward, a predator unleashed. Nerissa met his charge, her own expression hardening into a steely resolve. The sword in her hand sang with a faint, ethereal light. The blade, a silver whisper in the gloom, arced through the air, ready to meet its target. Velkist's sword blurred, a crimson streak against the shadows, closing the distance between them with terrifying speed. Steel met steel with a deafening clang, sparks erupting in a shower of light as their blades locked. The duel had begun. She stand at the gate, watching the duel unfold. The metallic clang of steel echoes through the arena. Jenna's expression hardens. The redhead mutters, noting that her opponent is different from when he was fighting her. Han's eyes narrow, realizing that Velkist was hiding his full powers. Han tells Jenna to watch closely, suggesting she might be able to learn from it. Nerissa's blade crackles with red energy as she prepares her weapon technique. The text states that the two's weapon technique levels are both at 4, like Usher. The red energy intensifies around Nerissa's blade, the text noting that they have different takes when it comes to battle. Nerissa's sword flashes as she unleashes her attack, sparks flying from the impact. Velkist's sword glows with a cool blue light, a stark contrast to Nerissa's fiery red. Nerissa continues her assault, her movements a blur of speed and precision. Han observes the fight, the man with the fan commenting that their level and skills are probably both low. Velkist's sword cuts through the air, the question of why he is here hanging in the balance. The blue energy intensifies around Velkist's blade, ready to clash against Nerissa's red. He swings his blade, a flash of steel cutting through the air with lethal intent. With a burst of speed, Han narrowly avoids the blow, the wind from the passing blade ruffling his hair. Velkist's grip tightens on the hilt of his weapon, the metal cold against his skin. His crimson eye burns with a fierce intensity, a testament to the battle raging within him. Again, Han dodges, twisting his body to evade the relentless assault. The system announces that Velkist is inflicted with bleeding, his health points steadily decreasing. Further afflicting him, the system declares that Velkist is also poisoned, and parts of Han's body are now paralyzed. A smirk plays on Han's lips, a flicker of confidence in the face of danger. The next strike connects, sending Han crashing to the ground. Velkist's hand lunges forward, the blade poised to strike a final blow. The blade pierces flesh, a crimson stain blooming on Han's shirt. A primal scream tears from Han's throat, the agony of the wound overwhelming him. The victor stands tall, the perspective skewed from behind the chain-link fence, looking up at him. Velkist, sword in hand, towers over Han, who is kneeling on the ground. He coughs, struggling to speak. I can't move my body properly. Petty bitch, he rasps before declaring, I won. Velkist's face is partially obscured by shadow as he states. As you can see, the duel's over. Any complaints? Han, still kneeling, acknowledges good fight. Nerissa, standing in a different location, declares, I made up my mind too. Then, naturally, Han's expression is unreadable. Nerissa, with a slight smile, says, Nerissa will be the one to join Party 1. Velkist's eyes glow red, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Nerissa will be the one to join Party 1. A sinister expression contorts his face. Red eyes glare out from a face marked with strange patterns. Jenna smiles, observing, she's pretty good. Icel muses internally. I guess the only ones who really understood what happened in the fight are Adis, Roderick, and Jenna. It was a pretty fun ending. Velkist's face contorts in pain. The double dagger technique, before that was all just for deceit. It was all to get that one attack in properly. Velkist trusted his skill and just kept pushing. The others were engaged in the action of the fight, but did not see through the hidden tactics. Velkist, injured and confused, asks, Can you repeat that? Velkist repeats himself, stating that Nerissa is the one joining Party 1. His expression hardens, a network of scars visible on his face. Velkist questions the reason for this decision, his gaze intense. He explains that all 4 of them are combat-focused. Nerissa states that they need someone like her to be able to respond better to any situation. Velkist retorts that he thought Narissa might be powerful enough to compromise on that, but it seems like he was mistaken. He adds that if the woman didn't use her dirty trick, he could have beaten her to the ground within 5 minutes. Velkist admits that the other is talented, but they don't need them in their party. He asks if they want to try fighting him, offering to take them if they can endure for a minute. Velkist's expression is fierce, his eyes glowing red. His eyes narrow, a challenge in his gaze. A sinister grin spreads across Velkist's face. Velkist asks about a different member. He stood silhouetted against the light, the weight of the recent discussion settling on his shoulders. The group debated the nuances of their roles. A swordsman and a spearman. They reasoned, served different purposes, their strength lying not in brute force, but in strategic formation. Narissa considered the idea of formation. It could make sense, she mused, but something still felt amiss. The spearman's expression darkened, the words echoing in his mind. He couldn't even fulfill his duties. A voice echoed, stating that he had watched them all fight. Velkist stood in the grand hall, reflecting on the battles he had witnessed. It had been interesting, he thought. But there was one person who did not fit in. The spearman's worth was questioned. Did they really need a spearman that much? Were they willing to overlook his weaknesses? Jenna placed a hand on Han's arm, trying to reassure him. Eren Appa's doing great, she exclaimed, attempting to stop the nonsense. Jenna's expression shifted, a flicker of shock crossing her face. What? She whispered, the comforting words turning to poison. Han watched with concern, while across the way, Velkist's face was marred with blood, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Jenna suggests that they could change their formation if a skilled swordsman joins their group. She calls out to Han, her tone laced with concern. A figure stands with a sword, the green glow of the room reflecting off the polished steel. A figure stands with a spear, the weapon gleaming in the light. The swordsman stands ready, determination etched on their face. A grand building stands in the distance, its architecture hinting at a place of importance. The group watches on, their expressions a mix of concern and anticipation. Han crosses his arms, his gaze unwavering. The swordsman's eyes narrow, a challenge in their depths. And you're sure that you're not going to go back on your word? Han assures the swordsman not to worry. If he loses, he'll go to Party Z without a word. The figure with covered eyes is given a choice regarding Eren, with the option to reject the challenge also on the table. The weight of the decision hangs heavy in the air. The individual with dark hair and a serious gaze requests time to consider the implications. The silence stretches, thick with unspoken concerns. Looking up towards the sky, the blonde-haired figure declares that it is about time. A sense of inevitability permeates the air. Observing from the shadows, the figure notes that Eren is having to push himself more than usual, and anticipates that things won't end well at this rate. A sense of foreboding settles in. Despite the difficulties, the unseen speaker insists that Eren is still much more useful. A pragmatic calculation underscores the sentiment. A hand grips something tightly, a silent testament to the speaker's resolve. They believe that even if Eren is falling behind, he can still fulfill his role for a bit longer. The figure with the intense gaze declares that in order to overcome the situation, Eren needs some kind of drive. A challenge, perhaps. With a determined expression, the figure with purple hair agrees, stating, I'll do it. The decision is made. Finally, the stage is set. The terms are laid out. If he loses, he cannot join Party 1. The winner will claim that coveted spot. The stakes are high. The individual with dark hair asks if they agree to these conditions, a subtle smile playing on their lips. The answer is a resounding yes. Both sides have agreed to the duel. The die is cast. With a resounding clang, the massive gates swung open, signaling the start of the agreed-upon contest. The air crackled with anticipation. A system message appeared, confirming the terms, a mutually agreed duel. The choice was presented, yes or no. Spear in hand, he stood ready. Malmont Karl's gaze was fixed on his opponent, the air thick with unspoken challenge. With a guttural cry, Malmont Karl raised the spear high, preparing to unleash the first strike. The muscles in his arm coiled like a spring. His opponent, bathed in a faint blue light, readied his sword. An aura of focused intensity emanated from him. Eyes locked, the two warriors stood poised, each a mirror reflecting the other's determination. The tension was palpable. The clash of steel echoed through the arena as spear met sword. A shower of sparks erupted, momentarily blinding. The swordsman pressed his attack, a flurry of red energy accompanying each strike. The air vibrated with the force of his blows. Jenna watched with a worried expression. He really agreed to it, she murmured, even though you said it was okay. The swordsman continued his assault, his movements a blur of speed and precision. I know, a voice whispered, but what if he loses? The other man crossed his arms, his gaze unwavering. That other guy is pretty strong, he observed. He has a chance of winning if he does as he trained. A final system message appeared, stating that both sides have a weapon arts level of 4. The duel was evenly matched. He unleashes a barrage of energy projectiles, each crackling with raw power, forcing Malmont Karl to react swiftly. Velkist acknowledges that Aaron has an advantage, his crimson eyes gleaming with determination. With a practice motion, Malmont Karl swings his staff, the air whistling as it cuts through the space between them. The staff connects, sending sparks flying as it meets an unseen force. Malmont Karl expertly uses his staff to block an incoming attack, the impact reverberating through his arms. Velkist grits his teeth, acknowledging his opponent's speed. You're fast. Malmont Karl stands firm, his grip tightening on his staff, ready for the next exchange. An onlooker pumps his fist, cheering, "That's right. Teach the newbie a lesson." Velkist's expression hardens, his thoughts turning inward. Velkist was before coming here. All I care is that he. The voices of others echo in his mind, reminding him of his recent arrival and lack of experience fighting monsters. The voices continue, highlighting the difference between him and Aaron, who has fought even boss monsters. The voices emphasize that Velkist has never faced a spearman like Roderick or Aaron as he prepares for the next attack. The clash of steel echoed, a high-pitched whine cutting through the air as Velkist's blade met his opponent's. The force of each blow reverberated through the arena, the fighters becoming blurs of motion as they traded strikes with blinding speed. Malmont Karl, eyes narrowed, prepared to unleash a devastating strike, his muscles coiled like spring. A sudden, brutal impact sent Velkist reeling, a spray of blood erupting from his face as he howled in pain. The duel descended into a chaotic flurry of attacks, each fighter seeking an opening amidst the storm of steel. Another blow landed, the force of the impact visible as blood splattered and the sound of tearing flesh filled the air. From the sidelines, a spectator roared, "Hell yeah, you arrogant bastard!" Spears, for a very long time, have been useful for hunting and even in wars. Thanks to the distance they could cover, spears continued to get longer and were very effective in large-scale battles, but they proved to be rather useless in one-on-one battles. A sword clashes against a spear, the impact spraying blood. There's about a meter difference in maximum range between a sword and a spear. It is definitely. They prove to be useless even against dagger attacks, and do not have as much of a range advantage as a bow and arrow. But this is when we're talking about humans. The sword clashes against multiple spears. In this place where humans regularly transcend the human limits, this kind of logic does not work. The man with the wild hair yelled, "Hell yeah, you arrogant bastard. You're going to be on dishwashing duty once you come to our party." The spear, propelled with unseen force, ripped through the air, tearing apart whatever barriers stood in its path. It continued its deadly trajectory, closing in on its target with terrifying speed, drawing a line of blood in its wake. The spearhead slammed into flesh and bone, piercing through Aaron's hand with brutal efficiency. The force of the blow sent Aaron reeling, his face contorted in a grimace of pain. Velkist, spear in hand, prepared to strike again, his expression a mask of cold determination. The sound of impact echoed through the training area. The spear found its mark once more, driving into Aaron with sickening force. His body, unable to withstand the onslaught, crashed to the ground, defeated. Even if Velkist was someone very talented before coming here, the moment he became a hero in this place, the principles have differed from reality. Aaron has dueled me in training hundreds of times. He is used to fighting people who are better than humans and monsters, combat tactics. Jenna watches the fight intently. She remarks that he's definitely doing well, but it's not really like him. Another voice chimes in, confident in the fighter's victory. "What are you talking about? He'll win by a landslide at this rate." Jenna urges the other woman to look closely. The number of his effective attacks has gone down. Jenna asks if she already noticed. The blue-haired fighter finds the fight boring. Aaron's techniques are precise but very straightforward. His disadvantage is that his tactics are rather easy to read. Considering the fact that he was able to see through Nerissa's attacks so quickly, he definitely has very good observational skills. He will probably obtain a skill similar to my mind's eye soon. Aaron grits his teeth. The blue-haired fighter asks if Aaron is kidding right now. Aaron's brow furrows, his gaze intense as he stares down his opponent. A memory flashes. A violent explosion rocks the training grounds. Velkist, in that memory, moves with lethal intent, his blade a blur of motion. "Then why are you going easy on me?" Back in the present, Aaron's expression is unreadable. "Are you underestimating me?" Another memory surfaces, this one a sword. Velkist wields the weapon with deadly precision. But this is different. Aaron's voice is low, almost a murmur. "What's the reason you're not attacking my weak points?" Velkist's eyes narrow, a hint of disdain in his voice. "You've gotten soft." A silent observer notes, Aaron's spearmanship is easy to read, but Velkist adjusts too fast. Velkist's words are sharp, accusatory. "Since when did you consider the life of your opponent?" Aaron's expression hardens, his gaze unwavering. "Opponent." Velkist's voice drips with sarcasm. "Are you so strong that you can go easy on your opponent?" He stares down his opponent, a dark intensity burning in his eyes. "Show all that you have," Aaron challenges, his voice low and steady. "Don't disappoint." Velkist's expression hardens, a grim smile twisting his lips. Is what he said, he replies, the words laced with a dangerous edge. Eren shifts his weight, muscles coiling, ready to unleash the force he's been holding back. The air crackles with anticipation. A flicker of regret crosses Eren's face as he prepares to strike. Don't hate me even if I kill you, he mutters, a plea and a warning all in one. Velkist's voice drips with dark amusement. Of course, he replies, a hint of madness in his tone. The two warriors stand poised, the tension between them a palpable force. The moment of impact is imminent. With a surge of power, Eren's fist clenches, the knuckles white with strain. The air around him vibrates with contained energy. The blow lands with a deafening crack, the force of the impact reverberating through the training area. Velkist is sent flying backward, the force of the punch lifting him off his feet. A pained cry escapes his lips. The air rushes past as Velkist is hurled through the training area, the impact leaving a visible shockwave in its wake. His blue hair whips around his face as Velkist struggles to regain his senses, the world spinning around him. One of Velkist's eyes glows with an eerie red light, a sign of the power that lies dormant within him, now awakened by the force of the blow. He is sent reeling back by an unseen force, the air itself seeming to lash out. A blast of raw energy slams into Eren, sending debris flying as the force of the blow threatens to overwhelm him. Despite the assault, Eren grits his teeth, his eyes narrowing as he prepares to evade the next attack. He throws himself to the side, narrowly avoiding a strike that would have surely cleaved him in two. The world blurs as Eren continues to dodge, each movement a desperate dance against an unseen enemy. Another near miss, the wind whistling past his ear as he ducks beneath a lethal blow. Velkist unleashes a barrage of swords, each one a streak of deadly light aimed at his opponent. His eyes burning with intensity, Velkist prepares to launch another volley, the air crackling with anticipation. The swords hurtle forward, a storm of steel descending upon Eren with relentless speed. Eren steels himself, knowing that one wrong move could be his last. Velkist presses his attack, the swords flying with increased ferocity, leaving trails of light in their wake. The onslaught proves too much, and Eren is finally struck, blood splattering as the swords find their mark. A spearhead, glinting in the light, points menacingly downward. Elsewhere, a towering structure looms, its architecture a blend of grandeur and decay. The camera pans slightly, revealing another section of the same imposing building. Meanwhile, Eren stands beside Jenna, both seemingly on edge. Eren's expression is one of shock, while Jenna looks on with concern. Elsewhere, an ornate gate stands ajar, hinting at the secrets within. A woman with fiery red hair fans herself as a grizzled man looks on, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, a table sits empty, its surface reflecting an eerie light. A mausoleum-like structure stands tall, its purpose unknown. Elsewhere, blood splatters across the floor, a grim testament to a recent struggle. A purple-haired man, wounded and weary, admits, I feel a bit dizzy from the blood loss. Despite his injuries, the man stands victorious over his fallen opponent, declaring, but I won. The spear lies discarded, stained crimson against the cold stone floor. The air hangs thick with a metallic tang of blood. Eren's face contorts in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. Eren had the advantage, he exclaims, the words laced with confusion. What trick did you play? A figure watches from above, his expression unreadable as he gazes down at the scene. He retorts, I bet you used some cowardly trick, before adding, I don't know what you're talking about. An older man with a grizzled beard watches with a grim expression. A woman with long black hair stands beside him, her face unreadable. That's something we won't dash, the man mutters. Jenna looks on with concern, her brow furrowed. Eren was doing well, she thought. I thought Eren was going to win. How strange, she says. Jenna's expression softens with sympathy. Bad for him, she whispers, adding, in just one attack. The woman with long black hair simply states, yes, just one. Purple lightning crackles around Velkist, the air charged with raw power. He stands tall, the victor of the duel. Velkist stands over Eren, who is defeated on the ground. The duel is over, and Velkist has emerged victorious. The declaration hangs in the air. In just one attack, victory will be assured. A sinister grin spreads across his face, red eyes gleaming with anticipation as he prepares to capture the perfect moment for his counterattack. He commits, launching the attack without missing his chance. A monstrous, wolf-like entity looms behind the blonde-haired figure, who stands ready with a spear. He possesses cold, logical observational skills, an analytical mind calculating his chances of winning, even amidst the spatter of blood. The crimson eyes narrow, revealing a strategist who employs methods that demand patience. His boots stand firm amidst the carnage. It would have been much more fun, he thinks, if they hadn't gone easy on him in the beginning. A grimace twists his features, sweat beading on his brow as pain etches itself onto his face. The man with the sword crosses his arms, a woman leaning against the wall beside him. He is rather dissatisfied with the results, but believes the other wasn't ready. He smirks, the corners of his lips tilting upward. It seems like no one's against it then. He will keep his promise. The message rings out. Velkis will join Party 1. Standing amidst the scene of carnage, Velkis' long blue hair contrasts sharply with the blood-stained floor. He stood hunched, the weight of the recent conflict pressing down on him. Blood stained his clothes and dripped from his trembling hands, painting the floor in a macabre mosaic. The system's cold pronouncement echoed in the silence. Eren is out. His face, streaked with crimson, betrayed a deep anguish. Each drop of blood seemed to carry a memory of the battle, a testament to the cost of victory. The blood-soaked fabric clung to him like a shroud, a constant reminder of the brutality he had just endured. A new party formation was suggested. Han, Jenna, Ialka, Narissa, and Velkist. The system presented a stark choice. If you agree, Eren will be excluded automatically from the party. Do you agree? The card for Eren Delcut, once a symbol of camaraderie, now felt like a relic of a bygone era. Meanwhile, the decision was made. Yes. Eren, bloodied and bruised, is told he can't be kept in the party any longer. The voice carries a tone of cold certainty. He is well aware of the situation. One of the men argues that Eren was only trying to help the team, but the other cuts him off. They're not here to build friendships, he insists. The man with dark hair grits his teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He reminds himself that those who do not understand will die, and he must keep that in mind. The message is clear. Everyone should rest. It's late. A system notification confirms that Eren is being excluded from Party 1. Behind a chain-link fence, Eren hangs his head, defeated. Narissa and Velkist are joining Party 1. The scarred man with purple hair grins, declaring that this is going to be fun. The man with dark hair says he doesn't get it. The scarred man replies, asking if he thinks life is going to be easier because he's in Party 1, stating that is the exact opposite. The man with the scarred face offers a knowing smirk. He acknowledges the danger, stating that's precisely why he's present. A close-up reveals a figure shrouded in darkness, a burning desire echoing in the air, to become stronger. Elsewhere, the city sprawls, indifferent to the internal struggles of its inhabitants. A figure with spiky blonde hair stands silhouetted against the light, a grim pronouncement hanging in the air. Nothing will change, even with eternity. The man with the scar reiterates his desire, the word leave hanging heavy in the air. The figure in black demands an explanation, the question laced with accusation. Why was Velkist given a chance? The response is cold, dismissive. He doesn't believe he raised them to be soft. Eren's expression is pained, his eyes filled with a mixture of regret and resignation. He claims to have simply had a change of heart, admitting he is not talented. Velkist stands bathed in a crimson light, a spear in his hand. He reflects on a missed opportunity, believing he could have won. A body lies broken and bloodied, a testament to a brutal defeat. But with more time, a crimson tide swells, promising a return with amplified strength. A monstrous visage, all sharp teeth and burning eyes, looms in the darkness. Below a descending, shadowy hand, Malmont Karl stands firm, his spear held ready. Doubt clouds his features. Would he even have the right to end a life? Blood stains his shirt, a stark reminder of his own limitations. Someone who shines brighter than him. He watched them, the realization sinking in. Everything he had done, all the time he poured into training, had been pointless. No matter how much he tried, when it came to talent, he always fell short. Seojin Han's voice cuts through the silence. Was that why he went easy on him? Malmont Karl can't harm Master. Standing in the fog, Malmont Karl admits he doesn't see in himself what he sees in them and Jenna. The fog in front of his eyes refused to go away. It felt like he was just walking in place. Seojin Han's expression is unreadable. Malmont Karl's eyes widen. There's an instructor position. The training ground on the first floor is where they teach the newbies. Someone believes that he is pretty fit for the job. The man with the sunglasses explains that he just needs to teach newbies in a safe location, though the competition for that role is usually insane, sometimes dozens against one. But he will specially recommend them too for the job. Malmont Karl looks down, the offer hanging heavy in the air. Teaching others? What is he hesitating for? What is his goal? To become strong like Velkist? It's not. Wasn't his goal to go back to his family? Seojin Han watches him, waiting for an answer. But sweat beads on Malmont Karl's brow, the internal conflict etched on his face. Malmont Karl relents. I'm sorry. I'll work as an instructor. Seojin Han looks at him intently. Don't do it if you don't want to. I used to know someone like you. He reflects on someone who is really untalented too. His spearmanship was only at level 2 at his level. He posed the question, his gaze unwavering. Did Malmont Karl truly desire to become stronger? Malmont Karl's expression twisted with inner turmoil, his brow furrowed as he wrestled with the question. A desperate cry echoed, someone shouting a plea of denial. Within the depths of his mind, Malmont Carl's resolve began to solidify. He wanted it. He wanted to become stronger. He banished the self-pity, refusing to let such pathetic thoughts plague him any longer. But was there a path, a way for someone like him to truly gain strength? The answer burst forth, a resounding yes that echoed in his heart. Seojin Han's voice cut through the air, a simple command. Wait. Seojin Han offered a path forward. He would take Malmont Carl to Niflheim. Malmont Carl, his curiosity piqued, questioned where that might be. Seojin Han surveys the area with a satisfied smirk. This place suits his needs, he thinks. Elsewhere, a walled compound sits nestled within a hexagonal grid, its purpose yet unknown. Another compound, similar in design but different in layout, hints at a network of such locations. Back inside, Jenna Sarai extends a hand, introducing herself with a warm smile. The atmosphere is thick with unspoken tension as Jenna stands with two others, the air crackling with awkwardness. Seojin Han observes the group, noting the lingering discomfort between them. Jenna, her expression turning serious, addresses Velkist and Nerissa, indicating she has urgent news. A figure wreathed in flames serves as a stark reminder of the power they wield and the regenerative stone they possess. Velkist raises a hand, inquiring about fire resistance, as Nerissa looks on with a stoic expression. The woman urges him to learn it quickly. Velkist explains the method, deeming it both effective and foolish in equal measure, as Seojin Han listens intently. Velkist declares his intention to master the skill within 4 days, though he anticipates Nerissa's complaints of fear. A voice echoes, stating the need for 3. Jenna addresses Han, stating that she needs to make up for Aaron's position. A question hangs in the air, wondering if the speaker should focus on bow and arrow. Another voice chimes in, noting that Velkist and they are both short range. Han cautions someone, telling them not to get full of themselves. A disembodied voice emphasizes the importance of fighting within a range where support can reach them. Another voice warns that if they only believe in themselves and don't cooperate, they are worthless. Velkist, a scar bisecting his left eye, reminds someone to keep something in mind, a sinister smile playing on his lips. A voice responds with a simple, all right. A pair of eyes glow with an eerie, azure light. The text introduces Nerissa Ear, stating that she possesses all kinds of various skills. The text lists her skills: swordsmanship, dagger techniques, dagger throwing, other weapon skills, and fast movement. More of Nerissa Ear's skills are revealed. Fast movement, stealth, other movement skills, various sense skills, and even poison creation and ambushing skills. Han questions Nerissa Ear about what she was doing before coming here, wondering if she was an assassin or something. The conversation continues, the group discussing Nerissa's role. It's mentioned that if she were an actual assassin, she would require advanced summoning. It's also suggested she was something in between before being summoned here. The group determines that Nerissa will be in a mid-range position. Han elaborates, explaining that depending on the situation, they need to be able to fight short range or protect Jenna and Ialka. He adds that Nerissa can go for the back of the enemies. Velkist nods in understanding. He will be in charge of information collecting, and will do that whenever Han orders him to. The text states that people like her may agree verbally. Han continues, stating that if they don't fully accept their role, a conflict is bound to happen. It's mentioned that she might have learned a bad habit because of the first floor's environment. A voice wonders what they should do. Jenna, standing close to Han, tells someone to just run, with sandbags. Nerissa looks surprised, the sound of footsteps echoing nearby. Someone sighs heavily. Han speaks to a woman with long brown hair, assuming they're still short on members. The woman responds that Party 2 will always be short on members because Master is not doing paid gotchas right now. Han tells her to go down to the first floor if she can't find anyone. A text bubble appears. Daika decided to begin working as an instructor on the first floor, believing that if one looks closely, there will be someone useful. The figure is told to focus on the ones with the most determination, as that's the only option if there aren't any more summons. The free gotchas are still being carried out, so there are already more than 20 in the waiting list for the first floor. There has to be at least one talented person. The woman with black hair states that she thinks she'll have to follow the advice. A voice warns not to make it too obvious even if you find someone talented, as it might lead to discrimination from others. The figure standing over another asks if they mean bullying. The group discusses that there are a lot of people in this kind of environment who tend to bully guys that are doing well for themselves. A group of people walks away, their destination unknown. Character cards are displayed for Party 1 and Party 2. The man with the dark hair spoke, suggesting, "It would be good for us to know each other's strengths and weaknesses." He crossed his arms, a silent challenge hanging in the air. The man's expression hardened as he declared, "There are no rules. You may use real weapons." The blue-haired man, standing opposite him, questioned, "Are you sure you'll be fine on your own? Nerissa, you come too." Velkist tilted his head, a hint of concern in his voice. "I thought you wanted me to try my hardest. Are you sure it'll be okay? It'll be different from your usual training duels." Han's gaze intensified, his resolve unwavering. A sinister smile spread across Velka's face. If possible. Han's eyes narrowed, a surge of power coursing through him. All right. A crimson aura erupted around Han, a blade materializing in his grasp. He had entered berserk mode. According to Chloe, the first floor's heroes visited Velkist a few days prior. The group consisted of individuals excluded from Party 3 for losing the duel against Velkist. Yet, no one could lay a hand on him. The graveyard bore silent witness to Velkist's prowess, littered with the fallen. A faction of that group continues to target heroes they dislike, or those vying for the second floor. Velkist continued onward, unaware of the eyes following him. Of course, that did not cause a big problem. Surrounded, Velkist's eyes widened. Currently, there are no heroes that are a match for the second floor candidates. A crimson energy began to emanate from Velkist, his expression hardening. The red energy intensified, swirling around him. The crimson energy coalesced, transforming the figure before them. The sound of footsteps echoes through the hall, the figure's destination unknown. A blade whistles through the air, the force behind it palpable. A voice booms, declaring that there are people stronger than him. The figure, surrounded by crimson energy, is told that they seem to have gotten too full of themselves after fighting only weaklings on the first floor. The crimson energy swirls, a silent threat hanging in the air. Meanwhile, Velkist smirks, stating that the arrogant bastard's result was to be expected, just as he thought it would be. Velkist adjusts his sword, declaring that he is glad he joined this party and that he'll need Nerissa to be able to fight properly. Nerissa makes a noise. Nerissa asks if he's really going to use that. The sword gleams, its purpose about to be revealed. Nerissa is told that it shouldn't be easy, even for her, and that it's what she seems to want. The figure surrounded by crimson energy asks, who knows? Elsewhere, the grand structure stands tall, a silent witness to the events unfolding within. The polished surface of the table reflects the cold light filtering through the barred windows. Velkist stands over the fallen figure, his expression unreadable. Jenna raises a finger, her voice laced with disdain, maybe against Aaron or Usher. The character with black hair looks up at Jenna, his face obscured by shadow. What are you doing? Come up here. They're waiting. The character with black hair admits, I'm a bit scared. Velkist and the character with black hair stand together, facing an unseen threat. Don't worry, you're stronger, the character with black hair is told. The two figures stand on the tiled floor, ready to fight. The air crackles with anticipation. Velkist, his blue hair swaying slightly, retorts, aren't you looking down on us too much? The character with black hair, his expression hardening, thinks, I don't like that I have to work with this woman. She'll only hold me back. He declares, that's what I want to say. The character with black hair continues, I'll fight you as much as you want if you win against Jenna. Velkist, his gaze intense, warns, you stay back. The character with black hair hopes he'll keep that promise. Velkist stands ready, his sword glinting in the light. All right, he declares. He had barely finished his declaration when Jenna drew back her bow, knocking an arrow with practiced ease. The air crackled with anticipation. With a sharp exhale, the arrow was loosed, blurring through the air towards its target. Velkist, however, was ready. He deflected the projectile with a clang, sparks flying from the impact. Jenna's orange eyes narrowed, her focus absolute as she lined up another shot. A hail of arrows descended upon Velkist, each one a deadly threat. The arrows, fletched with crimson feathers, were drawn back, ready to be unleashed. Again, Velkist managed to bat away the incoming projectiles, the air ringing with the sounds of metal on metal. The red, targeting reticle burned in Jenna's vision, unwavering in its pursuit. More arrows flew, each carrying the weight of Jenna's intent. The air was thick with the sound of whistling arrows, a deadly symphony of destruction. This time, one found its mark. An arrow pierced Velkist's shoulder, a dark stain blooming on his clothes. Pain etched across his face, Velkist glared at Jenna, his eyes burning with a fierce determination despite the injury. Velkist, seen through the doorway, is told that she was stronger than him. The man with black hair admits to himself that he was just a frog in a well. Velkist's face contorts into a sinister smile. He repeats that he will fight with Nerissa, and that he must win against Jenna within 2 days. In the background, Jenna stands in a doorway. Elsewhere, arrows litter the floor, a testament to a recent battle. The man with black hair, standing on a rooftop, reflects on fighting against countless strong enemies during their missions. He is sure that he knows since he saw. A patterned floor stretches out, a stark contrast to the words that hang in the air. The woman in the white coat questions why someone would try to fight alone, stating that her turn is still left. The man with black hair declares that someone is really stubborn. The man with black hair stands with a sword strapped to his back, a silent observer. Meanwhile, a tall building stretches towards the sky, its windows reflecting the light. Distress is etched on the woman's face, arrows visible in the background. The woman stands impaled by arrows, yet she still grips her sword, defiant. The man with black hair states that neither of them held up for more than a minute. Velkist, his red eyes gleaming, proposes a united front. He asks if they should win against her together. The figure with black hair, his expression unreadable, replies that he doesn't like the idea, but he'll try. He adds that it won't be easy this time. Elsewhere, the archer takes aim, her red eyes burning with determination. Meanwhile, Han stands alone in the city, the sounds of the urban environment echoing around him. His gaze is distant, lost in thought. Suddenly, a barrage of arrows hurtles toward him, the air whistling with their deadly speed. The arrows close in, their tips glinting menacingly. With a swift motion, Han deflects the incoming projectiles, a shower of sparks erupting as steel meets steel. Elsewhere, the archer's crimson eyes narrow, her focus absolute. She draws back her bow, the arrow aimed with deadly precision. The arrow flies, aimed not at Han, but at Velkist. Standing atop a metal structure, the archer prepares for her next move. Pierced by a flurry of projectiles, Velkist reels, blood blooming across his armor. The force of the unseen attack threatens to overwhelm him. Han watches from a distance, his expression unreadable as he observes the unfolding assault. What could the reason be? Frustration etched on his face, Velkist spits out a curse. Damn it, he roars, the sting of failure burning hotter than the wounds themselves. They don't train like this there. Despite the pain, Velkist steels himself, his red eyes burning with renewed resolve. I'll try one more time, he vows, his voice a low growl. The woman with short black hair stands beside Velkist, her expression grim. You can't even endure for more than 10 seconds. You're useless, she says, her tone harsh but laced with concern. Han grips his sword, his gaze unwavering. Rich coming from you. You couldn't even swing your blade, even once, he retorts, a hint of amusement in his voice. Yeah, I'm sure your egos are hurt. Velkist's face contorts in a mask of fury, his teeth bared in a silent snarl. The humiliation stings more than any physical blow. Jenna stands ready, bow drawn, her eyes narrowed in concentration. Jenna grew up in the woods, the text explains. She's more used to wild beasts than tamed animals. Velkist lowers his head, his expression hardening. He knows he must adapt quickly. You need to learn fast when dealing with clever beasts, he thinks, his mind racing to find solution. Jenna's gaze is intense, her focus absolute. Even an aggressive beast, she thinks, her determination unwavering. A bloodied hand grips a weapon tightly, a testament to the brutal struggle. Is nothing more than prey when it comes to a trained hunter, the text declares, a chilling reminder of the stakes. Jenna stands defiant, a monstrous beast looming behind her, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. She is ready to face whatever comes next. A monstrous grin stretched across the beast's face, its red eyes burning with malice. It mused, its voice a guttural growl, that they should get used to hunting in groups. Han's eyes blazed with an ethereal blue light, his expression hardening with resolve. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple, a testament to the intensity of the moment. A sprawling cityscape stretches out, buildings gleaming in the distance. An arrow pierces through flesh, drawing a pained gasp. More arrows find their mark, pinning him against the wall. Agony contorts his face as the arrows dig deeper. Behind a fence, a voice cuts through the air. Don't be stupid. You will be automatically healed once you leave the fighting stage. The same voice calls out, if you're hurt, come out. The injured man struggles against his restraints, more arrows finding purchase. Below, a woman observes, those two look good next to each other, strangely enough. Han stands behind the fence, facing a woman in white. He is asked, what are you here for? Aren't you supposed to be training your telekinesis at this time? Han is threatened. I'm going to tell Chloe if you don't disappear within 10 seconds. 10-9. He replies, all right, I'm going. The blue-haired man tenses his bicep, his arm wrapped in bandages. One more time, he demands. Jenna stands beside him, watching. A voice interjects, stating that it's enough for the day and they can continue tomorrow. The blue-haired man simply replies, no, Seojin Han stands with his back to them, carrying 2 containers filled with arrows and a bow slung across his back. He states that there's a lot of time left. Jenna wipes sweat from her brow, looking exasperated. She reminds them that she didn't get to train because they went at it more than 10 times and that they should respect other people's time. The blue-haired man retorts that he'll look for different members if they can't win against Jenna before tomorrow. He asks if she's serious. Seojin Han turns his head slightly, his expression unreadable. He asks if it looks like he's joking. Seojin Han states that he'll allow for just one duel tomorrow, and that it's over if they lose. Jenna stands beside him, looking concerned. The blue-haired man stares intensely, telling someone not to disappoint him. Jenna asks if Seojin Han is serious about kicking those 2 out. Seojin Han replies that it's quite a lot, and that it's the last time. Jenna stood, her back to the world, the weight of her quiver a familiar comfort as she gazed out at the sprawling cityscape below. Han spoke, his words laced with a harsh assessment. They're useless if they can't work together, even if they're talented. He continued, noting that there wasn't anyone they could bring into their party other than those two. He wondered aloud if he was going to bring Aaron back. The answer was a simple, stark no. They knew what they had to do, but they simply could not trust each other. Or perhaps they believe in themselves too much. But if they can change that, elsewhere, a masked figure, muscles bulging, gripped a massive blade, vowing to kill her. The next day, the sprawling complex stood silent, awaiting the day's events. Two figures wondered where the others had gone, speculating if they had run off. Another voice chimed in, stating they were on the first floor. Han stated that they asked him for some time. Han thought to himself that today's training would have to be more intense since the two of them were gone. Jinna's expression was one of concern. Two figures walked away, their destination unknown. Han's gaze narrowed, his expression unreadable as he posed a question. Are you prepared? Submerged in the glowing blue liquid, Aaron looked up, exhaustion etched on his face. He managed a reply, his voice strained. As much as we could. Standing beside him, the woman in black offered a curt affirmation, her eyes fixed forward. Yes. The disembodied voice echoed, laying down the terms. The rules remained unchanged, and real weapons were authorized. The voice continued, clarifying the parameters. No other restrictions applied, save for one. The woman in black stood poised, bow in hand, ready to face whatever lay beyond the gate. Han watched, his expression unreadable. The archer's focus remained absolute, her stance unwavering as she prepared for the coming fight. Han's gaze followed her every move. A thought crossed someone's mind, a reluctant acceptance of the situation. It didn't suit them, but they had no choice. The archer drew back the string, her red hair swaying slightly as she focused on her target. Her golden eyes narrowed, locking onto the target. In the background, Aaron and Han stood ready, awaiting her signal. The arrow was fully drawn, the tension palpable as the archer prepared to unleash her shot. With a shout, the woman released the arrow, a streak of light cutting through the air. Well, here I come. Why are they just standing there? Sword in hand, he lunges forward, a blur of motion against the stark backdrop. The blade sings as it meets the first volley, sparks erupting in a shower of light. Each strike is met with another, the sort of whirlwind of defense. Velkist, watching intently, mutters, I can see. The sword continues its dance, deflecting the onslaught with practiced ease. The barrage intensifies, but the swordsman remains unyielding, a beacon of defiance against the storm. The sword flashes again and again, each parry precise, each block unwavering. A purple-haired man watches with a knowing gaze. The swordsman continues to hold the line, a testament to skill and determination. The onslaught shows no sign of stopping. The archer, perched high, finds the swordsman's efforts unimpressive. Not enough, she declares, her crimson eyes gleaming with dark intent. With blinding speed, he deflects the incoming projectiles, the clang of steel echoing through the air as his blade dances between the fiery trails. One of the projectiles detonates against the sword, showering the area with sparks and shrapnel. Unfazed, the swordsman continues his relentless defense, each strike precise and unwavering. Another explosion erupts, this one dangerously close, the heat searing the air around him. He presses forward, a blur of motion as he weaves through the barrage, closing the distance between himself and the archer. The sword connects with another projectile, sending it careening away with a resounding crack. Still he advances, undeterred by the relentless assault, his eyes fixed on his target. At point-blank range, he deflects another blast, the force of the impact reverberating through his arm. The archer remains in his sights, a storm of deflected projectiles surrounding them both. With a final surge of power, the swordsman prepares to strike, his blade glowing with an ethereal light. The archer braces for the incoming attack, her expression hardening with grim determination. The force of an unseen blow sent the archer hurtling backward, the glass of the window exploding outward in a shower of glittering shards. She crashed down onto the hard floor, the impact jarring her bones. A dark presence loomed nearby, its form obscured by shadow and rage. Her eyes widened, pupils dilating as a primal bloodthirst consumed her. Han's voice, raw with fury, echoed through the room. I'll kill you. Her fingers tightened around the hilt of a hidden blade, knuckles white with anticipation. Again, she was sent tumbling through the air, a ragdoll caught in a whirlwind of violence. The archer landed hard, skidding across the polished floor, the taste of blood filling her mouth. Her gaze burned with a furious intensity, each breath a ragged snarl. Her grip tightened, the leather of her gloves creaking under the strain. She rose to her feet, a predator cornered, ready to unleash hell. Meanwhile, a voice cold and devoid of emotion cut through the tension. It's over. Tears welling in her eyes, Jinna admits, I lost. Velkist, a smirk playing on his lips, retorts, that was easy. The black-haired man, arms crossed, remarks, yeah, you struggled with something this easy for an entire day. The narration explains that Narissa was able to hide her presence a bit more because of Velkist's purposeful bloodthirst. The black-haired man is seen running. The black-haired man stands with Jenna and Velkist. The text explains that when one person's presence becomes overwhelming, the other one gets forgotten about. The text continues, there's no way they don't know that if they watched our missions. Any way you passed, you shouldn't forget what you learned from this. Velkist asks, can we win against you if we fight like this? A voice asks, do you want to try? The response is, of course, the two lost. The scene shifts to a building exterior. A character declares, I activated my berserk mode and beat them up whenever I saw an opening. The character continues, I put them on the brink of death many times. The text explains, there's still time until the real climb. Anying has not been putting us on missions. I think they are giving us time to adjust. He stands with his companions, the air thick with anticipation. Jenna, Velkist, Narissa, and the purple-haired man are all present, their faces etched with a mixture of determination and apprehension. The rough-hewn walls of the cave press in around them, the silence broken only by the drip of unseen water. The ornate doors stand open, revealing a glimpse into the mansion's interior. Deep within the halls, a lone figure kneels on the polished floor. The maid remains kneeling, her posture suggesting a deep sorrow or distress. A soft sniffle escapes her as she leans closer to the ground, her face contorted in what appears to be grief. The sound of her sniffling grows louder as she continues to investigate the floor. Seojin Han, Jenna, and the woman with the black hair observe the scene from a distance. The woman with the black hair notes that the maid isn't reacting to their presence. A disembodied voice comments on the strangeness of her condition. The maid remains fixated on the floor, oblivious to the approach of Seojin Han and Jenna. A voice suggests that the woman should be killed, but another voice counters, offering to do it if Han doesn't want to kill a woman. The woman with the black hair tells them to leave her be, stating that the best course of action when something is suspicious is to not interact with it. The maid's frail appearance caught Jenna's attention. She wondered aloud if the woman was suffering from serious illness. Jenna then turned to Han, inquiring if he wanted to help her. With a determined stride, Jenna urged Han to keep moving forward, her focus set on their destination. The maid remained in the background, her presence a silent question mark. Han's expression remained unreadable as he followed Jenna, the strange maid still lingering in their thoughts. The silence hung heavy between them, the unspoken question of the maid's fate filling the air. The hallway stretched before them, an ornate and seemingly endless path into the unknown. Jenna's patience began to wear thin, the repetitive scenery and lack of progress fueling her boredom. Frustrated, Jenna tried the handle of a nearby door, muttering that there had to be a path somewhere. A man with blue hair clicked his tongue in annoyance, his expression suggesting he was tired of the complaints. The group had already passed through 3 identical halls, each one as indistinguishable as the last. Despite the labyrinthine appearance, the path was mostly a straight line, offering little challenge or variation. Han's thoughts drifted back to the moment the change occurred, when they attempted to move onto the 4th hallway. The blue-haired man, his patience wearing thin, told the others not to complain so much, assuming they would find something in the next hallway. 7 armored figures stood between them and their goal. They were armed with swords, spears, and crossbows, a formidable force. The man with black hair's gaze hardened. They would ambush them as soon as they got inside. The plan was set. Jenna and Narissa would take the bowmen, while the rest of them would handle the swordsmen and the spearmen. Meanwhile, inside the grand hall, the armored guard stood watch, their presence a silent warning. He peered through the crack in the door, his eyes scanning the hall, assessing the enemy's positions. Knife in hand, he crouched low, counting down the seconds to the ambush. 3, 2, 1. The fist blurred forward, a strike launched with deadly intent. Closing the distance, the punch hurtled towards its target. The impact reverberated through the hall, a thunderous crack announcing the blow's connection. The armored guard recoiled, his helmeted head snapping back from the force. His vision swam, the attacker's reflection a fleeting image in his dazed eye. He moved with lethal grace, a blur of black against the cold stone. The sword sang as it sliced through the air, a whisper of death preceding the crimson spray. A guard, clad in silver armor, finally noticed the carnage. "Who goes there?" he bellowed, his voice echoing in the grand hall. Already too late. The sword descended again, a swift, merciless stroke. The guard's challenge was cut short, silenced by the bite of steel. Each movement was precise, economical. The blade danced, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Another guard fell, the sound of his armor clattering against the stone floor a grim counterpoint to the dance of death. The ambush was swift, brutal. The guards, caught completely off guard, had no chance. The grand hall was now a scene of carnage. Bodies lay strewn across the floor, a testament to the efficiency of the attack. Jenna, the unknown woman, and the purple-haired man stood among the fallen. An arrow protruded from one guard's back, a silent reminder of the archer's deadly aim. Han's eyes, cold and focused, betrayed no emotion. The task was not yet complete. The team regrouped, their faces grim. The path forward lay through the grand staircase. The staircase, ornate and imposing, led upwards into the unknown. A voice echoed, relaying the layout. Stairway leading up in front. Doors behind us. He pauses, his gaze fixed on something ahead, a subtle shift in his stance betraying a change in plans. Then, a decisive movement, a silent signal passing between them. The air crackles with unseen energy, a palpable tension building as the team prepares for a new course of action. The woman in the armored jacket states the obvious: their path to the second floor is currently blocked. She orders Jenna to prepare first circle fire magic towards the doors. Seojin Han's brow furrows, a silent question forming on his lips as he glances towards Jenna, awaiting her response. The massive doors stand as an imposing barrier, their intricate carvings hinting at the power that lies beyond. Meanwhile, a legion of human soldiers, clad in silver armor, advances with unwavering determination, their levels indicating a formidable force. Jenna's voice rings out, a command laced with arcane power. As she ignites the spell, the air shimmering with heat. The first circle fire magic surges forth, a torrent of searing flames aimed directly at the imposing doors. The doors are engulfed in a roaring inferno, the sound of crackling wood and intense heat filling the chamber. Amidst the chaos, a voice cries out, calling the names Velkist and Narissa, the urgency clear in its tone. The fire rages, illuminating the faces of the team as they brace for whatever lies beyond the burning doors. The inferno rages, consuming another soldier in a vortex of fire. The air crackles with heat, the stench of burning flesh filling the nostrils. Steel sings as it cleaves through armor and flesh. The clash of metal, a brutal symphony of war. Each strike is a desperate dance, a struggle for survival in this fiery hellscape. Another soldier falls, the crimson spray painting the already scorched ground. The battle is a whirlwind of death, a relentless storm of steel and fire. The downward strike finds its mark, the soldier's scream cut short as the blade finds purchase. The ground trembles with the force of the blow, the air thick with the scent of blood and smoke. Jenna unleashes her first circle fire magic, the incantation a whisper in the chaos. The air shimmers with heat as she channels the elemental force. A soldier's scream pierces the din as Jenna's flames engulf him, the inferno a testament to her growing power. The heat intensifies, the very air seeming to writhe in agony. Han explodes into motion, his blade a silver streak against the fiery backdrop. He moves with a speed that defies the eye, a whirlwind of lethal intent. The sword cuts through the air, leaving a trail of blue energy in its wake. The wind howls as it follows the blade's path, a testament to the force behind the swing. With a final, decisive swing, Han brings his sword down, the blue energy amplifying the blow. The air crackles with power, the scent of ozone sharp in the air. The soldier lies broken and defeated, the flames licking at his armor. His eyes are wide with terror, his body a mangled wreck. Han stands over the fallen foe, his sword dripping with blood. It's over. Recuperate, he states, his voice devoid of emotion. The scene is a tableau of victory and destruction, Han's figure silhouetted against the raging flames. The battle is far from over, but for this soldier, it is truly the end. He listens as the woman in red asks how he knew there would be more enemies. She stands tall, her crimson dress flowing around her. The man, his expression unreadable, simply replies with a terse, "What?" The barrier to the second floor, a complex array of gears and mechanisms, grinds open, the text bubble explaining that it opened despite having killed the enemies. Text appears, stating that the ones they killed were not all there were, and that the barrier to the second floor is now open. A grand staircase, partially engulfed in flames, leads upward. A text bubble declares that they'll clear this mission once they get up there. The man with black hair states that they should prepare more before going to the 17th floor. Jenna agrees, saying this one was a boring one. A blue-haired man asks if it's his hobby to destroy things, and admits he was being honest. A foot clad in a dark shoe steps forward, the sound effect tack echoing. The same foot continues its stride, now bathed in a soft, blue light. A stage clear, notification appears, indicating that Velkist and Narissa leveled up, and they received a reward of 50,000 G. A character card is displayed, revealing the name Ialka Rivelstrasher. A wide shot reveals a new area, a town surrounded by high walls, the sound of wind whistling through the air. Seojin Han and Jenna stand in the new area. Jenna wonders if the 17th floor will be like this too. Han replies, perhaps. Jenna says she doesn't like that. She likes to get things over with quickly, and that even Master left while they were wandering. Jenna states that it's pretty late, and she's going to go take a bath. Han replies that that's it for today, and good work. He stood with his back to the viewer, listening to the conversation. The air hung heavy with unspoken questions. The woman in the white and black outfit questioned why he was still there, if he had something to say. She revealed that there was something she needed to tell him about the place they had just been. Han listened intently, his expression unreadable. Later, the imposing structure loomed in the distance, its windows like vacant eyes staring into the night. Seo Jin-han poured tea for the woman, the clinking of porcelain a delicate counterpoint to the gravity of their conversation. The tea flowed, a silent offering of comfort, or perhaps a prelude to something more. The woman held the cup, her gaze fixed on its contents. She asked what it was that he wanted. Han took a sip of the tea, the warmth spreading through him as he considered her question. The woman spoke of the mansion they were at. Han stated that he knew the place. The woman revealed that she didn't just recognize it. She used to work there, actually. The man with black hair recalls. The mansion we were at. He states, I know the place. The woman with black hair responds, I don't just recognize it. I used to work there, actually. Seo Jin-han sips from his cup, the steam rising to meet his face. And why are you telling me this? Narissa replies, because I think it will improve our chances of survival. A golden statue of a tiger sits in the background. Narissa continues, that place is called the Golden Mansion. It's where the Haljin family lives. She adds, they're one of the 4 renowned families of Tonia. Seo Jin-han, with a smirk, says, is that so? I don't recognize it since I used to be just a farmer. I don't think anyone believes that lie. According to Narissa, the Tonia continent is being dominated by a nation called Empire. Within this empire, 4 families wield power comparable to that of the royal family itself. The families are Asinis, Lantia, Haljin, and Schuttenberg, each known for their unique strengths. Even the emperor, Narissa explains, cannot control the patriarchs of these 4 families. So, the mansion they were in, that's what she thinks, but Narissa cannot guarantee it. The entrance and exterior looked the same, but the interior was completely different. She's not sure why it has changed. Narissa doesn't know what the point of their missions there is, but she thinks it is somehow connected to the changes in the mansion. Han is certain of that after having seen the replay of their mission. Han asks if the Golden Mansion had 5 floors. Narissa reveals that the blood of monsters were mixed into the bloodline of these 4 families. Not just any monsters, she adds, but there were rumors that it was dragon blood. Han takes a drink from his cup, absorbing the information. The 24th floor. The diagram shows the floors, with the 24th floor marking the transition from beginner to middle class. That is the divide between beginners and middle-class players of pick-me-up. Those who have passed the 24th floor are treated as proper masters. The reason for all of this, it is explained, is that the 24th floor stage type is fixed. The graphic details that the monster on that floor is unique, possessing its own characteristics, unlike easier monsters such as ogres. They are on a different level than other mid- or large-sized monsters. Seo Jin-han sips from his cup, thinking aloud that the first barrier to pick him up was the 5th floor, where a third of masters fail. It's revealed that less than half the players make it to the 24th floor. Someone recalls that he saved the princess on the 15th floor. Seo Jin-han sits across from the woman, pondering why the Golden Mansion would appear on the 24th floor. She states that she doesn't have any desire to stay out of the mission. The woman leans back, her expression hardening as she thinks that they're all a bunch of cunts that deserve worse than death. Seo Jin-han stands, saying that's all he can tell them and hopes that helped. Seo Jin-han sighs, a visible few escaping his lips. Someone declares that they're done talking, questioning how long they're going to listen in on them. A figure asks, with a hint of accusation, if they knew. The archer grins, a sinister light in her eyes. The woman with fairy wings watches as Seo Jin-han sips his drink. He wonders what she wants, but she hesitates. She admits that while she appreciates his tower climbing, she feels a bit anxious. The man with black hair listens intently. She states that this is just the beginning. The woman's words hang in the air, especially the phrase the 24th floor. Seo Jin-han asks if she got anything for Narissa. The puzzle is coming together with all the information she has collected. A group wants the main NPC of the 15th floor dead, and they are connected to the Haljin family. Since most of the donations the group is taking is from the Haljins, the speaker admits they don't know what this group really is. The woman asks if he thinks the 24th and 15th floors are linked to each other somehow. Seo Jin-han replies, perhaps. There are 2 things she took from the conversation with Narissa. The Golden Mansion has 5 floors. That fits perfectly with the number of floors between the 15th and 24th floor. He listened intently as the winged figure spoke of the family residing in the Golden Mansion, a family said to have the blood of dragons running through them. Jenna's words hung in the air, prompting a sharp intake of breath. Elsewhere, a monstrous dragon, scales as black as night, stood silhouetted against a crimson sky. Its eyes glowed with an eerie purple light. Seo Jin-han's expression hardened, his gaze fixed on some unseen point in the distance. The weight of the information settled upon him. The winged figure, miniaturized and seemingly agitated, flailed as Seo Jin-han considered the situation. They were strong, he mused, and seemingly without any special weaknesses. The only good thing, he thought, was that they weren't pure dragons. Even if they're mixed, they're still dragons. Seo Jin-han steeled himself, his jaw set with determination. All they could do, he resolved, was prepare as much as they could. Jenna watched him, her expression mirroring his resolve. A figure, clad in dark attire, moved with purpose, their hand reaching out towards an unseen objective. Turning his back to the viewer, Seojin Han declared that they were the ones carrying out the mission. Jinna, standing nearby, affirmed that she just needed to help when they required it. The winged figure's expression was a mixture of worry and determination, her small hands clenched into fists. A voice filled with resolve conceded, "All right." The camera panned out to reveal a sprawling fortress, its walls and buildings bathed in the soft light of the setting sun. A shimmering portal, crackling with energy, stood ready, a gateway to an unknown destination. They stood together, a party of adventurers ready to face the unknown. A sense of anticipation hung in the air as they gazed upwards, prepared to ascend to the next challenge. The stark announcement appeared before them. The main dungeon's current challenge floor was the 17th. A new level of trials awaited. From a distance, the towering structure loomed, its scale dwarfing the group. The 17th floor promised a labyrinth of challenges. The architecture was imposing, a testament to the dungeon's ancient and formidable design. Each detail hinted at the dangers within. Elaborate stonework and intricate designs adorned the walls, a silent reminder of the countless adventurers who had come before. A dark corridor stretched ahead, promising both mystery and peril. The air grew heavy with anticipation. The blue-haired man spoke, his voice laced with concern. 5 different entrances. He paused, considering the implications. Be prepared. If this is also a maze, we don't know how many days it might take. Jinna, ever pragmatic, questioned, "We're not going to starve to death in there, are we?" Han, his expression serious, reassured her, "Don't be too scared. There won't be any problems if we just stick to a few rules." Han internalized, his brow furrowed in thought. The problem is that this account's difficulty level is high. A close-up revealed the tension in Han's jaw, a subtle indication of the weight he carried as the leader of the group. Han scribbled notes in his journal, while Jinna stood guard, her gaze alert. They prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead, their resolve unwavering. Meanwhile, the blue-haired man and the red-haired woman stood in a room filled with arrows, a silent testament to the dangers that awaited them on the 17th floor. Another floor cleared. The screen flashes, displaying the rewards. The team gathers around a small fire, the dungeon's cold stone offering little comfort. The group stands together, ready to face whatever lies ahead. A gloved hand traces a path on a detailed map, planning their next move. The stage clear, screen reappears, highlighting Jinna's performance as MVP. Floor after floor, the team's progress is marked with a clear indication of their success. Jinna stands ready, her expression focused and determined. A narrow corridor stretches ahead, the path fraught with unseen dangers. Once again, the stage clear screen celebrates Jinna's contribution. An imposing archway, adorned with intricate carvings, marks the entrance to the next level. Jinna remarks that getting to the 19th floor was pretty easy. The woman with black hair, however, admits she was scared, thinking they were going to starve. It's mentioned that there were a few dangerous areas, where the same path kept repeating. They got through them thanks to him. The dungeon air hung thick with the scent of ozone and stone as Han turned away, his footsteps echoing slightly in the vast chamber. A system message flared before Jinna's eyes. "You have chosen check room LV1. Are you sure?" Her brow furrowed in confusion. "What's master building?" she wondered aloud. The sounds of their recent battles still rang in the air. "It's been pretty loud," Jinna observed before explaining. "A check room. It's where you can leave your stuff." Han tilted his head, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. "Check room," he repeated before asking, "Isn't that what the storage is for?" The building shimmered with an ethereal blue glow, its architecture both familiar and alien. "It's a bit different indeed." Han's gaze narrowed, a hint of curiosity in his expression. Jinna's eyes widened slightly, a question forming on her lips. "Grave?" The building pulsed with light as a notification appeared. "The check room has been completed. You can look back on the heroes who have returned to the arms of the goddess." The man with black hair stated that the master finally had Party 2 climb above the 16th floor. The man with purple hair announced that Party 3 will try the 16th floor soon too. The woman with black hair said that she was sure they were all aware that they would be attempting the 24th floor soon, right? She then told Jinna that she needed to train her strongbow from now on. Jinna stated to ask the others for useful weapons and to focus on learning the strongbow skill. Jinna was told to increase the force of her flame magic up to 4th circle if she could. She responded that 4th circle wasn't going to be easy. The woman with black hair said to be easy. She then stated that she would go to the weekday dungeons and prepare lethal poisons this time instead of paralysis. The man with purple hair stated that he'd like to do combat training with Jinna with real weapons. The man with black hair stood on the steps, looking down at the purple hair man. He wondered, starting the morning, what does the time of day matter? An unseen observer mused that he was an interesting guy, never giving up despite the countless losses. The man with black hair had a different mindset from Aaron. Jinna, her expression determined, declared that she wanted to do combat training too. The man with black hair was asked why he always left others out, and that they could fight too. Someone stated that they were told that they didn't. Jinna changed her mind, stating she didn't want to go inside that weird check room. The imposing entrance to the building loomed. The stairs led up to the ominous doors. The doors were adorned with carvings of mournful figures. Jinna asked, her voice laced with concern, about our grave. The man with black hair and Jinna stood outside the building. It seemed like Master was preparing for the 24th floor too. How was building a grave preparing for the 24th floor? That's so ominous. And why was it called the check room? The structure loomed, an archway leading into an abyss. It was, as the voice declared, like a charnel house, a place where retrieving the dead was simply not an option. The purpose of such a place, another voice mused, was merely to store the things they used before dying. A different perspective emerged, one that favored a new training center over such morbid facilities, a place to mourn the dead. Jinna, ever optimistic, believed it was all right that Master was simply thinking of them. Another voice, laced with dread, countered that it was ominous, like someone was destined to die on the 24th floor. The red-haired woman scoffed, assuring Han that they wouldn't face any problems, just like on the 15th floor. But the other voice erupted, reminding her that they almost died on the 15th floor. Han, standing beside the purple-haired man, stated with conviction that none of them would end up in such a place. The man with black hair mused that she was quite the strong young lady, explaining that her mindset was the reason he kept her around. He then mentioned that the 24th floor was next. The man with black hair, his expression unreadable, assumed it would be a difficult mission. The man with black hair inquired if the other was scared. The response was a firm denial, stating that if he were, he would have chosen a support job instead of joining a party. A close-up of an eye, filled with determination. It wasn't too late. The figure stood silently, their back to the viewer, a sense of unspoken thoughts hanging in the air. The man with black hair smiled faintly, a sense of resolution washing over him. A surge of raw power, manifested as swirling flames, crackled with untamed energy. Orange energy crackles around Velkist, a surge of power coursing through him. Elsewhere, Han leaps into the air, twin blades gleaming as he channels his energy. The swordsman deflects a hail of projectiles, each strike precise and powerful. Velkist grits his teeth, the determination etched on his face as he pushes his skill to its limit. Jinna draws back her bow, the string humming with potential energy. A volley of arrows streaks towards their target, each one imbued with newfound power. The archer's grip tightens, the release imminent. The ground erupts in a cataclysmic explosion, a testament to the team's growing strength. Meanwhile, the preparations for the 24th floor proceeded without a hitch. Jinna stands beside Han, the air thick with anticipation as they prepare for the challenges ahead. The weight of the upcoming battles settles upon them, a silent promise etched in their determined gazes. Han's stats flash before him, a testament to his growing power. His class remains novice, but his strength, intelligence, HP, and agility have all increased, a tangible representation of his hard work. The second floor bustles with activity, a hive of preparation and industry. The support jobs have become increasingly important as the team edges closer to the 24th floor. The second floor is home to useful people, including pharmacists who can create healing potions. Their skills are invaluable as the team faces increasingly dangerous challenges. Jinna pores over a complex diagram, her brow furrowed in concentration. The air hums with the quiet intensity of her focus as she works to improve her skills. Daika, who had become an instructor, returned to the second floor. He expresses his gratitude to Han for recommending him as an instructor. With the 24th floor so close, the support jobs have become very important. More resources are being poured into the blacksmiths, their forges blazing with renewed purpose. There are more trainees for these jobs now, a sign of the growing demand for skilled support personnel. The clang of hammers rings through the air as they hone their craft. The blacksmith improved from the increased requests for weapons, and he can already make equipment above D+ rank. The anvil rings with each strike, shaping metal into instruments of power. Party 3 began properly climbing the tower because there was a possibility that they might be needed to clear the 24th floor. The armored figures stand ready, their resolve unwavering. It looked like after this raid, they would join the second floor as an official party instead of being just a group of potential raiders. The promise of greater rewards and recognition beckons. The building interior glows with a soft light, a haven of rest and preparation. The air smells of wood and metal, a testament to the industry within. Inside a dimly lit room, crates and barrels are stacked high, hinting at the preparations underway. The exterior of a multi-story building glows with warm light from within, a beacon against the night. Seojin Han sits hunched over a book, brow furrowed in concentration. The text declares the 24th floor is difficult, and he must know if they read his manual. The open book reveals a hand-drawn map of the floor, annotated with warnings. The text states that everyone in the party died 3 times when he was master, but they cannot fail even once here. The words in the 24th floor are visible on the page, a stark reminder of the challenge ahead. The text continues, mentioning future missions as well. Below, a glimpse of a mystical, glowing area hints at the dangers that await. Elsewhere, a glowing, ethereal gateway shimmers with an otherworldly light. Malmont Carl, his back to the viewer, advises someone to take care of things they wanted to do before they go, whether they write a will or something. Jenna's expression hardens as she declares that if anyone writes a will, she will personally rip it to pieces once they die. The focus shifts to Ialka Rivel Strasher, who is actually writing one. Someone asks what she is writing, the sound of scratching filling the air. Malmont Carl, shrouded in a dark scarf, retorts that it's none of their business. She declared, a determined glint in her eyes, that they were going to survive. Jenna's confidence, however, didn't seem to reassure everyone. A voice questioned if she had ever lied before. The man with the sword stood beside her, responding dryly that it had happened many times, actually. A warning flashed, indicating that the mission required 3 parties and that summons should be used to fill any gaps. Carl wondered aloud if this was going to be a boss raid. The swordsman admitted he wasn't sure, but it sounded like they would only have one enemy to fight. A system message appeared, advising them to choose when each party would attack, as their choice would have a significant impact. Ialka Rivel Strasher, steeling herself, declared that she would do her best. Jenna remarked that this was an all-out war, and the swordsman added that this mission allowed multiple parties, after all. A sacrifice was being sent to obtain information on the 24th floor. The swordsman prepared to go in alone, stating he would see what it was like, and then they would go in. Another character questioned what someone was doing and urged them to get in there, revealing that this had been happening since the 16th fourth floor. Before them, a glowing, ethereal doorway shimmered, beckoning them forward. A confirmation screen appeared, asking them to confirm their choice of Party 1 as the first party. He stood ready, the weight of the mission settling upon his shoulders. The air crackled with anticipation as the team prepared to face the challenges of the 24th floor. The reinforced plates of his armor gleamed faintly, a silent promise of protection against the unknown dangers ahead. It was their turn to face the tower's trials. Malmont Carl, ever the pragmatist, exchanged words with a small fairy, his tone laced with a familiar blend of skepticism and concern. "You really are kissing ass," he muttered, before questioning what had been done to the fairy. Ialka Rivel Strasher offered a reassuring smile. "You go ahead," she encouraged. "We'll catch up." A faint smile played on Han's lips, a mixture of determination and resolve etched upon his face. The entrance to the main dungeon loomed before them, a gateway to the 24th floor and the challenges that awaited. The mission was clear: climb the tower and save the world. The inscription above the archway echoed the weight of their task, a constant reminder of the stakes. The current stage, -20. A surge of energy pulsed from the entrance, bathing the area in an ethereal glow. The air thrummed with power, a tangible sign of the magic that permeated this place. A system message appeared, confirming that the mission was being recorded and the data saved. The current challenge floor, main dungeon. With a resolute step, Han ventured into the unknown, his silhouette framed against the radiant light of the doorway. It was the 24th floor. Jenna and the archer prepared to follow, their expressions a mixture of determination and apprehension. The weight of the task ahead was palpable. Malmont Carl, ever vigilant, brought up the rear, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. The team moved as one, ready to face whatever awaited them within the depths of the 24th floor. Towering, ornate doors stand as the gateway to the unknown. Seojin Han, ever the pragmatist, reminds the group to stick to the plan. The mission will begin as soon as they enter. Bathed in an ominous red glow, the group stands before the threshold, ready to face whatever lies beyond. With a shared breath, they step forward, the unknown beckoning. The wind howls through the desolate landscape, a chilling prelude to the battles ahead. Jenna, ever vigilant, notes their arrival in yet another strange location, her hand already gripping her weapon. The air crackles with arcane energy, a palpable sign of the dangers to come. La Grande Cetus echoes in the wind. A ball of fire dances in Jenna's palm, ready to unleash its fury. A manic laugh escapes her lips, a chilling promise of the destruction to follow. Crimson hair billows, a prelude to the inferno about to be unleashed. Rage incarnate. The man's eyes glow with malevolent energy as he bellows, a command to set everything ablaze. All because of you guys. Fire. Jenna draws back her bow, a stream of fire erupting from the tip of her arrow. The command echoes, set ablaze. The fire intensifies, consuming everything in its path. A cataclysm of heat and light. The inferno spreads, a wave of destruction washing over the battlefield. The fiery assault crashes down, the ground scorched and scarred by the intense heat. A dark figure materializes, a glowing orb of energy crackling in their hand, ready to unleash another wave of fire. The world erupts in flames once more, the air thick with smoke and the smell of burning earth. The inferno rages on, an unstoppable force of destruction consuming everything in its path. Seojin Han barks orders amidst the chaos, his voice cutting through the roar of the flames. Keep firing. The rest of us will flank him. The fiery explosion continues, a testament to the raw power being unleashed. Flames engulf the area, the heat intense enough to distort the very air. A figure stood amidst the inferno, sword drawn, ready for battle. Another figure descended from above, their long hair flowing as they brandished a blade, prepared to strike. A blinding light erupted, searing the eyes and signaling a surge of power. A warning flashed. Danger! The air crackled with anticipation of a deadly encounter. A monstrous form materialized from the flames, a dragon-like creature with razor-sharp claws and a menacing roar. The beast was identified, a half-black dragon, Halgiraffe, level 42. A system message appeared. Master, a unique monster has appeared. Sometimes a monster will appear that is the only one of its kind in the world. Please keep this in mind. A voice cut through the chaos, declaring, there is no time to be surprised. With a burst of speed, a figure launched a downward kick, the force of which promised a devastating impact. Jenna was enveloped in swirling orange energy, gathering power for her next move. Channeling the energy, she unleashed a focused attack, a beam of pure force aimed at the half-black dragon. The attack connected, a blinding flash of light engulfing the battlefield. A searing beam of energy erupted from the half-black dragon's maw, the air crackling with intense heat. The blast slammed into a shimmering, hexagonal barrier, the impact sending tremors through the magical shield. The half-black dragon's crimson eyes narrowed, its gaze unwavering as it maintained the energy flow. A stark warning flashed. Physical attacks were useless against this formidable foe. Jenna's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her features as she realized her initial assault had failed. With a surge of magical power, Jenna channeled her energy, preparing to unleash a fiery counterattack. Set ablaze, she declared. A cataclysm of fire erupted, the air shimmering with heat and the scent of ozone. The explosion consumed everything in its path, a maelstrom of destruction unleashed upon the half-black dragon. Yet, even after enduring the 2-second realm flame magic, the half-black dragon remained unscathed, another message flashing. This monster was also resistant to magical attacks. Jenna stood her ground, the heat of the lingering flames dancing around her, her expression unreadable. The half-black dragon's eye, a molten pool of crimson, narrowed, its gaze fixed intently on Jenna. The red-haired woman braced herself, the air thick with anticipation as the dragon's next move remained a mystery. The half-black dragon lunges, its jaws wide, ready to crush its prey. A message flashes. This monster is resistant to physical attacks. Han counters with a blast of red energy from his hand, but the dragon remains unfazed. The message repeats. This monster is resistant to physical attacks. The dragon's red eyes narrow, locking onto Han. Han's own eyes burn with determination. Seojin Han slashes with a blade, sparks flying as it glances harmlessly off the dragon's hide. Again, the message. This monster is resistant to physical attacks. He follows up with a kick infused with blue energy, but the dragon remains unmoved. The frustrating truth echoes. This monster is resistant to physical attacks. The dragon's head looms, a silent threat. Han roars, get away from it. The half-black dragon unleashes a swirling vortex of dark energy. The vortex hurtles forward, a dark storm of scales and shadows. The dragon is at the center of the vortex. The vortex closes in, a blur of motion and impending doom. The vortex slams into Han, sending him flying. A system message flashes. Narissa is inflicted with bleeding, her HP steadily draining away. Han grits his teeth, a frustrated sound escaping him. He grips his sword tighter, blood dripping from the blade. It's okay, he mutters, trying to reassure himself. That was nothing. Jenna, undeterred, focuses her energy, preparing another attack. I'll aim for its eye this time, she declares. Another system message appears. This monster is resistant to physical attacks. Jenna's eyes widen in disbelief. What is that? I don't think it's doing anything to it. Malmont Carl watches with a grim expression. Neither swords nor arrows will damage it. Malmont continues, his voice laced with concern. It doesn't look like magic will work either. Its scales are too tough. Han replies, it's not tough. It just doesn't get through. The half-black dragon looms, its massive form radiating power. Jenna's face is a mask of desperation. What? Then how are we supposed to kill it? The dragon lunges forward, claws extended. We'll talk later. It's coming. Suddenly, Han turns his attention elsewhere, blade raised. Velkis Narissa. The half-black dragon unleashes a torrent of fire, bathing the battlefield in an inferno. A figure lies prone amidst the flames, seemingly overwhelmed by the dragon's assault. The air crackles with heat, and the stench of burning flesh fills the nostrils. The dragon's fiery breath intensifies, engulfing everything in its path. Explosions erupt as the flames spread, painting the scene in shades of orange and red. The ground trembles under the force of the dragon's power. Jenna, undeterred by the dragon's flames, raises her hands, channeling her magic. Runes glow around her as she attempts to counter the dragon's attack, but a grim realization dawns. This monster is resistant to physical attacks. Her eyes burning with determination, Jenna focuses her energy, the magical aura around her intensifying. The air thrums with power as she pushes her abilities to their limit, hoping to find a weakness in the dragon's defenses. The half-black dragon gathers another massive fireball in its maw, the heat radiating outwards in palpable waves. The air shimmers and distorts as the dragon prepares to unleash its devastating attack once more. A deafening roar tears through the air as the dragon unleashes its fiery wrath. The sound reverberates through the battlefield, shaking the very foundations of the earth. The smell of sulfur hangs heavy in the air. The team's hopes dwindle as a stark message flashes before them. This monster is resistant to magical attacks. Velkist recoils, his face etched with worry. What are we supposed to do? He cries out, the desperation evident in his voice. The dragon's resistances seem insurmountable. Han steps forward, his eyes blazing with determination. I'll fight this thing alone, he declares, his voice ringing with unwavering resolve. The air crackles with his power. He prepares to face the dragon head-on, his stance firm and unwavering. A surge of energy courses through him as he steels himself for the battle ahead, the fate of his companions resting on his shoulders. The dragon's scales shimmer with an otherworldly energy, deflecting any attacks that dare to touch them. A formidable barrier surrounds the beast, making it nearly impervious to harm. Han's expression hardens as he acknowledges the challenge before him. The text confirms their fears. This monster is resistant to physical attacks. He must find another way. He stood amidst a swirl of energy, analyzing the battlefield. It only attacks one enemy. It's only a waste of our energy if we all attack it at once. Below, the landscape was a sea of pink, punctuated by obsidian shards jutting from the surface. From the depths, shadowy figures writhe, their forms indistinct and menacing. A closer look revealed rows of razor-sharp teeth, hinting at the horrors lurking within the shadows. The words Corrupt Shadow LV 14X hung in the air, a silent warning of the dangers ahead. The corrupt shadows moved with unnatural speed, their forms shifting and swirling in the crimson light. The gaping maw of one shadow revealed a vortex of teeth, promising a gruesome end to any who dared approach. Han's gaze hardened, a subtle smile playing on his lips. You guys have other things to do. The purple-haired man grinned, his red eyes gleaming with anticipation. So we just need to get rid of these things? Energy crackled around the purple-haired man, a visible sign of his eagerness to engage. Han's expression remained resolute, his eyes fixed on the shadows. Yes, I'm sure. The purple-haired man stepped forward, a confident smirk on his face. Our attacks work on these guys. I'll get rid of them. The command rings out. They must endure, biding their time until an opportunity presents itself. A targeting reticle centers over Jenna's eye, her focus absolute. Han Islet leaps into the fray, his sword wreathed in orange energy as he closes the distance with a half-black dragon. The air crackles with unseen energy, the very atmosphere vibrating with the force of the battle. The monster's defenses are formidable. Physical attack resistance, magic resistance, scale shooting, close-range physical attacks, and minion summoning. Its scales shoot outward, it swings its claws and tail, and it summons subordinates. All three are its attacks. Han deflects a blow, sparks flying as steel meets scale. It's not complex, but it is relentless. The half-black dragon's maw opens, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The dragon lunges, its claws extended, but Han Islet is ready, his sword a blur of motion. A stark warning flashes. This monster is resistant to physical attacks. Han's expression twists in frustration. It's fucking shitty, he snarls. The dragon roars as a blade tears through its scales, sparks flying from the impact. The sword wielder stands poised, blade raised, ready to strike again. The man grits his teeth, a curse escaping his lips. It's fucking shitty. The dragon's maw opens, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Again, the blade finds its mark, impacting against the dragon's armored hide. The dragon's scales shimmer, deflecting the worst of the blow. The sword wielder presses the attack, a whirlwind of steel against the monstrous foe. Han is inflicted with bleeding. His life force begins to drain away. He is sent flying backwards, the force of the blow staggering him. A surge of green energy washes over him, attempting to mend the wounds inflicted by the dragon's relentless assault. His sword slips from his grasp, clattering against the stone floor. The half-black dragon looms, a monstrous silhouette against the dim light. The ground beneath him cracks as the dragon's power intensifies. Blood splatters, a grim testament to the ferocity of the battle. The dragon stands over Han, a predator poised to deliver the final blow. Jenna's face is etched with worry. Han is in danger. Take care, she shouts. Han, bloody but unbowed, roars, up yourself first. Jenna's frustration mounts. What on earth is this? My attacks aren't working. These weirdos keep showing up. Despite the odds, he lunges forward, a desperate attack against the seemingly invulnerable dragon. A text box reads, "This monster is resistant to physical attacks." The purple-haired man's impatience grows. How long do we have to wait? He grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. Damn it, he can't think of anything to turn the tide. The dragon looms, a monstrous silhouette against the crimson sky. When will this phase be over? He wonders as the battle rages on. The beast is an invincible foe, endlessly summoning subordinates to wear down his opponent. A hopeless battle, a war of attrition against an insurmountable force. Blood streaks across Han's face, a grim testament to the ferocity of the fight. His armor is marred, but his resolve remains unbroken. Meanwhile, silhouetted against the fiery sky, armored figures stand watch atop the fortress walls. A soldier's gauntlet hand rests on the hilt of his sword, the metal gleaming in the fading light. Han glances back, his brow furrowed with concern. Since when have those guys been there? Are they observing their fight? The dragon's maw opens, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, a predator ready to strike. A blinding explosion erupts, sending shockwaves through the battlefield and scattering debris in all directions. The purple-haired man smirks, his eyes gleaming with amusement. He felt this when watching Han's fight too. The mission's pretty fun this time around. Smoke billows, obscuring the aftermath of the explosion, leaving only questions in its wake. The half-black dragon, wreathed in shadow, questions the increasing absurdity of the situation. A low growl rumbles in its chest, the air thick with the scent of ozone and burnt earth. Blood streaks the dragon's arm, a testament to the ferocity of the ongoing battle. The metallic tang of blood mixes with the acrid smell of smoke. A chime rings out, and a system message flashes. Field formation is complete. The air crackles with unseen energy. The system announces that the rear guard can now be deployed. A surge of power emanates from the digital interface, the ground vibrating slightly. Another system message appears, urging the extension of a helping hand to the heroes in distress. The light intensifies, casting long shadows across the battlefield. The system indicates that they are choosing the rear guard, designating Party 1, Party 2, and Party 3. Jenna squints, muttering about the identity of the newly arriving people. The system asks if they would like to deploy Party 2, confirming that Party 2 is here. A digital yes button glows invitingly. The arrival of Party 2 is heralded by a surge of energy. The air shimmers with heat, and the scent of metal sharpens. Meanwhile, Jenna watches as the dragon continues its assault. She wonders who is arriving to assist. A figure shouts Han's name, spear leveled and ready for battle. The metallic tang of blood hangs heavy in the air. Two armored figures discuss their differing roles from that of Party 1, wondering if they can descend. The air smells of ozone and anticipation. A squad of human soldiers, level 18, stands ready for deployment. The scent of steel and determination fills the air. A phalanx of armored soldiers stood ready, their red eyes gleaming beneath their helms. The system designated them as level 20 human soldiers, a bulwark against the encroaching darkness. The gaze of one soldier pierced the gloom, his red eyes burning with an unwavering intensity. Further back, more soldiers lined the battlements, their silhouettes stark against the crimson glow emanating from the heart of the fortress. Above the chaos, two radiant figures embraced, their wings of light casting a hopeful glow amidst the encroaching shadows. Below, the source of the crimson light pulsed with dark energy, tendrils of smoke rising like grasping claws. An older man, his face etched with concern, questioned the strategy. So, are we supposed to get through these guys and take that over? The soldiers engaged a monstrous beast, their weapons flashing against its dark hide. The text declared that someone takes on the boss. The armored figures pressed forward, their mission clear. Keekward takes over the object in this multi-goal mission. The beast roared, its massive jaws snapping shut. A warning flashed. This monster is resistant to physical attacks. A figure with a sword stood poised, ready to strike. A voice echoed, "I'm counting on you." An archer with flowing white hair drew back their bow. Their eyes narrowed with determination. "Okay," they affirmed. With a flash of blue energy, the swordsman unleashed a powerful strike, their blade cutting through the air. A surge of power emanates from the caster, the air crackling with energy. He shouts, urging his allies to hold on, promising swift reinforcements. With a determined gaze, the white-haired warrior advances, his blade a blur against the encroaching darkness. The dark-haired warrior cleaves through the enemy ranks, each strike a brutal display of force, leaving a trail of crimson in his wake. Elsewhere, Silhouetted figures scale the fortress walls, their movements swift and silent under the cover of the darkened sky. Jenna barks orders, her voice sharp with urgency. She commands the others to eliminate all subordinates before Party 2 reaches the altar, a question hanging in the air. Will something change if they succeed? Amidst a throng of shadowy figures, a desperate plea rings out. Give him time to cast the spell. Jenna focuses her energy, preparing to unleash a powerful spell, her eyes glowing with determination. A monstrous roar tears through the battlefield, shaking the very foundations of the fortress. The warrior strikes with all his might, but a grim realization dawns. This monster is resistant to physical attacks. The monstrous figure looms, a terrifying embodiment of raw power and primal rage. With a final incantation, the caster unleashes a torrent of flames, igniting the battlefield in a blaze of searing heat. The caster continues to channel the inferno, the air crackling with unimaginable heat. Tendrils of fire lash out, painting the fortress walls with strokes of molten gold. A cataclysmic eruption. The word, burn, echoes in the minds of those who dare to witness the spectacle, as the very essence of destruction is unleashed. Raising a hand towards the heavens, the caster commands the flames with unwavering resolve. The heat intensifies, blurring the line between reality and nightmare. A surge of power. The caster transcends, ascending to a plane where the laws of nature bend to their will. The very air shimmers with raw, untamed energy. The inferno spirals, a vortex of destruction consuming all in its path. The ground trembles, and the sky weeps tears of fire. Meanwhile, a woman with braided red hair offers a vial to another, urging her to drink. The air is thick with desperation, the unspoken question hanging heavy between them. A voice, raspy and strained, declares, "Now we're done with the minions." Spitting blood, the warrior grits his teeth against the pain. A guttural tch escapes his lips, a testament to his resilience. He rises, his grip tightening on the hilt of his sword. Determination burns in his eyes, a promise of vengeance against those who dare to strike him down. Bathed in blood, the warrior's gaze hardens. Each drop is a reminder of the battle fought, the price paid, and the fury yet to be unleashed. The sword ignites with a celestial light, a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. He stands ready, a lone sentinel against the coming storm. Before him, the half-black dragon looms, a monstrous silhouette against the fiery horizon. The final battle is about to begin. The air crackles with unseen energy, the shadow of a vast, leathery wing eclipsing the light. A system message flashes. Party 2 has claimed the altar. Before the statue of winged figures, the altar's powers begin to surge, bathing the heroes in its light. Another notification appears. The goddess's blessing has been activated. Bathed in divine light, the figure in black stands resolute before the twin-winged statue. The screen prompts, slide to grant the heroes holy powers. Beams of pure, pink energy descend, empowering the heroes. The blessing manifests as a surge of power. The system announces, power in full effect. The heroes' weapons are enchanted with holy powers. Jenna's bow glows with celestial energy, ready to strike. The quiver, now imbued with holy light, promises swift and righteous judgment. With a predatory grin, the warrior brandishes his newly empowered blade. The warrior in the foreground, shield raised, declares his intention with a snarl. It's time to beat this sucker to a pulp. Steel gleams, promising violence. On the other side, Velkist and Narissa Ear stand ready. Adis Callan, Roderick Sajjan, Usher, Aaron Delcut, and Dyron prepare for battle. The team assesses the situation. Their attacks are effective, but a change in strategy is needed. The plan, split into units. One group will confront the boss monster directly, while the others deal with the shadows. The purple-haired man declares himself Unit 1. Velkist and Narissa are assigned to Unit 2. Jenna and Ialka will form Unit 3, ready to execute their part of the plan. Without warning, the half-black dragon unleashes a barrage of scales. A rain of dark projectiles hurtles toward the team. The scales streak through the air, each one a potential threat. The team braces for impact. The onslaught continues, the scales multiplying as they descend. The air crackles with dark energy. The scales accelerate, blurring into streaks of violet and black. The team's defenses are about to be tested. The ground trembles as the first scales make contact. The air fills with the scent of ozone and the taste of ash. One of the team members is struck, the force of the impact sending them reeling. The battle has begun in earnest. Another team member is hit, the golden light of their aura momentarily flaring before being extinguished by the dark scales. The dragon continues its assault, scales flying with relentless speed. The team is under heavy fire. Despite the onslaught, the team fights on, their determination unwavering. They will not yield. The half-black dragon, a looming silhouette of scales and shadow, prepares to unleash another wave of its devastating attack. A monstrous roar rips through the air, a guttural declaration of the dragon's power. Energy coalesces around the dragon, forming a lattice of destructive force ready to be unleashed. The dragon's scales, now weaponized projectiles, streak through the corridor, each one a harbinger of destruction. Trailing crimson tendrils, the projectiles hiss through the air, seeking their targets with deadly precision. Meanwhile, a legion of corrupt shadows stands poised, their forms radiating a malevolent red glow as they await their moment to strike. Seojin Han, his face a mask of grim determination, channels green energy into his hands, preparing to unleash a counterattack against the encroaching shadows. I'll eliminate the shadows once I've recovered. Unit 3, cover. Jenna, bow drawn, looses a volley of arrows, each one trailing a streak of light as it flies towards the shadowy horde. Sound me. For me. The corrupt shadows surge forward, their forms contorting and writhing as they engage the team in a chaotic melee. Amidst the chaos, the battle rages on, beams of light cutting through the darkness as the team fights to hold their ground against the relentless onslaught. They continue to be assaulted by the shadowy figures, claws reaching from above, the air thick with the stench of corruption. A searing beam of light erupts, cutting through the darkness, a desperate attempt to stem the tide. Jenna, bow drawn, prepares another shot, a fierce determination etched on her face as she fights to hold the line. Seojin Han's brow furrows with concern. Is she truly running out of arrows for that shortbow? With a guttural cry, the sword blurs through the air, a desperate gamble to break the encirclement. The light spears through the shadowy horde, each hit a desperate victory against the encroaching darkness. Arrows fly, each one a beacon of defiance against the encroaching shadows, but the quiver seems to be emptying at an alarming rate. Jenna's eyes burn with a desperate resolve, the scattered arrows at her feet a grim reminder of the dwindling ammunition. The arrows find their marks, each impact a burst of light and a momentary reprieve from the oppressive darkness. Another arrow is loosed, the string twanging with a sound that echoes the dwindling hope. The light pierces through another shadowy form, a brief respite in the relentless assault. Seojin Han, wreathed in a dark aura, prepares to unleash the full force of his blade, a desperate measure against the encroaching shadows. The air crackles with unseen energy. The figure grips the longbow, readying for another strike. Surrounded by encroaching shadows, a voice declares, I can handle the rest of the shadows just fine on my own. The battle against the shadows intensifies, a chaotic dance of light and darkness. Jenna draws back her bow, knocking another arrow, its tip glowing with ethereal energy. With a sharp exhale, she releases the string, sending the arrow hurtling towards its target. The arrow streaks through the air, a golden blur against the darkening sky. The half-black dragon roars, a guttural sound that shakes the very ground beneath their feet. A dark substance begins to spread, tendrils of shadow reaching out like grasping claws. A figure steps onto the spreading darkness, their presence radiating an ominous power. Glowing red eyes pierce the gloom, a gaze filled with an unsettling intensity. Arcing energy crackles around the figure, a display of raw, untamed power. The half-black dragon's assault continues, its massive form a whirlwind of claws and teeth. A voice cries out amidst the chaos. Unit 2, switch places with me. Another voice shouts, desperation lacing their tone. Drink potions as soon as you return. The half-black dragon unleashes another devastating attack, the air crackling with dark energy. Surrounded by a swirling vortex of purple energy, Han grits his teeth, preparing for the onslaught. The half-black dragon's relentless assault continues, each blow threatening to shatter their defenses. The force of a dragon's strike sends a shockwave through the defender, staggering him. The half-black dragon roars, its eyes burning with malevolent intent as it presses its advantage. Han's voice cracks with strain. I won't be able to last long. Despite the overwhelming odds, the figure continues to fight, their movements a desperate dance against the dragon's might. A grim realization dawns. They can't just keep blocking them. At some point, they'll get through our defenses, and the altar will no longer be occupied by us. Elsewhere, a figure perched atop a wall shouts, drop the ladder so they can't get up here. The force of the blow echoes through the battlefield, a sickening vamic that signals a brutal impact. Nearby, a figure with purple hair watches with a grim expression. Crimson stains bloom across the chest of a fallen warrior, the dark liquid spreading like a macabre flower. A guttural "Voishioke" erupts as blood sprays from a warrior's mouth, a testament to the ferocity of the assault. A status message flashes. Usher is inflicted with bleeding, his HP steadily decreasing. A voice calls out, ordering, pull him to the back. Roderick Sajin, his face etched with determination, stands firm amidst the chaos, his gaze unwavering. The red-haired warrior grits his teeth, the word dangerous, hanging in the air as he prepares for another onslaught. Despite the blood streaming down his face, The warrior's eyes burn with defiance. I know that too, he snarls. Before the statue, a grim assessment is made. We've hit our limit unexpectedly early. Having the altar taken from us will be our annihilation. Roderick advances, his spear lowered, ready to meet the enemy head-on. Blood stains the ground beneath his feet. The warrior, his face smeared with blood, locks eyes with another, a silent understanding passing between them. Elsewhere, a structure shimmers with an ethereal blue light, the air crackling with unseen energy. The blue energy intensifies, the structure resonating with power as the battle rages on. A colossal structure of glowing blue energy dominates the landscape, its intricate design hinting at immense power. High above, a floating island reveals its purpose, a ballista ready to unleash its payload. A system message declares the rearguard is ready for deployment. The system interface displays the options for choosing the rearguard, with Party 3 marked as ready to be deployed. Standing on a floor stained crimson, the decision hangs in the balance. Deploy Party 3? With shields raised, the soldiers advance, their determination etched on their faces. A desperate cry echoes through the battlefield. Run. A flicker of surprise crosses his face. Oh! A voice booms out, laced with urgency. Can't you see? Climb up the tower. His face contorted in a desperate yell, the urgency of the situation etched in every line. The order rings out. Aim the ballista at that damn lizard. A Frenchique hisponsi. Oh, okay. Hurry. Human soldiers, levels 18 and 20, scale the wall, their numbers dwindling against the onslaught. The soldier, shield raised, bellows a defiant cry as the enemy closes in. The air vibrates with the anticipation of clashing steel. A figure looms over a fallen warrior, the glint of their blade promising a swift end. Blood stains the ground, a grim testament to the battle's ferocity. Meanwhile, a voice cuts through the chaos, suggesting a change of tactics. The response is immediate, a silent understanding passing between the warriors. A monstrous roar tears through the battlefield, a sound that chills the blood and shakes the very foundations of the tower. Bathed in golden light, the silver-haired warrior prepares to unleash a surge of power, the air crackling with energy. The black-haired figure, blade at the ready, wonders if their strategy is taking hold, if the tide of battle is about to turn. The dragon's voice, laced with dark satisfaction, confirms the poison's effect, urging them to exploit the enemy's weakness. The words are a chilling promise of victory. A surge of energy explodes outward, a silent scream of power unleashed upon the battlefield. Elsewhere, Jenna, eyes narrowed in focus, draws back the bowstring, the arrow glowing with deadly intent. The fate of the battle hangs in the balance. The arrow streaks through the air, a blinding flash of light promising destruction. The sound of its passage is a whisper of impending doom. The dragon's face contorts in a silent rage, its eyes burning with a hatred that could consume the world. Jenna's command rings out, a call to arms that echoes across the battlefield. Shoot them all, she roars, her voice filled with unwavering resolve. The order rings out, a desperate plea amidst the chaos. The voice agrees, knowing the stakes. They have to end this before the enemy breaches Party 2's defense. Roderick is told to help Aaron hold off the climbers swarm the walls, their ascent a silent threat against the fortress. The defenders brace themselves, knowing the battle is about to intensify. A figure with a shield declares his intent to reach the front lines soon, charging forward with grim determination. The air crackles with anticipation. The strategic overview reveals the dire situation. If the altar is reoccupied and the blessing disappears, that monster will be immune to their attacks once again. The odds plummet, a chilling realization that their chances of success have dropped to lower than 1%. Despair threatens to engulf them. Amidst the chaos, a voice barks orders. One person is to take the ballista, while the rest barricade the door. The speaker's breath comes in ragged gasps. The figure with the shield wonders if they have to hold someone's hand through this too, before declaring they'll give a shot. They prepare to fire the ballista. A desperate command echoes. You guys stop the enemies. The warrior struggles for breath. Each inhale, a ragged gasp against the backdrop of war. The air tastes of smoke and desperation. The archer cries out, realizing they've just shot their last arrow. The situation grows even more dire as their ammunition runs dry. Dairon orders the others to eliminate the shadows using daggers and protect Ialka, declaring they're going to join the front lines. Resolve hardens their features. The ballista fires, a thunderous roar echoing as the massive bolt hurtles towards its target. The air vibrates with raw power. The massive siege weapon, dwarfed by the dragon circling above, launches its payload with a deafening roar. The air crackles with displaced energy. Eyes wide with terror, he stares up at the sky, a silent scream building in his throat as the world seems to tilt on its axis. A primal scream tears from his lungs, a desperate cry against the overwhelming onslaught. Sweat beads on his brow as the reality of their situation crashes down. That guy's too fast. A monstrous, black, dragon-like creature appears, its form crackling with dark energy. Below, a figure gazes upward, their eyes widening as they take in the sight of the massive machine above. Panic flares in their voice as they shout a warning, realizing the speed of the approaching threat. The dragon-like creature continues its descent, its form now closer, more menacing. A voice cries out, naming Velkist and Orisa. A figure, sword in hand, prepares to intercept, a desperate plea echoing to stop the creature, even for a moment. The black dragon-like creature looms, its jagged form filling the space as another voice declares their intent to strike. Streaks of pink energy tear through the air, a visual testament to the power being unleashed. The dragon-like creature is struck, a pained cry escaping its monstrous form. More pink energy explodes outward, the force of the impact evident in the visual display. With sword raised, the figure charges forward, bathed in the pink glow of the unleashed energy. A massive clawed hand descends, the air crackling with unseen energy. A figure, clad in armor, leaps into the fray, a blade crackling with purple energy aimed at the monstrous form. The half-black dragon unleashes a deafening roar, the sound echoing through the battlefield. The armored figure presses the attack, the sword a blur of motion against the dragon's scales. Elsewhere, a face contorted in rage, the single word Shang, ripped from their throat. Standing atop a makeshift platform, Han yells, "Shoot!" His voice laced with desperation, admitting he's never been great at this. Seojin Han recalls, "I was rather flustered when I came to this place." He reflects that he wasn't the only one who felt that way. The younger Han realizes that only those who were quick to adapt could survive in this ridiculous situation. The boy remembers being born poor and growing up with little to eat or wear. The only person he could count on was an older sister he knew since he was young. And even she, he recalls, sold him to the docks once he grew older. A gloved hand offers a few coins to another. The text overhead speaks of a place full of people who had done dangerous things their whole lives. A blue-haired figure carries a box up the stairs. A doll-like figure with button eyes sobs. A hand reaches out, desperate for help. Bound by chains, a figure whispers for their sister's aid. A monster is revealed. The monster crackles with blue energy. A man with a cigar barks, "Quit stalling. Shoot." A figure stands ready next to a cannon. Someone yells to Sharn to shoot. The figure, Sharn, is urged to shoot quickly. Eyes widen in response. A blinding light erupted, a concentrated beam of energy tearing through the air. The beam intensified, its power growing exponentially. The energy surged outward, consuming everything in its path. The light impacted with devastating force, a cataclysmic explosion rocking the area. "I stopped him," Sharn exclaimed, a surge of adrenaline coursing through her veins. Her eyes shone with manic determination. "See, I could do anything I put my mind to." She raised a fist, a triumphant grin plastered across her face. "Anyone can become strong in this place." Her voice echoed with newfound confidence. "I don't have to cower to anyone, as long as I have my comrades with me." "We're not done yet. Calm down," someone shouted, their voice laced with desperation. The speaker's eyes widened in horror, sweat beading on their brow. An arrow protruded from Sharn's head, her eyes vacant and lifeless. A notification appeared. Sharn has returned to the goddess embrace. Her fighting spirit will be remembered for eternity. Mado Mutut, Ioman Vitiv. An archer, eyes glowing red, prepares to loose an arrow, bow drawn taut. Chaos erupts as soldiers are struck down, cries of pain echoing through the halls. A shadowy figure looms, its presence a harbinger of further destruction. Mado, bloodied and enraged, bellows, demanding the disposal of Sharn's corpse. A voice commands someone else to take charge of the aiming station. The realization of Sharn's death sinks in, a wave of despair washing over the battlefield. A figure, shield raised, curses the brats, the sound of shattering glass echoing nearby. A monstrous, dragon-like creature is told to leave them be, its red eyes gleaming menacingly. Jenna struggles, overwhelmed by the sheer amount of magic, unable to cope with the situation. The system announces the annihilation of Party 3. One of the figures, silhouetted against the carnage, orders the others to flee, declaring they will stay behind. A stark warning flashes. Usher is on the brink of death, his life hanging by a thread. Bloodied and weary, Han grimaces. This isn't working out for them either, he admits. A voice, detached and professional, declares, "I'm a mercenary." Han grips his sword, preparing for what comes next. A chilling declaration echoes. "I'm going for his heart." The narration describes the point where the ballista struck, tearing away scales. A grim assessment is made. Plunging the sword all the way and might just hit the heart. A desperate plea rings out. "Usher, stay with me, just a bit more." Instructions are barked out. Party 1 is to storm him upon receiving the signal. Adis, just hang in there for 1 minute. Han is urged to hurry. The camera focuses on the gleaming, deadly edge of a sword. The sword is now slick with fresh blood, the aftermath of a brutal strike. A guttural cry tears through the air, followed by a wet, rattling cough. Blood sprays, painting the scene in crimson. Elsewhere, a figure lunges with a blade, the metallic shriek of steel echoing as the attack lands. The ground becomes a canvas of carnage, littered with spent arrows and pools of blood. Each drop tells a story of pain and loss, a testament to the brutal conflict. Usher gasps, each breath a ragged struggle. Blood gurgles in his throat as he whispers, where a desperate plea pierces the din of battle as another warrior is overwhelmed, impaled by multiple blades. A voice cries out, raw with terror, "No, I don't want to die." Usher's vision blurs, the world tilting as more blood spills from his wounds. His voice, barely a whisper now, pleads, "Help me." The crimson stain spreads, consuming his chest, a grim testament to the severity of his injuries. Dairon has returned to the goddess embrace. His fighting spirit will be remembered for eternity. Meanwhile, a lone figure raises a sword, a symbol of defiance against the encroaching darkness. The blade loomed, a silent promise of violence hanging in the air. The muscular man, arms crossed, watched Usher with a scrutinizing gaze. "Focus on taking care of the luggage. What do you keep glancing at?" he pressed. The man's tone hardened. "Usher, don't tell me you want to become a mercenary." He scoffed, adding, "Give up. Do you even know how to hold a sword?" A harsh laugh echoed, laced with mockery. The sound seemed to bounce off the very stones around them. Usher's expression tightened, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. His hand, calloused and worn, clenched into a fist. Blood stained his grip on the sword, a grim testament to recent violence. Usher's voice, low and resolute, cut through the air. "To hold a sword." The blade descended, a whirlwind of steel and crimson energy. The attack intensified, a flurry of strikes aimed with deadly precision. Golden light flared as the sword met its unseen target. The final blow landed, a brutal culmination of speed and force. A surge of power emanates, the air crackling with unseen energy. The grim reality sets in. This monster is resistant to physical attacks, a formidable obstacle in their path. A heavy weight of failure presses down. A man with graying hair offers a remorseful, "I'm sorry." Another voice echoes the sentiment, stained with blood and regret. "I'm sorry." The ethereal glow of the altar fades, the inscription chillingly clear. The altar is no longer occupied. The twin statues stand silent, their presence a haunting reminder of what has been lost. A scene of carnage unfolds, the aftermath of a brutal clash. Ushered into the goddess embrace, the fallen are beyond mortal aid. The stark message rings out. Party 3 has been annihilated. Their fighting spirit will be remembered for eternity, but their lives are extinguished. The ballista lies useless, a testament to the overwhelming odds they face. Party 2 is in a similar state, their situation dire. There's no telling how long it'll take to reoccupy the altar, if it's even possible. Human soldiers, levels 18 and 20, stand ready, but their numbers dwindle against the encroaching darkness. A desperate question hangs in the air. How am I supposed to? The warrior stands amidst the carnage, blood coating his armor and weapon. The air hangs thick with the metallic tang of spilled blood, a grim testament to the battle's ferocity. A voice echoes, a desperate plea in the face of overwhelming odds. Find the answer in the middle of all this? The half-black dragon looms, a monstrous silhouette against the crimson sky. Its jaws are agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, a predator in its element. Han grips his weapon, the leather of the hilt slick with sweat and blood. The weight of the blade feels familiar, a cold comfort in the face of such devastation. Meanwhile, the status of Party 1 is grim. Han Islet, Jenna Sarai, and Ialka Rivelstrasher are all bleeding, their fates hanging in the balance. Party 2 fares no better. Marissa, for his bleeding, Inns Callan is bleeding, Aaron Dispute is bleeding, Usher died in battle, and Dairon died in battle. The toll is heavy. Sharn Ionier, Jackal, and Maydeen of Party 3 also died in battle. The cost of victory, or perhaps merely survival, has been steep. The blade sings as it cuts through the air, a crimson streak against the gloom. The sword continues its dance, each movement a blur of lethal intent. Landing with a soft thud, the swordsman kicks up dust as he prepares for the next strike. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, the situation grows dire. Seojin Han stands amidst the chaos, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood. Seojin Han turns to Velkist, his voice firm. "Velkist, give me your sword." Velkist can only stammer, "What?" The sound of something tearing echoes through the chamber. Seojin Han raises the borrowed blade, its polished surface reflecting the grim determination in his eyes. Jenna stares at the white fire in her hand, a puzzled expression on her face. "Huh?" Seojin Han's voice cuts through the air. "You can make the white fire in your hand viscous, right?" Jenna focuses, her hand glowing brighter as she mutters, I'll try that with psychokinesis once. Purple energy crackles around Seojin Han, the air thick with anticipation. The energy intensifies, swirling around him like a tempest. Jenna focuses, her brow furrowed in concentration. But I can use a stronger spell by amplifying the blessing. It will take some time, though. Her breath comes in ragged gasps as she pushes her power to its limit. Good enough. Does fourth circle work? From the sidelines, a worried voice calls out, "What should we do?" Make sure Yalka stays unharmed, if possible. Seojin Han's eyes narrow, the purple energy coalescing into a tangible force. Do it. The energy intensifies further as Han declares, "I'm going to even without you telling me." Jenna is now surrounded by a blazing aura of orange and red, the air shimmering with heat. The purple energy surges forward, a torrent of power unleashed. The half-black dragon braces for the impact, its armored hide gleaming menacingly. The dragon realized I was going for its vital points. Seojin Han strikes, the purple energy blade cleaving through the air towards the half-black dragon. The half-black dragon unleashes a torrent of dark energy, the air crackling with its malevolent power. A crimson blessing flickers into existence, a hexagonal barrier attempting to shield against the onslaught, but it's too shallow. The blessing isn't enough. Seojin Han grits his teeth, realizing he just can't get past the dragon's attack nullification detection. A desperate calculation flickers across his mind. Reoccupy the altar? A second shot with the ballista? The half-black dragon's assault intensifies, the air vibrating with the force of each strike. The text declares that this monster is resistant to physical attacks. Despite the relentless barrage, Seojin Han continues to defend, but unfortunately, despite all these attacks, the half-black dragon is still going strong. Blood trickles down Han's face, his expression grim. No matter what, he can only think of the worst possible ending. Seojin Han's eyes blaze with renewed determination. He doesn't have the damn time to slowly find a winning strategy. He'll just try everything. The half-black dragon's assault continues, a relentless wave of dark energy crashing against Han's defenses. The text declares that this monster is resistant to physical attacks. A figure with light purple hair watches the battle, panting heavily. Another voice asks if Jenna has the time to be distracted right now. Seojin Han continues to fight, deflecting the dark energy with his barrier, but the strain is visible. Close up on Han's face, bloodied and determined. The half-black dragon, poised to strike, considered its attack. Is the hit detection near the wounded part good to go? In that case, the monstrous form loomed, ready to crush Seojin Han beneath its shadow. A devastating blow crashed down, the force of it sending shockwaves rippling through the air with a deafening KLEOCK. The dragon's assault continued, a sweeping motion threatening to tear through everything in its path. Another strike, aimed directly at Seojin Han, pulverized the ground where he stood moments before. Seojin Han realized something crucial. The resistance message hadn't appeared. Huffing, Seojin Han steeled his resolve. He would strike the dragon's wounds as best he could before the blessing wore off and take him down. The half-black dragon unleashed another furious assault, claws extended, seeking to rend flesh and bone. The dragon's claws tore through the air, leaving trails of displaced energy in their wake. Seojin Han, bracing himself, prepared to counterattack, his sword crackling with violet energy. A desperate roar echoed as Seojin Han's blade found its mark, striking the dragon's wound with precision. Again, the sword plunged into the wound, a burst of energy erupting as the dragon's eye flared with intense pain. A single scale, propelled by unseen force, hurtles forward, a crimson streak against the dim light. The half-black dragon's eye flares with malevolent energy, a prelude to the storm about to be unleashed. The dragon, distracted by Yalka, still manages to unleash a barrage. Damn it, Yalka caught his attention. Scales erupt from the dragon's body, each one a deadly projectile aimed at Han. It's shooting its scales. Get away from Yalka. The air crackles as the scales accelerate, blurring into streaks of violet death. The first of the scales finds its mark, tearing into Seojin Han's flesh. More and more scales slam into him, each impact a searing jolt of pain. The barrage continues, an unrelenting storm of razor-sharp scales. Han is battered and bruised, the force of the scales threatening to overwhelm him. Each scale tears through flesh, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. Blood blossoms from the wounds, a grim testament to the dragon's brutal assault. A system message appears. Han is inflicted with bleeding. His HP will be reduced for a period of time. A voice calls out, "Han, are you okay?" The red-haired woman gestures emphatically, her voice sharp. "Worry about yourself," she snaps, while in the background, Seojin Han stands ready. A swirling orange aura flares around Jenna as she throws up a protective barrier. "Don't come close," she warns, her voice laced with power. Elsewhere, a hell's cape stretches out, filled with ominous, shadowy figures lurking in the blood-red light. The half-black dragon's maw opens in a deafening roar, the sound echoing across the battlefield. The text declares that the half-black dragon, Halgiraffe, has gone berserk, his form radiating dark energy. Halgiraffe's claws, sharp as obsidian, twitch with anticipation, ready to tear through anything in their path. Seojin Han, too, has succumbed to a berserk state, a crimson aura enveloping him as his power surges. The ground erupts as Halgiraffe unleashes a devastating claw attack, sending debris flying in all directions. Halgiraffe's eyes burn with an intense, malevolent red glow, promising destruction and chaos. The half-black dragon's claws descend, a whirlwind of razor-sharp edges aimed at obliterating their target. A blinding flash accompanies Halgiraffe's next attack, a concentrated burst of dark energy unleashed upon the world. The half-black dragon's claws, dripping with dark energy, stand poised to strike again, the air crackling with anticipation. A dark, swirling energy coalesces, a harbinger of the storm to come. From the darkness, Halgiraffe unleashes a flurry of energy blades, each one crackling with destructive power. The energy blades multiply, a relentless assault of shimmering death. A barrage of energy erupts, each strike threatening to tear through reality itself. The onslaught continues, a whirlwind of blades and destruction. Halgiraffe focuses the chaotic energy into a single, massive blade, a concentrated point of annihilation. Halgiraffe roars, "Nerissa, the sword!" Seojin Han, with a shout, throws something towards the oncoming energy. His hand glows with power as he calls forth a weapon. The sword materializes, its form shimmering into existence. He channels his energy into the blade, preparing it for the coming clash. The sword pulses with raw power, ready to meet the onslaught. Dark energy crackles around Halgiraffe, a prelude to the storm he's about to unleash. The air vibrates with barely contained power. A barrage of violet energy blades erupts from the darkness, hurtling toward Seojin Han. The air screams as the projectiles tear through it. The blades shimmer with lethal intent. I'm not familiar with Nerissa's sword, so it breaks down easily. Halgiraffe's face contorts in a savage grin, teeth bared. He bellows, "Throw the rest." Seojin Han stands amidst the storm of energy, Nerissa glowing in his grasp. A golden aura flares around him, a beacon against the encroaching darkness. From Halgiraffe's perspective, the sword gleams, a defiant spark in the face of overwhelming power. That rascal, is he still going after Yalka? Halgiraffe lunges forward, hand outstretched, claws extended. Han here. His hand, a grotesque weapon, reaches for the light. Seojin Han unleashes a torrent of energy, a counterattack born of desperation and resolve. The energy slams into Halgiraffe, each strike a searing brand. His body is racked with pain. Halgiraffe's thoughts begin to fragment. Asterisk, my legs are heavy. My head feels dizzy. Asterisk. His face contorted in agony. Halgiraffe's inner voice screams, my body is screaming for rest. He stands above, clad in white and gold, a figure of divine retribution. Halgiraffe raises a hand, a purple crystal clutched within his grasp. The crystal slams into the blade, purple energy erupting on impact. A scream tears from his throat, blood and tears streaming down his face as the pain intensifies. A blue orb materializes, a counterattack forming. The orb shatters, its energy unleashed. The spikes and horns of the dark figure become more pronounced as the energy surges around him. The dark figure is surrounded by purple energy. The dragon's eyes glow with malevolent intent. A spark ignites, a nascent power coalescing from the ether. The energy surges, crackling with raw potential. A dark form rises, wreathed in power. A wave of ethereal energy washes over the landscape. Seojin Han is enveloped in swirling violet energy, a sign of the power now coursing through him. His eyes burn crimson, reflecting the untamed force within. The air crackles as the power intensifies. A surge of energy explodes outward. Han unleashes a primal roar, the sound echoing with newfound strength. The half-black dragon unleashes a guttural roar, its maw agape, promising destruction. Flames erupt, engulfing Han in a searing inferno. The force of the blast sends him hurtling backward, a mere speck against the dragon's might. Another deafening roar echoes through the battlefield, the dragon's power seemingly limitless. Han attempts a desperate physical strike, but an unseen barrier shimmers into existence, deflecting the blow with ease. A text box declares, this monster is resistant to physical attacks. Cursing under his breath, Han prepares a different attack, a surge of purple energy crackling around his hand. The dragon's crimson eye narrows, a predatory glint within its depths. It gathers its power, ready to unleash another devastating assault. The dragon's roar intensifies, a sonic wave of pure malice. The attack connects, a blinding explosion of energy engulfing Han. Jinna's voice pierces through the chaos, a desperate cry of his name. Once again, he is thrown back, defeated. He could only stare up, the monstrous form of the half-black dragon looming over him, a predator relishing its weakened prey. Then, with savage intent, the dragon brought its foot down, a crushing blow aimed to obliterate any remaining resistance. The impact resonated through the earth, a sickening crunch echoing as the dragon's foot pressed down with unrelenting force. The half-black dragon stood triumphant, its shadow a suffocating blanket over the fallen Han, a testament to its overwhelming power. A deafening roar ripped through the air, a primal scream of dominance that promised only further devastation. The dragon's face contorted in a display of pure, unadulterated rage, its eyes burning with a malevolent fire. Gathering power, the half-black dragon channeled dark energy, a swirling vortex of purple malice ready to be unleashed. Another earth-shattering roar echoed, the prelude to a cataclysmic assault that threatened to consume everything in its path. The dragon's maw opened wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, a terrifying gateway to the destruction that was about to be unleashed. Head thrown back, the half-black dragon prepared to unleash its final, devastating attack, a torrent of pure, unbridled power. A searing blast of red energy erupted, a wave of destruction that promised to leave nothing but scorched earth in its wake. The dragon roared in triumph as the energy surged forth, a testament to its absolute dominance and the utter annihilation of its foe. The half-black dragon's maw gaped, a final, silent roar lost amidst the fading echoes of battle. Jagged teeth, stained with dark energy, framed a throat that no longer spewed destruction. Its crimson eye, once burning with malice, dimmed, reflecting the approaching darkness. The light faded from its gaze, leaving only the cold, hard scales of defeat. The monstrous form, still crackling with residual power, began its descent. The purple energy that had defined its attacks now served only as a shroud, a final, dramatic farewell. The descent began, a rapid fall from grace. The wind howled past the dragon's scales as it plummeted towards the earth. A figure watched the dragon fall, their eyes glowing with an unknown power. What could the reason be? Accomplishment achieved. Han has obtained the skill, Dragon Slate. Close to death, Han's face was covered in blood. Sweat beaded on his brow as he struggled to remain conscious. Han is no longer in a berserk state. Han has fallen into a state of exhaustion. All stats will be decreased by 90%. The half-black dragon continued its fall, a final, desperate plummet. The ground rushed up to meet the falling beast. Jinna knelt beside Han, her expression a mixture of concern and determination as she began to tend to his wounds. The scent of blood hung heavy in the air. Her eyes gleam with manic glee. Jinna gazes down at the fallen form before her. The words escape her lips, a chilling pronouncement. The remaining shadow. Usher's face is a mask of blood and fury. He bellows, his voice raw with desperation. Get it together. It's not over yet. A figure is sent hurtling backwards, engulfed in a surge of pink energy. The air crackles with unseen power. Dark purple energy lashes out, tearing at another figure. The shadows writhe and twist, a suffocating embrace. A blinding flash of yellow energy erupts, pushing back the encroaching darkness. The air smells of ozone and burnt metal. Jinna grips her weapon, her expression hardening with resolve. The scent of blood hangs heavy in the air. A voice cries out in disbelief. That's not possible. Its throat was slashed. How? Usher stands alongside a figure with black hair, a bandage obscuring part of their face. He brandishes a knife, ready to strike. Usher's face is a mess of blood, but a sardonic smirk plays on his lips. Stop being so dramatic, he mutters. Golden light emanates from the figure, their eyes burning with power. A voice echoes, has finished casting. The figure stands within a circle of swirling orange energy, their form radiating heat. The sword blazes with incandescent light, the inscription, the blessings Enelair glowing with divine power. A blinding flash of orange energy erupts, the air shimmering with heat and the scent of ozone. From within the inferno, a dark shape claws its way forward, wreathed in crackling purple energy. The dark figure's advance intensifies, the purple energy surging as it cuts through the orange flames. Another wave of orange energy explodes outward, the ancient symbols etched into the air burning brighter. The orange inferno rages, the heat intensifying as the battle reaches a fever pitch. Jinna's eyes widened, fear etched on her face. Usher, bloodied and bruised, could only croak, I've never seen it in real life. A pair of hands, glowing with inner light, reach out as if to grasp the very fabric of reality. Above them, a word echoes, unite. The hands pulse with power, the air around them crackling with unseen energies. A figure emerges, cradling a glowing orange orb, the air around them swirling with dark energy. The orb pulses, and the figure transforms into a monstrous being, the orange light now burning within its chest and head. A final surge of yellow energy explodes, the air thick with the smell of sulfur and the taste of ash. The battle reaches its climax, the combined forces facing a monstrous entity bathed in orange light. The monstrous figure, now drenched in gore, bares its fangs in a silent snarl. The air hangs thick with a metallic tang of blood and the lingering scent of burnt ozone. Despite the carnage, Han's gaze remains fixed, a steely determination hardening his features. The taste of iron coats his tongue, a grim reminder of the battle's ferocity. From atop the crumbling brick barricade, Jenna, Usher, and another companion survey the scene below. The stench of death rises to meet them, a testament to the battle's cost. Han lifts his head, the crimson staining his face, doing little to mask the weariness etched into his expression. A low ache pulses through his muscles, a symphony of pain and victory. Moments later, the words "stage clear" flash across their vision, a digital fanfare echoing the hard-won triumph. Han, Jenna, Ialka, Velkist, and Narissa all leveled up. Adis, Roderick, and Aaron also leveled up. A cascade of rewards materializes before them. A dragon's heart, black dragon's bones, scales, claws, and a hefty sum of gold. Han is celebrated as the MVP, his portrait displayed with a flourish. The digital world acknowledges his contribution to their shared victory. Elsewhere, the Grand Hall awaits, its towering arches and pristine walls a stark contrast to the blood-soaked battlefield they just left behind. The air here is still and clean, carrying none of the previous battle stench. A new facility has been unlocked, beckoning with the promise of unknown challenges and rewards. The sprawling structure awaits a hero's promotion, hinting at trials that demand promotion stones and fragments of forgotten memories. The dimension's crack can now be opened, promising passage to realms unknown. Usher, sporting a bloodied arm, assures the others no one died. Han's face is marred with blood, the grim reminder of a fierce battle. None of us, at least, before that, he mutters, his gaze distant. Han declares, "Me go." A nearby figure responds with a respectful, "Yes, yes, princess." A question hangs in the air, laced with suspicion. "I want to ask, are you really human?" The response is a bewildered, "What are you talking about?" The speaker's face is obscured by shadows, but the awe in their voice is clear. "I've never seen a human rip the throat of a dragon one-on-one." Usher inquires, "Are you okay?" Another voice muses, "The explosion was an art piece. What remained was the 5 of them from Party 1. A figure, their armor stained with blood, apologizes, "Han, sorry. We didn't fulfill our duties well enough." They add, "And 3 from Party 2. Han, his expression unreadable, simply asks, "About?" Jenna urges, "Take care of your party. Don't break down from something like this." Han responds softly, "Okay." He stood amidst the aftermath, the metallic tang of blood heavy in the air. 15 had ventured forth, but only 8 returned. The weight of the fallen pressed down, a silent testament to the brutal cost of their victories. All of Party 3 had perished. Though it was better than everyone dying, the loss of their sub-party stung. A voice cut through the heavy atmosphere, declaring that tomorrow would be a day of rest, a chance to pursue whatever they desired. Another voice chimed in, expressing a desire for a duel. The group stood together, the shared trauma etched on their faces. Blood stained their clothes, a grim reminder of the battle they had just endured. The air hung thick with unspoken grief and exhaustion. A blinding light emanated from a distant portal, a stark contrast to the darkness that clung to the weary warriors. A notification appeared, announcing the gifting of a war horse statue to Han. Jenna presented the war horse statue, her expression bright with pride. She exclaimed that they did good work on the 24th floor and were super awesome. The notification clarified that this was a gift from Master for their dragon slayer, God Loki. Han seemed less than enthused. Elsewhere, a quaint building stood bathed in the soft glow of the evening light, a stark contrast to the dark dungeons they had just left behind. A heavy wooden door loomed, its surface scarred and weathered, hinting at countless stories hidden within. Sua stood before the door, her expression unreadable. A soft sigh escaped her lips, a whisper lost in the stillness of the night. His eyes, bloodshot and weary, stared into the distance, reflecting the horrors he had witnessed. The weight of the world seemed to rest upon his shoulders. The same haunted gaze, now filled with a flicker of determination. Despite the blood and the exhaustion, a spark of defiance still burned within. She stood, back turned, the weight of unseen horrors pressing down. Alive this time? A shadowed doorway, a silent sentinel. Just me. Crashing down, the cold floor a stark reality. Just me again. A strangled gasp, a silent scream. The building looms, a cage of stone and memory. The scream echoes. The air hung heavy with unspoken tension. Han stood, clad in his usual dark attire, the weight of his sword a constant reminder of the battles fought and those yet to come. A flicker of concern crossed his face as he spoke. Jenna, her crimson hair a vibrant contrast to his somber presence, tilted her head, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern. She questioned what he was doing there, while also wondering if she should go into the check room too. Jenna stretched, her voice laced with exhaustion. She admitted she was too tired to train and was considering heading to the resting area. Han simply told her to go, his tone clipped and dismissive. Jenna questioned where he was going, but Han, his back turned, curtly stated that he was busy. A somber reflection echoed in the silence. Many heroes had returned to the goddess embrace because of their last mission. A simple mug sat on a desk, a silent testament to the quiet moments between battles. The narrator mused that he was sure he would have had great synergy with Dairen. Had been newly recruited. It wasn't that Party 3 Sharn and the other heroes were bad. They just lacked experience in boss stages. The recent battles had made one thing abundantly clear. The current facilities were inadequate. A welcome message appeared, signaling the arrival of new possibilities. A notification chimed, announcing that a hero was ready for promotion, specifically mentioning Han. The system advised on crafting intermediate promotion stones by combining basic promotion and spirit stones, and then presented a choice. Construct the conversion chamber as an addition to the synthesis chamber. The framework of the conversion chamber began to materialize, glowing with ethereal blue energy. With a satisfying chime, the system announced the completion of the conversion chamber, making hero conversions now possible. The promotion chamber leveled up, promising increased efficiency in synthesis. The system confirmed the beginning of the conversion process, bathing the chamber in golden light. A new tip appeared, indicating that the conversion tab was now available, allowing for hero conversions to earn various ingredients. Conversion is complete, earning a basic spirit stone. Conversion creates items from heroes. The system advises that when a merit of synthesis is decreased due to the level difference between the target and the sacrifice, conversion should be used. Han notes that they now have all the materials necessary for a 3-star promotion. The system states that the guy earlier wasn't even worth synthesizing, and Han thinks that it's not a good sight to behold. Beginning item synthesis, combining a basic promotion stone and a basic spirit stone to create an intermediate promotion stone, with a 91% chance of success using the automatic synthesis method. The system asks if they will proceed with the synthesis. A bam! Crack! Sound effect is heard. Fairy power. Synthesis is complete, earning an intermediate promotion stone. Jenna beams, her wings fluttering with excitement. Congratulations! You're now 3 stars, she exclaims, holding up the shimmering intermediate promotion stone. Han regards the stone with a more measured expression. Is this the second time? He wonders aloud, his gaze fixed on the item. He continues, a hint of concern in his voice. Anyway, how many more intervention points have you collected? Jenna's cheerful demeanor falters slightly. Han's eyes narrow, his expression hardening. Did you use it all? He asks, the question laced with suspicion. Jenna shrinks back, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. Fine. I did use it all, but I had no choice. There were too many heroes. I had to work all day, every day. I thought I was going to die from the workload. Han presses, his gaze unwavering. So how much do you have then? I assume you didn't use absolutely everything. Jenna's expression turned sheepish. That's, like I said earlier, if you write a mail or a post, the time will go down. Han sighs, turning away. That's good enough. Prepare it, he instructs, his tone suggesting a mix of resignation and determination. Elsewhere, Han strides purposefully toward a grand, arched doorway, the light spilling out from within promising a new destination. He stands on a raised platform, the air thick with anticipation, the metallic tang of ozone filling his nostrils. Runes ignite beneath his feet, a complex circle of power blazing into existence, humming with barely contained energy. The camera focuses on a strange, metallic device, its purpose yet unknown, but its presence hinting at a technological marvel. The circular platform hums with a low, resonant frequency, its surface glowing with intricate patterns of crimson light. He carefully positions the crystalline shard above the glowing runes, the air crackling with unseen energy. The crystal intensifies, bathing the chamber in an emerald radiance as the magical circle beneath pulses with power. A surge of energy courses through Han, causing him to grit his teeth against the sudden jolt. The energy radiates from his armored shoulder, a visible manifestation of the forces at play. Frustration etches itself onto Han's face, a grimace born of repetition and failure. Elsewhere, he finds himself once more in the familiar, dimly lit corridor, the metallic tang of ozone heavy in the air. A flicker of determination hardens his gaze, a refusal to succumb to despair. Han's eyes fall upon a distorted figure huddled on the floor, its form shimmering with an unnatural light. Not again, he mutters. His gloved hand reaches out towards a shimmering grid of energy, a barrier that has thwarted him time and again. The realization dawns on him, the words echoing in his mind. The surrounding is blocked, as I expected. I can't leave through the other door like last time. He stares at his own hand, now faintly glowing with the same ethereal energy as the barrier, a grim understanding settling in. He choked back a sob, the weight of his perceived failures pressing down on him. I can't do anything right now. Sniffling, he tried to regain control, but the tears welled up regardless. His vision blurred as the tears streamed down his face, each drop a testament to his despair. The tears fell, splashing onto the ground, each one a silent scream of frustration. A memory flickered, a brief glimpse into a past he couldn't quite grasp. A voice echoed in his mind, a whisper of a name. Mom? Another memory surfaced, another voice calling out, Dad? The details of his past remained fragmented, like shards of glass reflecting a broken image. His eyes, filled with a mixture of sorrow and confusion, searched for answers in the depths of his mind. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Congratulations, Master. The hero's forgotten memories have been awakened. Another message flashed. Han, promotion successful. He has become a 3-star. A new illustration is being created. The system chimed again. Level and skill capacities have been increased. The hero can now take on another class. The small, fairy-like figure lay sprawled out on the wooden planks, fast asleep. He stood over the sleeping form. I wasn't even gone for that long, but you're sleeping? Anakin jolted awake with a start, eyes wide with surprise. Han offered a hand. There are too many eyes here. Let's go to my room to talk. Hiya, let's go. Meanwhile, a system notification appeared. Master, starting 5 consecutive summons. I'm looking forward to seeing what heroes will appear. Another notification chimed. Common. Master Enitings. Elsewhere, a lone figure stood overlooking a city, lost in thought. Are they summoning more heroes to compensate? Are you sure you don't need to go? Tomorrow is fine too. A system message appeared. It's okay. The selection process begins tomorrow. A large building stood in the distance. Back inside, a chandelier hung from the ceiling. Eniting floated in the air, surrounded by a magical aura. I didn't surf the web just to play around. I was actually trying to help you. I looked up various things that might be helpful to you. Han stood with his arms crossed, listening intently. Eniting asked, do you want to know them? You do, right? I have really super awesome information. Eniting grinned, revealing the information. First, Eniting has signed up for Ragnar Loki. The air crackles with unseen energy. Han's face betrays his surprise as Eniting's words echo in his mind. She joined his fan cafe. The implications are only just beginning to dawn on him. Eniting, practically vibrating with excitement, can barely contain herself. Did you expect any less? The text of the heavens. Ugh, I'm so envious. I want it too. Han, still processing the initial shock, asks, what's the second thing? He covers his mouth with his hand, his expression a mix of disbelief and curiosity. Eniting strikes a pose, her eyes gleaming with mischief. The conditions are 3-star or above, as well as level 20. Heroes of the second server who will soon get a class assignment. Han's brow furrows, his gaze intense. He demands, show me the details. With a flourish, Eniting presents a recruitment gallery. Han's eyes narrow, a flicker of anger crossing his face. Isn't that really funny? Loki's right here. How dare they? He hums, his gaze fixed on the screen before him. A smirk plays on Han's lips as he glances at Eniting. I'm on the internet, through you. They're basically doing the same thing. Han's expression hardens. What do you mean? The image of Loki looms, a caption declaring that only the heroes of Niflheim could have done this. A voice seems to muse, to think that they'd intervene in the user system. I never would have imagined it. Han considers the situation, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. Niflheim's heroes, like the Vice Master's authorities, are greater than he expected, in these conditions. The close-up reveals the intensity in Han's eyes. The image of a structure, perhaps in Niflheim, is shown. The card displays Siege in Han's name. 5 months had passed. 5 months in Earth time. He mused, sitting on the edge of his bed, a holographic screen illuminating his face. But the real Loki is right here, he thought, his brow furrowing. So who posted this? There are 2 heroes who could have inherited my authority when I disappeared. Ceres, who is ranked first, and Urnith, who is next. It's obvious, he thought. This was Urnith's doing. The service they're talking about is taking in people from other lobbies to train them. They will be trained with Niflheim's top-tier facilities and instructors. It was what I used to do, because it was a pretty nice way of earning gems. The competition is like 100:1 though. You said Eniting signed up for Ragnar Loki. Then the answer's already decided. Eniting joining my fan cafe means that they have realized who sent the files. The tiny fairy, Eniting, floats in the air, a determined look on her face. She declares that she needs to write an email, and then confirms that she will. With a burst of energy, Eniting shouts, proclaiming her fairy power. The fairy's power manifests as a glowing laptop, ready for use. Seojin Han observes the lack of response from Eniting despite the last email. He wonders if they simply had nothing to say in return. Elsewhere, a grand building stands bathed in the cool light of dusk. A woman exits the building, her expression unreadable. Her gaze is intense, as if she is searching for something. Seojin Han stands on a tiled walkway, his expression serious. He states that someone is with him. The building where Seojin Han is located is revealed to be a cozy, well-lit structure. The building's exterior is shown in more detail, revealing its architectural style. Across a long table, the woman asks Seojin Han if he even sleeps. He replies, wondering who knows. Seojin Han seems rather stressed, and the woman asks how his members are. He offered a terse reassurance. The old man's fine. Seojin Han continued, his thoughts turning to another. Aaron is training harder than before. He's training right now, too. On the whispers rippled through the ranks. The ones who wanted to be combatants changed their minds because Party 3 died. Some were saying it'd be better to just eat potatoes than to die fighting. Seojin Han acknowledged the grim reality. The survival rate of fighters is definitely low. The balance between combatants, supporters, and sub-parties is really unstable right now. The woman wondered aloud, is there a way to resolve that? Han admitted he didn't know proper training and experience to invest into facilities and resources. The film reel flickered, showing the brutal truth. The main reason why Party 3 died was because they didn't have enough experience fighting bosses. A desperate plea echoed from the screen. If we had a lot of replay stones, we could have shown them our battles, but we don't. The film continued to roll, painting a grim picture. Plus, the training center's facility isn't all that great. The woman across the table began to speak. The woman, support unknown, paused, then admitted, nothing, I was just impressed. You seem to know everything, and your directions are always so clear. She continued, you can make rational judgments. You're great at fighting too. The words hung in the air, a testament to past deeds. It was almost unbelievable that he had defeated that dragon single-handedly. Yet, a different voice whispered of inadequacy, a feeling of being nothing in comparison. His hands clasped tightly, knuckles white, betraying the turmoil within. At first, he had thought it was doable. But now, the distance between them felt vast, an unbridgeable chasm. What was he worrying about all this for? Seojin Han sat across from her, the candlelight flickering across his face. As I've said before, he began, this wouldn't have been possible if I were alone. A declaration hung in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. He would be gone for a while, about a month in lobby time. Her eyes widened slightly, a flicker of concern crossing her features. The news seemed to have caught her off guard. A whole month? On an expedition? The question echoed in the dimly lit room, bouncing off the hanging light fixture. No, somewhat farther. Han's expression remained unreadable, a mask of determination. You have to take over while I'm gone. There will be lots to do. She offered a wry smile, a hint of challenge in her eyes. So he was leaving it to her to better things. The scene shifted to beneath the table, a silent tableau of feet and legs. Yes, enough that they wouldn't be hindered by others dragging them down. Han looked up, a glint of something unreadable in his eyes, to another lobby. The ornate table gleamed in the candlelight, a silent witness to the shifting tides of power and responsibility. Her brow furrowed, the woman's eyes widening slightly. Another lobby? Neither Jenna nor Roderick could ever have her kind of leadership. There is no substitute for Adis. How much should he explain, right? He guessed he can tell her this. Elsewhere, a sprawling city stretches out, its buildings gleaming under the distant sun. 100 million? There are 100 million places like this? That's just an estimation. There are actually a lot more. What? But we will probably only ever come across about 10. You don't need to worry about it. Just what kind of place is this? Phew, all right, whatever. I'll try to do what you asked me to. I trust you, Adis. Footsteps echo through the halls. He gazed out the window, the city lights blurring in the distance. A soft murmur escaped his lips, a contemplation hanging in the air. I guess soon enough. His gaze lifted, a flicker of resolve hardening his features. The thought echoed in his mind. I will meet in real life. His gaze lowered, a grim determination etched on his face. The weight of responsibility settled upon him. The very heroes he raised. Before him stood a colossal gate, an ominous portal shimmering with untold potential. The system prompt appeared before him, a final question hanging in the balance. Asking one more time, are you sure? With a surge of power, Adis selected yes, a guttural cry escaping his lips. Aya. The words echoed, a declaration of intent. Open, the crack of space and time. Reality warped and twisted, the very fabric of existence tearing asunder. The crack of space and time had been opened. A digital chime announces the successful opening of the crack of space and time. The system informs that it will be added to settings, along with dispatch and war options. Adis stands with Initon, the implications of this new development hanging in the air. He remarks that they could do a lot more with it open. The crack of space and time is now open, Adis thinks to himself. Initon floats beside Adis, who recalls something he wrote back to Master. It wasn't much, but it was very important, and there were 3 parts. Initon, visibly upset, exclaims that Adis already gave them the manual. Adis responds that what they're doing right now isn't enough. The last point. What's the 3rd part? It was not to entirely depend on my manual. At some point, NN will have to make judgments on their own. A notification then appears, indicating that the Dimension community is now available, allowing interaction with other masters. The notification also details the protection of beginners, stating that until account level 40 is reached, death protection will be applied. Resurrected heroes will have significantly less stats, level, and skills, so synthesis or conversion is recommended. The figure of Han stands tall, his sword strapped to his back, bathed in an ethereal glow. Opening the crack of space and time allows a lot more content in the game. You can communicate with other users and move around lobbies. It also opens up the possibility that you allow for other users to invade you. A close-up reveals Han's determined gaze, the blue light reflecting in his eyes. However, this also means that you allow for other users to invade you. A glimpse of the architecture, hinting at the world's design. A notification appears, advising masters to set an evacuation route in case of invasion. Heroes who cannot fight will evacuate through the chosen route. Resident buildings cannot be invaded. While he's in Niflheimer, Han muses this lobby. He cast his gaze downward, a flicker of contemplation in his eyes as he considered the implications of the information before him. A surge of determination welled up within him. He would grow stronger. To fully enjoy external content, a flying ship was required. The schematics detailed the necessary components: a main body, an engine, a dimensional core, and a blueprint. A magic engineer would also be needed to run the ship. Elsewhere, the metallic gate looms, a silent sentinel guarding the path ahead. The air crackles with unseen energy. Steel clashes against steel. The blonde-haired warrior meets the purple-haired fighter head-on, their blades blurring in a whirlwind of motion. The purple-haired fighter retaliates, a crimson aura enveloping their curved blade as it whips through the air. Sparks fly as the blonde warrior intercepts the blow, their sword a steadfast barrier against the onslaught. With a surge of power, the blonde warrior presses their attack, the blade glowing with an intense orange light. The purple-haired fighter responds with another sweeping strike, the red energy intensifying around their weapon. Again, the blonde warrior meets the attack head-on, the clash of blades echoing through the air. The force of the blow sends the blonde warrior stumbling backward, struggling to maintain their footing. The barrage of projectiles tore through the air, each one a miniature explosion of force aimed at an unseen target. The force of the attack sent a figure hurtling backward, a whirlwind of motion and debris marking their violent retreat. With a roar, the blonde-haired warrior swung his blade, the steel singing a deadly song as it cut through the air. A cloud of dust billowed, obscuring the battlefield in a haze of destruction. The impact shattered the window, sending shards of glass raining down as a figure crashed through. Down they fell, a dark silhouette against the shattered remains of the window. Each breath ragged, Malmont Carl gasped for air, his chest heaving with exertion. The purple-haired figure lay sprawled on the ground, red eyes staring up at the sky, dazed and disoriented. The figure on the ground wondered, "What is it? I thought we were supposed to be on break." Malmont Carl, standing over the fallen figure, knew what he had to do. He had to talk to Aaron. The blonde warrior stood, sword in hand, over his defeated opponent. Elsewhere, a hand moved a chess piece, a silent declaration of strategy and intent. Frustration mounts as the red-haired woman sits at the chessboard, her hands gripping her head. "Damn," she mutters. The woman with red hair notices the others. "They have chess here too?" The red-haired woman approaches. Han is already there. "Ah, you're here. You know this game?" she asks. She scoffs. "Ialka and I didn't before." A woman's voice calls out as she approaches the doorway. "I am kidding. Can you excuse us for a bit? We won't take long." The woman steps into the room. "Ah," she says. Aaron sits on the couch, arms crossed, as the others gather. The red-haired woman and Han look toward him. He is called by name. The red-haired woman's expression is serious. "Get ready to leave this place," she declares. Han's gaze hardens, his eyes narrowing. Elsewhere, the building stands tall, its windows reflecting the sky. The double doors stand closed, their polished surface gleaming. The red-haired woman asks, "So the three of us are going to a different lobby?" Aaron confirms, "Yes, we're going to train for about a month in a different lobby and then come back. It'll be a good experience." He seemed hesitant, his expression troubled. "Wouldn't someone else be a better candidate than me?" Aaron wondered aloud, glancing at the woman beside him. Han's gaze intensified, his voice firm. "Didn't you say you wanted to become stronger?" The question hung in the air, unanswered. Aaron's brow furrowed, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Han crossed his arms, his expression unreadable. "I'll go," he stated simply. "That makes things simple. Jenna, can you excuse us for a bit too?" Aaron stood at the doorway, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "Han, is this the place you mentioned last time?" Han stood before a massive, otherworldly structure, his arms crossed, a silent sentinel. Jenna, standing on a balcony, declared, "It'll be a month for us, but not for you." Jenna walked away, her heels clicking on the stone floor. Aaron's expression was grave, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He thought, might never come back to this place. Han's gaze was intense, his voice low. Do you get what it means to go there now? Aaron stood with another figure, the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. The position of instructor is empty. Daika can't handle everything alone. Aaron listens to Han, who reminds him that he doesn't have to be a combatant and can choose a different path. His hand clenches, a silent display of the internal conflict raging within him. Aaron looks distressed, as if the weight of the decision is crushing him. He trails off, lost in thought. He remains seated, the tension palpable in his posture. Han remains silent, his expression unreadable as he considers the situation. Han's hand clenches as well, mirroring Aaron's internal struggle. He acknowledges the situation. The conversation shifts to the time required for training. Aaron is told he'll need a year, prompting him to question if it will take that long. He is reminded that a month would not be enough to get stronger. The cards of fate are laid bare, revealing that it is not long enough to change their destiny. Aaron and Jenna's faces are displayed on the cards. The gears of fate are turning 3 times faster here than in his world. The training grounds loom, a testament to the accelerated pace of this world. A figure with blue hair speaks, wondering why he can't come with them to wherever they're going. Another figure, holding a piece of bread, asks what about him. Han wondered aloud, voicing a concern shared by others at the table. He added, directing his words specifically to Velkist, reassuring him that he didn't need to worry so much. Velkist, mid-bite, questioned the statement, given his past. Han pressed, his gaze intense. He asked if she was sure about coming back. He continued, seeking clarification. He was asking if she intended to stay there permanently. Velkist's expression hardened, his red eyes narrowing slightly. Han stated simply that he had thought about it. The woman with auburn hair, her brow furrowed with worry, declared that she was going to come back. A massive, intricately carved door stands as a silent sentinel, its surface cool to the touch, a gateway to the unknown. Seojin Han, burdened with gear, is asked if he's ready. He simply replies, yep. Another voice chimes in, declaring, me too. The masked figure stands beside Malmont Carl, both watching the preparations with a stoic air. Malmont Carl remarks that it's going to be boring without them. From below, a chorus of voices wish them a good time, promising to wait for their return. Han observes the scene, thinking it's an over-the-top send-off. Inek's voice pierces the air, a desperate cry of Han, Hao-in. She's heard a weird rumor that he's not coming back from Niflheima. Someone asks who said that. The red-haired woman assures Inek not to worry, promising to bring him back. Inek, distraught, cries out, don't let them steal him. Never. A character calls them a bunch of thieves, a tyrannical bunch of, but then apologizes, saying, well, my bad. And no, I didn't mean you. Inek insists that he makes sure to come back, demanding a promise. A pinky promise is made, and a voice replies, all right, so stop whining. Inek declares that he promised and has to come back, no matter what. She watched him, a mix of frustration and fondness in her gaze. Han spoke, his voice a low murmur. You're probably the only person the fairy talks that way to. With a final wave, Inek bid farewell as the group began their trek into the unknown. The air grew colder, a stark contrast to the warmth they were leaving behind. A faint blue glow emanated from the armor, a protective aura against the encroaching darkness. What a sight! From a low vantage point, Aaron and Han pressed onward, their figures silhouetted against the ethereal light. The path ahead remained shrouded in mystery. The delicate wings of Inek fluttered slightly, a silent promise to watch over them from afar. A chill wind whispered through the air, carrying with it the scent of pine and something else, something ancient and unknown. Elsewhere, a colossal structure loomed in the distance, its architecture both imposing and strangely familiar. The stones seemed to hum with a forgotten power, a silent sentinel guarding secrets untold. Mounted high upon a wall, a skull with massive horns cast a long, ominous shadow. 3 figures stood before it, their forms dwarfed by the sheer scale of the macabre monument. A voice echoes, filled with wonder. Whoa, that's really cool. The speaker wonders about flying ships. He recalls his father telling him about them long ago, ships that float in. He's seen one before, too. He couldn't ride it because it was a noble's possession, though. A swirling vortex of energy crackles before them. A mechanical device whirs to life, checking identity. The screen displays information. Heroes on dispatch, including Han, Jenna Sarai, and Aaron Delcutt of Tonia. The region is Niflheim, the type is education, and the duration is 10 days. A warning flashes. As soon as the heroes are sent away, their affiliation will be temporarily changed to Niflheim. The screen prompts for permission. One of the figures notes that this has different features from the one he's seen. Another wonders if this is newer, and the first agrees. A voice booms, welcome. Rangradot, a woman with fiery red hair and a confident smile, gestures towards the ship, her black-gloved hand a stark contrast to her pale skin. Her military-style uniform speaks of authority and competence. Han watches her, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. He muses to himself that she is a magic engineer, though he admits he's not really sure who she is since he's met hundreds of them. Rangerdot's voice rings out, clear and commanding, as a nearby sign declares, Rangerdot, boarding complete. Leave harbor. A blonde-haired man, his face etched with worry, asks, Are you sure we'll be okay? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. Han's expression darkens, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The blonde man's anxiety is palpable. Han reassures them, stating that there are many heroes from other lobbies too, so they should just stay still. The blonde man seems unconvinced, muttering about being scared. A sign declares, Niflheimer's flying ship Rangerdot will take flight. The massive vessel hums with power, ready to ascend. Blue energy crackles around Han, Carl, and another armored figure, a visible manifestation of the ship's power activating. A blinding flash engulfs the ship, the air crackling with energy as the vessel prepares to break through the barrier. Meanwhile, the ship soars above a desolate, windswept landscape, the ground far below a blur of sand and rock. The ship's massive engines churn, propelling them forward with relentless force, the metal groaning under the strain. With a final surge of power, the ship plunges through a swirling portal, leaving the familiar world behind. The sign declares their arrival, 1935 Fourth Dimension, Tonia. A structure looms in the distance, promising both mystery and potential danger. The ship, a vessel of both transport and protection, cuts through the sky, carrying its passengers towards the unknown. Rangerdot, gazing at the vista, finds it amazing. Carl, ever the skeptic, questions her enthusiasm. The red-haired woman wonders if he ever gets impressed. The pilot confirms their trajectory. They'll be there in 2 days, a journey that promises to be fraught with challenges. Han walks the deck, his footsteps echoing in the vastness of the ship, his mind likely already strategizing for what lies ahead. The tower pierces the sky, a silent sentinel watching over the desolate landscape. Han's gaze remains fixed on the distant structure. The ship descends, revealing the truth of their destination. Tonia lies below, a fallen world awaiting their arrival. The stark reality hits hard. What they are seeing is a Tonia that has already fallen, its glory reduced to dust and ruin. Han, reclining casually, is asked what's up with that. He shrugs, feigning ignorance. How should he know? A disembodied voice echoed through the vessel, announcing their imminent arrival. He sat by the window, the announcement a mere formality. The automated voice continued, reminding passengers to come out onto the deck and warning of the dangers of leaning over the railings or venturing outside the protective barrier. Seojin Han gazed out at the approaching destination, a sense of anticipation mixed with unease. We're almost there, he thought, before wondering aloud, Where's Aaron? A voice, presumably belonging to one of his companions, responded. He said he was going to use an empty storage room for training. I'll bring him. Meanwhile, the sign confirmed their location, 1106 Fourth Dimension, Niflheimer. Rangerdot stood with the others, her expression stern as she reiterated the safety warnings. Do not lean over the railings. It's dangerous to go out of the protective barrier. The automated voice continued. There might be some turbulence when we land, so please hold on to the railings tightly. Rangerdot turned to someone, her brow furrowed. Hey, you're BA, huh? Worry etched itself onto the faces of those aboard, the impending arrival weighing heavily on their minds. Seojin Han's gaze hardened, his armor gleaming in the dim light of the vessel. Outside, the sky teemed with ships, a chaotic ballet against the backdrop of a strange, alien world. The ships navigated the turbulent currents, their forms blurred by speed and distance. A closer view revealed the intricate details of one of the vessels, a testament to the advanced technology of this dimension. From above, the group gazed down at the new world. A question hung in the air. Was this Niflheimer? Another voice, laced with apprehension, wondered what they were looking at. A third simply acknowledged the sight. The massive airship, designated Sigdrithba-01, dominated the sky. It was a carrier ship, capable of transporting 37 flying battleships. Guard ships flanked the massive vessel. The air crackled with energy as the smaller ships, Trudio 3 and Trude 18 among them, kept pace. A blinding light filled the doorway as they approached their destination. The sudden shift sent a jolt of unease through one of the passengers. The world tilted as the ship began its descent, throwing the passenger off balance. The sound of heels clicking on metal echoed through the ship. Rangerdot grinned, her eyes alight with anticipation. We have arrived. Below, the city of Niflheimer sprawled across a series of floating platforms. The airship received its orders. Rangerdot was to proceed to the third-floor hangar, number 5. Other ships, designated Frist 14 and Frist 09, awaited their turn. She had landed the airship Rangerdot at the third-floor hangar. A mechanical voice announced the unfolding of the stairs, cautioning everyone to be careful. A disembodied voice echoed through the hangar, bidding farewell to the trainees and wishing them good luck on their journey. Han and the others stepped onto the platform. A blonde-haired trainee, eyes wide with awe, breathed, "It's amazing. Before them stretched a vast assembly of people, all clad in similar uniforms, their numbers seemingly endless. A towering figure loomed over the group as they disembarked, the sheer scale of Niflheim beginning to sink in. A man with silver hair and a stern gaze stepped forward. "I'm Elderkin Braff," he announced, his voice carrying authority. "I'm an advanced instructor of Niflheim. Follow me." A holographic display flickered to life, showcasing Elderkin Braff's name and rank, 114 fourth. One of the trainees, his face a mixture of awe and apprehension, muttered, how big is this place?" Another trainee, gripping a spear, stated, "There are 4 more sections. This is just a tiny part of Niflheim." Elderkin Braff, his gaze sweeping over the group, commanded, "1 person at a time. Keep in line." The group moved forward, the metallic walls of the hangar reflecting the cold, sterile light. The trainee with the silver hair, his brow furrowed with concern, questioned, "What is this machine? Where are we going?" Elderkin Braff stated he would explain later, as another man, bloodied and bruised, spat out a retort. The force of the blow sent droplets of crimson flying. The man choked out a pained sound, blood bubbling from his lips. His face contorted in pain and fury, the blood a stark mask against his skin. The sound of impact echoed, a brutal punctuation to the unseen attack. A figure stood amidst a swirl of energy, a sword held ready. Elderkin Braff's face was grim as he stated, "1 at a time." Rangerdot looked on, stunned. "He's stronger than me." The voice echoed, "He's fast. I didn't even see him despite mind's eye." Elderkin Braff's thoughts continued. "He's an advanced instructor. No one would be able to win against him, even if all of us were to charge him at once. You cannot see the target's status window." One of the observers asked, "Stronger than you?" Another replied, "Of course. So behave." Meanwhile, the elevator continued its descent into the depths. The elevator continues its descent, the illuminated numbers counting down the floors, 5, 4. The world outside blurs into streaks of light and color as they plummet deeper into the structure. Inside the descending elevator, the group remains silent, anticipating their arrival at the training facility. The view from the elevator reveals a sprawling cityscape, a testament to the scale of this underground complex. The elevator car continues its rapid descent, a capsule of anticipation hurtling through the depths. The doors slide open, and the group steps out into a vast, open space. The elevator continues its journey, now descending from the 2nd floor. A sign declares their location, Niflheim's 2nd floor training facility. The training facility stretches out before them, an immense structure of metal and light. Rangerdot, gazing at the facility, asks, "Are we training here from now on?" Han can only respond with a hushed, "It's massive." Elderkin Braff silences them, stating that the Major General will be here soon and they must remain quiet. Rangerdot, however, seems annoyed by someone's obsession with lines. Rangerdot's expression hardens, her eyes narrowed with a fierce determination. A white tiger snarls, its red eyes burning with an inner force. A figure in a long, dark coat stands imposingly, sword in hand, overlooking another figure kneeling before them. Crimson markings pulse with power. Is it an intimidation skill? The woman's face contorts in rage, while Han stands silently behind her, ever watchful. A tense silence hangs over the assembled group. The figure with silver hair and burning red eyes warns, "If you act arrogantly and cross the line." The long coat, adorned with intricate gold embellishments, hints at the power held within. The trio continues their descent, the path ahead shrouded in shadow. A worried glance passes between the man and the red-haired woman. The man's gaze pierces through the darkness, his red eyes promising retribution. The threat hangs heavy in the air. "You'll be beaten to a pulp." The diagram details the structure of the training facility, from the beginner levels to the top 100. A trainee calls out to the group, wondering if they can truly grow stronger by simply following instructions. Another trainee assures them that they won't regret it if they do as they're told. The speaker reminds the group that Elderkin ordered them to stay in formation, but he doesn't expect perfection. The speaker continues, stating that they can make themselves comfortable while maintaining. Seojin Han thinks to himself that he has to deal with this kind of thing even after leaving Earth. A figure stands before the assembled trainees. The figure introduces herself. "I'm Eclet Perdissa, the one in charge of all training in Niflheim." Eclet Perdissa, ranked 9/4, stands tall. Eclet continues, informing the trainees that from now on, they will receive training. She adds that she's not going to force it on them, though, and they may go back without having done anything if that's what they wish. Eclet Perdissa concludes that they will do their best, but whether they want to learn or not is their choice, and that they are her guests. Eclet Perdissa smiles, stating that it was like she was once upon a time. Meanwhile, one of the trainees is asked how many flying ships are in his territory. He stammers, "T2. The woman with dark blue hair smiles thinly, revealing the vast difference in power. There are a total of 427 flying ships in Niflheim, about 210 times more than their territory. One of the trainees, his face contorted in rage, demands, "What are you trying to say? Are you laughing at me?" Ecleperdis's words hang heavy in the air as she continues to detail the forces in more detail. They're about 3,000 times more powerful. The woman continues, her gaze sweeping over the assembled trainees. As they know, their masters expect a lot from them. But do they know how they can fulfill the expectations of their masters? Ecleperdis's voice cuts through the murmurs of the crowd. Are their masters good enough for them to be putting their lives on the line? A trainee wonders to himself, so that's how it has been. He was wondering how there were so many people here. Ecleperdissa is asking if their masters are comparable to Loki. The woman's words carry a chilling weight. What fate awaits them once they finish training here and return? The camera pans up to show Ecleperdissa standing tall. 10 of the remaining 20 will become sacrifices. That is the fate that awaits them. Ecleperdissa's expression hardens as she continues to speak. They will become toys and be thrown out like trash without any honor. The woman's voice takes on a different tone. But this place is different. The camera pans up to show the architecture of Niflheim. Ecleperdissa states that this is their chance to become a part of Niflheim. Ecleperdissa's words echo in the vast hall. If they prove their worth, they will be rewarded. That is the fate that awaits them. The primary incentive for recruiting students into Niflheim revolves around the acquisition of gems. The man in the bandana explains that acquiring 500 gems per person could yield nearly 50,000 gems. The woman with the dark purple hair reveals that the second reason is to bring in more people. She continues, stating that their master doesn't care who they were or where they lived, as she herself was once an enemy of Niflheim. It's revealed that Ecleperdissa wasn't originally from Niflheim. The text explains that Ecleperdissa was a hero who tried to ambush someone when they failed the 84th floor raid and lost most of their forces. The winged woman declares that she destroyed his lobby and captured Eclet. One of the figures wonders what she's talking about, mentioning residence permits. The other explains that the top 3 trainees here will be. The woman with orange hair looks concerned, as the man with black hair states that their lobby will change. The text states that the people here are all favorites of their own masters. Niflheim trains them, and the highest-ranking ones are awarded and offered a chance to become a part of Niflheim. They then negotiate with. The price for the gacha system varies, but generally ranges from 1,500 to 5,000 gems. A one-time paid gacha costs 500 gems. With 1,500 gems, one could own at least 3 3-star and above heroes. Masters know this and agree anyway. This was what Isel was worried about all along. Ecleperdissa, sword resting at her side, advises to think wisely, adding that Niflheim will take responsibility. The announcement rings out. They will begin categorizing the heroes by classes. How many are there in total? Elderkin Braff states that there are 54 warriors and 46 bandits. Those who want to be warriors to the right. Those who want to be bandits to the left. Now, do as the Major General says. Those who wish to be warriors to the red. Those who wish to be bandits to the blue. A recruit wonders what's that. They're classifying them, and they'll all have classes by the end of the training. One of the trainees remembers hearing about this, that they can learn advanced skills once they get a class or something. Another says that they guess they should go to the blue flag. Elderkin Braff confirms the numbers, 54, 46, 100 in total. No problems. The order is given. Get going. One of the recruits waves goodbye as they head towards the flags. The imposing structure of the training facility loomed, its architecture a testament to the rigorous trials within. The air hung heavy with anticipation, the scent of steel and sweat permeating the grounds. Elderkin Braff's voice cut through the silence, commanding attention. We will begin testing now. Get in line in front of me. The Elderkin continued, his tone measured and firm. This is to see the level of skill you are currently at, so that we can make sure to give you the training you need. No need to be afraid. Elderkin Braff elaborated on the evaluation process. Low, intermediate, advanced, top. After dividing all the trainees into these levels, they will begin training. He paused, adding with a hint of pride, I was the one who came up with this system. The Elderkin's gaze fell upon a particular trainee, a low rank. His level is 20. His spearmanship hasn't leveled up from level 4. Han's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Next, that's it. What? The two men exchanged a look, the silence thick with unspoken questions. Elderkin Braff presented a glowing screen, its arcane symbols shimmering in the dim light. What is it? Take a look. Taji Han stared at the screen, his expression unreadable. This is. Han's thoughts swirled, a question forming in his mind. Someone like him was born a 1-star? Elderkin Braff turned to Han, his voice low and serious. I need to talk to you in private. Sorry, but stay behind. Han simply replied, all right. Han watched as the others departed, his gaze lingering on Taji Han. I was going to say you could make yourself comfortable, but you already have. Taji Han stands before Elderkin Braff, his expression questioning. He asks, what's the reason why you want to talk to me? Elderkin Braff addresses an unseen group. I've reported to the higher-ups about you. The Major General will be here soon. The rest of you come with me. Elderkin Braff was also born a 1-star. He panicked in his first battle and could. Elderkin Braff thinks to himself, I have that video saved. It's pretty funny. The Major General will be here within a minute. I will excuse myself. Taji Han sits alone, a thoughtful expression on his face. A strange feeling washes over him. Taji Han reflects, are actually alive and moving around. I got the report. Meanwhile, a figure approaches a brightly lit doorway, their form silhouetted against the light. A voice calls out, are you Han Islet? The glint of steel catches the light as a sword is drawn from its sheath. Back in the room, Taji Han sits, his expression unreadable. What do you want to talk to me about? I assume you're not here to scout me. A close-up reveals the intensity in Han Islet's eyes, focused and determined. The blade slides further, emitting a faint, ethereal hum. Sword now fully drawn. Han Islet stands ready, a blue energy crackling around the blade. Han Islet's grip tightens on the hilt of his sword. He declares that he is not there to scout Rangradot. Rangradot, her gaze sharp, assumes he's there to interrogate her. The red-haired woman's eyes narrow as she confidently states that Han cannot win against her. Han acknowledges her claim with a knowing smirk. Rangradot demands to know where he heard that information, her tone laced with suspicion. She presses, asking how he knows that Master Loki has disappeared. The woman's eyes glow with an eerie light as she demands that Han tell her everything he knows, including the source of the information, if he wants to live. Rangradot's expression hardens as she questions who he is. Han's gaze pierces through her, stating that she wants to know who he is. The swordsman guesses that it is her master who knows the answer. A figure is engulfed in swirling pink energy, responding to an unseen presence. The figure declares their omnipresence in Niflheimer. The name Yurnith appears. A figure kneels, proclaiming their greeting to their master. Before him stretched a vast, walled city, its architecture hinting at both grandeur and an underlying sense of martial readiness. The buildings were constructed with a precision that spoke of advanced engineering, yet their purpose remained shrouded in mystery. Moments later, a man with a weathered face and a dark eye patch extended a hand. He introduced himself as Gilbert. Another man, introducing himself as Daika, the instructor, greeted Gilbert in return. Gilbert, his eyes still adjusting to the light, processed the information he'd received from the others. If I don't adjust quickly, I'll end up dead? The new world felt oppressive, the air thick with unspoken dangers. What a scary place, Gilbert thought, as someone inquired if he was their instructor. A smile stretched across Gilbert's face, though a hint of unease lingered in his eyes. You seem very... As Gilbert shook Daika's hand, he internalized his own unfamiliarity with this world. I'm from the mountains, so I don't know the outside world too well, but I guess here, you learn to hunt from a kid? He narrows his eyes, a familiar frustration etching itself onto his face. It seems this isn't the first time he's faced such a situation. Daika mutters, clearly annoyed, that this is happening again. Daika reminds the other man that this place operates under different rules than their previous world. He adds that if the man gives it his all, he will become stronger than him someday. But if he doesn't, the grip tightens, knuckles whitening as the threat hangs heavy in the air. A primal scream tears through the air, a raw expression of pain and defiance. Daika's eyes glow with an otherworldly power, his hands crackling with energy as he prepares to unleash his abilities. A chilling message echoes, you will end up dead. A question hangs in the air. What's going on? Meanwhile, the air crackles with displaced energy. Someone wonders if they just got summoned. Daika is asked what brings him here. He explains that Aaron is gone, and with 3 instructor positions open, he thought he'd look around the first floor. He then asks if there is anyone to recommend for the instructor position. The woman with long black hair notes that there have been quite a few ambitious people lately. She adds that there are many who came to Daika and left stronger than him. Roderick is recommended, described as having a strong sense of responsibility and being strong, a good match for the position. Anand is also mentioned, described as bright and full of energy and a good leader sometimes. Since parties 3 and 4 aren't main attack squads, the members change quite often, meaning that their abilities change depending on who's in the parties. Bennick and Lilani, standing side by side, are noted to work well with Anand. The pair, though quiet, reveal their true nature through their training, or so it is observed. The man believes that the 3 make a good combination. A voice muses, almost envious, before adding that there's someone else. The man smiles, the light behind him growing brighter as someone is called Ryman. The woman questions the light, realizing it's a summoning. The summoning is taking place on the 2nd floor, not the 1st. The purple light emanates from the structure. The woman anticipates finally meeting some strong people. A sinister smile spreads across the man's face. A belt cinches tight around a waist. Heavy footsteps echo as something approaches. A figure stands silhouetted against a backdrop of swirling clouds and a colossal structure, its purpose yet unknown. The structure looms, a multi-tiered platform of intricate design and unknown function. The platform's base reveals further details, hinting at advanced technology or ancient construction. The structure's upper levels gleam in the light, a testament to its scale and complexity. A figure in white kneels, head bowed. "I greet my master," they announce. A woman in a military-style uniform looks on, concern etched on her face. The woman in uniform crosses her arms, her expression tight. "Sure took you long enough," she mutters. Beside her, a man with a sword looks on, a question in his eyes. The kneeling figure pleads, "Please forgive me." The figure in white continues, "I was preparing to greet you." The woman in uniform gasps, "You've injured master." Her face contorts in anger and distress. The woman in uniform rushes forward, concern etched on her face. "Oh my, are you okay, master?" The man with the sword retorts, "I think she's less okay than I am." A voice booms, directing the figure in white. "Eclet, greet him. He's our master, Loki." The weight of the accusation hung heavy in the air. Although one of them had the audacity and the foolishness to wield a sword at their master, they were now expected to swear at him and prepare to kill him. Tears welled in her eyes, her voice barely a whisper. Eclet stammered, a broken apology escaping her lips. A crimson eye, magnified and intense, stared down with an unreadable depth. A gasp escaped, a silent scream trapped in her throat as the weight of her actions crashed down upon her. The blade trembled in her grasp, the steel reflecting the turmoil within. If she only had permission. A voice, calm and measured, cut through the tension. She didn't know anything. She was just doing her job. A soft voice, tinged with an otherworldly quality, echoed in the chamber. Rangradot admitted, "I did." Han observed that she's got quite the personality. He suggested to the master that this wasn't an appropriate place for them to talk, and that they should go somewhere more fitting. The group stood in the center of a grand hall, bathed in ethereal light. The architecture was ornate, with delicate railings and intricate designs. From above, the scene looked like a miniature world, a carefully crafted paradise. The details were exquisite, from the ornate lamps to the lush greenery. He gazed out at the sky, the cityscape sprawling beneath them. It seemed they were on the 13th floor of Niflheim. Nisord reclined elegantly, a picture of serene composure amidst the high-stakes conversation. A delicate hand extended, offering a steaming cup of tea. He accepted the tea, his eyes narrowed slightly as he took a sip. How had she known it was him? Nisord poured more tea, explaining that of the 20,000 residents, only the top 5 bankers knew of his presence. The realization dawned on Han. If someone else knew of this information, his gaze hardened. That must mean it was her. But that wasn't enough to go on. Nisord clarified. "My secretary and I are the only ones who know that you're here." "Ah, I guess it would be 3, including Eclet now." She offered, "Will you take a look at the other members too? I can summon them all if you would like to see them." Her long white hair cascaded down her shoulder as she awaited his response. Han considered the offer. Nisord continued, "Nahaku and Muden are out on a mission right now. Ledigian and I are on standby. How about Ceres?" The empty teacup sat on the saucer, the silence hanging heavy in the air. Seojin Han sits at the table as Nisord explains that Nahaku is often away on diplomatic affairs. She adds that Muden has moved his residence outside of Niflheim. Nisord then asks if Han would like more tea and cookies. Nisord's expression is serious as she notes that Ceres' absence is rare. Holding a tray of cookies, Nisord states that it is an honor to meet Master Loki, identifying Han. Offering a cookie, Nisord wonders if Han didn't hate her, admitting she was expecting to be stabbed or something. Nisord asks if Han means having used her as a chess piece. Nisord asks how she could hate him. Nisord expresses gratitude, saying that Han didn't discriminate against them, always gave them a chance, and led them to victory with his wise thinking. She continues, stating that if it weren't for him, Niflheimer would be long gone, including her and everyone else. Nisord says that Han is more than enough for them, Master Loki. A vase of yellow roses sits on the table. Nisord continues, saying that it's an honor to be able to meet him, and that he is as brave and handsome as she imagined. She reveals that they have prepared a mansion for him on the 13th floor, inviting him to rest there and come back tomorrow morning. Han wonders about the mansion. Nisord states that she prepared it just for him, and that it's in the very center of the 13th floor, showing an image of the mansion. He sat, unmoving, as he declared that he was a master no longer and had no need for such luxurious treatment. Nisord, taken aback, questioned if he meant to return to the 2nd floor, adding that she had put a lot of work into this place, even preparing a welcome party. Her expression pleading, Nisord suggested he could watch all of the victories he had brought. Seojin Han cut her off, his tone firm. "Don't." He stated plainly that he had training and would need to be picked up when it was over. With a sharp tone, Seojin Han dismissed her. A wave of frustration washed over Nisord's face, her eyes narrowing. Her voice rising, she complained that the dormitories in the training facility had small rooms and weren't fit for him, demanding he fix that up. But Seojin Han would hear none of it. Her voice laced with disbelief, Nisord questioned his dignity. She continued, her tone softening, speaking of the aura of an emperor that surrounded him, asking if he saw it too. Seo Jin-han remained unconvinced, stating he wasn't sure. Frustration contorted Nisord's features as her pleas went unanswered. Seo Jin-han, his mind made up, instructed her to open a portal and ensure it wasn't noticeable. He knelt before the shimmering gateway, his voice echoing with a respectful affirmation. Yes, master. The gateway pulsed with ethereal energy, a swirling vortex of light and color promising passage to another realm. Seo Jin-han's expression hardened with resolve as he addressed someone unseen. Uranith, you did well without me. A figure with glasses, concern etched on his face, questioned him. Do you still consider the current me your master? Nisord stood amidst a serene garden, her red eyes gleaming with an unreadable emotion. A subtle smile played on Nisord's lips as she replied, her voice smooth as silk. Of course. Seo Jin-han's gaze remained fixed, his expression unreadable as the weight of unspoken words hung in the air. A figure clad in dark armor burst onto the scene, his voice a furious roar. Where's Master? Uranith. The air crackled with energy as the barrier shattered, a testament to Lydigian's raw power and unrestrained fury. Nisord glanced at Seo Jin-han, a hint of amusement in her eyes. I didn't say anything to him, by the way. Was he always like that? Whispers carried on the wind spoke of urgency and hidden agendas. He's the one who has been wanting to see you the most. There's no time. Nisord's expression turned grave, a hint of concern flickering across her face. Lydigian is usually calm, but he's hard to handle once he gets mad. A polished boot descends, the sound echoing in the grand hall as it steps through a shimmering, emerald threshold. Above, the ceiling stretches into a seemingly endless expanse, light filtering through unseen apertures, casting an ethereal glow upon the scene below. Seo Jin-han emerges, the air around him shimmering with residual energy from the portal he just traversed. He finds himself in a spacious chamber, attended by several figures, the glowing portal still active behind him. Seo Jin-han wonders if it was an illusion spell, noting that no one seems to have noticed his sudden appearance. Nisord gestures, informing him that if he's looking for his companions, they're this way. The maid's expression is gentle as she guides Seo Jin-han forward. Nisord asks why he came with her, then answers her own question, stating it was for his safety, master. Her eyes glow with an eerie light as Nisord vows that if anyone dares to lay a hand on him, they will face her wrath. A silent promise echoes, I will crush their spine. Seo Jin-han's gaze is distant, perhaps already contemplating the challenges ahead. A weary thought bubbles to the surface. I want to go home. The dormitory loomed, a futuristic edifice against the sky. Inside, the room was spacious if sparsely furnished. Seo Jin-han lay sprawled on the bed, lost in thought. She has done well, he mused. He stood, adjusting his collar, the silence broken by a sudden sound. Knock, knock. A voice called out, polite and formal. Nisord, ever the attentive maid, offered. It's nowhere near enough for your standards, I'm sure, but if you wish, I could move you to the 13th floor. She glances back at Seo Jin-han, a flicker of concern in her red eyes. Nisord wonders if he has told anyone about her true nature. The maid assures him that he has not. She states that she will follow him. The pair ascend a grand staircase, the polished stone cool beneath their feet. The staircase continues upward, a seemingly endless climb. A woman with fiery red hair greets them, her voice ringing with enthusiasm. A blond man stands beside her, a gentle smile on his face. You're here, she exclaims. The blond man observes that Seo Jin-han looks like he slept well. The red-haired woman shares that she spoke to the other girls the previous night, and that this place is apparently great. The woman continues, stating that there are many people and the facility is amazing. She adds that there are also many strong people. The blond man adds that Niflheimer has apparently never lost. Seo Jin-han hears that everyone slept well. Seo Jin-han thinks that being undefeated would refer to the battles between masters and not the missions. He also thinks that they don't have to worry about being synthesized there or dying on a mission. The blond man states that the welfare is great, and they reward you well. He adds that they don't discriminate against you for being from somewhere else either. He then asks if Seo Jin-han also wants to become a top trainee. The red-haired woman asks if he is really asking that, stating that he is going to go back, of course. She adds that their friends are waiting and that it's the same for her. He considered the implications, a chilling thought taking root. If they were to unintentionally become top trainees, Inning might just sell them off to Niflheimer. From a raised platform, a speaker addressed the assembled crowd, his words carrying the weight of authority. They had no right to choose. Rangerdot spoke with a grim certainty. I'm sure you all know from experience that this world has rules that clash with reality. Elderkin Braff's expression hardened as he stated, it's information. Eclep Pardissa stood before a towering screen, its glow illuminating her face as she declared, you must know the rules of this world. The screen displayed a wealth of data, the different types of missions, how to carry them out, how to utilize objects, the types of enemies, formations they take on, and the compatibility between them. A stark message blazed across the screen. What you need to prioritize is the position we are in this world. Seojin Han frowned, the words echoing in his mind. Stats, skills, mission, that all sounded very familiar. A woman with crimson hair responded, I already explained it to you. A chessboard sat poised, each piece a silent player in a game called chess. A hand descended, grasping a chess piece. The message was clear. We need to be aware that we are our master's chess pieces. The stark reality settled in. Heroes are nothing more than toys for the masters. Han looks down, a furrow in his brow. Rangradot stands beside him, her expression unreadable. The words hang heavy in the air. You cannot survive if you do not acknowledge that. A serene garden stretches out, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere indoors. Sunlight bathes the manicured lawns and vibrant flower beds. A table is set with delicate china and a bouquet of flowers. The scene is peaceful, yet the earlier words echo. That's right. I'm aware that I am a chess piece and that you're doing things for the sake of your own. Rangradot asks, her tone measured, how did you know that I ended up in this world? She continues, Master, do you remember what I told you yesterday? Rangradot sits, her gaze distant, as she reflects on the connection between a master and a hero, a bond she describes as deep. The unseen speaker reveals that it's top secret, that Han hasn't logged in for more than 3 months, information known only above the 12th floor. They add that when he vanished, they already knew he had fallen into Mobius. A single word hangs in the air, a question laced with uncertainty. Points. Han and Rangradot stand together, bathed in the ethereal glow of an open book. The more their rank rises, the stronger they become, the deeper the connection between them. The disembodied voice questions whether falling into Mobius only applies to the members of the 13th floor. A close-up reveals the intensity in Han's eyes as he listens. The speaker notes that it's just a difference in vessels, referring to Urnith and Aklet. 2 figures stand side by side, ranked 2 second and 9 fourth respectively. Even if all the remaining 95 of the top 100 were to charge at the 5, they would not win. Rangradot holds the glowing book, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. This is now possible thanks to all the effort you poured into us 5. She reclines in her chair, surrounded by holographic displays humming with arcane energy. The air crackles with unseen power. The displays reflect in Han's eyes as he considers the implications. Can she truly manipulate the system? The system, it seems, rewards closeness. The closer they get to him, the stronger they become, receiving intervention points as a result. The words on the screen declare that he is no ordinary being. Rangradot smiles, acknowledging his care. She muses that they be more like 6.5 stars, existing in Mobius but also having 1 foot in the Earth realm. Han didn't realize he was that great. He sits, absorbing the information, and acknowledges that the higher realm is a very amazing place. He then wonders how he ended up here. The closer they get to him, the closer he also gets to them. A series of images flash through his mind, faces of those connected to him. Then a 7-star would be completely different from a normal hero, Han realizes. Rangradot explains that they are people who have transcended the system's restrictions. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to a fiery landscape, where the server's barriers were weakened because of the event. They're half heroes, half masters. He managed to get away, but his level was ridiculous. The maximum level was 99 in the system, after all. Han is sure that Rangradot is aware, but hasn't completely lost her authoritative rights. He assumes that she'll be able to reach 7-star even without the necessary item, the Book of Reversal. Rangradot chides him for looking too far ahead into the future, as he's still a beginner. The teacup settles onto the saucer with a soft click. The steam rises, carrying the scent of exotic herbs. Elsewhere, one armored figure assumes that she didn't go out there looking for them. Another asks if Ceres really intends to leave, reminding her that they are in a hurry. The armored figure states that they don't have any special send-off for her, leaving the investigation to Ceres and wishing her good luck. Back inside, Han wonders if that is also the reason why he doesn't see a fairy here. Rangradot explains that he can figure out so much just from one thing. She has taken on the duties of the fairy. Han then asks how long Niflheimer can hold up for. The air hangs heavy with unspoken concerns. The sprawling cityscape of Niflheimer stretches out, a testament to its resilience. A voice assures that it will not be deleted after 6 months, adding that with the amount of intervention points they have, they can easily hold up. Han acknowledges that is good, but wonders if that answers his question, even somewhat. Rangradot asks if it is okay for her to say a few words, her expression thoughtful. The interior setting is bathed in a soft, ethereal light, the air still and expectant. A chandelier hangs above, its many candles casting a warm glow on the scene below. The polished tile reflects the light filtering through the towering pillars, hinting at the grandeur within. A cascade of crystal and light, the chandelier hangs as a testament to opulence. A voice echoes, declaring this is a castle prepared for someone. Below a massive painting depicting a fiery scene, Han stands, contemplating the artwork. Scattered pages flutter in the air, their script glowing with arcane energy. A voice muses, disappointed yet happy to see someone. The woman in the military uniform stands amidst the floating pages, her expression unreadable. She states, as believed, someone came to them. The woman's hand rests on a book, crackling with purple energy. She thinks it is time that someone sat in their rightful throne. The painting looms behind Han, a silent plea echoing. Master, please stay in Niflheimer. The woman's long white hair cascades down her back, framing her regal bearing. A towering structure looms in the background as the woman's voice declares that someone has become a hero, but is no ordinary being. With her help, they'll be able to act as master. The woman's face remains obscured, but her words ring with authority. She will give someone all of her authoritative rights. The woman's gloved hand gestures, her voice promising that someone won't need to worry about Tonia. If they support them as an ally, they'll be able to grow stronger without her there. Han looks up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as a message echoes in his mind. We need you, master. Before him, a figure kneels, their face obscured by shadow and elaborate headwear, a silent plea hanging in the air. His fists clench, the weight of the unseen request pressing down on him. A new message materializes before Han. Uranith is transferring over the Vice Master rights. Will he accept? A system message appeared, querying whether to accept the transfer of Submaster authority. The figure remained still, the question hanging in the air. Seojin Han's expression hardened. He declared, I'm not a master anymore. The woman in the military uniform responded, her voice steady. We will give you our full support. Tayanir will also continuously receive our support, so you need not worry. Han tilted his head, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. Is that so? He wondered. The system message remained, the choice still unmade. A close-up of the woman's eye revealed a hidden intensity. The woman continued, her voice laced with concern. Master, if we are lacking in any way. Seojin Han's expression turned somber. I'm too weak right now, he admitted. If you can give us a bit of time, we will. With a resolute tone, Han declared, No, I will return to Tayanir. A voice echoes through the grand hall, laced with a hint of disdain. It seems the speaker's dislike extends to both the company and the location. The response is a simple acknowledgement, a single word hanging in the air, understood. Seojin Han stands firm, his expression unyielding. The woman in the military uniform counters, her tone resolute. They won't give up. A question hangs in the air, heavy with implication. If returning to Earth proves impossible, what then? The woman's gaze intensifies, her red eyes glowing with an inner light as she awaits an answer. Seojin Han remains silent, his expression unreadable as he considers the weight of the question. The woman responds, her words carrying a sense of resignation. At that time, she will do as he wishes. A grand staircase stretches upwards, disappearing into shadow. Arcane energies begin to swirl around Seojin Han, the air crackling with unseen power. The woman is bathed in a crimson glow as she prepares for what is to come. Seojin Han's brow furrows, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. What trickery is this? The woman explains that it is meaningless for the master to go and receive unnecessary training. The woman stands amidst a swirl of pink energy, her presence masked by a carefully woven spell. The air crackles with unseen power, a silent promise of deception. Seojin Han regards her, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Are you saying you'll use a body double? He asks, his voice low. You'll need to maximize your time while you're staying. The woman inclines her head, a moment of silence hanging in the air before she replies, Fine. Elsewhere, the grand building stands tall, a silent witness to the chaos about to unfold. The battlefield roars to life. Explosions bloom in the distance, casting long shadows across the ravaged landscape. The air vibrates with the raw energy of clashing spells. Aaron Delcut crouches low, his grip tightening on the shaft of his spear. Determination hardens his gaze as he prepares to meet the coming onslaught. Steel clashes against steel. A desperate dance of survival unfolds as soldiers fight tooth and nail for every inch of ground. The fate of many hangs in the balance. A soldier stands firm, his armor stained crimson. The battle rages around him, a whirlwind of death and destruction. Sweat beads on Aaron's brow, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and resolve. The weight of the battle presses down on him, a crushing burden. A voice cuts through the din of battle, sharp and demanding. Aaron, what are you doing? Go and kill them. The desperate plea echoes across the battlefield. Aaron, hurry. We can't hold on any longer. A scream pierces the air, a raw expression of terror and desperation. The battle teeters on the brink of collapse. Aaron Delcut activates a hidden strength, the text box announcing the awakening of dormant power. His hand glows with raw energy as a system message declares all stats are increased by 1,000%. A figure grips a sword, the blade crackling with blue energy. The sword is swung, leaving a trail of pure power in its wake. Another figure intercepts the blow, sparks flying as steel meets steel. The defender retaliates, swinging their own blade with blinding speed. The clash echoes through the battlefield. The sudden surge of power leaves onlookers stunned. When did Eren get so strong? One asks, never expecting him to have that kind of power. Another voice calls out, Eren, incredible. Sweat beads on a character's brow, the tension palpable. A figure grins, blood splattered across their face. Well done. A defeated figure lies on the ground, blood pooling around them. Boss, they cry out. His eyes snapped open, a primal scream tearing from his throat. The lingering echoes of the nightmare clung to him like a shroud. Eren's breath hitched, his eyes wide with lingering terror. Sweat plastered his hair to his forehead as the adrenaline coursed through him. His chest heaved, each inhale a desperate attempt to regain control. The remnants of the dream still clung to his skin, a clammy reminder of the horrors he'd witnessed. He sat up, the cool morning air a stark contrast to the suffocating heat of the nightmare. Sunlight streamed through the window, offering a fragile sense of peace. A whisper escaped his lips, a question hanging in the air. Was it all just a dream? Elsewhere, a figure stood at a podium, addressing a large assembly. The air crackled with anticipation, the weight of their words heavy in the hall. Eren sat among the crowd, his expression unreadable as he listened to the speaker. The weight of the world seemed to press down on him, even in this grand hall. Meanwhile, Han stood with another man, their faces etched with concern. The air was thick with unspoken worries, the silence broken only by the rustling of clothes. Elsewhere, a woman with fiery red hair slept soundly at her desk, a trail of drool marking her dedication to her work, or perhaps just her exhaustion. Han stood alone, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on some unseen point. His expression was unreadable, a mask of stoic determination. The two men stood in silence, the weight of their shared burden heavy between them. One glanced sideways, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Eren's face was cast in shadow, his expression a mixture of sorrow and resolve. The weight of his responsibilities settled upon him, a heavy burden to bear. He stands in profile, the sound of something echoing around him. Elsewhere, a futuristic building stretches out, its metal walkways gleaming under the blue lights. The woman barks orders, her voice sharp and commanding. Move in formation. Seojin Han listens intently as the maid speaks. Considering the color of their military uniform, I can tell they're part of the main building. A voice calls out, Master, please come this way. The elevator, used only by high-ranking members, connects all the way to floor 13, allowing direct access to Lady Urnit's garden. The elevator shaft stretches upwards, a metallic lattice of supports and glowing lights. Looking up, the elevator car ascends into the heights of the building. The top of the building is a collection of dome-shaped structures, bathed in a soft light. The building stands tall, its architecture intricate and imposing against the sky. A peaceful garden scene unfolds, yellow flowers blooming amidst the greenery. The woman muses, her gaze distant. I'm thinking of sending 1,000,000 gems to Tanir. Seojin Han sips his tea, the steam rising gently from the cup. A stern command echoes, the unseen speaker declaring, don't interfere with Tanir in any way. Meanwhile, Seojin Han stands behind the white-haired woman, who covers her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. She tells him, you make me sad, Master. It's so cool that you're trying to get stronger without borrowing any of our help, but... The woman looks up at Seojin Han, a hopeful glint in her eyes. You want me to rely on you a little more? Something like that, she asks. Seojin Han thinks to himself that he was actually going to ask her about that. Her face lights up, sparkling with anticipation. What is it? What can we do to help you? She asks, her eagerness almost overwhelming. Seojin Han, visibly uncomfortable with the sudden closeness, tells her, that's uncomfortable. Get away from me a bit. Elsewhere, the sky meets the sea in a distant horizon. Jagged peaks pierce the clouds, a testament to the Earth's ancient power. Heavenly Sword stands before a landscape of black rock, his gaze fixed on the material before him. So, this is black iron, which is multiple times stronger than steel, he muses. The rough, uneven surface of the black iron stretches into the distance. A voice echoes, considering the marks etched into the stone. There's only one guy who could make such cut marks on black iron. Heavenly Sword stands silhouetted against the horizon, the wind whipping around him. The voice continues. He is a hero possessing such overwhelming talent. The camera focuses on the black iron, the voice concluding that at one point I thought he was a bug character. The text below reads, Heavenly Sword, Master of Clam Solace. He stands amidst the jagged rocks, the sword held loosely at his side. A voice echoes, resonating with anticipation. I've been waiting for you. The words hang in the air, a promise and a memory intertwined. Just as you have strengthened me in the past. Seems this is our first time seeing each other. The Swordmaster's resolve hardens, the grip on the weapon tightening. I will strengthen you now, Master. The Heavenly Sword stands firm, his blade piercing the cracked earth. He reflects on the source of his power. Since you have made me this strong. His resolve hardens, a promise forming on his lips. I will also make you strong, master. The memory of grueling training flashes before him, each swing of the sword etching itself into his very being. He remembers the relentless pursuit of perfection, pushing his limits with every strike. Kneeling, the heavenly sword clutches his weapon, the scars on his body a testament to battles fought and lessons learned. He muses on the power he now wields. He believes it is an effect of the final evolution form of the calmness skill, the pure and serene mind. On top of that, he has achieved body-sword unity. The sword gleams, reflecting the light and the warrior's unwavering spirit. Han's voice cuts through the silence, a command laced with expectation. Get up. Heavenly Sword turns his gaze, a question hanging in the air. Do you still train the same way you used to? I'm sure Uranith has given you the authority to see for yourself. Lydigian, a weapon master of level 99, possesses maxed-out strength, intelligence, HP, and agility. However, their skills are currently unavailable due to the effects of the Heavenly Sword Order at maximum level. The Scar Man stands, his physique hinting at the stats of a level 1, one-star hero. He wonders if he has been slashing black iron with this kind of specs. One of the men states that he has checked everything and they can begin. The other responds, of course. A sword crackles with crimson energy, poised for a strike. The blade, wreathed in red, accelerates towards its unseen target. The figure unleashes a furious swing, the air itself seeming to crackle with the force of the blow. The sword sings as it cuts through the air, a deadly note in the symphony of battle. With a guttural cry, the warrior brings the blade down, a whirlwind of lethal intent. Steel clashes against steel, the impact sending sparks flying as the two swords meet in a blinding flash. The force of the blow reverberates through the combatants, each struggling for dominance in the dance of death. He pressed the attack, the green energy of his blade cutting through the air. Lydigian met the blow, the clash of their weapons echoing across the desolate landscape. The air crackled with energy as Lydigian internalized. I'm much stronger and faster. The clash of steel continued as Lydigian thought, for every 3 moves I make, Lydigian makes one. Han Islet pressed forward, the green energy soared a blur of motion. Lydigian's crimson eye narrowed, focused on the incoming attack. The grip on the green energy sword tightened, knuckles white with effort. Lydigian stood firm, the clash of their blades a constant rhythm in the air. Han Islet knelt, head bowed. Forgive me for wielding my sword at you, he croaked. Lydigian stood over him, face unreadable. Don't apologize every time. It's annoying, he emphasized. The camera focused on Lydigian's feet, the words hanging in the air. Are good at kissing ass. You were the most talented hero I had. The disembodied voice echoed, noting the swordsman's rapid progress. Lydigian, shirtless and bearing the scars of countless battles, explained the limitations of level 10. He admitted he initially suspected something was amiss. The camera focused on his boots as Lydigian continued, suggesting that talent alone wasn't the only factor. Han Islet, a smirk playing on his lips, agreed with the assessment. The wielder of the glowing blue shield was told that even if they couldn't surpass Ceres in every way, they were still comparable in power. Enveloped in crimson energy, the figure declared their desire to continue fighting until satisfied, implying that anyone could win if the 5 of them were to fight. The red energy intensified around the figure with long black hair, a silent promise of more battles to come. A hand gripped the hilt of a sword, ready for action. Meanwhile, in a bustling dining hall, conversations buzzed amongst the patrons. Near a tray laden with food, someone wondered aloud if Aaron had noticed anything unusual about Han Islet recently. Aaron, fork in hand, seemed lost in thought as he prepared to take a bite. The murmur of the dining hall continued as the patrons enjoyed their meals. A voice booms out, declaring that there was no warrior better than him in Lugia. Another man, scarred and grimacing, finds it embarrassing that he has to train with these idiots. A third man, sporting a red mohawk, taunts the others, sneering that they don't know anything because they're all nobodies, before demanding they stop yapping and come at him. A swift kick connects, sending blood splattering through the air. Another figure prepares to deliver a punch, the force rippling through the air. A blond man observes the unfolding scene, remarking that one of the fighters seems very normal. A woman with long brown hair shouts, questioning what they are doing and if they wish to be kicked out. She continues, reminding them that fights between trainees are against the rules, and that she will not be as tolerant as this time if another fight breaks out. A figure lies on the ground, bloodied and seemingly defeated. The blond man from before is joined by a woman with red hair, and he wonders if something seems off. A fist clenches, the speaker declaring that you can only tell the value of a person through an actual fight. A bald man taunts, inviting someone to come at him, boasting that he'll win using just. The masked figure stands ready, his stance coiled like a spring about to unleash. Behind him, onlookers watch with varying degrees of concern. The air crackles with anticipation. In the distance, jagged peaks pierce the sky, silent witnesses to the unfolding conflict. The wind howls around the mountain, a mournful cry echoing through the desolate landscape. The scarred warrior stands firm, his gaze unwavering as he prepares to meet the coming onslaught. A surge of blue energy erupts from the masked figure, crackling with raw power. The masked figure lunges, his weapon a blur of motion as it connects with the scarred warrior. A flicker of surprise crosses the masked figure's face. He didn't deflect it? Crimson energy flares around the masked figure, a sign of a new technique being unleashed. The scarred warrior is struck again, the force of the blow sending tremors through his body. The attack intensifies, each strike carrying the weight of a mountain. The masked figure prepares for another strike, his eyes burning with determination. However, a crimson eye pierces the darkness, a silent promise of retribution. The memory of past battles flickers, a reminder of those who need to learn about loss. It's not just anything who needs to learn about loss. The warrior reflects, recalling a time when he never truly lost Antonia. Jenna, Aaron, Velkist, and Narissa, even high-ranking heroes like Adis and Roderick. They were unable to win against me perfectly. One more time, against those weaker than me. But it's different now. Someone overwhelmingly stronger than me exists. The heavenly sword stands amidst the ruined landscape, his body wrapped in bandages. He observes, noting that his opponent has achieved quite a bit. The text indicates that with a bit more effort, one will be able to attain intermediate weapon arts, but also that the opponent is a monster that he is no match for. The unknown master, eyes narrowed, wonders if this is a strength sword, recalling the smooth sword from last time. The text indicates that stats don't hold you back at all, and the unknown master wonders what the heavenly sword will show him this time. The heavenly sword swings his blade in a wide arc, a blur of motion as he guesses at his opponent's next move. Red eyes blazing, the unknown master prepares to meet the attack head-on. Steel clashes against steel, the force of the impact echoing through the desolate landscape as the unknown master blocks the blow. The unknown master realizes he can't even scratch him despite his total stat points being 40. The heavenly sword continues his assault, the sword singing through the air. He thinks that just because you're strong does not mean that the sword will be strong too. Same with speed. The heavenly sword thinks that even if you were to swing your sword with a strength stat of 10, the sword would not have 10 points worth of strength. Again, the unknown master intercepts the blow, the clash of their blades echoing once more. The unknown master grits his teeth, his red eyes burning with frustration. Amidst the settling dust and fractured earth, the figure with long black hair stood, seemingly unfazed by the devastation surrounding him. Below, Lydigian surveyed the scene, his muscular frame and bandaged arms a testament to the battle that had just transpired. The heavenly sword, his brow furrowed, inquired, "Then what's the strength of my sword?" Lydigian, meeting his gaze, responded, "About an eighth of your strength stat." From the shadows, a voice declared, "Lydigian, you're as strong as I imagined." The man named Lydigian, his expression unreadable, replied, "I'm honored that you would say that." A crimson eye narrowed, its gaze intense, while below, a scarred face remained stoic. The heavenly sword stood with his back to the unseen observer, his long black hair swaying slightly in the non-existent breeze. Lydigian, sword in hand, looked up, his expression a mix of determination and anticipation. The blade of Lydigian's sword gleamed, reflecting the light of the shattered sky above. Elsewhere, the building stood tall, its windows reflecting the pale light. A gloved hand rapped sharply against the door, the sound echoing in the silent hallway. The knuckles of the gloved hand tightened as the knocking continued. Heavenly Sword walked down the long hallway, his footsteps echoing softly. He paused, his expression troubled. He hasn't been in for the last few days, he thought, a sigh escaping his lips. Heavenly Sword internalized. It's hard for me to personally summon a trainee who's in the midst of training because our timings don't match. He thought to himself, how could I? I was so rude. Tears welled in Heavenly Sword's eyes as he uttered a choked, "Yug." The jagged peaks of the mountains loom in the distance. Aaron tells Lydigian that even if he trains there for 6 months, he'll be much stronger than before. The sound of clashing metal echoes through the mountains as Lydigian continues his training. Han watches the training intently, stating, of course. The clash of steel rings out as Lydigian's combat style is different from Han's. Aaron notes that Lydigian's basic weapon arts are excellent and supported by various other skills, adding that he fights more like Ceres. Lydigian is an all-rounder who can respond to any situation at hand, even if they were to search all over Mobius. They would probably only find a handful of 3-star heroes who are a match for him. Aaron believes that if Lydigian keeps growing at this rate, he'll become the strongest. Han breathes heavily, observing the training. If it's as easy as it sounds, that is, Lydigian is the only hero who has a chance of winning against Ceres. Lydigian is specialized in small-scale combat, as well as man-to-man combat. He can almost always win if the opponent is human, giving him his biggest advantage at the moment. He explains that he can use Berserk without losing his reason, addressing Han as master. Ledigian assumes this is possible because he is half hero and half master. Composure and Berserk, two skills that normally cannot coexist, are working together within him. Ledigian states that as a clearly bugged character, he has overcome the restrictions of the system. Han remarks that Ledigian is more like a 7-star at the moment, adding that 7 stars are all above level 100. He assumes the same goes for the skills. A combination of skills that normally cannot be combined, or a division of skills that normally cannot be divided. Han wonders if the amount of slots for them are infinite too. Then, Han states that would be a destruction of the balance, basically cheating. From what they've researched, there is one more trait to a 7-star. Han asks what? It's that the efficiency of synthesis is very high. Ledigian remains silent. He wonders if things are different for 7 stars. A voice expresses surprise, assuming the other party would have received something back on Earth, noting their poor form and identifying them as a newbie experiencing this for the first time. Someone observes the traces of a knight's swordsmanship in the fighting style, attributing it to Shay Lathistry, the 4-star hero who is synthesized with him. Han questions whether he now possesses the talent due to the synthesis with a higher-level hero. If that were the case, his swordsmanship would be very different. Ledigian explains that it doesn't have that much of an influence, and from what he's seen, this hero's swordsmanship seems to be intermediate level. A disembodied voice wonders if he could use the hero's sword technique. The scarred warrior prepares to draw his sword, a determined look on his face. Han watches him intently, his expression unreadable. Ledigian declares that he'll try. Han's eyes narrow, a flicker of regret crossing his face as he thinks, I wasn't chosen. A figure with long white hair says, oh. The same figure smiles serenely, stating, I'll leave it to you then. A surge of power begins to coalesce, the air crackling with unseen energy. The energy intensifies, swirling and gathering momentum. The power spirals, a vortex of raw potential building around him. The energy explodes outward, a blinding flash of light. The concentrated power focuses, now centered around his neck. Han unleashes the awakened technique, a torrent of energy flowing from his blade. The sword glows with an ethereal light, the air shimmering with its power. The energy courses through him, a visible aura surrounding his body. The technique strikes, the ground trembling from the force of the impact. Before the voice echoes in his mind, Han stands firm, his swords crossed, the scars on his body a testament to battles fought and won. He held the sword, the bandages on his arms and torso a testament to his training. For him, it was about synthesis, not just the absorption of experience. Still, he knew he had to be careful. The glowing figure stood beside him, a silent advisor. High efficiency, it seemed, wasn't always advantageous. There was a risk of negative influence, of his information mixing up. Too much synthesis, Han internalized, the weight of the words settling upon him. The faces of others flash before his mind's eye, their expressions a mix of fear and confusion, all leading to a mix-up of information. Standing on a rocky outcrop, Han considered his limitations. Perhaps that was the reason he couldn't learn any defense skills, despite possessing this sword shield technique. He should be more cautious. He wanted to reach body-sword unity in the future, after all. A voice called out, breaking his train of thought. The maid announced, Master, it's lunchtime. The maid pushed a food cart, the wheels rumbling softly over the uneven ground. She continued to push the cart, her movements precise and efficient. A table was set, the food arranged meticulously on the plates. The silverware gleamed, reflecting the light, each piece perfectly placed. The maid stood with her hands clasped, her expression serene. It's all prepared, she said. Please rest. Han stood before the table, his sword and shield at his side. A chair emanated a strange, purple energy. A feast lay spread across the table, a silver pitcher gleaming under the soft light. A voice suggested they eat before continuing. A close-up revealed a dish of golden-brown squares, steaming gently. A voice responded, Yes, master. The scene faded into a blank space, the remnants of the meal lingering in the air. Elsewhere, a mission briefing appeared. Floor 18, exploration, inspect the target region. Bennick's face filled the frame, his expression a mask of urgency. He bellowed, Cover me. Rosa and Lilini, weapons at the ready, responded in unison. All right, Rosa exclaimed, while Lilini added, Oh, okay. Rosa lunged forward, her spear a blur of motion as she engaged the unseen enemy. The spear struck home, a spray of blood painting the air as Rosa continued her assault. Bennick's voice boomed out again, warning, The arrows won't harm the knights. Cover Anand from behind. Anand, crouched low, prepared to strike with a blade crackling with blue energy. Understood, he affirmed. Bennick's warning cut through the chaos. The knights use proper sword techniques. Be careful, Anand responded. I know. A desperate cry rang out. Both of you get down. The battle concluded. The team stood amidst the aftermath, weapons lowered but vigilance remained etched on their faces. Flashes of the brutal combat lingered, a crimson haze of energy slashes and desperate struggles. The memory of the enemy's onslaught remained vivid, a stark reminder of the dangers they faced. Ryman's expression hardened, a fierce determination burning in his eyes as he steeled himself for the challenges ahead. The system chimed, announcing the stage clear and the team's rewards. Anin and Lilani celebrated their level-ups. Ryman congratulated everyone, his voice carrying a note of grim satisfaction. "You don't hesitate anymore, even if the enemy is human now," he observed. The team moved forward, the path ahead leading them deeper into the dungeon. One of the team members muttered, "I got used to it after the 12th fourth floor. It's necessary for survival." Lilani smiled at Rosa. "You did well too, Lilani." Rosa responded, "It's all thanks to you, Rosa." Meanwhile, elsewhere, the topic of conversation shifted to the less dangerous, but equally important, subject of food. "Let's work hard so that we can also be promoted to the second floor," one said. Another groaned, "Yeah, I'm sick and tired of potatoes." A third mused, "I think the food would be much better if we just had a different cook." The discussion continued. "I heard that Julia has 3 kids. Another responded, "Wouldn't she be good at cooking then?" A third chimed in, "Haven't you tried her cooking before?" Someone sighed, "She just threw in all kinds of ingredients and made porridge." Another voice added, "You should just give up on getting any good food while you're here." The topic of food seemed to be a sore one, a constant reminder of the hardships they faced in this world. A grand structure stands silently, its purpose yet unknown. A heavy gate looms, barring the way forward. Beyond the bars, flames flicker, hinting at the dangers within. A figure with long, dark hair moves with blinding speed, a trail of energy arcing behind them. The clash of steel rings out as combatants engage in a furious dance of death. With a fierce cry, the white-haired warrior lunges forward, a storm of motion surrounding them. A desperate cry echoes as someone is struck, the impact sending tremors through the air. The battle rages on, each strike carrying the weight of desperation. Eyes narrowed, the archer draws back the string, muttering, "No way," as they prepare to loose their shot. The command echoes, a chilling reminder of the stakes. Fight with the intent to kill. The blade gleams, a promise of violence, a threat hanging heavy in the air. Otherwise, you will end. The warning cuts through the chaos. Stay sharp, even when the odds seem stacked in your favor. Complacency is a common killer. The battle rages on a vertical plane, a desperate struggle against overwhelming odds. To be massacred by a single enemy on the battlefield is a disgrace. The warrior's plea echoes amidst the clash of steel, a desperate cry for strength. Again, please. The blade blurs, a streak of silver against the backdrop of war. Steel clashes against steel, a symphony of destruction as the combatants fight for survival. The impact reverberates, a shockwave of force unleashed with every strike. A figure plummets from the wall, a casualty of the relentless battle. Eyes blazing with power, the warrior grips the blade, a force of nature ready to be unleashed. The blade sings through the air, a harbinger of death and destruction. He is suspended in the air, a vortex of dark energy swirling around him. The city below blurs into an indistinct canvas, a silent witness to his struggle. A flicker of hesitation crosses his face, a battle waged not against an external foe, but within the depths of his own heart. The weight of his next decision hangs heavy in the air. The dark tendrils writhe and coil, mirroring the turmoil within him. Each shadow seems to whisper doubts, urging him to reconsider his path. He still hesitates when fighting people. The warrior is not used to fighting with the intention of killing when it comes to his own party members. A surge of power erupts from him, a blinding flash against the encroaching darkness. Though still lacking, his resolve hardens, pushing back against the doubt. He is still a bit lacking, but this isn't bad. Elsewhere, there are 5 candidates. The members I'll take in a party too are... A grand, European-style building stands tall, its windows reflecting the soft light of the day. The architecture speaks of history and tradition, a stark contrast to the inner turmoil of the warrior. Inside, a table is laden with a feast. Plates overflow with roasted meats, fresh salads, and crusty bread, a scene of abundance and camaraderie. A woman with long, dark hair, the hostess, surveys the scene with a subtle smile. "How's the food?" she asks, her voice smooth and inviting. 3 figures are seated around the table, indulging in the meal. One, with gray hair, offers a polite "thank you." "It is very good." Another, blonde, is too busy stuffing his face to speak, muttering only meat. A man with dark hair observes the scene, a slight smile playing on his lips. His gaze is knowing, as if he understands the deeper purpose of this gathering. The 3 diners are now members of Party 2. The blonde continues to devour his meal, oblivious to the significance of the moment. The hostess surveyed the table, her gaze lingering on each of the assembled guests. Carl, ever the optimist, declared an honor to finally get to live on the second floor. A woman with red hair, however, cautioned him not to act so dramatic. The woman with red hair continued, suggesting that there would be a lot of dangerous missions once they moved onto the second floor. The hostess, unfazed, sliced into a piece of meat. The sound of the knife against the plate echoed in the room. The woman with red hair admitted she had been afraid ever since she came here, especially for someone like her. Her eyes widened as she was told to stay on the first floor. The hostess stated matter-of-factly that they would die eventually even if they stayed on the first floor, having already watched plenty of people die. The hostess continued to cut the meat, suggesting that they could be sent into a stage for scouting as a one-man party. Carl and the woman with red hair listened as the atmosphere of the lobby changed ever since Party 3 was created. They've already cleared the 14th fourth floor, so they'll be on the 18th fourth floor in a few days. A voice echoed, stating that there were fewer opportunities for anyone to make it up to the second floor, so they should choose wisely. A close-up of a perfectly cooked steak, glistening under the dim light. Elsewhere, the building stood tall and imposing against the night sky, its windows glowing with warm light. A crowd of people stood together, their faces etched with worry and uncertainty. The group stood in a tight circle, the air thick with unspoken tension. Manhwa Carl remained silent, his arms crossed as he listened intently. Elsewhere, a man approached Rosa, his expression unreadable. Her name hung in the air, a question or statement. Heavenly Sword's brow furrowed, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Something was clearly amiss. Heavenly Sword offered congratulations, his tone laced with an undercurrent of something else entirely. Heavenly Sword's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Manhwa Carl remained stoic, his gaze fixed on something unseen. The man sat surrounded, his expression a mask of quiet desperation. The air hung heavy with unspoken threats. Meanwhile, from afar, the town seemed peaceful, but a conversion process had begun, its effects yet unknown. A blinding light erupted from the building, signaling a transformation of some kind. The man with the eye patch cried out, his hand crackling with blue energy as he fought against the inevitable. No, why me? I tried. You said I could live if I tried hard. Golden energy engulfed Heavenly Sword, his face contorted in a scream of terror. What are you doing to me? Let me out. No, give me one more chance. Swirls of golden energy pulsed, a desperate cry for help echoing in the void. The conversion was complete. Basic spirit stones had been obtained, and item synthesis was beginning. An intermediate promotion stone is being synthesized with a 91% success rate using the automatic method. The synthesis is complete, yielding 3 intermediate promotion stones. Anand's promotion is successful, and he's become a 3-star. A new illustration is being created. Anand's new illustration is revealed, showcasing his 3-star status. Benek's promotion is also successful, reaching 3-star status, and a new illustration is being created. Lilani's promotion is successful as well, achieving 3-star status. 3 figures stand in a dimly lit area, one voicing concerns. 3 people disappeared? They fear they're going to end up like them one day, with their skill level never making it to the second floor. A figure is violently spitting out blood. The figure's face is contorted in pain as blood streams from their mouth. The figure falls backward, uttering a pained cry. Carl states that it didn't even take long to become stronger than the other person. A figure congratulates someone, stating that Master will be pleased. His face bruised and bloodied, Carl promises to put someone into either Party 4 or 5 soon. Carl wonders aloud if he is now a candidate for the second floor. He continues, boasting that he made it to the 11th floor in just 2 weeks since arriving, implying he is quite useful. The camera pans up to show the back of Carl's head as he gazes toward a large, imposing structure in the distance. A close-up of Carl's face shows a smirk playing on his lips. The imposing structure looms, its architecture hinting at both grandeur and foreboding. A text bubble simply states, the second floor. The ground trembles as something massive shifts nearby. The camera focuses on the rubble and debris scattered across the landscape. Energy surges, crackling with destructive potential. A blinding explosion érupte, sending shockwave rippling au toit. Amidst the chaos, a figure stands silhouetted against the inferno, seemingly unharmed. The voice, disembodied, explains that upon reaching level 10, one may have to divide their skills. If basic weapon arts are a battle, then intermediate weapon arts can be compared to a war. From the intermediate level onwards, a hand moves a white pawn forward on the chessboard. It becomes a war of tactics. You have to protect your own territory while also attacking an enemy's territory. That's the essence of intermediate weapon arts. The type of swordsmanship you use is just a method with which you carry out this war. You have already established a territory for yourself, master, but it's incomplete as of now. You must build strong and sturdy walls, so that no one can make it out alive if they were to invade. A strategic shift, visualized as a queen on a chessboard, bathed in an intense, radiant light. The air crackles with newfound power as a notification blazes to life. Han's basic sword shield technique has ascended to level 10. The system declares that Han's basic sword shield technique has reached its maximum potential, hinting at a possible evolution into a more advanced skill upon fulfilling certain conditions. Surrounded by a vibrant aura, Han wields his sword and shield, the embodiment of his newly awakened power. A subtle smile plays on Han's lips, a quiet acknowledgement of the power now at his command. Amazing. He moves with blinding speed, the sword and shield a blur of motion as he tests the limits of his enhanced abilities. The clash of steel against an unseen foe erupts in a blinding flash of energy, a testament to the force behind each strike. Sweat beads on Han's brow, his expression a mask of fierce concentration as he pushes himself further, seeking to master this new level of power. A swirling vortex of verdant energy manifests, a visual representation of the skill's raw potential. The energy coalesces into a focused blast, a concentrated wave of power ready to be unleashed. Once you reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship, or swing a sword, a powerful stride echoes through the training grounds, each footfall a testament to relentless dedication. Around him, the very earth seems to defy gravity, rocks suspended in mid-air, a silent audience to the warrior's discipline. From above, a figure observes, his words echoing the purpose of this arduous training, to be able to slay your opponents. A surge of energy crackles in the air, a visual testament to the power being honed. Sweat glistens on Han's brow as he pushes himself, his resolve hardening with each drop. He mutters to himself that he doesn't intend to reach that point, that he's not going to take the expert class. With renewed determination, Han declares his presence, stating that he is here, master. A hand clenches a piece of dark fabric, a silent promise of return. A voice wonders how much the training has progressed, lamenting that he's been absent for far too long. Wiping the sweat from his neck, he considers the next move. A dimension window will open to where Mutin is until tomorrow evening, or rather, Dimension 0584. The man affirms the plan with a resolute yes. Elsewhere, Malmont Karl's gaze is firm, his expression unreadable. A decision is made, the pages of destiny turning as someone declares they are going to send someone there. A knock echoed through the halls. Seojin Han turned towards the sound. The door slid open, revealing a maid. "You're up, master," she said. The maid, Yermith, continued. "Well, all right. Put that illusion away. I don't need it. Will you be going to training then?" A red glow surrounded Seojin Han as he replied, "Yes, master." Meanwhile, down the hall, a red-haired woman and a blonde-haired man stood waiting. The red-haired woman observed, "You look a bit different today." Seojin Han tilted his head. "Ow!" The blonde-haired man added, "I'm not sure." He stood beside Aaron, a strange vibe emanating from a man. It was hard to really pinpoint it, just a vibe, maybe? The woman's sharp wit was evident, but she admitted to growing tired of the lessons. Bennick, stretching languidly, confessed to feeling stiff from all the sitting and listening. Aaron informed them that they were changing topics, so it should be different now. Rosa remarked that all the lessons had been what she had been teaching them. She mused that she was too clever, like a fortune teller. Seojin Han thought to himself that even an idiot would know that he was different from a normal hero based on what he'd done so far. Aaron told them to come to the back gardens once they were done with their schedule today, adding, "And all right." It was announced that they would be putting the theory lessons into action today. Aaron watched as Lilani stood ready with her shield and sword. She was told that she hadn't worked with her teammates. If they were paying attention in class, they would be able to perform fine. Seojin Han observed that her growth speed was unbelievable for someone who was born a 1-star. Rosa launched a barrage of attacks. She possesses all kinds of movement skills, allowing her incredible dexterity. Her fellow colleagues at the same level are no match for her. If she just uses one teammate as her shield, she can overpower a whole party on her own. On the other hand, Aaron is... The hallway stretches onward, its polished floors reflecting the ethereal light. Aaron glances back, his brow furrowed with concern. "Where are we going?" he asks. Han's gaze remains fixed forward. "Just follow me." Aaron's eyes widen slightly, a hint of apprehension flickering across his face. Han steps into the swirling portal, beckoning the others. "Komein." Aaron hesitates for a moment, his expression unreadable. The trio passes through the shimmering gateway, leaving the familiar hallway behind. Elsewhere, they emerge into a vibrant garden, teeming with life and color. He looks around, sweat beading on his brow. Aaron wonders aloud where they are. Rosa, the maid, answers that they are in Niflheimer's 13th floor, the Garden of Fog. Aaron's eyes widen as he asks if that's where the most powerful people of this place reside. Rosa confirms with a simple yes. A woman with long white hair and piercing red eyes gazes knowingly. The woman, Neutral Series, declares that she's Master's right arm. Rosa's expression darkens, a hint of concern etched on her face. Neutral Seojin Han stands nearby, observing the unfolding events. Aaron wonders what is happening. Neutral Series states that it is already open, of course. A disembodied voice expresses difficulty in grasping the situation. Neutral Seojin Han looks back at Aaron, reminding him that he wanted to become stronger. Neutral Seojin Han declares that he is granting Aaron's wish. Aaron looks nervous, sweat dripping down his face. He is told that it's fine if he rejects it, and that he will receive lessons to become an instructor here if he does, and then he will fulfill that role in Tonia. Heavenly Sword, with a serene expression, offered her recommendation. She continued, stating that she had seen many like him, those who lack talent but try to compensate with effort. Aaron stood silently, listening as Heavenly Sword's words echoed in his mind. He won't ever be able to surpass that wall. Heavenly Sword softened her tone, telling Aaron not to look so sad, as that was just how it usually is, but there are always exceptions. Aaron's expression hardened as he thought about the one idiot who was less talented than him, but climbed to their level. A bead of sweat trickled down Aaron's face as he listened intently. Heavenly Sword continued, explaining that no matter who tried to teach him, he couldn't ever learn. Aaron, his brow furrowed, wondered how he managed to do it. Elsewhere, a surge of energy crackled in the air. Heavenly Sword declared that this is the door leading to Dimension 0584 to One-On. The One-On, where the world raid occurred 2 years ago, and also where Mutant currently resides. Heavenly Sword warned that this dimension eats away at your life force. He continued, explaining that many who sought Mutant's teachings followed him into that dimension, and they all perished. The survival rate, Heavenly Sword revealed, was less than 3%. The dimension of One-On loomed, a swirling vortex of purple and pink. Was it truly that dangerous? The voice warned that if one valued their life, they should not venture there. A hand tightened around his staff, knuckles white. But if he managed to survive, wouldn't he become stronger? Aaron's eyes burned with resolve, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The man named Aaron declared he would go then, stating he had no intention of dying. Heavenly Sword stood beside Aaron, his expression unreadable. He simply wanted to do what he could. A woman with long white hair appeared, her voice soft but firm. Time flowed differently in One-On. She warned, urging them to keep that in mind. Aaron's brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on the swirling portal. Heavenly Sword's expression softened, a name escaping his lips. Nina. With a determined stride, Aaron began to walk towards the portal. Take care, Han, a voice called out. Aaron continued his advance, the unknown dimension beckoning. He stood bathed in the otherworldly glow of One-On, his sword reflecting the strange light. From the shadows, a voice wondered if he would even survive. Nina admitted the likelihood was low, but she had informed Mutant. She instructed that if Aaron returned, he should be sent to Tonia immediately. The figure acknowledged that Aaron might never return, but he was aware that Aaron went down his own path. Meanwhile, another figure, eyes blazing with determination, declared that he was doing the same. The landscape stretched out before him, a testament to the harshness of his path. He unleashed a punch, a burst of energy radiating from his fist. His kick sent a shockwave rippling through the air, scattering debris. He slammed down with a devastating strike, the ground shattering beneath the force. Catching his breath, he heard the question, was that good enough? Huffing and sweating, something had changed for Han Islet. Han Islet stats are displayed. Level 20, Warrior Class. Strength 45-45, Intelligence 10/10, HP 41-41, Agility 39-39. Intermediate Sword Technique became Level 1. He managed to divide up his skills. He lost a lot of proficiency in shield technique, but his understanding of swordsmanship deepened. His pain tolerance, composure, berserk, indomitability, and other passives also leveled up. With that, he has earned the right to evolve his skills. He lost the stealthy movement skill as a penalty for the class, but wasn't really disappointed since it never really suited him. Jenna has also obtained a rogue class. Thanks to having a 37-win streak in training duels with the other trainees, she was exempted from group training. She reached intermediate archery, and now, she is trying to fuse weakness detection with quickfire. She's going to take lessons from Nezel Lexna, ranked 13th and the next best archer after Nahaku. A hand offers a ring, saying, "Here, take this, master." Nina says, "It's to show that you're the master. If you come across other members, they will know. Other than that, Han Islet wears the ring. If you're wearing the ring, we can communicate with each other no matter how far you may be." He thinks that wasn't necessary. He listened as Nina explained that she'd been working on something even before he arrived, and that it was almost complete before he got there. The thought of him leaving again brought her to tears. "Don't be so dramatic," Han's voice echoed in her mind. "We'll meet again." Nina's eyes widened, a blush rising on her cheeks. "Really?" she asked, as Han mentioned he was going to stop by once before returning to Earth. Her expression shifted, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. That wasn't what she wanted to hear. "By the way," she began, changing the subject. Nina's gaze hardened with resolve. She had forgotten to take the most important thing. A command echoed in the air. "Open the weapons storage." The circular device, emblazoned with the head of a ram, stood ready. Han's expression remained serious, his gaze fixed on something unseen. The declaration hung in the air. "I'm taking a weapon from Niflheimer." The sign reads, "Weapons Storage LV Max." Inside, A variety of weapons are displayed in illuminated cases. A spear and a poleaxe stand ready behind a glowing barrier. A wall displays an array of blades, each with a unique design. The description reads, top-tier steel sword. Rank, B+. Excellent. Made from top-tier steel using a special forging method. Light and sharp. Does not break easily. Note, brand, Niflheim. Nina gestures toward a sword. A weapon as lowly as that is not fitting for you, master. Come this way, please. The sign reads, to where the more special weapons are stored. The ceiling is adorned with intricate patterns and glowing lights. A golden emblem of a dragon's head is displayed on a wall. The dragon emblem is seen again, this time from a lower angle. She gestures towards the displays, the hum of the facility resonating around them. Nina explains that the real treasures Seojin Han created himself are all displayed here. A weapon display hums with contained power. They continue down the corridor, the air cool and metallic. Seojin Han's expression is unreadable. He wonders aloud if Nina is right. Nina confirms, stating there are a total of 132 items. The items, created by his own hand, are displayed before them. They stand before the wall of weapons, the air thick with latent power. Each weapon is encased in a protective field, glowing with an inner light. A single weapon is highlighted, bathed in purple light. Nina asks if he will take Mistiltine. The description of Mistiltine appears, detailing its ability to deal damage even through special defenses. The announcement echoed. The black dragon had appeared on the 20th floor of the tower in Tonia. Seojin Han held a purple sword, considering its potential. It would have been useful against the dragon's resistance to both physical and magical attacks, but its uses were too limited. Something more versatile wouldn't work against magical defenses. Nina suggested another option. It would be nice, she mused before asking what he thought about the next weapon. The card displayed the weapon's stats. Balisarda, rank S+, immortal. Made from the horns and scales of the Shadow Demon King. It could strike through an opponent's physical defenses and other related skills. It was a special exclusive item from the Niflheimer collection. Balisarda's physical penetration feature meant that the user couldn't put up physical defenses either. It had been made from the Shadow Demon King, who used to hide his physical body in the spirit dimension. Nina held a red sword, admitting it was a fail since she couldn't deflect with it. The golden spear Gungnir appeared, crackling with energy. Nina wondered if it was Seojin Han's recommendation. Nina explained that he didn't need to have learned spearmanship to use it either. The earlier model of Bryanak was compatible with it, too. Nina added that she would be able to destroy dozens of enemies from afar with just one throw. He could even take all of these weapons if he wished, after all he made them. Nina admitted that she wasn't alone in this endeavor. If it weren't for the others helping her, the best she could have made was a B-rank weapon. Seojin Han acknowledged that Nina was especially helpful too. Otherwise, he could never have made something above S rank. Plus, a lot of these weapons were being used, no? Seojin Han couldn't just take anything. He didn't think what he wanted was here. Nina observes that the treasures here, while powerful, don't meet Han's standards. Seojin Han agrees with a simple yes. Han realizes he's going to need to make a weapon. A determined look settles on his face. The pair stand before a massive blast furnace, heat shimmering in the air. The furnace roars with intense heat. This is the first ever blast furnace at maximum level. Molten metal flows within the furnace's depths. The lava glows with an unearthly light. Han is ready, and Nina confirms that she is, of course, as well. The furnace pulses with energy, ready to forge a new weapon. Linking Niflheimer's master authorities, the process begins. A crimson energy crackles, a visual testament to the power being channeled. The system prompts Han. He can now create his own item. The system then asks what kind of weapon he wishes to make. The interface displays the options, a longsword, using a growth-type method and level. The list of possessed materials is displayed, including Niflheimer star iron, mithril, hellhorse leather, and sea king scales. The chosen ingredients include minerals, leather, crystals, wood, and others, totaling 55. The ingredients are gathered, swirling with magical energy. The collected materials begin to fuse together, bathed in the furnace's intense heat. The system confirms that the material and blast furnace preparations are complete, and the workers are being summoned. The workers materialize in a burst of blue energy, ready to begin their task. A voice calls out, "Uranith, what did you call me here for?" Uranith, goggles perched on his forehead, replies, "Master's orders." He pauses, realizing Master's not here. The man looks up at the towering structure, a sense of unease washing over him. "You mean?" Seojin Han, accompanied by Nina, surveys the scene, a sense of anticipation hanging in the air. A Grade 1 call-up order echoes through the facility, summoning all master blacksmiths above rank 1. A craftsman, eyes wide, affirms that everything is in order. The equipment workshop is at maximum level, the conditions perfect for crafting the best weapon, with 135 members on standby, ready to hurry into action. The blast furnace glows with intense heat, ready to melt the necessary ingredients. A voice declares that they must give it their all for this one. The first step begins, sending over the ingredients, the process now creating something new. The enchantment type is a self-evolving flow, analyzing the master's combat patterns and adapting accordingly. Next, the blast furnace and the processing plant are opened. A craftsman wonders if it might be too hard to use 13 kinds of minerals, while another voice insists they don't work well together, and the team is asked to stand by for further instructions. Someone asks if the master is sure about this, as the creation difficulty is higher than expected, more than entry to hell rank. Seo Jinhan muses that it must be the difficulty rank it was for the 5 divine weapons. The crafting material is of divine rank. The power emanating from materials might be even higher than initially assessed. A voice echoes, inquiring if they are ready for the enchantment. The system displays a warning. The first ever blast furnace does not function automatically. The interface shows a total of 8 difficulty levels when it comes to creation, ranging from lowest to high. A path of molten rock leads to a massive, imposing doorway. The system interface displays a list of difficulty levels, from super hell to peak. For most cases, that is. The words entry to hell are emblazoned above a fiery image, warning that those who wish to enter must offer sacrifice. The hell first ever blast furnace is activated, prompting a choice of items. If the right rank of offerings is chosen, a hidden difficulty level might be revealed. Han wonders about Stormbringer, Begalta, and Azoth, questioning those 3. A confirmation is made on the glowing interface. The choice is locked in. The system responds, as you wish, as 2 swords materialize above a crucible. A low TCH escapes him as Han's gaze lingers on the difficulty options, Supreme Divinity, God, and Super Hell. He mutters to himself, questioning the challenge ahead. A stark warning flashes on the screen. Difficulty penalty activated. The system bluntly states that the facility's effectiveness will be decreased by 33%, with the likelihood for success shifting from impossible to guaranteed. Not to do this. The question hangs in the air. Will you proceed? A grim smile plays on Han's lips. He thinks to himself that he has already sacrificed the items, stealing his resolve. Han wonders aloud if there's a meaning to this puzzle, but quickly dismisses the thought, stating of course. A hand reaches out, hovering over the screen. The system repeats its query. Will you proceed? The screen shifts, announcing, preparing puzzles. The difficulty is set to Supreme Divinity. A list of challenges appears, each marked with the ominous modifier, Super Hell plus penalty. The challenge is presented. Are you ready to face hell? The first trial is a cube. The man in the ornate uniform, his expression unreadable, turns to the white-haired woman behind him. He asks if she is ready, Yurnith. Yurnith, her gaze unwavering, responds with a single word, yes. Their eyes meet, a silent understanding passing between them. A complex cube puzzle shimmers into existence, its blue lines glowing with an inner light. The challenge begins. Cube puzzle. Super Hell plus penalty. 27 by 27. The cube looms, an intricate maze of glowing blue squares. The man watches, his back to the viewer, as the puzzle takes shape. His polished boots stand firm, ready for whatever comes next. A web of crystalline blue energy descends, the geometric shapes distorting the very air around them. The world darkens, the edges of reality blurring as the curse takes hold. A sequence flashes before his eyes. Right, left, up, down, left, right, up, left, up, down, left, right. Penalty activated. The words sear themselves into his mind. Curse of the blind. The city warps, its familiar skyline twisting into an unrecognizable, fragmented nightmare. Han's fingers fly across the keyboard, a desperate attempt to break free from the encroaching darkness. He can't see anything, but a surge of power courses through him, his hands glowing with purple energy. He's already calculated the formula. 3 to the left, 2 to the right, 5 up for down, 2 left, 2 right up, 2 down 8. A blue cube shimmers into existence, bathed in a radiant orange light. Cleared. Time taken, 0:14. Percentage correct, 100%. Great. The eternal fires of hell have lit the first ever blast furnace. The system chimed, its message clear. Intervention points transfer complete. It was time to start the process, to activate the processing plant. Han, steeling himself, declared, all right. He stepped forward as the massive doors of the processing plant began to grind open, revealing a blinding light within. Before him, a new challenge materialized. Rhythm game, Supreme Hell plus penalty. The system was relentless. His fingers twitched, hovering over the unseen keys. The rhythm game awaited, its challenge palpable. The screen flashed, the word start, emblazoned across it. The game had begun. With practiced ease, he danced across the interface, each tap registering as perfect. The rhythm flowed through him. A triumphant announcement echoed. Great! The first ever blast furnace is being purified. Progress was being made. The system shifted gears, presenting a new challenge. Tetris Supreme Hell plus penalty. Types of blocks, 5 blind. Acceleration, x3. The stakes were rising. Blocks fell, combos stacked, and finally, the screen flashed clear. Serial combo, 15 foot. The system boomed, great. The first ever blast furnace has been imbued with mana of hell. Without pause, the system threw another obstacle in his path. Pinball, supreme hell plus penalty. Acceleration, x3. The red energy crackled with intensity. The pinball challenge faded, replaced by yet another. Nonogram, supreme hell plus penalty. A great flashed, signaling another success. Sweat beaded on Han's brow, but his gaze remained fixed, determined. Another great appeared, but the challenges were far from over. An elderly man with goggles and a white beard looked shocked, muttering, "No way." A figure with white hair and a hood wonders if he is really back. An ally is putting something to use. The system displays great. The system displays great. The system displays great. The system displays great, and warns that just one mistake will ruin everything. The system displays great. He stares out at the puzzle-filled landscape, thinking, I must have been out of my mind. I can't believe I did puzzles like this on a phone. The text proclaims that he is a hero who has transcended human limits. Han clenches his fist, declaring, "This is nothing." The system displays great. Amidst the roaring flames and clanging of metal, the urgency in the air was palpable as the figures worked with feverish intensity. Uranith Sid observed, noting that Han had cleared all 13 puzzles within 5 minutes. She remarked that he had improved, but Han knew this was just the beginning. A massive cube descended, casting a long shadow over the scene. Despite the double penalty, the rules remained the same. With a determined expression, Han rapidly inputted a sequence of commands. The first ever blast furnace had been imbued with the spirit of hell. A surge of fiery energy erupted. The molding was complete, and it was time to move on to the next step. A complex maze stretched out before him, the timer ticking down. The system announces the completion of multiple enchantments, automatic restoration, special possession, S, and reinforcement, S. Above, a message declares the first ever blast furnace has been imbued with the eternal fire of hell. A close-up reveals Han's intense gaze, his red-tinged eye reflecting the challenges ahead. The system presents 2 problems simultaneously, displaying a jigsaw puzzle challenge with a timer set at 2 hours. Another challenge appears, spot the difference, with only 30 minutes remaining. Han grits his teeth, realizing this wasn't made for a human. The system flashes a great message amidst a surge of red energy. The great message repeats, accompanied by intense visual effects. The system indicates the completion of the self-evolution SS enchantment. More enchantments complete. Autonomic Judgment, A+, and Strong Attack, B. The system presents the 21 first challenge. Rhythm Game, Supreme Hell plus penalty, with acceleration x3 and keyboard -7. Sweat beads on Han's brow as he struggles, admitting, this is bad. I'm losing concentration. The system announces that the immortal, the first ever blast furnace, has been imbued with the curse of hell. He faces a surge of fiery energy, the air crackling with arcane power. A figure materializes amidst the flames, a disembodied voice echoing, "Appear, reveal yourself." The challenge intensifies as the words, "Prove yourself," blaze into existence. A smaller text bubble declares, "This is the last one." Sweat beads on Han's brow as he grits his teeth, the pressure mounting with each passing second. A stark message box proclaims, "Finale," listing the daunting requirements. All puzzles solved, all games cleared, all within the rapidly dwindling time limit. A new puzzle materializes, a complex matrix of glowing pink squares, pulsating with an unknown energy. The geometric pattern stretches skyward, an infinite series of interconnected shapes. His fingers fly across the keyboard, each keystroke a desperate attempt to unravel the challenge before him. A blue magical circle appears, a single sword suspended at its center, radiating an ethereal light. Another circle, this one bathed in emerald light, reveals 2 swords intertwined, their edges shimmering with power. Han's expression hardens as a third circle blazes into existence. This one is searing orange, 2 swords locked in a complex, arcane pattern. Again, his fingers dance across the keys, the fate of the challenge hanging in the balance with each tap. He focuses his energy, a complex magical circle materializing before him, humming with power. The energy intensifies, coalescing into a blinding light that threatens to overwhelm the senses. The light reaches its apex, a miniature sun blooming in the heart of the chamber. The radiant energy begins to dissipate, leaving trails of shimmering light in its wake. A final burst of power erupts, bathing the room in a golden glow. A system message appears. Han has created Bifrost. The glow fades, revealing Han's leg as he stands, the creation complete. Catching his breath, Han wonders if he made any mistakes. Elsewhere, Uranith Sid smiles, observing the events. "None, as you can see," she breathes. The newly forged Bifrost stands tall, a long sword radiating power. Its description appears. A longsword carved from the eternal flames of hell has infinite potential. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning why it is connected. He is met with concern. Urnitha's expression is a mix of worry and suspicion. She admits she was just worried about him leaving, then asks why he put something in there without telling her. The longsword, Bifrost, is held aloft. The woman explains that it will allow for dimension jumps. She adds that one can summon any weapon from Niflheimr to them, and that it is a very powerful sword. Han has never heard of an enchantment like that. Urnith states that he may excel at all things, but one cannot predict the future. She says he is already summoning a weapon from Niflheimr. Han acknowledges her statement. Urnith continues, stating that if he'd permit it, she'd like to leave Niflheimr and stay by his side. If anything were to happen and he passed away, she would have no one. The sword is held in his hands. Urnith explains that when he's in serious danger, that sword will summon a weapon from Niflheimr and save him. It could do that 3 times. Han acknowledges this. Urnith asks if there are any other conditions, then apologizes, stating that its powers are a bit limited during main missions, since the coordinates are very far from them. It is explained that he'll probably only be able to use it once during a mission. Han replies not to worry. He doesn't want anything to file a bug report or something after seeing this weapon. He's not going to use that ability if possible. Elsewhere, 3 figures look up at a man. One of them notes that that man is the horned woman. Her white hair flowing around her shoulders declared she had no further use for the weapon she had been wielding. Han asked, his gaze fixed on the discarded armaments, if she would be rid of them. Urnith simply replied, yes. A heavy thud echoed as something plunged into the depths below. The fiery pit churned as the weapons sank into the molten abyss, the sound of their demise a final, echoing thud. Urnith, her expression unreadable, admitted she was starting to miss her master. Han stood silently, the massive sword strapped to his back, a silent promise of battles to come. The sword's dark metal gleamed in the firelight, a stark contrast to the pale skin of his arm. He muttered, his voice low and resolute, that he would be sure to surprise them once he returned. The training facility hums with a low, constant thrum, the air thick with anticipation. A figure lunges forward, a knife glinting in the dim light as she closes the distance. A surge of blue energy crackles, the air itself seeming to vibrate with power. Her eyes narrowed. The woman with brown hair prepares to strike. The clash of steel echoes through the chamber as the woman with brown hair engages in combat with her dark-haired opponent. An explosion rocks the training area, sending sparks and debris flying. The woman with red hair looks on, concern etched on her face as she watches the ongoing training session. I can't tell what's going on. They're way too fast. The instructor's voice booms, explaining the fundamentals of combat. Those who wield spears or other longer weapons need to keep a nice distance between you and the enemy. The instructor continues, emphasizing the importance of spatial control. You can never let the opponent dominate the space in a 1 versus 1 fight. A rogue needs to go for the enemy's weaknesses. The woman with black hair is reminded to vary her movements. You need to vary your movements all the time so that they cannot predict what you will do next. On the balcony, Urnith Sid stands tall, her expression unreadable as she gazes down at the city below. Below, Han plummets from the side of the building, the wind whipping through his hair as Urnith watches. With a sudden surge of power, Urnith shouts, "Let's go." Her hand clenches, energy crackling around her fingertips. She launches herself off the building, her leg blurring as she closes the distance to deliver a devastating kick. Looking up, Han smirks, thinking, but she's not doing that. She's bold. Urnith descends, blades drawn, as Han prepares to meet her attack. The man who came from the same lobby as her. He manages to block the instructor's strike, a shower of sparks erupting as their weapons meet. Spectators murmur in disbelief. Did you just see that? No way. He managed to land a successful attack on the instructor. Urnith's eyes widen in surprise. Did a mere level 20 just manage to actually attack me? Her face contorts in rage. A system notification flashes. Veselin has entered berserk mode. Surrounded by a furious aura of crimson energy, she is consumed by her berserk state. The rage barely contained, Urnith hisses a name, Veselin. A stern-faced man with silver hair, now identified as Veselin, steps forward, his voice firm. You're crossing the line. Veselin's expression hardens, his command ringing with authority. Apologize. An unseen observer reflects on the situation, noting that this is the 7th time they've taken in trainees from other lobbies. They muse that while Veselin didn't give it her all, no one has managed to injure their instructors before, finding the situation strange. Han watches with a serious gaze, his expression unreadable. The camera focuses on Urnith's face, her expression still twisted in rage. Elsewhere, a woman with long white hair sits at a table, a maid standing attentively nearby. She sips her tea, remarking, that might have been a bit much just now. A distant view of a towering structure, its purpose unknown. The camera zooms in, revealing the intricate design of the building. A closer view of the building's architecture, showcasing its grandeur. A glimpse inside a room, a bed neatly made, bathed in soft light. She tilts her head, inquiring if he's already packed up. The man confirms that today is his last day, and he made sure to clean up after himself. Seo Jin-han wonders aloud why he is in first place. It's also so that they can give him an item. The man is told that it's a reward from Niflheim for the first-place trainee. Meanwhile, Jenna Sarai is introduced as first among the rogues and second overall. She's quite talented. A figure declares that they need to take her back, having already informed the Major General. Back in the room, Han realizes that Aklet is here too. The maid tells Han that he did well too. She asks if he will really return to Tonia. The maid says it's okay if he stays here, adding that she's sure Ceres feels the same. Han thanks her for everything. Urnith muses, observing that she would have had to take the long way if it weren't for him. She finds them all so interesting. The horned woman continues, stating that she would have been really annoyed if she were in his position. A master that works you to your core puts you in hard battles. She observes that the master manipulates you however he wants. Despite that, no one but Ceres ever revolted. Han sips his tea, the steam rising in gentle wisps. Urnith smiles, saying nothing. If he wants to do something for them, a hand presents a ring, explaining that it has a special feature that allows for communication. It doesn't work for long, but she'd be satisfied with just once a week. Urnith expresses that she'd love to know how he is doing. If he's going through anything difficult, they'll come running if he needs any help. Han agrees, stating that he'll contact them once a week. Master, Lydigian wishes to see you too. He has some advice. You want to say goodbye to Lydigian afterward. The officer recalls the swordsmanship training he received, a skill now relegated to memory. The man in the military uniform declares that he has said all that he needed to say, his expression unreadable. A winged vehicle remains docked at the side of a tall building, awaiting its passengers. A group of figures stand on a platform, reflecting on their experience in Niflheim and hoping it was helpful. A warning flashes, cautioning against leaning over the railings due to the dangers outside. Han is finally leaving this place. Urnith expresses her desire for a bath as soon as they return, but Han wonders if the baths here aren't nicer. Urnith acknowledges that the instructors are good and the facilities are nice, but it's not home. Han wonders what has changed while they were gone, assuming there are probably a lot of new people. The announcement blares, preparing for Dimension Jump. The winged vehicle is enveloped in swirling energy, the Dimension Jump underway. The vehicle ascends through a towering structure, the energy intensifying around it. Han and Urnith exchange a look of surprise, something unexpected occurring during the jump. A sudden explosion of fire and energy erupts, the consequences of the Dimension Jump now unfolding. A vortex of fire churns, its heat distorting the air around it. A figure watches the flames, a smirk playing on their lips. Is that Levitine's flames? They wonder, finding it quite flashy. Bathed in a fiery glow, another figure declares, it is not yet time. The flames intensify, a promise echoing through the inferno. If we are to meet again, a voice resonates from within the blaze, filled with determination. It will be when I am much stronger. An airship cuts through the sky above a landscape of fire and molten rock. The sky is overcast, filled with drifting clouds and dust. 2 days later, from the airship, an announcement booms. Announcement for all those on board. The airship approaches its destination. The ship will be arriving in Tonia soon. Please come onto the deck if this is your destination. The airship has arrived in Dimension 1935 Tonia. The announcement continues. The 2 Townians, please come outside. A voice declares 2 top trainees, first and second. The news from Niflheim had reached them. One of the figures suggested the other should have stayed behind, but the other replied that their party members were waiting. A dispatch message appeared, confirming that Han and Jenna had safely returned from Niflheim and were once again available. Han wondered if anyone was out to greet them. It was quiet. His companion noted that they hadn't told anyone when they were coming back, so how would they know to greet them? A voice echoed, filled with surprise and disbelief. Loki. Jenna's eyes widened, her expression a mix of shock and hurt. Han turned to Jenna, concern etched on his face as she exclaimed that he had told her to come back. Jenna's expression darkened as she considered that Niflheim was much greater and more grand than this little place. She wondered why the others hadn't told her to stay. Tears welled in Jenna's eyes as she whispered, "So you rejected them for me." Han told her that she must be tired and should go rest, adding that the facility was much better now and no longer the old Tonia. A voice, laced with curiosity, asked if something had changed. Jenna smiled slyly, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "You'll be surprised." Han's expression remained unreadable, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Seo Jin-han gazes at the floating object, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. The facility, he muses, is much improved. It's not the old Tonia anymore. Urnith Sid's lips curve into a knowing smile. "You'll be surprised," she promises, her red eyes gleaming with amusement. Seo Jin-han's brow furrows in surprise. "There's a 3rd floor now?" He nods, a wave of relief washing over him. "That's nice," he thinks, I was worried that enemies might invade Tonia. Yep, the food is better, the beds are comfier, and there are more entertainment facilities too. She wondered if anyone had checked the email she sent. 2 pieces of advice had been given in that last email. The first was to use advanced summoning to compensate for the weaker heroes. The second was to grow their own skills instead of depending on her too much. Urnith asked how many people were on the 3rd floor. Han replied that it had basically doubled. Parties 2 and 3 must be full now, then with 15. Urnith would use tomorrow and the day after to train teamwork skills and start with the 21 first floor afterward. Urnith told Han not to take this the wrong way, but Loki. Meanwhile, while they were gone, Tonia, the others climbed the tower while they were gone. Urnith asked what Han was so nervous for. It didn't matter to her as long as people didn't die off like flies. Han agreed that was true. No one died. The 25 fourth. Han wondered if it wasn't the 24 fourth. Urnith confirmed that they managed to beat the boss stage. The weight of recent events settled upon him. Han internalized, this wasn't something he should take lightly. Like Isel had said, many things had changed, but this was not how he expected things to change. A system message appeared, asking when the master had done the advanced summoning. Another message responded, stating it was exactly a month ago, as soon as he left for Niflheimer. The system then prompted to show the system log from then. A figure stood bathed in digital light, the air crackling with unseen energy. 5 times in a row, the system declared they must have spent some money. The system then announced the beginning of advanced summoning, stating that the master had chosen for 5 summons, totaling 2,500 gems, and asked if they would proceed. Another message expressed excitement to see what kind of hero would be summoned, followed by the sounds of clicking and crashing. The system then revealed that they bought a package deal. The system announced that Master Enikin had obtained Kishasha, a 4-star hero, with a fanfare a super rare! Exclamations. The system declared that it was Enikin's 2nd 4-star hero. Han's eyes narrowed, a flicker of envy crossing his face. He muttered, lucky bastard. The system explained that the probability of getting a 4-star hero was 1%, and they managed to do it twice. The system speculated that they would have been able to win against this player had they been summoned more recently due to level difference, but assumed they've leveled up a lot by now. Another message asked if these guys cleared the 25 4th floor. The system explained that they farmed a lot of replay stones, so if you ask Master tomorrow when they are on, you'll be able to watch their raids. A smile played on Han's lips. He thought he was excited to see what kind of people they are. A sharp, echoing sound reverberated through the air. Armored figures stood guard, their presence imposing against the backdrop of the fortress. A flash of red energy erupts as the blade cuts through the air, the force of the swing palpable. Breathing heavily, Han Eyelet pauses mid-swing, the weight of the sword evident in his stance. A figure approaches, their footsteps echoing on the stone pavement. He asks, what are you doing? It's late. The man, his face scarred and weary, remarks, you're back. It's been a month. He continues, I just came back, yeah? Is something up? He shrugs, nothing much. I'm just training. The man observes Han's grip on the sword, noting, you look like you're taking your anger out on the dummy. The blade whistles through the air, a testament to the force behind each strike. Han lowers his sword, and the man asks, I'll be done in a minute. Can you spar with me? Han replies, I was going to go to bed. The man exhales, waiting for Han's response. Blue energy crackles around the blade as Han continues his practice. The sword blurs, a silver streak against the dark surroundings. Red energy flares once more as the sword is brought down with force. The final swing leaves trails of blue energy in its wake. A figure stands encased in full, silver armor, lines of red energy coursing across its surface. The swordsman, his long blue hair swaying slightly, declares, I'm ready. A disembodied hand reaches out towards shattered pieces of armor. A voice taunts, I don't see your shield. Did you abandon it? The interior of a grand building stretches into the distance, its architecture both imposing and elegant. The building's exterior is just as impressive, its design a testament to skilled craftsmanship. The swordsman, blade glinting in the light, asks, Sword? It looks nice. Are you envious? Are you going to give it to me if I say yes? A crimson energy slashed tears through the air, aimed directly at his opponent. The force of the blow sends the shieldless fighter hurtling backward. The swordsman presses his advantage, unleashing another devastating strike. The shieldless fighter manages to parry the attack, sparks flying as energy meets energy. The clash intensifies, the two warriors locked in a furious exchange of blows. A smirk plays across the shieldless fighter's face as he prepares to counter, declaring, You're fighting like you're pissed off. He is struck by a wave of crimson energy, the force of it throwing him back. Seojin Han looks up, his expression grim. Urnith Sid descends, her blade a blur of motion. He manages to raise his sword just in time, blocking the blow with a shower of sparks. The horned woman presses her attack, her sword a whirlwind of steel. Urnith stands over him, looking down with cold eyes. If you want to fight, at least wipe off your sweat first, she barks. The woman continues, "You're not going to be able to fight properly if you're exhausted." Urnith Sid observes, "You've gotten much stronger." Seojin Han glares back, as Urnith whispers, "Secret." He thinks to himself, "I thought I was attacking a battering ram." The Grand Hall looms above them, a testament to a world where, as Urnith thinks, the world sure is unpredictable. Seojin Han looks up at Urnith, who thinks, "I never imagined that I would lose so pathetically to some kid." His brow furrowed. Han's gaze narrowed as he questioned, almost to himself, "Kid?" The word hung in the air, laced with a hint of disbelief. A voice, tinged with amusement and warning, cut through the silence. "You can't judge a book by its—" The speaker paused, then added with a touch of dark humor, "No, you can, actually." The speaker, a man with striking blue hair and a scar etched across his eye, stood in the distance, his words a clear threat. "You better watch out, Han." Han's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed, a silent acknowledgement of the challenge laid before him. Elsewhere, the imposing dormitory loomed against the night sky, its many windows like watchful eyes. A young woman slept soundly, oblivious to the world around her. Han stood over her, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Why is she sleeping here instead of in her bed? He wondered aloud. Meanwhile, a lone figure walked down a long hallway, the text echoing in the air. The new dormitory building has 5 rooms in each of the 3 hallways. The words, "It seems like Master categorized them by party," hung in the air, a silent decree. The woman lay still, lost in the depths of sleep. Han's gaze softened, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. The words "Party 3" trailed off, a mystery yet to be unraveled. With a soft thud, someone collapses onto the bed. He lies there, sprawled across the white sheets. His gaze drifts upward, lost in thought. The camera pans out, revealing the complex where they reside. The layout of the building is revealed. A chandelier hangs in the room. Meanwhile, Seojin Han stands, listening to the others gathered around the table. The woman with orange hair scowls, muttering, "I wanted to greet you since you two were gone for so long. Yeah, my fault for not waking you up." She suggests, "Why don't we have a party to celebrate the reunion? We now have a 3rd floor, and the food's better too." Seojin Han dismisses the idea. "Dismissed. We're going to start training." The scarred man nods in agreement. "Yeah." Seojin Han stood with his arms crossed, a thought clouding his mind. Unseen, unheard until now, something moved with a skittering sound. A blur of motion, too fast to fully perceive, darted through the room. The unseen presence continued its stealthy advance. Seojin Han's lips curled into a knowing smirk. A little rat got in. A voice echoed, taunting, "You should do a better job at hiding." Crouched low, a figure with animalistic features paused, wondering, "Did I get caught?" Standing tall, the woman declared, "I'm Lakari Vikshavi. I'm—" Lakari Vikshavi, a member of the renowned Tempest tribe, grinned, "I'm on a different level from you dirty little cowards." Seojin Han remained silent, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, the other occupants of the room watched the unfolding confrontation. Lakari Vikshavi cackled, her eyes gleaming with manic glee. "Ha! You must be speechless from fear." She snarls, grabbing Seojin Han's shirt in a tight fist. "Let me go, you dirty human." Han holds the small figure at arm's length, regarding it with a cool gaze. "What is this little monkey? A member of Party 3, she is." The small figure, dangling in the air, spits out venomous words. "Why, you coward? I wouldn't expect any less from a human. It was summoned a month ago." A voice cries out, desperate, "You, the one who got beaten up yesterday. Help me right now." Seojin Han remains unmoved, the small figure writhing in his grasp. A red-haired woman watches with concern. The red-haired woman speaks, her voice laced with caution. "Hey, you shouldn't. She's a kid." The small figure retorts, "You want me to go easy on that thing?" Han's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. A surge of red energy erupts, crackling through the air. Lakari Vikshavi is surrounded by the crimson aura, her power unleashed. The small figure watches, a tsh escaping its lips. Seojin Han stands amidst the destruction, the floor beneath him shattered. "You dodged it." A clawed hand emerges, a chilling display of therianthropy. "What is that?" All members of Party 3 are therianthropes, a very rare species that resides in the far east of the Empire. Her face contorted in rage, Lakari Vikshavi issued a challenge. "Stop the chit-chat and come at me, humans. I'll destroy you all," she roared, spittle flying from her lips. A sudden impact distorts her features, the force of the blow snapping her head to the side. From a distance, a voice mused, "She's quite the barker." Seojin Han held his sword, his expression unreadable. Asterisk, "They think differently from us. They don't seem to like us humans much," asterisk, he thought. Lakari lay prone on the ground, while Seojin Han stood over her, sword in hand. Another figure asked, "What are you going to do?" A second voice, softer, replied, "I'm not sure." A third voice thought, "This is annoying." Her eyes wide with shock, Lakari's face was a mask of pain. Elsewhere, a pale blue light emanated from sconce on the wall. Seojin Han strode down a long, dimly lit hallway, his footsteps echoing in the silence. The camera focused on Lackery, still on the ground, struggling to rise. Meanwhile, a dense forest, bathed in moonlight, stretched into the distance. A grand building stood silhouetted against the night sky, nestled deep within the woods. The forest path wound its way through the trees, illuminated by the ethereal glow of the moon. She hangs limply over his shoulder as he continues through the forest, the sounds of the woods closing in around them. Ahead, nestled amongst the trees, a cluster of simple, tent-like structures comes into view. Han Islet pauses, his gaze sweeping over the silent camp. Is no one here? He wonders aloud, before a voice from the shadows demands, Who are you? High above, perched amongst the branches, a figure calls out, Han Islet. Han's expression hardens. They don't look that different from humans, he thinks, his eyes narrowing. Did you send her to spy on us? He glances down at Lackery, still unconscious at his feet. She wasn't even good at it, Han mutters. She was running too wild, so I quieted her down. The pink-haired man in the trees watches Han Islet intently. Then Han Islet looks up, his eyes meeting the pink-haired man's gaze. Han Islet, the man asks, How do you know my name? Elsewhere, a woman with long orange hair holds a small girl close, her expression unreadable. Back in the camp, Han Islet plunges his sword into the earth, the sound echoing through the trees. His brow furrowed, Han's gaze is intense. I don't get their intentions. The tent-like structures stand silently in the forest, their purpose still unknown. Two wooden figures stand silently, as if waiting for something to happen. A voice echoes through the forest, declaring, I've been waiting for you. Han Islet stands in a flooded arena, the sword strapped to his back glinting in the dim light. With a wide grin, Kishasha Vikshavi introduces herself, claws extended. Nice to meet you. The light catches the razor edges of Kishasha's claws, promising a brutal fight. Hani slat hosh kishachas vots, Hani slat. I've heard lots about you. The strongest male in this lobby. He wonders to himself, strongest male? Kishasha continues. I was able to watch your fights with some strange sorcery master uses. You were amazing. Golden energy crackles around Kishasha's claws as she exclaims, I've never been more excited to fight an enemy. With a ferocious cry, Kishasha Vikshavi launches her attack. Variorhan islat. Let's fight. The air blurs with the speed of Kishasha's claws, each strike carrying deadly intent. Kishasha's claws tear through the air, leaving trails of displaced energy in their wake. Han Islet's eyes narrow, analyzing the incoming assault. A combat technique using her claws? The force of Kishasha Vikshavi's strike sends a shockwave rippling outwards. The earth beneath them splinters and shatters, sending chunks of rock flying in all directions. The ground is pulverized into dust, the air thick with the scent of ozone and pulverized stone. More of the terrain crumbles under the onslaught, the raw power on display reshaping the very landscape. Han Islet, eyes narrowed, wonders at the source of such strength. What's with this power? How is a kid this strong? Kishasha grins, baring her fangs. Of course, there's nothing more fun than fighting a strong warrior. The air crackles with red energy as Kishasha continues her assault, declaring Han to be of my kind. Her braided hair whips around her face as she presses the attack. The ground continues to be torn apart, the red energy leaving trails in its wake. Han's expression hardens as he hears Kishasha of Party 3's words, his eyes narrowing in focus. Kishasha's grin widens, her eyes gleaming with manic energy as she reveals, so it was true that they cleared the 25 fourth floor? The red energy intensifies, the air vibrating with the force of her attack. The gacha game interface displays a character card, highlighting various stats and abilities. A figure is surrounded by a vibrant red energy, poised for action. The crimson energy crackles intensely, a force barely contained. The man with the dark hair and piercing blue eyes holds a gleaming blade, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He thinks, so is true that they cleared the 25 fourth floor. A savage grin stretches across the face of the woman with crimson hair, her eyes burning with feral intensity. The red energy surges, a tangible manifestation of raw power. The character card reveals the woman's name, Kishasha Vikshavi, a half-beast of level 22. Her stats and skills are listed, hinting at her formidable abilities. A seal slot is displayed, indicating a special ability, successor of the Therianthrope King, granting psychological and fear resistance, as well as a stat boost when near death, and the exclusive skill, Transformation. The title of the series, Pick Me Up, Infinite Gacha, gleams with an ethereal light. Rain lashes down upon a dense forest, the sound of the downpour filling the air. The rain continues to fall, obscuring the depths of the woods. The man with the dark hair stands amidst the rain-soaked forest, his sword held ready. He barely has time to react as Kishasha Vikshavi unleashes a devastating strike, the force of it radiating outwards in visible waves of energy. The air shatters around her as she continues her assault, the impact sending splinters of reality flying in all directions. The blow connects, launching Seojin Han through the air like a ragdoll, the wind screaming past him. He spirals uncontrollably, a blur against the backdrop of the forest, each rotation a testament to the sheer power behind Kishasha's attack. The ground rushes up to meet him, the impact sending tremors through the earth as he crashes down. Seojin Han clutches his arm, blood seeping between his fingers. The pain is a sharp reminder of the gulf between their abilities. He grits his teeth, acknowledging the truth. Kishasha is superior to him in all stats. Kishasha stands over him, her expression a mix of amusement and disdain. "You're different," she observes. "I didn't expect you to be this good." Seojin Han's thoughts race, the reality of his situation sinking in. She is inherently better than him in all basics, and she has all the good skills already too. He realizes, with a growing sense of unease, that she even has a seal too. In other words, she is one of the best, even amongst 4 stars. Seojin Han stares at his hand, the green glow of the successor of the Therianthrope King's seal pulsing faintly. She's more like a 5-star if you consider just her specs, he thinks, a grim determination hardening his gaze. The text explains that body sword unity is important. An unknown voice then asks what the two are doing. Seojin Han and Kishasha Vikshavi stand facing each other, swords drawn. Kishasha grins, attempting to reassure him. She says that they're not going to kill each other. This is just a greeting, isn't that right? Kishasha Vikshavi throws her head back and laughs, agreeing with herself. The text describes this fight as a conversation between bodies, a ritual to foster friendship. Seojin Han prepares to attack, his expression grim. Kishasha Vikshavi smiles, telling him that he is human, but she likes him. Han replies that that's nice to hear. Han focuses on the weight of the sword, preparing to attack with more strength. The sword glows with a purple energy as Han attacks. The swords clash, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the air. The transformed Kishasha Vikshavi unleashes a furious assault, her voice dripping with manic glee. "Nice!" The force of her blow sends debris flying, the air crackling with displaced energy. Crimson beams erupt from her hands, each strike aimed with deadly precision. The red energy washes over Seojin Han, threatening to consume him entirely. Han's expression hardens, a storm brewing behind his eyes. The ground trembles as the battle intensifies, more debris raining down. A cataclysmic explosion of red energy rips through the battlefield. Kishasha's voice echoes, laced with a hint of arrogance. She's not fighting with all her strength. "I'm pretty busy. Let's end this." A system message flashes. Han has entered berserk mode. A voice wonders, is that so? Kishasha's face contorts into a feral grin, her eyes burning with predatory intensity. Her eye glows with an unearthly light, a sign of the power surging within. Another system message appears, activating exclusive skill, transformation. Kishasha is transforming. The surge of power intensifies, the air crackling with unseen energy. The energy erupts outward, a blinding flash consuming everything in its path. Elsewhere, a forest stands silent, the trees like skeletal fingers reaching into the mist-shrouded sky. The white-haired swordsman, blade held low, asks, "Is that your true form?" A tiger wreathed in flames roars, its eyes burning with primal fury. The swordsman stands ready, the long blade glinting in the firelight. Meanwhile, armored figures stand guard in a vast hall, their polished surfaces reflecting the cold light. A metallic clang echoes through the hall. The armored figure stands motionless, a red aura emanating from within. A figure with blue hair kneels, gasping for breath. The blue-haired figure rises, sword in hand, facing the towering armored warrior. The woman with short black hair faces Kishasha Vikshavi, who stands with his sword. An armored figure stands silently nearby. She asks if he's been training. Kishasha retorts that it's none of her business. She smirks, suggesting that being called weak must have hurt his ego. The blue-haired man scoffs, declaring he doesn't care what others say about him. The conversation shifts to a different location. It's noted that the party of 3 is going straight to the second floor, despite the rule that they should suffer on the first floor. Urnith Sid speaks of Therianthropes, stating there's no point in them staying on the first floor. Kishasha Vikshavi agrees, stating that if that's what Master decided, he has no objections. He adds that they're not stronger than them yet, but they might catch up soon. Kishasha states he's not interested in them if they're still weak. A few weeks earlier, the text box lists names: Kishasha, Nishaz, Daruma, Nandid, and Lakari. Daika can't train, so they will start training. The scene shifts to a group of people with a text bubble saying, "Come to the first floor square." The focus shifts to a character with a smirk, thinking about how they really came back from the 25 fourth floor. It was already surprising enough that they were sent to the 21 first floor, but to think that they've already gotten through the 25 fourth floor. The tables have turned, the spiky-haired man thought, considering the situation. It made sense that Party 1 and 2 didn't have enough people, but he was still surprised by the strength of the opposition. Adis's name hung in the air as one of the figures admitted they hadn't expected the others to clear the 25 fourth floor. The figure wondered how they were supposed to explain this to Han when he returned. The gray-haired man, wrapped in bandages, wondered aloud if that was how strong you needed to be to make it to the second floor. With a wide grin, the figure declared it interesting and ordered everyone to the storage. The figure reiterated, "Right now." From above, the complex structure sprawled, its layout intricate and vast. Excellent. The lobby was evolving to level 3. The sprawling complex, a mix of buildings and greenery, stretched out under the sky. A closer view revealed the details of the building's architecture. Meanwhile, the long-haired man questioned the need for a whole forest for Party 3. The other figure retorted that he sure had a lot to complain about, suggesting he complain to Isel instead. The gray-haired figure admitted they came to see how humans live, but found it pretty lame. The figure wondered if it was fun to live in a place like this, and then questioned, "What's with that kid?" A hulking, beast-like figure, claws extended, looms over an unseen opponent. Its voice, a guttural growl, echoes through the chamber. "Hey, human, are you the strongest here?" The challenge hangs in the air, unanswered. A muscular man with flowing silver hair remains silent, his gaze lowered, a subtle tension coiling in his powerful frame. Crimson eyes blaze with manic intensity. A cruel smile stretches across a face consumed by bloodlust. At the moment, yes, the man with the red eyes hissed. The silver-haired man stands amidst a forest, a massive sword resting casually on his shoulder. The air crackles with an unseen energy, a silent promise of violence. The beast-like figure lies prone, defeated. The scent of ozone and spilled blood fills the air, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. 3 women, their bodies honed to a razor's edge, watch from the shadows. Their expressions are unreadable, a mixture of anticipation and grim acceptance. The silver-haired man's chest rises and falls with each breath, the only sound besides the distant rustling of leaves. His sword, stained crimson, gleams in the fading light. Blood streaks the silver-haired man's face, a mask of grim satisfaction. The forest around him seems to hold its breath, awaiting the next act in this deadly drama. From the ground, the beast-like figure glares up, its voice laced with a grudging respect. "So you're not the strongest out of all humans here?" The beast-like figure's gaze hardens, a new understanding dawning in its eyes. "I see. I did hear that a black-haired human was the strongest here. Not bad." A surge of heat washes over the scene as a fiery image erupts, its voice a booming decree. "But not good enough. You're not allowed in here." The beast-like figure stands silhouetted against the fiery tiger, a sense of foreboding settling over the scene. The air crackles with anticipation, the promise of a battle far greater than the one just concluded. His back turned, the warrior's bloodied arm spoke of a recent, brutal encounter. The crimson stains ran down his skin, a stark reminder of the battle just past. A single word hung in the air, a stark declaration: human. A simple truth, yet laden with the weight of expectation and vulnerability. An explosion of raw power, a blinding flash that seemed to tear through the very fabric of reality. The force of it resonated, a testament to the might he faced. Each ragged breath rasped in his throat, the air thick with the scent of ozone and dust. He stood amidst the ruins, a lone figure against the backdrop of devastation. He thought he would be able to put up a fight against the monsters with enough time, but the reality was proving far more brutal. But when he was actually faced with one, he could instinctively tell that this was a different breed of foe, that he was never meant to be able to defeat them. A crushing realization, heavy with the weight of destiny. A looming shadow, wreathed in fire, hinted at a power far beyond his comprehension. The air crackled with unseen energy, a silent promise of destruction. The me right now cannot win against them. The me right now is not good enough. The blood dripped from the blade, each drop a testament to his current inadequacy. But a spark ignited in his eyes, a flicker of defiance against the encroaching darkness. Purple energy began to coalesce around him, a promise of change. They must be going at it. A clash of titans, a battle waged on a scale he could only imagine, yet felt in the very depths of his soul. If a dragon slayer who has actually slain a real monster. The thought lingered, a seed of ambition planted in the fertile ground of his despair. A sinister smile plays on his lips, the crimson in his eyes burning with anticipation. Leaves swirl around him, dancing in the wind as if heralding the coming storm. A monstrous maw opens wide, rows of jagged teeth promising a brutal end. This is no mere skirmish. This is a monster fight. The air crackles with unseen energy, a violent tremor ripping through the very fabric of reality. Despite the sweat beading on his brow, a fierce resolve hardens his gaze. TCH, he clicks his tongue, vowing, "I'm going to win against either one of them. One day." The sword sings as it leaves its sheath, the white-haired warrior's grin widening with each passing moment. He levels the blade, his eyes locking onto the monstrous form before him. A beast, huh? Power surges around him, a visible aura crackling with untamed energy. I guess you need taming then, he declares, his voice echoing with confidence. The sword is raised, ready to strike. The air grows heavy with anticipation. A deep, echoing laugh reverberates through the forest. From atop a fallen tree, a figure remarks, "It's been so long since I had so much fun in a fight. It was worth coming here after all." Seojin Han, bloodied but standing, declares, "It doesn't matter. Not like I've never been injured before." A voice replies, "Of course. You're a seasoned warrior." The disembodied voice continues, "If we had fought for 10 seconds more, either my upper torso would—" The voice continues, "have been ripped off, or Kishash's head would have rolled to the ground. It is more likely that I would have been the one to fall." Seojin Han, clutching his sword, thinks, "Lucky." A voice narrates, "Her personal combat skills are excellent. She can even transform." The transformed figure snarls, "Although her personality is strange, it is nothing you can't overlook." Lakkari Vikshavi admitted it was foolish to send her to invite him, confessing she had forgotten that she hates humans. She added that she lost her parents to humans. Seojin Han listened, the situation sounding like Lakkari fought Velkist. Lakkari stood with another woman, explaining that she was only interested because he seemed strong, but they don't really like humans as a whole. A voice declared they should take vengeance on every single human, then apologized if this was unpleasant, but insisted they're always open to another fight. Another woman shrieked, demanding how they could bring a human to their home, calling someone a traitor. She never gets tired. Lakkari asked Seojin Han if he liked meat, stating there is quite a lot of prey around here. A censored image of meat was presented. Lakkari sat near the meat, asking if he didn't want any, saying it's really juicy, but she added that she's not hungry. Seojin Han hoped they would cooperate in future missions, adding that raiding the tower should be much easier with them around. Lakkari asked if there was a need to say that, stating they came here with a contract in the first place, and she was going to say that to him. Seojin Han asked about the contract. The end of the world loomed. When their homeland was being consumed by darkness, a desperate plea echoed. Lakkari Vikshavi heard a voice, a whisper of hope in the encroaching despair. That voice promised salvation, a way to escape the encroaching doom. With a heavy heart, Lakkari accepted the offer, a pact made in desperation. Amidst the flames, Lakkari carried a wounded figure, a burden of responsibility weighing heavily on her shoulders. Lakkari stood alongside a man, his expression grim, as they faced an uncertain future. The terms of the agreement were clear. They would carry out missions, and in return, they would be saved. The warrior demanded that the humans leave their territory alone, a warning laced with hostility. Lakkari's resolve hardened, her eyes reflecting a determination that would not be broken. With a sinister smile, Lakkari declared that the Dragon Slayer could come anytime, a challenge thrown into the face of fate. Elsewhere, the forest stood silent, a sentinel guarding secrets untold. Moonlight filtered through the trees, casting long shadows that danced with the wind. The next day, training commenced, and the system notified of new changes in the lobby. The most significant update: each party now had their own dedicated training center. It seemed the discomfort of sharing a training center would be no more, the system declared, indicating training center level 4. And with that, the system announced that everything had finally logged in. A notification popped up. The master had one unread mail. Would they read it? The system displayed the results of the training, sent by Loki of Niflheim. It thanked the player for attending the educational program, confirming their heroes had safely completed it. The letter congratulated them for finishing first place and mentioned a reward prepared for them. Han ranked first and Jin second. The system asked if the player would like to open the included items. The system detailed the rewards earned: a high-rank spirit stone, 2 high-rank promotion stones, and 300,000 gold. The system displayed Han's awards: a ring of darkness C, and a strong steel sword imbued with mana A. Jin's awards were then displayed: a mana expansion quiver B. The system announced the purchase of a war horse statue with 5,000 gold, gifting it to Han. Isel, seemingly acting on behalf of Loki, noted that the master had given Han another gift. Han's expression soured, his face betraying his disappointment. The system confirmed that Han was disappointed with the war horse statue, and the affection rate had gone down. Han muttered that he'd rather have something edible. A voice responded, telling him to hold on. The system offers guidance on managing affection rates, suggesting alternative gifts if the hero is dissatisfied. A sharp, digital ping echoes as a new event unfolds. The system announces the purchase of a white horse statue for 8,000 gold, immediately followed by the crushing news: Han is greatly disappointed, and the affection rate has plummeted. Han's face contorts in a grimace as the system bluntly declares, "The white horse statue you gifted was destroyed." He thinks to himself, despite the lobby being nearly full, the management of heroes remains a challenge. He decides to view the 25 fourth floor mission with the replay stone. The shattered remains of the white horse statue lie scattered across the floor. The system indicates that Han is requesting to see the replay of the 25 fourth floor. The system provides tips on how to use the replay stone, explaining that it allows a hero to learn from a video of a wanted for mission. It also notes that replay stones can be mined in the Israel to mine, with the likelihood increasing with mining skills. The system prompts: will you use the replay stone on Han for the 25 4th floor? 7 replay stones remain. A swirling vortex of light and data visualizes the replay being accessed. The system confirms that Han is now watching the replay. His gaze is fixed, his expression unreadable as he absorbs the information from the replay. His dark eyes scan the horizon, taking in the vast expanse of the desert before him. A distant city shimmered in the heat, a promise of answers amidst the desolation. Standing on the precipice of a rocky outcrop, he surveyed the landscape. The wind whispered secrets through the canyons, carrying the scent of sand and forgotten things. Han internalized it was indeed the desert, but the type of mission remained a mystery, shrouded in the shifting sands. The thought echoed in his mind. Kashasha's party was able to clear this. What could the reason be? He mused. He'd be able to find out what kind of mission it was if he looked around. Meanwhile, from above, the city sprawled like a forgotten chessboard, its secrets hidden within the maze of buildings. A gruff voice barked, "Catch that bastard." The hunt was on. The order rang out: block all the exits, make sure not even an ant escapes. The city was now a cage. One of the guards questioned, "Take out the wanted poster, are you sure?" The other guard, his brow furrowed, replied, "Think so?" The city streets became a chaotic dance of pursuit, the guards closing in on their prey. A figure, shrouded in a hooded cloak, muttered, "I have something I need to find. I won't bother you guys." A man, brandishing a sword, confronts another, his face contorted with rage. He accuses the other man of infecting his son with a deadly disease, his voice thick with grief and anger. The accuser continues, his voice rising, claiming that it's also the other man's fault that monsters are running wild. A figure with dark hair, his face obscured by shadow, barks a sharp command: "Shut it." The accusation rings out, branding neutral Phreases as a traitor to the Empire. Elsewhere, a woman with white hair, cloaked in darkness, stands resolute. Another woman with white hair, adorned in a pristine white dress and crown, gazes into the distance. Two figures discuss the woman in the cloak. One questions if they should fire the arrow, while the other coldly states that they'll be paid even if she's dead, urging the archer to kill her. Arrows streak through the air, their deadly purpose clear. A hand grips a bow, the arrow aimed with deadly precision. The arrows find their mark, impacting with brutal force. A close-up reveals the razor-sharp edge of an arrow, poised to strike. The woman in the cloak is struck, the impact sending a spray of blood into the air. A demonic figure, teeth bared in a predatory grin, surveys the scene. The air crackles with arcane energy as a hail of arrows streaks past him. He inhales deeply, the scent of fear and desperation filling his lungs. It smells like dirty humans, a lot of them too. A voice, guttural and eager, cuts through the chaos. "Hey, I can kill." Wings clipped, a figure plummets from the sky, impaled by a volley of arrows. "All of these humans here, right?" they ask, their voice strained with pain. A warrior with fiery red hair, blood already staining their armor, shouts a command. "Not this one, though. We need to protect her." A monster's clawed hand gestures dismissively. "Kill the rest, though." A soldier, shield raised, identifies the white-haired woman as a threat. That woman is the Empire's wanted criminal. The soldier's face contorts in rage, his voice a furious snarl. "If you try to protect her..." A hand clenches tightly around the hilt of a weapon, knuckles white with strain. Blood splatters across the battlefield, painting a gruesome tableau. A warrior's mouth is stained crimson, a testament to the brutal fighting. The red-haired warrior is drenched in blood, their expression grim as they continue to fight. A close-up reveals the terrifying sharpness of the monstrous claws, ready to tear through flesh and bone. The white-haired woman, neutral Urnith Syd, watches the carnage unfold, her eyes wide with fear and a dawning realization of the danger she has brought upon them all. Floor 25. The mission: escape. The objective: escape the designated area. But there's a special objective as well: protection of NPC Phreases Al-Agner. Among those tasked with this mission are Kishasha Vikshavi, Lakari Vikshavi, and Daruma. Also joining the team are Nandio and Nishas. Whispers spread, the message clear: that woman is wanted by the Empire. A figure stands defiantly, sword and shield raised, branded a criminal. He shouts a warning, his voice filled with rage. "If you try to protect her..." A snarling face, stained with blood, emerges from the chaos. The battle descends into a frenzy of blades and blood, figures clashing in a desperate struggle. A bloody claw tears through the air, a brutal testament to the violence. Her golden eyes wide with shock, the woman stares into the abyss of the conflict. The woman's expression is a mixture of fear and determination. Amidst the carnage, a voice cries out in disbelief. "WH, where did they come from?" The warrior is overwhelmed, the attack relentless. The figure, face contorted in desperation, shouts a warning. They insist they don't want to fight, their only goal to capture the witch. A close-up reveals a face streaked with blood, the expression a mix of pain and defiance. The beast folk woman bares her fangs. Humans, she thinks, are so distasteful. Why bother talking to something she intends to kill? The beast folk woman gestures to the hooded figure behind her. She commands the female human to come with them. A voice wonders about therianthropes, surprised they exist on this continent. A strange scent fills the air, the coppery tang of blood. The beast folk woman turns to Nishaz, instructing her to investigate the commotion. The hooded figure's mission is clear: escape. They must get out of the designated area, and they must do it with the NPC. The hooded figure cries out, their voice filled with urgency. Someone reacts with shock, recognizing the figures. They wonder what the hooded figure is talking about. The beast folk woman finds someone to be quite loud. Perhaps, she muses, they'll quiet down if she rips off one of their arms. The hooded figure's expression is obscured by shadow, but their eyes betray a hint of desperation. The hooded figure's voice trembles as they ask if there is a man named Han amongst them. Nishaz wonders what the hell she is. The beast folk beside her notes the human's dark hair and eyes, and that he is taller than her by a head, and uses a sword and shield. Uranith Sid's eyes widen. She exclaims that they do know him, and that she wants to know how he's doing. Nishaz stares intently, stating that if they came from the same place as Han, the disembodied voice states that he was there, but not anymore, before asking what they mean. The human with black hair and eyes thinks that Han went to some strange place called Niffle something, and wonders if he's dead. A voice wonders if they're talking about him like he's dead. A figure stands in the distance. Nishaz is told that there are monsters coming from outside the town, and that they'll be here soon. She realizes that's why no one was coming here. Nishaz urges them to get out of here, and tells the human to come with them. The beast folk beside her remarks that he's pretty good looking for a human. Uranith Sid's eyes narrow. A lizard man bares its fangs. Lizard men and human soldiers clash in a chaotic melee, the air thick with the stench of blood and the clang of steel. The odds, however, seem stacked against the defenders. Elsewhere, figures leap from a precipice, a desperate gamble to escape the encroaching horde. The wind screams past them as they plummet towards an uncertain fate. The hooded figure struggles to keep pace, their breath coming in ragged gasps. The beast folk beside them, equally winded, presses them onward. Human, can't you run faster? The tiger beast folk's golden eyes narrow, a grim resolve hardening her features. We have no choice. From the front lines, Daruma's voice cuts through the din of battle, a desperate cry for aid. Daruma. A shimmering blue barrier erupts, a desperate attempt to hold back the tide of monsters. The air crackles with arcane energy. A figure is wreathed in crimson energy, a surge of power building within them. The ground trembles beneath their feet. The figure with clawed hands stands ready, bandages wrapped tight around their forearms. Daruma watches from behind, her expression a mix of hope and fear. Daruma looks up at the clawed figure, awaiting orders. The figure asks, their voice low and gravelly. The situation? A dark-haired man, his brow furrowed with concern, lays out their options. There are 3 exits, west, east, and north. The monsters are coming through the west. In the distance, a group of refugees flees, their faces etched with terror. Then are those humans also heading toward the east? The monsters will all get here soon. I think it's too late for those humans. The fortified walls are swarming with monsters, a grim testament to the city's impending doom. Then we'll have to go north. How many monsters are in the north? The unseen speaker notes that there were about 30 of them when last they checked. The beast folk's expression twists, fangs bared. She has something to say. Daruma, cloaked and hooded, exhales a plume of vapor in the cold air. She asks if the heroes can intervene. A disembodied voice questions the decision to not save those people. Daruma pleads for just 5 more minutes, hoping they'll be able to get out of here if given the time. She asks if they could just stall for them. The beast folk's golden eyes narrow, a conflict brewing within her. She starts to speak, but hesitates. The beast folk's fist slams down, the sound echoing. She demands to know what it has to do with her whether those humans die or not, reminding Daruma that they were the ones who massacred them. The hooded figure beside the beast folk urges her to stop. Daruma insists that they not harm this human. The beast folk apologizes, but states that they cannot do Daruma that favor. Daruma makes one last plea, asking if they can't reconsider. Meanwhile, a group of people, including those in a carriage, enter the city. A conflict has been created. Special NPC Friasis Alagner is asking for help, her expression a mask of desperation. Tears well in her eyes, her face etched with worry. She clutches at her cloak, her shoulders shaking. Elsewhere, a beast folk warrior stands among her comrades, her expression unreadable. The hero's attitudes toward the subquest are varied. Kishasha Vikshavi and Nishaz are negative. Lakari Vikshavi is very negative. Daruma is positive, and Nandio is neutral. Friasis Alagner's distress is palpable, her eyes pleading. The beast folk's voice cuts through the tension. Open your eyes. She declares her resolve, the beast folk refusing to abandon her principles while safeguarding humanity. A figure cloaked in shadow stands with another, their purpose still shrouded in mystery. Kishasha Vikshavi rejects a rare opportunity, her hand clenching the fabric as she laments her helplessness. Amidst the ruins, a figure announces their imminent arrival, urging the group to prepare. Elsewhere, the desolate city stretches out, a panorama of destruction and decay. A mechanical beast, teeth bared, stands ready to unleash its destructive power. A clawed hand, poised and menacing, hints at the danger to come. The beast folk's expression hardens, her resolve unwavering as she prepares for what lies ahead. Red energy surges, a sign of the power about to be unleashed. The red energy intensifies, engulfing the figures in its crimson glow. The crimson energy reaches its peak, a maelstrom of power and destruction. The hooded figure flees, leaving a fallen figure behind, their motives still unclear. A pained grimace contorts Han's face, the sound of exertion echoing in the aftermath of the battle. The mission, however, was not that difficult. Standing amidst the fallen, Han mused that it was a kind of break mission. All they needed to do was escape with the NPC. It wasn't like they were being attacked by hundreds of lizardmen, and there was no boss monster either. From what he had observed, the 25 fourth floor had a similar difficulty to the other floors. However, the screen declared stage clear, listing Kishasha, Lakari, Nishaz, Daruma, and Nandio, all having leveled up, with a reward of 200,000 G. Kishasha was the MVP. The recording ended, indicating that Han had earned the experience of the 25 fourth floor, and the replay stone had been used up. It was a branch-type quest. Thanks to it, the cloaked figure will be able to re-enter the boss stage they normally wouldn't be able to. The subquest rewards were EXP and gold, as well as an improved relationship with the NPC and a bonus stage. Han didn't care if the EXP and gold went to another hero or anything. What was important was the latter. He gazed down at the floor, the 25 fourth floor as stepping stone to the 34th. The bonus stage, he considered, might hold information about the next floor. The thought hung in the air, a silent question mark etched on his face. His hand clenched, a silent resolve forming within him. He internalized, he would be the one to complete it. Han crosses his arms, stating that they're going to the 25 fourth floor tomorrow. The man strains, lifting weights. He doesn't think just a couple hours of training will get him back into shape. The woman with red hair says that tomorrow is coming, but she feels like he's changed. She adds that he doesn't even use his shield. Han tells them not to worry, the roles won't really change much. He explains that they're going to train with Party Z to get back into shape, but they'll make sure they're in good enough condition to go tomorrow. The blue-haired man mentions training with Party Z. He saw that they brought some kids in to fill in the gaps in the party. He doesn't really think that they'll be able to train efficiently with those newbies. Han's expression is unreadable. The woman with long black hair gestures towards the group, introducing Anand, Lilani, and Benik. Anand, his face flushed with excitement, clenches his fists, clearly eager to impress. Lilani, her voice barely a whisper, introduces herself. Despite her initial shyness, Lilani's eyes reflect a quiet determination. Benik offers a polite greeting, his expression carefully neutral. Anand's enthusiasm contrasts sharply with Benik's reserved demeanor, though the blonde man insists that Benik is actually the opposite of cold. The woman with long black hair explains that they joined Party Z 2 weeks ago, adding that they are ambitious and perform well. Lilani declares that she will do her best, while Benik cautions her to keep her voice down. The woman with long black hair believes that they will be helpful in future missions. Benik stands silently. Benik continues to stand silently. Benik advises the others not to get too attached to them. He warns that things will only become more difficult in the future. A fist clenches, determination hardening the resolve. He won't let them die this time, no matter what. Han nods, steeling himself. All right, then let's get started. Elsewhere, the group gathers in what appears to be a training facility. A figure with blonde hair stands ready, a sword held firmly in hand. Han watches intently as the training begins. The blonde-haired figure's eyes widen, a fierce determination burning within. A downward swing, the blade cutting through the air with a sharp hiss. An upward arc, the sword blurring with speed and power. Han observes, noting, it's eye-opening to train with real swords after all that time training with toys, huh? Steel clashes against steel, sparks flying as the swords meet. The blonde-haired figure declares, you just need to attack us like you're prepared to kill us. Keep in mind that you guys will be the ones to die if you hesitate. The figure unleashes a furious sword strike, the blade singing through the air with deadly intent. Observing the fight, the gray-haired figure remarks, I like that he's understanding things fast. A dark energy streaks across the scene. The black-haired figure stands poised, staff in hand, ready to strike. A monstrous voice booms, long time no see. The red-haired figure snarls, it's impressive that you made it up here despite being such a coward. With a flick of the wrist, the black-haired figure unleashes a surge of energy. A swift kick sends a figure flying. Dark energy explodes outward. A sinister grin spreads across the gray-haired figure's face. The black-haired figure asks, "Do you know her?" The gray-haired figure responds, "She was next to me in my first fight. I thought she'd be stuck on the first floor forever, but she somehow made it up." The gray-haired figure observes, "It's just her personality holding her back. She's very talented considering the way she moves," as the black-haired figure attacks. Han is told not to be nice to them. Someone holding a dagger declares that they need to learn a lesson. One asks if they can kill them, but another dismisses the idea. They are told they can do whatever they want without killing them. Han thinks that maybe he shouldn't have said anything. The walled city looms in the distance. Inside a laboratory, preparations are underway. A heat resistance item has been created. It's thought that the Master will find it suspicious. It is also said that you can deceive Master with this ring, so put to good use. Lilani is asked where she got this. She replies that she got it from someone she knows from Niflheim. It was Uranith Sid, the best illusion mage there is. Even if the 25 fourth floor is not as difficult as the other floors, they need to prepare thoroughly. They all have flame resistance thanks to Ialka, but that skill won't help them endure the heat of the desert. She considered the array of potions. The mission ahead wouldn't be a drawn-out affair, but Lilani didn't want to waste any energy on something as trivial as heat. The destination loomed, a structure of imposing scale rendered in sharp angles. A digital sign welcomed them to their pick-me-up point. A system notification chimed in. Han, the leader of Party 1, had a suggestion for a subquest on the 25 fourth floor. The question hung in the air: accept or decline? With a surge of power, the portal ripped open, a crack in space and time beckoning them forward. The system announced that the mission was being recorded, the data preserved for posterity. The main dungeon, 25 stages conquered, awaited. Another notification appeared, confirming that a subquest remained uncleared, and the mission would begin from that point onward. A blinding flash of blue energy heralded their departure. Anand's brow furrowed, a grim determination etched on his face. His hands clenched, a silent resolve hardening his gaze. Sweat beaded on Anand's brow, a flicker of doubt momentarily clouding his features. His eyes narrowed, the weight of the impending mission settling upon him. Her eyes wide with a desperate plea, the woman's voice cracked as she spoke, barely audible. Elsewhere, a hooded figure, silhouetted against the harsh desert sun, greeted someone with a casual inquiry. "How'd you been, kid?" The group stood firm, their boots planted in the sand, ready for whatever lay ahead. The hooded figure reassured someone, their voice calm despite the circumstances. "They're sleeping at home. You don't need to worry." A disembodied voice echoed, questioning the woman's strange behavior. Tears welled in her eyes as the woman struggled to explain. "She seems to be asking us to do something I don't understand. Was it magic?" "No, even magic couldn't." The hooded figure dismissed the woman's plight, focusing on the task at hand. "This isn't the time for us to be chit-chatting. It's more important that we get rid of those bastards over there." Hope flickered in the woman's eyes as she looked up, a question forming on her lips. "You mean, you're going to do what I ask?" A newfound resolve hardened her features, a glimmer of determination replacing the earlier despair. The hooded figure confirmed their commitment, laying out the details of the mission. "Can't you tell? We're already on our way, so we just need to stall for time so the people can get away, right? That's a nice mission." The woman's expression steeled as a system message appeared before her, offering a subquest. The choice was hers: accept or decline. Her eyes narrowed, the woman's gaze fixed on the unseen horizon, her decision made. Tears streamed down Friasi's Allagner's face, her expression a mask of desperation. The system announced the commencement of a subquest. A lizard man, identified as level 21, was struck with tremendous force, sending blood flying. More of the reptilian humanoids snarled, their eyes glinting with predatory hunger. Another lizard man was blasted backward, engulfed in a surge of blue energy. One of the lizard men lay dead, its grotesque tongue lolling from its mouth. Two more lizard men were simultaneously struck, their bodies contorting from the unseen blows. 17 of them remained. The unseen attacker moved with blinding speed, felling multiple lizard men at once. A voice echoed, "Get rid of them within 10 seconds." Seojin Han, sword in hand, stood ready. His boots crunched on the shattered ground. The system interface displayed the subquest details: Floor 25, mission-type defense, stall time for citizens to evacuate, and a special objective to protect Friasi's Allagner. A volley of arrows streaks through the air, their fletchings whistling as they close in on their unseen target. One finds its mark, piercing the hide of the monstrous beast with a sickening thud. Another arrow slams into the creature, drawing a spray of dark blood. More arrows rain down, each strike weakening the beast's resolve. As the arrows find their mark, a figure with fiery red hair begins to chant, arcane energy crackling around her. The beast recoils as a blast of energy slams into its chest, sending it staggering backward. The woman continues her incantation, the air shimmering with heat and power. The words of the accelerated chant burn into the air, the spell reaching its zenith. The red-haired woman mutters, "What a mess. The weather's not helping either. It would have been bad if it weren't for the potion you gave us. You sure are prepared." With a final, decisive strike, the beast collapses defeated. Finally, some action, a voice declares. A figure kneels beside a heavily bandaged individual, their expression etched with concern. "What's going on?" They wonder aloud, the question hanging in the dust-filled air. The injured person, their face contorted in fear, looks up with wide eyes. A tremor runs through their voice as they croak. Are there ghosts? Amidst the chaos of battle, a figure clad in black deflects a blow, their gaze unwavering. "Can they still not see us?" they mutter, before adding, "Those people don't look like they're going to start running anytime soon." A monstrous visage fills the frame, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. A voice, guttural and cold, declares, "Then they'll just end up dying." The monster looms, its presence radiating a palpable sense of dread. Blood stains the ground, a grim testament to the ongoing struggle. A voice whispers, laced with terror, Ghosts." The figure's dark eyes narrow, their expression hardening with resolve. "You're going to die if you stay here," they warn, their voice firm. "Go to the eastern gate." A cloaked figure stands tall, their arm outstretched as they are confronted by another. "Who are you?" the first figure demands, their tone laced with suspicion. The cloaked figure is surrounded by others, their faces a mixture of fear and confusion. "What's going on?" one asks. Another responds, "We're being protected," before adding, "although I'm the only one who can see them." A disembodied voice questions, its tone laced with accusation. "Are they monsters that you're controlling?" The cloaked figure's expression is unreadable, their eyes reflecting a strange mix of emotions. The cloaked figure's lips part, their voice soft but firm. "I don't have that kind of power," they state. "I just asked for help." The man's voice boomed, his finger jabbing accusingly. "As if, I know who you are. You're the Empire's traitor, Phriases." His face contorted with rage, the man spat. "That transparent monster must be something you're controlling." The accuser continued, his voice dripping with disdain. "A lot of talk for someone who helped only the nobles escape." One of the hooded figures stepped forward, their voice calm despite the tension. "Whether it be demons or ghosts, you saved us." Phriases gripped the shovel, the metal cold against her gloved hands. As they fled through the gate, one of the fleeing figures called back, "I won't forget what you've done for us." A voice, laced with cautious optimism, echoed, "Seems like things worked out." Urnitha's golden eyes narrowed, a grim smile playing on her lips. "We're not done yet." Seojin Han's expression hardened, his gaze fixed on some unseen threat. "The side quest is starting." Urnitha's eyes widened in alarm. Isn't that way too many?" The timer ticked down to 0, the battlefield looming. A voice strategized, "If we just manage to block them from going farther, we won't need to worry about them hitting us from behind." The monsters surged forward, their snarling faces filling the frame. "This is easier than the 5th floor, where we had to fight them on 3 fronts." The lizard man chief, eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger, commanded his forces to spread out. The air crackled with anticipation as the lizard men obeyed, their scales shimmering under the harsh light. He knew that if they were surrounded, the battle would be lost before it even began. A deep, resonant boom echoed through the battlefield as a massive drum was struck. The sound vibrated through the very ground, a primal call to arms that sent shivers down the spines of both lizard men and their adversaries. The lizard man chief, his reptilian features contorted in a savage grin, bellowed a war cry that ripped through the air. "Humans!" he roared, the word laced with venom and a promise of brutal violence. The lizardman's voice, guttural and grating, echoed across the battlefield. "Why do you deny the laws of nature?" "Crag," he demanded, his words a challenge to the very existence of his foes. The lizard man chief, his eyes burning with righteous fury, vowed to unleash a terrible retribution upon the land. "I will bring punishment unto these impure lands," he declared, his voice resonating with the weight of his conviction. A blinding flash of light erupted from the lizardman's ranks, bathing the battlefield in an eerie glow. The air crackled with energy, a palpable sense of power building within their ranks. The red-haired woman, her gaze fixed on the approaching horde, spoke with a chilling calm. "I just need to kill guys like that, right?" she asked, her words a stark declaration of intent. Urnith Sid, her expression etched with concern, questioned Han's readiness for the battle ahead. "Are you sure you'll be all right, Han? There are too many of them," she fretted, her voice laced with worry. A voice, filled with grim determination, cut through the tension. "Each of them needed to take on 20, the speaker declared, a daunting task that spoke volumes about the scale of the impending conflict. The figure, shrouded in shadow, offered a cryptic warning. "But just watch for back there," he instructed, his words hinting at a hidden strategy or a dangerous gambit. Bathed in a crimson glow of arcane energy, the red-haired woman stood poised for battle. Flames danced around her, a testament to the raw power she wielded, ready to unleash hell upon her enemies. Another surge of energy pulsed through the battlefield, the air shimmering with heat and distortion. The lizard men, emboldened by their power, prepared to charge, their eyes fixed on their prey. A blinding flash erupted, bathing the battlefield in an incandescent light. The air crackled with raw energy, a silent promise of devastation. The energy coalesced, slamming into an unseen target with earth-shattering force. A shockwave rippled outwards, scattering debris and dust in its wake. The target disappeared within the inferno, consumed by the raging flames and swirling smoke. The air tasted of ozone and burnt metal. A hand, clad in dark leather, reached out with purpose. The fingers tightened around the familiar grip of a quiver. The Mana Expansion Quiver, a B-rank magical equipment, promised 100 arrows ready for deployment. A silent blessing from Niflheimer. The red-haired spellcaster activated a skill, Sidewinder LV.1. An orange aura flared around her, the air shimmering with arcane energy. With impossible speed, multiple arrows materialized from the quiver, each one glowing with the same fiery orange light. They seemed to hum with anticipation. The arrows launched, a swarm of deadly projectiles cutting through the air with terrifying velocity. The sound barrier cracked behind them. The spellcaster watched as her volley streaked towards its target, each arrow leaving a trail of burning light in its wake. A silent prayer for accuracy escaped her lips. A close-up revealed the lethal precision of the arrows, each one perfectly aligned and guided by the Sidewinder skill. Death rode on their tips. The figure in the white cloak sprinted forward, a blur of motion against the ravaged landscape. Determination burned in their eyes. One of the arrows found its mark, piercing the mechanical head with brutal force. Blood splattered, a grim testament to the arrow's deadly accuracy. The clash of steel echoed as he swung his blade, a blue aura trailing behind the arc of the strike. The sword found its mark, piercing through armor with ease, a spray of crimson painting the air. The force of the blow reverberated, a shockwave rippling outwards. Han's eyes narrowed, focused and intense, as he prepared for the next attack. Another swing, another foe met the edge of his blade, the dance of death continuing. One enemy lay defeated, a crimson pool spreading beneath him. The blade blurred, a whirlwind of destruction, as Han carved through the ranks of his opponents. Standing amidst the fallen, Han surveyed the scene. "This is kind of lame," he muttered, unimpressed by the challenge. A voice echoed, filled with disdain. "They're basically scarecrows." The woman's eyes widened, a hint of surprise coloring her tone. "You've gotten unbelievably strong," she observed. Han tilted his head, listening to Yrnith Sid's assessment. She continued, noting that he was on a whole different level from the last time she saw him. "What happened?" she asked. Han smiled faintly. "It's a long story," he replied. Yrnith studied him intently. "But you look just as you did 3 years ago," she mused. Yrnith's gaze intensified, a hint of curiosity in her voice. "And you look a lot different," she finished. Meanwhile, Han thanked everyone, recognizing a few of them. He noted that Adis and Aaron were still alive, just elsewhere. A lizard man lay defeated, blood pooling around him. A voice questioned, "So, is the mission over now?" With a guttural cry, a lizard man lunged, claws extended, ready to strike. Another lizard man roared, his eyes fixed on a new target. "Caref, human, I see humans." The lizard men clashed, a brutal melee of claws and teeth. One of them bellowed, "Crag." 2 lizard men stood side by side, their expressions unreadable behind their reptilian features. A lizardman's claws slashed through the air, a desperate attack against an unseen foe. Back in the town, Yrnith watched the lizardmen retreat, a thoughtful expression on her face. "Why are they running away?" she wondered. Han replied, "They know what fear means." The digital clock glows with the time. 3:21. A voice muses that this is it. The lizardman chief stands amidst the carnage, blood coating his armor. He wonders aloud if they simply grew stronger, the battle having felt less difficult. The camera focuses on a fallen lizardman, confirming the chief's assessment. "It seems so." Elsewhere, a voice calls out to Narissa, requesting that she scout the area. The speaker adds that the situation seems resolved, and the rest of the group should take a break. The red-haired spellcaster laments that the weather is still terrible, even with the potions. Nishas, standing beside her, prepares to move. Nishas suggests they go over there. The spellcaster gestures, telling Vel to come along as well. Nishas insists that she is fine where she is, but the spellcaster tells her not to call. The camera focuses on Boots walking through the town. The Boots belong to Siege and Han, who walks with another cloaked figure through the town. Han glances to the side, thinking that they didn't need to do that. Han stand in the town, the setting sun casting long shadows. A figure clutches their arms, stating that they thought Han was dead. The woman with white hair smiles knowingly, her golden eyes gleaming. "We meet again," she says, her voice a low murmur. The folds of fabric suggest a garment of some importance, though its full form remains obscured. Cards appear, bearing the visages of Han, Jenna, and Ialka. More cards materialize, these depicting Nerissa and Velkist. Elsewhere, high above the city, bathed in the warm hues of the setting sun, a voice broke the silence. "How have you been?" Han Islet, cloaked and armed, offered a curt reply. "I've been good." Uranith Sid, huddled in a shawl, confessed, "I thought I was going to die." Uranith continued, her voice tinged with gratitude. "It was possible because you helped me." She added, regarding the new faces, "They joined us recently. I don't know them well since they're so new. I assume you'll see them more." Han smirked, a hint of pride in his eyes. "You managed to avoid getting caught." Uranith smiled faintly. "I was lucky." Uranith clarified, "It was possible because you helped me." When Han asked if she meant back at the city, she simply replied, "No." The conversation took a turn, revealing a deeper connection. Haljan, one of the 4 great households, was the most active in the search for me. The crest of the Haljan household, a golden beast, seemed to pulse with ancient power. It was a bit unexpected for Han that the whole area was abandoned. According to Nerissa, the Haljans are connected to the order that is her enemy. It seems like the 24th floor was somehow connected to it too. However, the strange atmosphere within that mansion was something that remained a mystery. Elsewhere, the desert of all places. This place is called Silkia. Why are they here? He came here searching for something. Uranith speaks. "It's a key." Han asks what they're going to do with it. "Isn't it obvious? He's going to save the continent." Han asks what this key is. Uranith replies that she's not too sure either. It's just a feeling she had. She thinks she'll find out once. Han retorts that she still talks in riddles. When they first met, she also talked about dreams and the end of the world. She has appeared in the main missions twice now. Even the missions The mission parameters became clear, to ensure someone's safe passage from the village, which was said to have 3 exits. The evacuees were being directed toward the eastern gate, but a different path was being charted for Friasi's Al Lagner, leading north. A thought crossed someone's mind, a quiet certainty that this wouldn't be the last time they crossed paths with her. The timer ticked down to 0, a burst of energy rippling through the air. The mission had changed. The new objective, escape the city with the target. Han questioned the sudden shift, but Uranith dismissed it. Someone urged action, reminding the others that the plan was to leave through the northern gate. The enemies were disappearing, but the preparations were complete. A voice asked if everyone was ready, confirming that the basic necessities had been gathered. Han acknowledged the strangeness of their situation, the constant barrage of inexplicable events. Uranith simply agreed, a knowing tone in her voice. Friasi's Alagner looked concerned. The text spoke of a grim history, of a party that had summoned with money and attempted the 15th fourth floor, only to meet their demise. It was also noted that she had died at least once. Someone declared that once they returned, they would tell the master to give someone a good scolding, followed by maniacal laughter. Another character seemed surprised by this statement. A voice demanded if the human could run faster, to which the reply came, breathless, that this was the fastest they could manage. With a final leap, Uranith Sid lands gracefully, her cape billowing behind her. Han considers the difficulty of the stage. If the one-man parties sent to evaluate the stage difficulty are considered, it would be a lot higher than just 3. A massive gate stands tall against the backdrop of a fiery sunset. Uranith Sid stands before the gate, her expression thoughtful. Will they see each other again? The pair discuss their next destination, the next floor. Han stands among his companions, a confident smile playing on his lips. He means that they'll see each other again soon. Yuanu Su smiles knowingly. That's good. A figure expresses gratitude. Thank you for the help. I won't give up. I'll live. A stylized border frames the unknown. Uranith Sid, holding a fan, remarks on the ease of the current floor, hoping the 34th will be the same. She adds that something feels ominous. Speaking from experience, Uranith warns that when things are easy in the beginning, the ending is always terrible, and asks what the others think. Uranith Sid looks on, her expression unreadable as Han stands behind her. Jenna asks Han if he even thought before answering her. Han tells him to go first. Jenna wonders where Han is going, speculating that he might be going to farm materials or rest, enjoying the view. Han stands before a glowing doorway, an inscription declaring Enter bonus stage limit, 1 chance, 1 person. A disembodied voice echoes, stating that a bonus stage is a quest meant for just 1 person. Han acknowledges that he can't ignore this. A system prompt appears, asking will you accept? With a flash of light, Han is transported to the bonus stage. The map of the bonus stage reveals a complex maze with many branches. He sprints down the seemingly endless corridor, the cold stone beneath his feet echoing with each stride. 1 hour later, Han pauses, scribbling in his notebook. He mutters, I guess that was a failure. I didn't find a single treasure chest or anything. He continues, either way, I've resolved the matters on the 25th fourth floor. We'll probably start with the 26th fourth floor tomorrow. Han's gaze is drawn to a shimmering, pixelated doorway. He thinks, if my assumptions are correct, the 25 fourth floor mission is nothing more than just a warm-up. A sinister smile creeps across his face. He recalls Foka's words. Foka said that if the beginning was smooth, the ending would be terrible. A hooded figure watches from afar, thinking she knows this game well. The next day, the landscape shifts dramatically. Han now treks across a vast, sun-baked desert, the sand swirling around his ankles. The hooded figure, face partially obscured, stares at Han in disbelief. You're still alive? A group of figures, cloaked and armed, stand silhouetted against the harsh desert sun, their intentions unclear. The hooded figure remains in the foreground, the group looming behind, a silent challenge hanging in the air. The hooded figure, weathered by the harsh desert sun, speaks with a hint of weariness. As she says she is still alive, but the journey has been far from easy. A bag is opened, revealing the essentials for survival: heat resistance potions, water, and food. Each item is a precious resource in this unforgiving landscape. The hooded figure's expression hardens, a flicker of desperation in her eyes. She admits that she only gets help from them. Han, gazing out at the endless dunes, wonders aloud what kind of mission this is. Jenna stands nearby, her expression thoughtful. Jenna voices her concern, reminding everyone to stay close and protect each other. A helpful tip appears, highlighting the importance of heat resistance potions to prevent dehydration and heat stroke. The hooded figure points into the distance, her gaze intense. She says she saw it many times in her dreams. Han, his brow furrowed, asks what markings they need to follow, his voice laced with curiosity. The sound of scraping claws echoes as two figures emerge from the sands, weapons drawn and ready for a fight. A lizard man, level 24 by 15, stands menacingly, its gaze fixed on the group. The elites seem better armed than before, the red-haired figure observes. It's perfect for a nice exercise after their mealtime, the cloaked figure responds. A stylized image fills the space, streaks of red slashing across the scene. The woman with white hair remarks that she doesn't think even the royal guards of the palace were this strong. A mechanical creature, bearing the marks of battle, is shown in close detail. One of the red-haired figures says, "See you on the next floor." The white-haired woman, Uranith Sid, smiles, telling Han that she'll see him on the next floor. From a top-down perspective, one of the figures questions the point of a mission like this, wondering if it's just babysitting some girl. Another figure warns Velkis to watch his mouth. Velkis wonders how great of a person she is that he needs to watch his mouth. He asks if she is the princess of the empire or something. The figure next to him confirms that she is. The figure in the white cloak pauses, questioning what is happening. Velkis seems surprised. Uranith Sid states that he should already know if he saw the 15 fourth floor raid. She then asks how that kid from back then is here. It had only been a few months, but it felt like an eternity. The speaker internalized the thought, a sense of disbelief washing over them. The city sprawled before them, a maze of unfamiliar structures and alien geometries. A voice echoed, laced with bewilderment. They didn't understand this place. A voice, distorted with rage, echoes through the battlefield. The hooded figure declares death to those who defy nature's orders. With a guttural roar, the figure lunges, a bladed weapon extended, ready to strike. The blade finds its mark, a crimson spray painting the air as the attack connects. The assault continues, a relentless flurry of steel and fury. Elsewhere, the hooded figure, Uranith Sid, stands amidst the fallen. "We don't have much time," she urges. "We need to hurry." Uranith's gaze drifts towards the moon, a troubled expression on her face. "If my dreams are correct, there is only a decade left until the end of the world." The hooded figure, Han, his back turned, questions, "How are you going to collect those keys when you don't even know what they are?" Uranith declares that the keys are items only mentioned in the legends of the Empire. She has promised to prove her worth. As they walk, Uranith explains that if she can take them, they will lend her their powers. Han states that in order to fulfill that promise, he has to do what is impossible. Uranith confirms that the impossible feat is to collect the keys. She says exactly. Uranith asks why Han is helping her. She continues, saying she has nothing to give him and is out of money too. The only thing she has at the moment is this. Han replies that he doesn't want anything from her. As he walks away, Han says not to be mistaken, it just so happens that this is his mission. Uranith smiles, thanking him either way. Two figures whisper about the Empire's princess and her guardian knight, saying it's just like the novels they've read. The man with sharp teeth looms over Jenna and the other woman, his expression a mask of suspicion. What could they be discussing in hushed tones? Jenna is being scolded, but she protests, questioning why she's the only one receiving the blame. She reminds the others that the blonde-haired woman was also present. Elsewhere, a screen displays the results. Stage clear. Han, Jenna, and Ialka have leveled up, earning 50,000 G and 2 desert lizard scales B. Uranith smiles, bidding Han farewell and promising to see him on the next floor. Han stands with his party, declaring that they are not the only ones present. Uranith's expression is serene as she looks on. Han is recognized, as the MVP. A figure with long black braids stands before a shimmering portal, ready to embark on a new journey. Flashback. During the 24th floor raid, multiple parties were required to complete the mission. The entire attack squad was put into danger because of another party's mistake. A gruesome scene unfolds, with a character impaled and bleeding. Someone is sure that anything saw what happened. If they didn't learn anything from that, then they're just stupid. Next evening, Party 3 is sent to the next floor. It's time for their mission. The map indicates that the party should gather on the first floor. A trio stands ready, their expressions a mix of determination and something darker. They will guide Friasis, though their personalities may be less than ideal. Kishash's competence is well known, and while Han was away at Niflheimer, a new class facility was constructed. The facility, imposing in its architecture, stands ready for use. Though the facility level is still low, offering only basic classes, it was considered a good decision. Velkist, meanwhile, had already achieved the rank of a 3-star warrior. Narissa, too, had advanced, becoming a 3-star thief. One more time, Velkist and Narissa grew stronger by the day. The pair continued their training, honing their skills with each passing moment. Their dedication was unwavering, pushing them to new heights of power. Meanwhile, Party 3's raid of the 28th fourth floor was completed, and Party 2 was sent to the 29th fourth floor the next day. They were successful with the mission, but the 3 newbies came back depressed. The next stage awaiting them is the 34th floor, the boss stage. The sign beckoned. Climb the tower and save the world. Stage is conquered, 29. It was expected to be difficult since the 25th fourth floor was so easy. All 15 members of the 3rd floor team, including Velkist, were not at a high enough level for the next stage. To attempt the 34th floor, it was recommended that everyone be level 30 or higher. The group would retry the 28th fourth floor to level up. The other floors were locked down because of the connected quests. The group had to go to the 28th fourth floor, taking turns with Party 2. Friasis did not appear on the 28th fourth floor. They farmed EXP by killing lizardmen. The mission was to kill all of the monsters that resided beyond the desert hills. Han used intermediate swordsmanship LV 1 to 2. Then something happened. A few people on the first floor worked together to steal the loot from the weekday dungeons. They mainly took meats and fruits. Instead, they stored them in their pockets. Half of them were immediately sent to the synthesis chamber, whereas the other half were imprisoned somewhere awaiting their fate. The following night, a towering structure of stone and light pierces the sky, its origins unknown, its purpose a mystery. Anakin had sent the thieving heroes to the 34th floor. They would be used to gather information on the 34th floor. This mission requires 5 parties. If there are not enough party members, you can summon heroes for free or with money to fill the member slots. They all died within 5 minutes. That made one thing clear. The 34th floor was going to be the most difficult mission Tonia had to take on. It required 5 parties. That is probably why Anakin had sent in 5 parties with 1 person per party. Meanwhile, a grand building stands silhouetted against the night sky, its many windows hinting at the secrets within. A voice echoes in the stillness, a single word, Master. The man mused, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. He thought he would be contacted as soon as they arrived, but they haven't. He's rather upset. His fingers, adorned with a glowing ring, tighten around the quill as he continues to write. The man's gaze hardens, a hint of displeasure etched on his face. He offered a slight smile, though the words were meant to lighten the mood. A nervous energy still lingered in the air. Seojin Han sat at his desk, a familiar book open before him, but his mind was elsewhere. He was going to the boss stage soon, and he was contacting someone just in case. The drawing on the page depicted a figure clad in armor, but the question hung heavy in the air. Did he mean to say that he might die? The book lay open, bookmarked at several important passages. It wasn't impossible, but the odds were stacked against him. Han held up the ring, its purple gem catching the light. He knew what he had to do. All right, he murmured, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. He must use the ring without hesitation if he was in danger. He returned to the book, penning a few more lines. Don't, he thought, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. As I expected. Meanwhile, Uranith Sid, standing with her ever-present maid, looked upon him with concern. Anyway, Master, please take care of yourself, your life. The scene shifted to a beautiful gazebo, where the 2 figures sat at a table. He reassured her, don't worry, I don't intend on dying. I'll talk to you later. Her expression was one of deep worry. She pleaded, please don't pass away no matter what. He responded, yeah, I'll let you know as soon as I'm back. Uranith's face softened slightly, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. So you won't get upset again, she thought, adding aloud. That's good to hear. Back in his study, he slid the ring onto his finger, a sense of resolve washing over him. With a sigh, Han leaned back his chair, the tension slowly draining from his body. He was ready, or as ready as he could be. He studied the maps laid out before him, the ink still wet on the parchment. The details of the upcoming mission swam in his mind. The notes beside the map spoke of the 34th floor, a place difficult to predict. If it were a normal account, he could assume exploration, raid, or escape. But Townia's missions had always defied expectations. The maze they had seen in the bonus stage was sure to appear. The maze's intricate pathways demanded memorization. He reviewed the list of potential weapons, crossing off those deemed unsuitable for the task ahead. The information they had earned from sacrificing those 5 people weighed heavily on his mind. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he considered the implications. The sound of dripping water echoed in the chamber, a constant reminder of the stakes. 25 people. Was that what they needed for this mission? The weight of the decision pressed down on him, the fate of many resting on his shoulders. With a feral roar, the orange-haired figure lunges, claws extended and glinting in the harsh light. The claws rake across flesh, a spray of blood painting the air as the dark-haired figure is struck. Staggering back, the dark-haired figure raises an arm in a desperate attempt to block the onslaught. A monstrous transformation takes hold, the orange-haired attacker's hand morphing into a grotesque claw, ready to strike again. The claw connects, sending the dark-haired figure hurtling backwards through the air, another crimson spray marking the impact. The orange-haired figure, eyes blazing with predatory hunger, prepares to deliver the final blow. Mouth agape, now a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, the attacker lunges, intent on devouring the fallen foe. The monstrous maw slams shut, teeth tearing into the dark-haired figure's head, the final strike landing with brutal force. The party made quick progress. Party 3 repeatedly attempted the 28th fourth floor to level up. Now, the rest of the parties had to level up. They were put into the desert map many times to raise battle proficiency. The preparations outside of combat were making progress too. Ialka was still the only one in Tonia who could do the research, working 18 hours a day until she could obtain high-speed research. She thought to herself, this is too much. The lobby's hero reaction level was 3. There were 5 parties. For the sake of efficiency, the hero reaction research needs to be at least level 5. After 3 days and nights of hard work, Ialka was freed. A woman with red hair congratulated her, saying, "Good work, Ialka. Research, hero reaction is now level 5. The goddess has blessed the lobby. A new feature has been unlocked. Communication, LV1, obtained. Tips, you can communicate easily with the parties. The heroes who have learned this skill will be able to effectively communicate." Han stood with his arms crossed. Han said, "There are lots of restrictions because the level of the hero reaction research is low, though. The farthest we can be from each other for this to work is about 1 kilometer. For now, only the party leaders can communicate with each other." Han continued, "You try too. We're probably going to need it on the 34th floor. Tell the other parties about it too." Idiopatid. Alahite. A woman with fiery red hair remarks that she hasn't seen Han around lately, assuming he must be busy. Amidst the clash of steel, someone wonders how long the two have been fighting. Another voice chimes in, admitting that the fighter is impressive, perhaps even more so than Aaron. The observer notes that the fighter seems to be risking his life rather than just practicing. The purple-haired fighter's intensity is acknowledged, with someone remarking that they do the same. Han brings his sword down in a swift, decisive arc. The purple-haired fighter meets the blow head-on, steel screaming against steel. A flurry of strikes and parries erupts, a blinding dance of blades. With a sudden shift in momentum, the purple-haired fighter extends a kick, his sword still held high. The fighter's red eyes burn with intensity as he speaks, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "Your sword." Han's face is obscured by shadow, but his heavy breathing betrays the effort he's expending. Han observes the fight, noting that the requirement for the intermediate weapon arts Lodixian has been mentioned, and that it seems he's going to level up soon. The text explains that Narissa has been training hard, but her skills are more specialized in supportive roles like information gathering and trap-seeking. The clash of steel echoes as the fight intensifies. A close-up of an eye reflects the ongoing battle, a clear gap between Narissa and Velkish when it comes to combat now. Rain falls, mirroring the somber mood as a woman with short black hair gazes upwards. The warrior brings his sword down with tremendous force. Han tells Narissa to back off, stating that he will train with him. He apologizes. A figure asks where he has been, stating that they have been waiting for him all day. The masked fighter apologizes. The masked fighter grins, declaring that he is glad he came to Party 1, because he wouldn't have been able to experience something like this had he gone to Party 2. Muscles tense as the sword is held ready. Han has asked since when he started talking so much. Han Islet status is displayed, showing his level, class, and stats. The masked fighter's eye glows with intensity. A sinister smile spreads across the masked fighter's face. Han swings his sword with incredible speed. The masked fighter's blade sings through the air, a crimson echo of its deadly path as it meets Han's steel. Blue energy flares as Han parries, the force of the blow reverberating through his arms. The masked fighter presses his attack, a relentless storm of red-tinged strikes. A savage grin splits Velkish's face. He loves to fight. No matter how many times he falls, he will get back up to fight. He never feels discouraged, even if he sees that he is weaker. The masked fighter lunges, his blade a blur of motion. Han smiles, his eyes glinting with determination. If he wasn't like this... Han grips his sword tighter, ready to meet the next attack. The blades meet again, a cacophony of clashing steel and crackling energy. The force of the impact sends sparks flying in all directions. Velkish's swordsmanship level increases, a testament to his relentless drive. The man's expression hardens, a glint of determination in his eyes. Intermediate swordsmanship rises to level 3. The meeting place is a large, fortified complex. The building's architecture is imposing, with rows of windows. Inside, the room is lavishly furnished, with several figures present. Han crosses his arms, a statement echoing in his mind. This is the first time the 5 parties have gotten together. A woman with long black hair smirks, muttering that she didn't expect Party 3 to be here. The woman is identified as Adis, leader of Party 2. A beastfolk woman with orange hair states that they are part of this important mission too, adding that she doesn't intend on neglecting their duties. She offers a polite thanks. A blond man introduces himself as Ryman from Party 4, stating that he's heard lots about Han. A man with a beard and a fur collar says he's from Party 5, adding that it's nice to meet them. The man is identified as Gilbert, leader of Party 5. He declared that it was he who had called them all there, not Han, and that he wanted to decide on a commanding system for the 34th floor and onwards. A woman with long black hair stood beside him, listening intently. A hulking figure with orange hair and animalistic features questioned the need for a commanding system, given that there were 25 people present and they would need a leader. The warrior clarified that they meant a war chief, which was easier to understand. They then asked if they should just choose the strongest person. Seojin Han recommended Han, citing his extensive experience in missions and his ability to assess situations effectively. He added that anyone who had fought alongside Han would agree that he was a strong warrior. The hulking warrior declared that they wouldn't complain if the Dragon Slayer warrior was the leader, but they would not fight together. The warrior emphasized that they did not prefer team fights, their claws tapping impatiently on the table. The woman with long black hair countered that there was no point in choosing a leader if they wouldn't fight together. Her expression was stern. She added that they fought differently from them, and it would be inefficient to force them to fight their way. Seojin Han listened to the exchange, his expression unreadable. The warrior acknowledged that they were smart and that they knew what it meant to work together too. They added that they would respect their decision. A blonde-haired man asked if they should just do what they were told. Seojin Han replied that he would only be giving basic orders and the rest would be up to them. From a distance, 2 chibi figures observed the discussion. One remarked that Han sounded mean, but was actually kind, while the other shushed them. He begins, warning that despite what he's about to say, she shouldn't get scared, no matter what happens. The woman beside him hears his warning, her expression unreadable as he continues, stating that the first one to get scared is the first one to die. A foot grinds down, the sound echoing in the room. A voice interjects, trying to lighten the mood, stating that there's always a solution to a problem. You just need to keep that in mind, and that he's nice before being cut off by a pained... A man with a beard looks on, simply asking, what? A disembodied voice declares that if you're not going to give it your all in the fights, stay out of this. Han's expression hardens, his eyes glowing with an inner light. A fist clenches tightly, knuckles white with strain. Han's gaze is intense as he states, I guess we'll see about that. The bearded man asks Han if he can ask him for a favor. Han simply replies, what? The man states that he's fine with Han being the leader, adding that everyone says that he's the leader in this place anyway. A voice explains that parties 4 and 5 worked hard to make it to the 2nd floor, and just as they made it up here, a 3rd floor was made. Han is asked if they can let them into the 3rd floor if they do well in this mission. He responds that it's up to the master. The man tells another to make sure to memorize the map before the mission, explaining that it's a maze that will likely appear on the 34th floor. The thought echoes, laced with skepticism. So young? A leader, huh? A thick, dark belt cinches a warrior's waist, the large buckle gleaming dully. The voice muses considering the odds. Nothing more than minions? A smirk plays on the man's lips. He'll be patient for now. The portrait declares him, the leader in this place. The words hang in the air. Party 4. Character cards are displayed, each bearing a name. Ryman, Rosa, Liculin, Vidin, and Roderick. More cards appear, revealing further names. Gilbert, Riken, Karen, Miguel, and Jetty. The city looms, its architecture a blend of grandeur and decay. Brick and stone rise high, hinting at a history both rich and troubled. A voice cuts through the silence, a question hanging in the air. Are you all ready? A gloved hand grips the ornate hilt of a sword, anticipation building. A woman with fiery red hair inquires, her tone laced with dark humor. Have you written your wills? The polished steel of a blade gleams, reflecting the sky. The answer is a curt denial. Of course not. A voice, tinged with defiance, rises above the tension. We're not going to die here after all, right, everyone? A declaration echoes, a promise of leadership. Han is going to lead us to victory once again. One of the figures questions their alliance, a hint of weariness in their tone. Aren't you all depending on me a bit too much? The group steels themselves, ready to face whatever lies ahead. The command rings out. Let's go. He is part of Party 1, alongside Jenna, Ialka, Narissa, and Velkis, their portraits displayed like playing cards. Party 2 is composed of Isel, Roderick, Iman, Burke, and Lynn, each ready for the call to action. The members of Party 5, Gilbert among them, stand ready, their expressions a mix of anticipation and grim determination. Kishasha leads Party 3, which includes Lakari, Daruma, Nandio, and Nishaz, a formidable team ready to face any challenge. Party 4, with Roderick among its ranks, is comprised of Kerman, Rosa, Yeren, and Atman, their resolve etched on their faces. The assembled heroes stand ready, their armor gleaming in the light, awaiting the order to form their attack units. The question hangs in the air. Will they appoint Han as the attack unit leader? The intricate details of the armor reflect the weight of the responsibility they carry. He hears, I should be of more help than on the 24th floor. A voice responds, you were of plenty of help. Han considers the situation. I feel like each boss level requires more and more people. At this rate, there are going to be hundreds of people on a mission later on. He stood alongside Jenna, the entrance to the 34th floor looming before them. The air crackled with anticipation. A chibi version of Jenna expressed her surprise. The woman with braided pigtails spoke, her voice carrying a note of warning. Guys, as you can see, this is the 34th floor. You better not let your guards down. Make sure to not get in Han's way. Another teammate offered words of encouragement. Han, good luck. A chibi version of the woman from before fluttered around, surrounded by hearts. You sure are popular. I'm envious. The tunnel shimmered with arcane energy, glowing runes etched into its ancient stone. A sign displayed a countdown. The gates will open in 10 seconds. Get ready. The words main dungeon were emblazoned beneath. Jenna and another teammate stood before the sign, their expressions a mix of anticipation and apprehension. Guys, we'll be fine if we just pay attention. The team gathered before a blinding light, the air thick with magical energy. A surge of blue energy pulsed outward, the runes glowing with renewed intensity. Golden light filled the air, swirling with unseen energies. The golden light intensified, the runes resonating with power. The lights subsided, revealing a path forward, the entrance to the 34th floor now open. The ground is a light tan color, with a structure made of the same material in the center of the panel. The party has arrived somewhere new. A voice crackles over the comms, wondering where they are. Jenna, her brow furrowed, wonders if they've stumbled upon a city. Han's expression is unreadable. The city stretches out before them, a maze of sun-baked structures. Han observes that it looks like a pretty old city. The comms crackle again. Someone is trying to reach Han. It's Adis, confirming that it is Han of Party 1. She asks for their current location. Adis describes the city as strange, noting the abundance of sand and the oppressive heat. She suggests they meet up. Elsewhere, Ryman confirms that it is Ryman of Party 4. Han instructs the others to come to the center and try contacting the other parties, but he thinks he's too far from them. Jenna wonders why there's so much sand. Han replies that the weather is the worst it can be. Han asks if there are any other parties, then states that they'll go to the center of the city to join the others. He called out, his voice echoing only in his mind. Narissa, guide us. The response came swiftly. He was reminded to keep an eye out for Friasis. She might be nearby. Another voice chimed in, admitting, I can't really see well. Narissa will report what she sees, but don't let your guard down. Jenna's voice cut through the comms, a hint of anxiety lacing her tone. I'm a bit anxious. When it's this quiet in the beginning, it's Dash, another voice quickly interrupted. Don't jinx it. Han's voice came through again, directing the team. Can you see the roundish building in the center of the city? Meet us there. Han's voice crackled with urgency. I found the princess. He noticed her lying prone in the middle of the sandy road. Was it a trap, or was something else entirely? Her face was partially obscured by bandages, her hair a stark white against the beige of her robes. Her eyes remained closed. Han's hand glowed with a soft, blue light as he scanned her body. The light revealed her skeletal structure beneath her skin. He discovered a small vial, stoppered with a cork and filled with a crimson liquid. What was she doing here? He thought she may have pushed herself too much. The woman's breathing was shallow and uneven, her brow furrowed in what might have been pain. Han carefully tilted the vial, bringing it to her lips. She swallowed, her throat working as the liquid went down. Her eyes fluttered open, a glimmer of recognition in their depths. Han, she croaked. He offered the vial to her. Drink it for the heat. The woman looked at him, her expression still weak. Were you on a suicide mission or what? She asked. Elsewhere. Han's thoughts were elsewhere. Wanted to find the keys. He paused, looking around. Here? Yes, I'm certain. This is the place I saw in my dreams. He scanned the area, his thoughts focused on the keys. They had to be nearby. A window appeared, displaying the mission details. Floor 30, Exploration, with a special objective to ensure the survival of NPC Friasis Alagner. From a high vantage point, Isel instructed someone to stay close to Jenna and to hide if anything happened. Adis listened intently as Han inquired. Did you see the mission window? It should have just popped up. Isel confirmed, saw it. Exploration and survival of NPC. Han responded, we've got the NPC. No need. Han instructed the others to look for her, adding, tell the other parties about it, and come to us. Jenna, clearly annoyed, muttered, this is really annoying. Just be patient. Isel simply responded, all right. From the building's base, a voice questioned, are you sure it's in there? Another voice confirmed, yes, it's inside the building. A statue of a winged figure stood guard atop the structure. Han's gaze remained fixed, determined to find what he sought. He stood amidst the ethereal glow, the fractured ground beneath his feet a testament to battles fought and won. The screen displayed the party compositions. Jenna, Ialka, Narissa, and Velkist formed one team. Another consisted of Adis, Roderick, Anin, and Lilani. Kishasha, Lakari, Daruma, Nandio, and Nishaz comprised a third. The screen continued to list the remaining teams. Ryman, along with 3 others, formed another party. Gilbert led a final group consisting of Riken, Karen, Miguel, and Jetty. A memory surfaces, a time when he was raised in a very ordinary family. The young Han stands before a formidable gate, flanked by his parents. He became a very ordinary man, or so he thought, and entered the guards with the little bit of knowledge he had in swordsmanship. A lone knight stands guard, his armor gleaming dully in the fading light. His life started spiraling, when the world he thought was so peaceful began to turn into hell. A monstrous roar tears through the air, shaking the very foundations of the world. A scream of pure agony echoes, a man's face contorted in terror as blood streams down his face. Steel clashes against claw in the downpour as knights desperately fight back against the monstrous onslaught. A monstrous visage, teeth bared and eyes glowing with malevolent intent, fills the vision, its guttural sounds echoing in the air. Terror grips him, his eyes wide with fear, tears streaming down his face as the reality of his situation crashes down. Driven by sheer panic, he scrambled away, desperate to escape the nightmare closing in around him. He wandered aimlessly, with nowhere to go, only to find himself surrounded by the very horrors he sought to flee. There was nowhere for a deserter to go, no solace to be found in this desolate world. Then, against all odds, he came across kind people, offering a glimmer of hope in the darkness. They shared their food and their stories, offering a moment of respite from the horrors he had witnessed. But even in their kindness, Han was consumed by paranoia, haunted by the fear that they would betray him in his sleep. There was no way to tell. A brutal scene unfolds, blood splattering across the ground, leaving one to wonder if they were truly kind or bandits in disguise. So, he killed them, ending their lives before they could potentially end his. When his fear turned into fear directed toward him, a new understanding began to dawn. He learned ecstasy, a twisted pleasure born from the depths of despair and violence. Across the desolate landscape, Ryman, the leader of Party 4, checked in with the others. Can Parties 3 and 5 also see the dome roof building? From Party 3, Kishasha responded with confidence. Don't worry, we have good eyes. If you're talking about that giant castle in the middle of the city, we're headed there. A figure, face obscured by a white cloth, remained silent, their gaze fixed on some unseen point. Gilbert, from Party 5, reported their situation. We can't see the building from where we are, but we'll head that way as soon as we see it. The city map, marked with the locations of each party, revealed the distances that still separated them from their target. Party 1 remained closest to the dome roof building, their position marked at the base of the structure. A statue of winged figures stood as a silent sentinel, overlooking the unfolding events. The dome roof building loomed in the distance, a beacon for the converging parties. Before the grand structure, a gathering of figures awaited, their purpose yet unknown. A group makes their way across the arid landscape, the wind carrying whispers of sand and forgotten tales. One of the hooded figures gestures towards a woman cloaked in similar garb. He states, "Let me introduce her to you. She's the target we need to protect for this mission." The woman offers a polite greeting, and nice to meet you, heroes. The woman with white hair introduces herself. Im Friasis Alagner. A man with a covered face questions, Alagner. Friasis's brow furrows slightly as she wonders, isn't that the surname of the royals? A figure's eyes narrow, lost in thought. Is she the same woman from the replay stones? But she's older. The blonde man with the covered face interjects, well, we can talk later. Another figure, shrouded in beige robes, contemplates the situation. So, this is the person we have to protect? I don't really understand the point of this mission. Meanwhile, the only remarkable feature of this city is this temple, its dome gleaming under the harsh sun. Standing before the temple's grand entrance, a voice declares, Party 1 will go in first. The rest of you stand by outside. Two figures converse in hushed tones. Are you sure? We don't know what might be in there. The other responds, I'll contact you right away. We don't know what might happen out here either. The blond man states, then we'll inspect south. Another figure adds, then we'll go west. A lone figure approaches the massive doors of the temple, their hand outstretched to push them open, the air thick with anticipation. She peers cautiously around the ornate doorway. The air hangs still, undisturbed. There don't seem to be any traps. The silence is broken only by the faint echo of their footsteps on the ancient stone. Beyond the archway, a golden light spills into the corridor, promising something of great value. The group steps through the doorway, their figures silhouetted against the radiant glow. Isel's eyes widen, a gasp escaping her lips as she takes in the sight before them. A long corridor stretches before them, leading to a pedestal bathed in golden light. That's it. A dagger, radiating power, floats serenely above the pedestal, its presence commanding attention. Friasi squints, studying the blade. A dagger? Strange. I don't sense any enemies yet. The dagger seems almost too easy to acquire, a silent invitation to take it. Is it all they need? The hilt of the dagger gleams, adorned with intricate carvings and a large, ruby-red gem. A voice echoes, laced with a hint of amusement. That would be boring for sure. The dagger pulses with light, and a notification appears. You have accomplished the first part of the goal. Key of Void obtained. Friasi's Alagner stands alongside Isel, the light catching the edge of the sword she holds. A strange calm settles over them, a deceptive stillness before the storm. The redhead's brow furrows. What? Nothing hap. She begins, a question hanging in the air. Her expression twists further, a dawning realization replacing the initial confusion. Han's voice cuts through the silence, a grim warning. Something is happening. The realization hits them. The sandstorm is gone, an unnatural calm descending upon the city. Meanwhile, Han and Isel break into a run, the urgency of the moment etched on their faces. What happened? Isel wonders. The sound of their footsteps echoes through the deserted streets, each stride a desperate plea for escape. The trio races through the city, the looming buildings casting long, ominous shadows in their path. Friasi seeks guidance, her voice tight with anxiety. Nerissa, which way is the closest path out? Nerissa responds, southwest. I'll lead the way. Han's eyes narrow, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. They're getting out of this city, one way or another. Run. The pounding of their feet intensifies, a desperate rhythm against the backdrop of impending danger. What's going on? Raman wonders. How should he know? The question hung in the air, unanswered as the ground began to tremble. A group of figures sprinted away, the dust kicking up behind them as they fled whatever horror was approaching. He glanced back, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as the unseen threat loomed closer. A figure brandished a sword, the blade catching the light as they ran, prepared to face whatever was coming. Her eyes widened in terror, the wind whipping through her hair as she risked a glance over her shoulder. A shout pierced the air, a desperate warning to those ahead. Something was behind them. Behind us. Look, the man yelled, his voice laced with panic. So something is happening. Her breath hitched in her throat as she turned, her eyes reflecting the growing dread. The force of whatever struck sent him sprawling, the ground rushing up to meet him as the world spun. His eyes darted around, wide with fear, as he tried to make sense of the chaos unfolding around him. Waff, he screamed, the sound swallowed by the growing roar. What the hell is that? For heaven's sake, he exclaimed, his face a mask of terror as he stared upwards at the approaching doom. The order barked out, a desperate plea amidst the chaos. You take the kid, Jenna. Don't abandon her, no matter what. A resolute voice responded, I got it. Feet pounded against the cracked earth, a desperate scramble for survival. Run, the rest of you. The command cut through the air. 5 minutes remained until the exit. Amidst the flight, a call for compassion. Those who are uninjured, help the injured. We can't lose anyone here. A desperate voice pleaded, stop. Don't leave me behind. A figure struggled against unseen restraints, the sound of their desperation echoing. Let me go. With a burst of speed, one of them slid across the ground, the wind whipping around them as they pressed onward. A close-up revealed a face contorted with determination, a burning intensity in their eyes. Amidst the chaos, a warrior stood their ground, battling against the encroaching threat. The ravaged landscape stretched out before them, a testament to the devastation. A voice echoed, You guys are nothing but tools to help me reach my goal. The figure's eyes burned with resolve, a silent vow etched on their face. I will make it out of here alive, they thought.